This young man was just an ordinary delivery driver, but today, while making a delivery like usual, he was suddenly hit by a truck. The truck driver was clearly the one at fault, but the driver just kept growling like a monster, and excruciating pain quickly spread through Liu Feng's body. He thought he was about to die, but just then, the voice of Liu Xintong echoed from his phone. It snapped him back to his senses. He couldn't die now, not when his younger sister was suffering from a rare blood disease. Just to pay for her treatment, he had dropped out of school and worked as a delivery driver for 3 long years. He had already saved up hundreds of thousands to buy the necessary implant chip. A successful surgery was all his sister needed to get better. Liu Feng felt that if he died now, with no one to care for his sister, he would never be able to face his parents in the afterlife. Besides, he was still a virgin who had never even so much as touched a girl's thigh. How could he possibly be okay with dying just like that? This should work? Liu Feng desperately tapped on a strange app on his phone. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Feng groggily woke up. A faint, pleasant scent and a soft sensation came from his head. He realized he was actually resting his head on a woman's lap. Before Liu Feng could process the shock, he heard her voice coming from above him. "That's right, doctor. The patient is covered in blood right now. He's here, with me." "Oh, he's awake now." Liu Feng raised his head and discovered she wasn't just any woman, but an absolute goddess. "You're awake? I was just passing by when I found you. It looks like you were in an accident?" "Thank you. My name is Liu Feng." He tried to sit up. "I'm delivery driver 9528 for Eat Your Fill lunch. I think I was just hit by a car." The woman stood up as well. "Oh, in that case, what a coincidence. I guess you could say we're co-workers." This woman was actually Callie Fox, the president of the Litian Group, the parent company of Eat Your Fill lunch. She informed him that she had already called an ambulance for Liu Feng and had even checked its route. From this angle, Callie looked even more breathtaking. Liu Feng was lost in her beauty, then realized this wasn't the most important thing right now. He had to call his sister, so he reached over to grab his phone. That's when Liu Feng saw a notification on the screen. "Life force, 9%. Host will die in 3 minutes." Meanwhile, Callie called the ambulance again to urge them to hurry, seeing that Liu Feng was now agitated and delirious. "Host will die in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Recommendation: absorb electrical energy from a nearby object to restore life force." A voice suddenly echoed in Liu Feng's mind. This was the same sound he'd heard before passing out. According to its message, he had just over 2 minutes before he would die. Liu Feng obviously didn't want that to happen, so he decided to risk it and follow the instructions. If he wasn't mistaken, the electrical energy, the voice, mentioned was coming from the car parked nearby. So, while Callie was busy on the phone with the medical staff, Liu Feng dragged himself over to that car. The moment he touched it, he instantly vanished. When Callie turned around, Liu Feng was nowhere to be found. "Ha ha ha, it worked!" Liu Feng laughed heartily. "I don't have money for an ambulance ride." He had already picked up his badly damaged scooter and fled. Liu Feng didn't understand what had just happened, but clearly, after absorbing that car's energy, his wounds had been healed. This was too surreal. Had he turned into an electric man or something? No, that can't be right. Liu Feng thought it over and concluded that the energy conversion points must have helped him recover from his injuries. This very app had saved his life. He remembered downloading it after buying a used phone at a market, but he couldn't recall the exact details. All he knew was that his health was back to full, so he had to get back to earning money. He couldn't waste cash on an ambulance. Just then, his phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Shen Qian, calling. The moment Liu Feng answered, he got an earful. "You despicable jerk, you finally decided to pick up. Do you even think of me as your girlfriend?" Liu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. "Shen Qian, I have to visit my sister now. I'll see you this afternoon when I'm free. Sorry about that." Visiting his sister, who had a blood disease, was a very normal thing. But when Shen Qian heard this, she actually demanded they break up. She chewed him out for being willing to spend hundreds of thousands on an implant chip for his sister, but refusing to buy a designer bag for her. Liu Feng desperately tried to explain, but Shen Qian bluntly announced she already had a new boyfriend, then hung up on him. Liu Feng's mind was a complete mess. He was shouldering a huge debt for his sister. His delivery scooter was wrecked. His girlfriend had dumped him, and he was covered in injuries. Suddenly, Liu Feng wished the world would just end, so he wouldn't have to deal with his debts anymore. Right at that moment, his sister, Liu Xintong, called. She was crying, explaining that a lot of strange people had suddenly appeared in the hospital. They were biting people, and she was terrified, hiding for her life. The foolish thoughts in Liu Feng's mind vanished instantly, and he knew he had to get to the hospital right away. But his electric scooter was broken, and the hospital was too far to reach on foot. At that moment, the Bazaar app sent another notification. "Would you like to use 50 points to repair and upgrade the electric scooter?" Of course, Liu Feng wanted to, but the problem was he'd already used all his points to heal. his own life. The system immediately offered a suggestion. Over 500 meters into the nearby woods, there was an electrical device that could be converted into points. Without thinking twice, Liu Feng instantly started running. Little did he know that car was carrying Shen Qian, who had just become Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend a few minutes ago. Sitting next to her was a bald, pot-bellied old man, who was also the new boyfriend she had announced. Shen Qian was currently whining incessantly, trying to get the fat guy to buy her a chip, but he refused outright. Science and technology had exploded over the 120 years of the new era. History knew it as the first year of artificial intelligence. Nations around the world were vigorously developing genetic AI technology, and the artificial intelligence chip was one of the crowning achievements of that development. Technology. This was precisely why the chip was so expensive, affordable only to the rich or, at best, the upper middle class. After installing the chip, one could enter a virtual reality internet, like the perspective the old man was currently using to view Shen Qian. So if you want the chip, you'd better serve me well. Got it? The old lecher said, and Shen Qian didn't seem to mind at all. Just as the two of them were about to get frisky in the car, a powerful force slammed down, denting the roof. Liu Feng had earned enough points to regenerate his electric vehicle, and he was in such a rush that he didn't even realize the person in the car was his ex-girlfriend. But after the vehicle was repaired, its speed increased by a whopping 30%, and he also had 300 conversion points left over. It seemed the system knew Liu Feng was in a hurry, so it intentionally helped him by increasing the speed. This modification ability, although an equal exchange where more advanced upgrades cost more points, was entirely customizable to his desires. It looked like Liu Feng had truly lucked out with an amazing system. Liu Xin Tong, wait for me, I'm coming to save you. He sped off at full throttle, but it still took him an hour to arrive. The scene before him made Liu Feng freeze in his tracks. The hospital doors were smashed to pieces, blood was splattered everywhere, and Uncle Zhang, the security guard, was nowhere to be seen. Liu Feng cautiously ventured inside. There were no lights, so he had to use a flashlight to see. The walls and floor were covered in bloodstains, but there wasn't a single person in sight. While Liu Feng was still trying to figure out what had happened, someone suddenly lunged at him from behind. "Sob, where's my dog?" the person wailed. Liu Feng recognized him as the dog lover he often delivered packages to at the hospital. But upon closer inspection, the man was no longer normal at all, looking just like a zombie. Seeing this, Liu Feng panicked and quickly dove to the side to avoid being pounced on. He fell to the ground and saw a pair of high heels. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing them as Dr. Li, the physician in charge of Liu Xintong's treatment. But when Dr. Li bent down, Liu Feng realized she was no different from the dog lover. It seemed they had all contracted the same infectious disease, and at that moment, more infected people rushed out. Liu Feng immediately ducked into another room, trying to block the door. He then discovered it was the security camera room, and coincidentally, on the monitors, he saw Liu Xin Tong. She was in the second basement level, her face covered in pulsing blood vessels. The image sent an involuntary chill down Liu Feng's spine. In the current era, science and technology like genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, AI, and aerospace had boomed. Humanity had entered a near-future era, and artificial intelligence was gradually integrating into human life. World power was divided among the Dawn Alliance, with East Asian nations at its core, New Roma, with its core in the European belt structure, and the Theos Alliance, centered on North and South America. These three alliances competed with each other, keeping the world in a state of constant struggle. The abuse of genetic technology had led to various epidemics. The most terrifying among them was the black blood disease, where the limbs of the afflicted would become rigid and their blood would turn black, seeping out until they died. Only treatment with the most expensive medical chip could guarantee survival. Liu Feng was merely a commoner from the lower class. After his parents passed away, he and his younger sister, Liu Xin Tong, relied on each other to survive. Back then, Liu Feng had not yet felt what true despair was. The day Liu Xin Tong found out her brother had borrowed hundreds of thousands to treat her black blood disease, her spirits plummeted. Liu Feng tried to stay optimistic to comfort his sister. But whenever Liu Xin Tong thought about her brother giving up his dreams to become a delivery man just to save her, she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. In that moment, Liu Feng swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to keep his sister alive. Yet now, seeing her on the security camera, an unprecedented sense of despair washed over him. Liu Feng wanted to go to his sister immediately, but the most pressing issue was the mob of infected people about to break down the door and swarm in. With no other choice, he had to ask the system for help, and just then, it activated a new mission. It's just that neither of these two missions was a walk in the park. The first mission was to hide in the security room to stay alive. The survival rate was as high as 95%, but after 2 days, he would kick the bucket from starvation. The second mission was to rescue his sister from the research lab in the hospital's basement. If he succeeded and survived, he would be rewarded with 1,000 conversion points, but the survival rate was only 5%, and the system also warned him that his sister was already beginning to transform. This was clearly a situation where either path was equally dangerous. Liu Feng had no choice but to ask it to map a route to the basement for him. But the only path was to go out the door, walk about 50 meters, turn left, and enter through the laundry room door. Damn it, rushing out now would be suicide. But then, Liu Feng suddenly spotted several mops in the room. He broke off a mop handle and also pushed a table to barricade the door. Then, Liu Feng gathered everything useful in the room. He almost forgot that he had the system's modification ability. By the time Liu Feng was done, the crowd outside had successfully broken down the door. The first one to burst in was Liu Xin Tong's attending physician, but Liu Feng managed to take it down with his homemade weapon. He spent 100 points to attach a knife blade to a broom handle and an electric scooter battery, creating an explosive spear. He spent another 100 points to turn a shipping box into plastic armor, which was definitely strong enough to withstand a zombie's bite. Now, facing this horde of zombies, Liu Feng had nothing to fear. It took him 10 minutes to deal with all the ones blocking the door outside, after which he quickly rushed off to rescue Liu Xin Tong. But when he followed the system's directions, he discovered the door it mentioned was just a laundry chute for sending dirty clothes to the basement, and now it reeked horribly. Although Liu Feng was reluctant, he held his nose and slid down to save his sister. Luckily, when he landed, he fell onto a pile of dirty clothes, so he wasn't injured at all. And it was here that Liu Feng found his sister. Crucially, Liu Xin Tong's hands were bound, and she was being led away by two men who looked like soldiers. There was also some kind of device around her neck. Reporting, Death Squad to HQ, the target has been safely extracted. One of the two soldiers radioed in, but it seemed there was no response. HQ, do you copy? Damn it, looks like there's a problem with the comms. After saying that, he turned to his comrade, Chiang Lin, and continued, looks like this mission is a piece of cake, huh? The target didn't put up any resistance at all. I just never expected the rumored variant to be a girl like this. While the two were talking, a woman carrying a machine gun appeared. This was the vice captain of the Death Squad, a special combat unit under the government. The vice captain ordered, keep trying to contact HQ. Something doesn't feel right. Liu Feng could tell these people were not ordinary, but his sister was in handcuffs. He couldn't think about anything else and rushed out, but just as he managed to call out Xin Tong, he was pulled back by something and his mouth was covered. Liu Feng couldn't help but panic, fearing he had been caught by a zombie. On the other side, the vice captain of the Death Squad had also heard his voice, just now, so she ordered two of her soldiers to search the rooms. As for Liu Xin Tong, after hearing her brother's voice, she suddenly started to resist. All this time, she had been obediently silent, but now she shattered her handcuffs, then used her bare hands to sever the head of the soldier named Chiang Lin beside her. The other members of the special unit were all terrified by this scene. They immediately opened fire, but not a single bullet hit Liu Xintong. Her movements were incredibly agile, and in a flash, she escaped into a ventilation duct. The soldiers naturally wanted to pursue Liu Xintong, but it wasn't easy at all, because the recent gunfire had attracted a massive horde of zombies. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with the sounds of gunfire, biting, tearing, and frantic cries for help echoing continuously. Liu Feng was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. With a wolf at the front and a tiger at the back, it seemed he was doomed to die here today. Just at the most tense moment, the person behind him suddenly let go of his mouth and chuckled. Haha, you little rascal. Your face is cracking me up. What are you doing at the hospital today? Liu Feng was stunned. Even in the dark room, he recognized the man as Uncle Zhang, the security guard. Uncle Zhang. My sister was having surgery, but what are those things out there? I don't know either. The news said the Tianyu-Ming Alliance started this war, and as a result, someone detonated a virus bomb. Those zombies out there are people who were mutated by a chip. After hearing this, Liu Feng's heart leaped into his throat. He immediately asked Uncle Zhang about Liu Xin Tong's situation. He didn't know the details, only that his sister's condition was a bit special. The girl went down to the basement and was then dragged away by those soldiers, and it seemed they were here specifically for Liu Xin Tong. The more Liu Feng heard, the more anxious he became, but the immediate problem was staying alive. He wanted to pull Uncle Zhang away immediately because the zombies outside seemed to have smelled them, but he just shook his head, saying he couldn't go on because he had already been bitten. No, Uncle Zhang, let's go. There must be another way. Liu Feng grew more and more frantic. Listen, Uncle Zhang patted his head a few times and said, I've seen what happens when you get bitten. You turn into one of those things. For the past few months, I've seen how hard you've worked taking care of your sister. I'll help you block the door. You go find your sister through the back exit. You two have to keep living, he then urged Liu Feng to leave quickly. Liu Feng's eyes welled up with tears, but he didn't dare to linger. He couldn't let Uncle Zhang's sacrifice be in vain, so he said he was sorry and dashed off. Watching Liu Feng's figure disappear, Uncle Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief. For the past few months, every time Liu Feng came to the hospital to visit his sister, he would always try to give him a boxed meal. The two of them had a pretty good relationship. Helping Liu Feng this time, he felt it was well worth it. Liu Feng just ran for his life without looking back. Just then, the system issued a new mission after detecting a black blood disease serum nearby. He had two mission options. The first was to escape the research lab from the staff room via the emergency exit, with a 90% survival rate. Upon completion, the reward would be a combat suit. The second was to head to the laboratory to find the serum to save his sister, with a mere 15% survival rate. If this mission succeeded, he would be rewarded with a shelter blueprint. But on the way to the laboratory, there were 3 zombies. The system assessed that Liu Feng's combat power was insufficient and suggested he give up this mission. "Shut up, system. I choose B," Liu Feng roared. He had already spotted the 3 zombies. With a homemade weapon in hand, Liu Feng charged headfirst towards them. It seemed that the recent incident with Uncle Zhang had seriously agitated Liu Feng, causing his combat power to surge. He first launched a powerful kick, aiming straight for the first zombie's head, then used his weapon to eliminate the other 2. By then, the weapon's durability had reached its limit. After all, it was just a homemade tool, so lasting this long was impressive. Liu Feng tossed it aside, and right in front of him was the laboratory. And inside was the serum to control the black blood disease. The moment Liu Feng opened the door, Liu Xintong charged at him. He didn't care that his sister had already turned. He just pulled her into a tight hug, repeatedly calling out, "Xintong, snap out of it." Liu Xintong, who had lost all reason, actually regained her senses for a moment after hearing her brother's voice. But it only lasted for a few seconds. Afterward, Liu Xintong once again lost control, clutching her head and screaming relentlessly. The system couldn't explain this phenomenon, only saying it was an unforeseen variable, before advising Liu Feng to use the inhibitor serum. He spotted the serum in a syringe in the middle of the room and immediately grabbed for it. But the moment Liu Feng took the serum, it also triggered the lab's self-destruct sequence. The countdown was set for 10 minutes. Just then, Liu Xintong went wild again, grabbing her brother by the collar. Liu Feng desperately jabbed the syringe into her carotid artery, emptying the entire contents. Sure enough, Liu Xintong stopped moving and then passed out. The system announced that he had completed the mission to rescue his sister, rewarding him with 1,000 conversion points and a map to a shelter. But at that very moment, it issued 2 new mission choices. The first choice was to abandon his sister at the laundry room door and return to the first floor with a 100% survival rate. The second mission was to head down to the research lab's storage room and use the map he just received to turn it into a bomb shelter with a 40% survival rate. However, the system warned that this location was not ideal for a shelter, and expanding it recklessly would impact Liu Feng's conversion points. Without needing to think twice, Liu Feng chose the second, more difficult mission despite the risks. He carried his sister and sprinted, as the bomb was set to explode in just 9 minutes. But when he got to the door, his path was blocked. Judging by the person's build, it appeared to be the vice captain of that special forces team. "Hey, are you hurt? How about we call a truce? This lab is about to blow. Let's get out of here together." Liu Feng knew he was no match for her, so he tried to negotiate. Before she could even answer, the system warned him that it detected the signal of a mutant in the middle of transforming into a zombie, but it couldn't determine the exact location, urging him to evacuate immediately. Right at that moment, the woman across from him suddenly ripped her shirt open. Liu Feng was so terrified that he couldn't even look. "Hold on, lady. Just listen to me. This place is dangerous. There's a zombie mutating nearby. Whatever you're planning, can we please do it after we get out of here safely?" He kept his eyes squeezed shut the entire time, but then he felt something wet on his cheek, like a dog was licking him. Liu Feng finally mustered the courage to open his eyes. The scene in front of him nearly made Liu Feng pass out right there. Holy crap, the mutant the system was warning me about is this chick. Without a second thought, he slammed the laboratory door shut, but she effortlessly smashed the door open and rushed inside. Liu Feng instantly panicked. He tried to use his conversion points, but the system notified him that there were no suitable materials in the vicinity to convert. Just then, a cold hand rested on Liu Feng's shoulder. "It's over. I'm caught. There's nowhere to run." That's what he was thinking. But then Liu Xin Tong suddenly woke up and sliced at the female monster with her bare hand. Liu Feng stared in disbelief, wondering how his sister had suddenly become so strong. But her single attack wasn't enough to defeat the creature. Meanwhile, the laboratory only had 3 minutes left before detonation. In a panic, he swept his sister into his arms, followed the system's map to the storage room, and managed to close the door with just a few seconds to spare. After that, Liu Feng successfully used 500 points to activate the shelter as the laboratory bomb went off. In an instant, a massive boom echoed out, followed by an explosion that rocked the whole city. That explosion was enormous, but after the shockwave passed, Liu Feng discovered he was still alive. This meant he had succeeded in turning the old storage room into a shelter. The system sent a message congratulating him on being the first survivor of the apocalypse to establish a shelter. Liu Feng received a gift, and the system reminded him to expand the shelter by leveling it up. Aside from being a little rundown, there was nothing to complain about. Liu Feng was getting a headache from the unstable phone signal when his sister suddenly collapsed again. Outside was crawling with zombies, so the two of them were stuck for the time being. Liu Feng had to spend 50 conversion points to restore a broken computer in the storage room, successfully fixing it and getting it online. This place is so run down, yet the computer can be optimized to have an internet connection after being modified. The system's functions are truly impressive. Liu Feng also asked it about his sister's condition, and the system replied that she suddenly fainted because the new serum was temporarily delaying the hybrid mutation of the black blood disease and the virus from the chip. This serum, for people infected with the chip virus, actually has no effect. It can only halt the progression of the hybrid mutation with the black blood disease. If this hybrid mutation is completed, the infected person will be even more terrifying than ordinary zombies. The system calls these black blood infected individuals variants. Variants? Is that like the Special Forces girl who just mutated earlier? Liu Feng asked curiously. That was just a morphological mutation of a zombie. A person with black blood disease who mutates because of the chip will become a different species, the system explained further. According to the system, this serum only has a temporary delaying effect. He couldn't possibly let his sister turn into a horrifying monster. Now that he had internet, he had to report it to the police first. Liu Feng believed the country would surely have a way to deal with this virus. However, when he went online, he received a lot of sad news. Many news sites had published their final reports before shutting down, as the number of infected people worldwide had now reached 50 billion, and they issued a warning that people could only lock their doors and stay at home, waiting for government aid. But then, there was news that the government had collapsed. The number of people infected with the chip virus in the city had reached 30 million, and the army had been defeated, retreating to defend the riverbanks. And the perpetrator of this disaster was the Heavenly Alliance. In other words, the apocalypse had officially arrived, and he could no longer count on the government or the army. But Liu Feng couldn't just stand by and watch his sister turn into a monster. He asked the system again if there was a way to save Liu Xin Tong. The answer he received was that this doomsday shelter was always at his service. Only by raising its level to level 5 could he unlock the Vaccine Research Center to completely cure Liu Xintong. Liu Feng was eager to see the blueprints for the Vaccine Research Center, but was rejected by the system because he was currently just a level 1 refugee. He wasn't worthy of viewing high-level blueprints, and only by working hard to raise his own level, as well as the shelters, could he view them. Then, the system displayed all the blueprints for the level 1 shelter, including the ventilation fan pipes, water pump, bedroom, dining room, and power generator room. Liu Feng had to either fully construct or renovate these things to be able to upgrade the shelter to level 2. The blueprints for these items were all in the shop, but everything was expensive, and he only had 550 conversion points left. The cheapest among the level 1 blueprints was for the ventilation fan pipes. It had been destroyed in the recent bomb explosion. The system recommended that Liu Feng fix this first, because otherwise, in just 5 more hours, his shelter would fall into a state of oxygen deprivation. But Liu Feng refused to buy a new blueprint and instead spent 30 points on a composite metal ingot from the shop, then repaired the ventilation fan himself. And he had actually guessed correctly. His repair and modification abilities could also help him complete the mission. If that was the case, Liu Feng could use existing materials to complete the tasks, saving the remaining points. To buy high-tech blueprints, Liu Feng started working on modifying the simplest things in the shelter, like toilet paper and lubricant. While busy working, he asked the system about his sister's condition again. With the available data, the system couldn't fully assess Liu Xintong's condition, only that her intelligence and memories had been severely diminished, regressing to the state of a 7-year-old, though she of course still remembered Liu Feng was her brother. Liu Feng instinctively recalled his sister at 7, then became so heartbroken that he unconsciously crushed the bottle of lubricant in his hand. He then swore that he would do his best to find a way to save Liu Xintong so she could become that brilliant girl again. Just then, Liu Xintong woke up and saw in her brother's hand some kind of sticky liquid, and a dirty thought immediately popped into her head. "You pervert!" she exclaimed. "It's not what you think," Liu Feng tried to explain, but looking at Liu Xintong's eyes, it didn't seem like she believed him at all. Liu Feng could only weep internally. His pristine image of many years was now ruined in his sister's eyes. The next day, another group from the Reaper squad began to approach the hospital. They were following the trail of their vice captain who went missing yesterday. The leader was a female captain with the surname Li. Liu Feng, at that time, was still racking his brain trying to find a way to explain to his sister that he wasn't a pervert. His lifetime of integrity couldn't be ruined like this. If he didn't explain it clearly, how could he face his sister later? Liu Feng tried every way to explain, but when he turned around, he saw Liu Xintong had fallen asleep. It made sense. No matter how strong-willed she was, right now she was just a little girl. She might even forget everything when she woke up, so maybe an explanation wasn't that necessary. After tucking his sister in, Liu Feng suddenly received a notification from the system. For successfully surviving the first day of the apocalypse, he had received a chance at the lucky draw. At the same time, the system also issued a new mission: to buy the blueprint for the power generator room. Repairing the power generator room successfully would earn him a 100-point reward. Liu Feng immediately used that lucky draw chance to try his luck, hoping he could get the blueprint and save some money. However, Liu Feng, he received a type of vaccine. Although he was a bit disappointed it wasn't a blueprint, this vaccine was also very expensive in the shopping center. Moreover, this was a vaccine that controlled the virus from the chip, enhancing the body's resistance, but it couldn't cure zombies and turn them back into normal people. Furthermore, only by upgrading the shelter to level 5 could he buy its blueprint in the shopping center. Since it couldn't be used to cure Liu Xintong, Liu Feng had to use it on himself first. After all, he had to stay alive to even think about saving his sister. After that, Liu Feng asked the system if the generator in the basement research lab could be turned into a power source for this shelter. The answer he received was yes. However, the generator's power source was damaged. The backup energy core was currently in the department head's office on the 16th floor of this hospital's scientific research department. Then, the system activated the next optional mission. The first option was to buy the generator blueprint with a reward of 100 points and a 100% survival rate. The second was to go to the 16th floor research department to find the power core to fix the generator. The reward was 900 conversion points, 10 reputation points, and 1,000 experience points. But the survival rate was only 10%. Naturally, someone like Liu Feng, who was saving every single point, would choose the second option. At this moment, an idea popped into his head. If he successfully improved this hideout and recruited survivors, wouldn't that make him a king of his own little world? Plus, he could even recruit some beautiful female survivors. Just thinking about it, Liu Feng's nose unconsciously started to bleed. Liu Xintong happened to wake up again at that exact moment, seeing his lecherous face. "You pervert." She uttered the exact same phrase as before. "Hey, let me explain. Xintong." And so, after a day of rest, the next afternoon, Liu Feng began his nearly impossible mission: to retrieve the backup energy core on the 16th floor of the scientific research department. Speaking of which, this hospital truly had everything, with a research department on the 16th floor and a research lab in the basement. The main entrance, which also served as the shelter's entrance, had been blocked after that explosion, so this time Liu Feng could only return to the surface through the emergency exit. Not only that, he also had to bring Liu Xin Tong with him. He had originally wanted to go alone, but she clung to him as he was about to leave. "Don't go, I'm scared." After all, with his sister's current 7-year-old mindset, Liu Feng didn't dare leave her alone. Therefore, the siblings had to face the cruel reality together. Upon reaching the surface, Liu Feng realized that now the hospital was crawling with zombies. A few people were still alive, but they were being overwhelmed, their cries for help echoing everywhere. Liu Feng didn't have time to think, much less save them, because his objective right now was to save his sister first. Liu Feng grabbed Liu Xintong's hand and ran as fast as he could. At that moment, he thought no one could stop him, until Liu Feng came face to face with a very familiar zombie. Looking closer, it was Uncle Zhang, the security guard. He had died saving him back in the basement. It seemed that after turning, he had made his own way upstairs. He could never forget that Uncle Zhang had saved his life, but now he had turned into a monster. Liu Feng took the homemade weapon from his back, then said in a cold voice, "Uncle Zhang, thank you for saving my life. Now I won't let the virus have a chance to invade your body any longer. I'll help set you free." At the same time, on the hospital rooftop, the remaining part of the death squad had landed and begun to open fire. Walking calmly through the hail of bullets was Li Xin, the third captain of the government's special combat unit. In one hand, she held a machine gun, and in the other, a melee weapon. When Li Xin herself opened fire, the veteran soldiers told the rookie to hold his fire, because when the captain takes action herself, it means they no longer need to shoot, they just need to witness the heroic fighting style of the death squad's strongest operative. It only took Li Xin about 5 minutes to deal with all the zombies in front of her. The rookie watched, mesmerized. After it was over, he shouted out, praising how incredible she was. "Well, she does have one flaw," the veteran soldier next to him said. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole squad saw Li Xin pointing at 2 zombies she had just defeated, yelling loudly, "Hey, what kind of soldiers are you two? Daring to slack off? Get back here and follow me." That was the biggest flaw Li Xin had. She often saw things that weren't there. Besides that, she had another characteristic, but the veteran was hesitant to mention it because it was rather unlucky. The thing is, anyone on the same team as Li Xin basically ends up dead. That was also the reason why this squad was named Death. As for Liu Feng, he was also fighting for his life against zombies, but unfortunately, he didn't have weapons as good as those soldiers. After throwing away his old item because its durability had reached its limit, Liu Feng had to painstakingly find a few things in the storage room. He had patched them together into a new weapon. He also had 3 bottles of water and 22 cans of food. The food could last for a week, but the water was definitely not enough. Not to mention that while he wasn't looking, Liu Xintong had chugged 2 entire bottles of water. So today's trip outside wasn't just to find the backup energy core. Liu Feng also had the task of finding supplies. Just then, the system made a ding sound, announcing that his attribute points and ability points had been refreshed. It was waiting for Liu Feng to make a choice. The ability systems it displayed were incredibly diverse. For example, firepower, which was optimized for handheld heavy weapons and heavy armor, weightlifting, iron lungs to increase lung capacity, or pharmacist to understand medical knowledge. Liu Feng glanced through them and thought the marksmanship ability wasn't bad, but guns are banned in the country, making it very difficult to find such a weapon. After some consideration, he decided to use one of his attribute points to boost his strength stat, then use 2 ability points to acquire the Kung Fu Master skill at level 1 and the Superman ability at level 2. The Kung Fu Master ability gave him a combat chip, and the Superman ability enhanced his energy. Returning to the current situation, Liu Feng was now facing Uncle Zhang, the man who had not only cared for him and his sister for months, but had also just saved his life by holding back the horde of zombies. But no matter what, he had already turned into a monster. Liu Feng could only grit his teeth and say goodbye, then use the 10 weapon modification points he had to swing the fire knife. The moment Uncle Zhang exploded, in a sea of flames, Liu Feng cried. He swore he would protect his sister with all his might so that Uncle Zhang's sacrifice would not be in vain. On the other hand, Liu Feng also felt that his own power had grown. Quite a bit. It seemed the Master Chip and the Superman ability weren't useless at all. This place is too dangerous. We shouldn't stay long. Liu Feng then pulled his sister, and they quickly left, their target being the backup energy core in the 16th floor research department. At the same time, in a 7th floor hallway, a young man and woman were running for their lives, the girl being Li Xiang, the school beauty. The boy, named Xiao Guang, was ecstatic because he had managed to save the school beauty during the apocalypse. She had confessed her love to him, and he was even planning to go home and marry her after they escaped. However, just as they were about to reach the elevator, they were ambushed by a zombie. Xiao Guang was bitten right on the neck and immediately panicked, grabbing onto Li Xiang's skirt. But at this moment, she tried to break free instead of saving him. Why? Don't you love me anymore? Li Xiang. Seeing this, Xiao Guang became even more frantic. Get your filthy hands off me. Li Xiang struggled so hard she ripped the hem of her own skirt. If it weren't for the apocalypse, why would a school beauty like me ever notice you? Her attitude flipped faster than a pancake. But Li Xiang's karma came swiftly, as she was also bitten on the neck by a zombie right after. While the two were being torn apart by the zombies, another group of survivors, hiding in a corner of the hallway, witnessed this. But of course, they didn't step in to help. The fat guy was CEO Li, the general director of some company. Besides CEO Li was his loyal subordinate, Xiao Wang, along with a little boy and a few other women. What rotten luck, coming to Bluebird Hospital for treatment, only to run into this mess, CEO Li grumbled endlessly. Then, claiming his status as the oldest man, he ordered the trembling child to go out and scout the way. The boy's older sister, a young woman named Zhao Jia, immediately protested. Wait, why does it have to be my brother? Unexpectedly, the shameless CEO Li shot back. We have no use for useless people. The situation grew tense, and then a long-haired girl next to Zhao Jia suddenly stood up and said with a tremble, Wait, that's not right. He's still just a child. I'm the director's secretary. I'm very familiar with this building. There's a large number of zombies to the right. If he goes, he'll only be walking to his death. CEO Li looked at this girl, unable to hide the lust in his eyes. He recognized her as Secretary Sarah, having seen her a few times when he came here for treatment. But even a pretty girl wasn't as important as his own life. So, CEO Li continued, Since Secretary Sarah is acting so righteous, why don't you go help the kid? Sarah flinched. She was a delicate woman, and still very young, so of course she wanted to save her own skin. Xiao Wang then spoke up, saying it was a democratic vote among those present. Besides Zhao Jia, who wouldn't vote for her own brother, and Sarah, who abstained, everyone else voted for the boy, so she had to accept the result. The old woman next to them also kept chiming in with, Right, so, at CEO Li's urging, the boy was bluntly thrown out by Xiao Wang. The little guy couldn't resist, and as soon as he was tossed out, he turned back with tears streaming down his face, calling for his sister. As a result, before he could even scout the path, he attracted a zombie to their location, being just a helpless child. The moment the boy saw the zombie, he was so scared he fell backward, continuously scrambling away. Seeing the zombie pounce towards her little brother, a frantic Zhao Jia wanted to rush out, but she was held back by CEO Li, who covered her mouth tightly. "Shut up! Do you want to get us all killed with him?" But Sarah noticed that the boy hadn't been bitten, because at the most critical moment, a sharp blade had pierced the monster's throat from behind. "Are you okay, kid?" A young male voice rang out. Who else could it be but Liu Feng? Seeing Liu Feng appear in this situation, Sarah unconsciously dropped to her knees as if she were seeing a god. As for him, he wasn't paying much attention, because there were still 5 more zombies behind him. Seeing this, CEO Li's group took off running for their lives. Only Sarah, curious as to why Liu Feng wasn't running, stayed behind to watch. And then she saw, he pulled out his self-made electric knife, took a deep breath, and charged forward. The chip in his hand and the Superman skill had undeniably boosted his combat prowess. Therefore, watching Liu Feng make mincemeat of one zombie after another, Sarah truly couldn't contain her admiration. Liu Feng's technique was precise, yet fluid and graceful, like a dancer. Like he was dancing among the horde of zombies, giving her a thrill she had never felt before. It wasn't just Sarah. Even the Zhao sisters were deeply moved watching Liu Feng fight. Director Li's group, seeing that they weren't running or being eaten by zombies, curiously peeked out to see. What they saw was Liu Feng's intense killing intent, which was several times more terrifying than the zombies. "Who are you?" After taking care of business, Liu Feng finally noticed the people around him and asked, but it seems his tone was too cold, causing that cowardly Xiao Wang to immediately run for his life, screaming for Director Li to flee if he didn't want to die. He only stopped to catch his breath when he couldn't run any longer. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared. From within the smoke, a voluptuous beauty who looked like a goddess suddenly appeared. "Hey, handsome, are you here to play?" she asked in a bewitching voice. Xiao Wang immediately forgot all the danger around him and approached the woman. "Hey, beautiful, are you all alone? Don't worry, I'll protect you." Unexpectedly, tentacles shot out from her chest and pierced him before Xiao Wang could even understand what was happening. He was already dead. Back with Liu Feng, after calming down from the fight, he realized there were only living people behind him and retracted his murderous aura. "Haha, my apologies. It's been a long time since I've met other people, so I was a bit tense. Hello, everyone. My name is Liu Feng, and this is my younger sister, Liu Xin Tong." Sarah keenly picked up on the meaning behind Liu Feng's words. "It's been a long time since you've met other people. Does that mean you've hunted a lot of zombies? No wonder you move so decisively, like an expert." At this point, the old woman who had been clinging to Director Li suddenly rushed over and patted Liu Feng's shoulder familiarly. "Young man, what's it like outside? Is the government coming to save us soon?" she asked eagerly. "Ma'am, the government has already collapsed, and outside the hospital is now swarming with zombies." Liu Feng's reply immediately plunged the woman into despair. Speaking of which, he remembered something and turned to ask Sarah if she knew where the stairs to the 16th floor were. Being spoken to by her idol, Sarah immediately became flustered. Director Li, who had been cowering in a corner, couldn't stand the sight of this, so he jumped out, aggressively pointing at Liu Feng and yelling, "Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Our military is so strong. How could the apocalypse possibly happen? He's definitely trying to trick us into going upstairs to all die together." Liu Feng didn't even blink and retorted, "The phones have had no signal, and the zombies have been mutating for over 24 hours now. So let me ask, the government forces you speak of, where are they?" Director Li was left speechless, but still stammered that the military was just temporarily delayed. Meanwhile, Sarah felt that what he said made a lot of sense. The phones had lost signal for over a day, and with so many zombies appearing, the idea of an apocalypse wasn't impossible. "If you don't believe me, you can go downstairs yourself," Liu Feng said coldly, then went to help the 2 Zhao sisters up. Being ignored by him, the pot-bellied man was furious. He aggressively grabbed the bag on Liu Feng's shoulder, only to get a punch in the face. Although Director Li was much larger, his strength was no match for Liu Feng's, so he was sent flying by the punch. He clutched his face, looking incredulous that Liu Feng would dare to hit him. "You think I didn't see how you treated those sisters? And you still dare to throw your weight around in front of me? Who the hell do you think you are?" Despite being hit and scolded, Director Li didn't dare to retaliate. Just then, Xiao Wang appeared behind him. Blinded by rage at that moment, the old man completely failed to notice anything unusual about his assistant. "Ah, Xiao Wang, you're just in time. Hurry up and teach this disrespectful punk a lesson." Director Li couldn't even finish his sentence before Xiao Wang's sharp teeth sank right into his neck. Liu Feng was shocked by this scene and quickly yelled for everyone to get back, while he himself charged forward. But it seemed he was too hasty and had underestimated his opponent. By the time the system managed to send a scan notification revealing this mutated zombie's danger level was high, it was already too late. Liu Feng had been struck by Xiao Wang's tentacles. With no time to react, Liu Feng was immediately thrown backward. The power of a mutated zombie was truly terrifying. In front of him, Xiao Wang had tossed Director Li aside with one hand, when suddenly Liu Feng smelled a strange smoke. Instinctively, he immediately became wary of what was behind him and at the same time swung his weapon, but Liu Feng's homemade blade was blocked. Then, a hideous mouth lunged forward, trying to bite his head off. "Don't you underestimate me." At this moment, Liu Feng seemed to have unleashed his full power, delivering a slash that should have been enough to cut the opponent in half. Theoretically, that slash should have sliced the opponent in two. But it was at this exact moment that Liu Feng realized that the female monster was also a mutated zombie. The situation deteriorated rapidly, but Liu Xintong suddenly dashed forward, grabbing the female zombie's tongue with her bare hands. Liu Feng was horrified. Although Liu Xintong was strong now, her mind was still that of a 7-year-old child. He feared she would be in danger, but before he could pull her away from the monster, the glass window above was suddenly shattered by something. Then, an agile girl rappelled down and jumped in, unleashing a continuous barrage from a machine gun. The two mutated zombies were quickly taken down by the gunfire, and the remaining zombies were also swiftly cleared out. The girl executed this series of moves with incredible fluidity. Liu Feng watched, unable to tear his eyes away, and by the time he snapped back to reality, he saw two soldiers, pointing a gun at him, threatening him not to move. "Oh, so it's you guys? I've been looking for you two siblings for a long time. My name is Li Xin, captain of the death squad, and I'm sorry, buddy, because the girl behind you is our target." Liu Feng saw they were fully armed and was already on edge. After Li Xin introduced herself as a member of the death squad, he became even more tense, instinctively putting his arm out to shield his sister. But they were surrounded on all sides by guns, and the situation clearly wasn't looking good for Liu Feng. "Help me, please," a trembling voice called out. A soldier quickly used a scanner and confirmed the old man's identity as a level 2 VIP, a government protection target. Unfortunately, he had been bitten, but Li Xin still ordered her subordinate to bring President Li back. After all, a level 2 VIP was someone they couldn't just ignore. Seeing that the army had finally come to save him, President Li finally let out a sigh of relief, then arrogantly said, "Hey soldier, this guy hit me earlier, and he even wanted to throw me to the zombies. He dared to provoke a level 2 VIP like me. Do you hear me? Hurry up and put a bullet through his skull for me." President Li's commanding tone was extremely bossy, but he never expected that after saying those words, a gun barrel would be pointed right at his own temple. Li Xin, with a straight face, told President Li to shut his mouth, or else he'd be the one eating a bullet instead. This old man was terrified of kicking the bucket, so he immediately and obediently shut up. At the same time, Xiao Wang and the female monster staggered back to their feet. They were still alive. This struck Li Xin as very strange, because she had clearly blown their heads off just moments ago. The entire squad entered a defensive posture, ready to fight. However, the female monster could attack from a distance with tentacles sprouting from its mouth, catching them off guard. The death squad was thrown into chaos by this, which was a good opportunity for Liu Feng. He grabbed his sister with one hand and Sarah with the other, telling her to lead the way straight to the 16th floor. The Zhao siblings naturally followed. Li Xin was flustered when she saw him run, but she couldn't give chase because there were two mutant zombies, as resilient as cockroaches, right in front of her. The 5 of them ran for their lives, and finally, escaped the death squad's line of sight. "This way. Were those people really from the government army?" Sarah asked while running. "Maybe, but they're always trying to capture my sister. So, I don't trust them. Sorry for getting everyone involved." Hearing this, Sarah shook her head vigorously. She chose to trust Liu Feng because she knew the army only saved people with VIP status. Zhao Jia, from behind, also spoke up. "We trust you too. My name is Zhao Jia. Thank you for saving my younger brother, Zhao Hua." Liu Feng turned his head to reply out of courtesy. But, at that exact moment, he noticed something was wrong. There was a bite mark on Zhao Hua's hand. It seemed that even though he had pierced the zombie's throat to save the kid, he still wasn't fast enough. Just as Liu Feng was about to tell Zhao Hua, a fog suddenly appeared. The scene was identical to when the female monster had appeared, making Liu Feng's skin crawl. Just as expected, right after, the system issued a red alert to him because it had detected the appearance of a mutant zombie with an extremely high danger level and recommended that he flee. However, it was too late, because when Liu Feng looked up, he already saw the zombie from the warning. In this urgent situation, Liu Feng suddenly grabbed Sarah's hand and called her name loudly. He was already tense, but through her simp-tinted glasses, Sarah's hero looked like he was about to confess his feelings to her, especially when Liu Feng then grabbed her by the waist, making her extremely nervous. But of course, there was no confession happening here, because after grabbing her waist, Liu Feng used his strength to pull her close to him, just to dodge the mutant zombie's attack. After neutralizing the immediate danger, he told her to go to his sister so they could protect each other. Meanwhile, Liu Feng would take on the task of dealing with the zombie. But it had to be said, the mutant zombie was indeed no joke. Liu Feng attacked with all his might, but it didn't even flinch, and when he broke through a wall, he accidentally attracted 2 more mutants. It seems that out there, more and more mutant zombies were appearing. But Liu Feng was in no mood to think about that, because Sarah's terrified scream pulled him back to reality. Don't. Come over here, Xintong. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. A zombie was now approaching the 2 girls. Sarah was panicking. Meanwhile, Liu Xin Tong had a dazed look on her face, as if she was scared stiff. Honestly, Sarah really wanted to run because she wanted to save her own life. But perhaps because she had already been struck by Cupid's arrow for Liu Feng, she risked it all and pulled Liu Xintong into her arms, protecting the little girl completely. Just when Sarah thought she was about to be torn apart by the zombie, a gunshot rang out. The one responsible for this masterpiece was still Li Xin. It seems she had successfully escaped from the leech-like zombies on the lower floor using her stealth cloak tactic. Don't forget about me, huh? Li Xin reminded him seriously. But this was no time for jokes, because just the 3 mutant zombies up here were already hard enough to deal with. Yet, the 2 from downstairs had quickly made their way up as well. Liu Feng opened the emergency exit, and the group quickly escaped. While fleeing, Li Xin recounted that everyone in her squad had been sacrificed. Her bad luck was truly powerful, to the point that not a single one of her teammates survived. Li Xin was all alone, with only her cloak to rely on. An invisibility cloak like Harry Potter's to escape. Do you have any way to deal with these variants? Li Xin asked anxiously. But in reality, Liu Feng's mind was also blank. This was definitely strange, because the system had said that only 1 zombie variant would appear for every 100,000 people. Yet here, 5 of them had appeared in just a short time, and he always felt that something wasn't right with these mutated zombies, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Before they got far, Liu Feng smelled smoke, and a chill ran down his spine, out of fear. And before he could even react, the blonde female monster cut them off, then lunged to grab Zhao Hua, who was on Zhao Jia's back. "Sister, save me!" The boy's terrified scream rang out. But Zhao Jia was stopped by Liu Feng. If before he didn't know how to explain it to her, now the fact that her brother had been bitten by a zombie was laid bare before their eyes. There was no way to save him now. But just then, Zhao Jia said something that stunned Liu Feng. "But if that was your sister, could you just stand by and watch?" Those words truly hit Liu Feng where it hurt. He froze, unconsciously loosening his grip, and Zhao Jia immediately broke free, rushing towards her brother who was surrounded by zombies. Of course, she couldn't escape either. Watching the scene of a sister risking her life to save her brother, Liu Feng, for the first time, hated his own powerlessness. The sound of machine guns rang out again, and Li Xin called out, a reminder. "Don't just stand there grieving. Hurry up and think of a way to save the others." Liu Feng immediately snapped back to his senses, but he was just as helpless, as there was nothing he could do. But just then, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Liu Feng used his weapon to create a massive fireball, illuminating the dark room. If I'm not mistaken, the real problem is here. The light revealed, to Liu Feng and Li Xin, the mutated zombie crawling on the ceiling, using its tentacles to control the other 4 mutated zombies. "That's it, that's the one pulling the strings from behind," Liu Feng exclaimed. "What? Are you sure?" Liu Feng nodded repeatedly. He guessed that this zombie was like an anglerfish in the deep sea, relying on its tendrils to control the other zombies. And as long as the tendrils weren't severed, it couldn't be killed. That's why they thought there were many variants. But in reality, they were all just minions of this single one. Li Xin didn't care if he was right or wrong anymore, because in this situation, she could only trust Liu Feng. Immediately, the genius sharpshooter raised her gun, taking precise aim at the 4 tentacles the monster was using to control the zombies. After severing them, the remaining zombies were like puppets with their strings cut, and they immediately started stumbling before collapsing. This proved that Liu Feng's guess was correct, but it wasn't over yet, because seeing its plan had been foiled, the boss monster immediately changed its target, aiming for the 2 weaker ones, Sarah and Liu Xin Tong, who were huddled together trembling. At this distance, Li Xin couldn't provide backup in time, but while Sarah was indeed weak, Liu Xintong was a different story. They only saw her suddenly shoot out of Sarah's embrace, then use a takedown move on the zombie. Needless to say, everyone present was left with their jaws on the floor. The zombie that was hit flew straight into the wall, slowly sliding down. Swish! Suddenly, there was the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air. A sword flew out of nowhere and pierced straight through its tentacles. The zombie burst into flames, writhing in agony. The system notification window popped up immediately. For each variant killed, the system rewards 100 points. Liu Feng, who had just thrown the sword, breathed heavily and thought to himself, finally killed it. Not bad. There's even a point reward. He didn't notice the grim expression on Li Xin's face and lightly said with gratitude, "Thanks for your help." Suddenly, she raised the gun in her hand and aimed it straight at Liu Feng. Li Xin smirked sinisterly. "Your sister's strength isn't normal. She's a variant, isn't she?" She tightly gripped two guns, one pointed at Liu Feng, the other in the opposite direction. "Although we've worked together, I'm very sorry, but I have received orders to take your sister with me." He was a bit bewildered by the current situation. "Wait, listen to me." But Li Xin wouldn't listen to explanations, maintaining her threatening posture. "Don't even think about making a move. I can absolutely kill you before you try anything." Liu Feng became tense, beads of sweat trickling down his face. "No, Li Xin, what I want to say is..." Instantly, Liu Feng pointed at Sarah, who was fearfully raising her hands in surrender. "You've got the wrong person." The woman trembled all over, not daring to move. "Help! Save me!" The overwhelming fear was too much to bear, and Sarah fainted, as if her soul had left her body. Li Xin's face went blank at this awkward mix-up. "Oh no, my crossed eyes are acting up again," she muttered, unaware that a pair of cunning eyes was watching from behind, ready to strike. "A perfect chance!" The thing on Liu Feng's hand suddenly flashed with his thought. The Kung Fu Master Chip activated, and he immediately lunged forward and knocked Li Xin's gun away. She was no pushover either, and immediately threw a swift kick. But Liu Feng nimbly dodged it. Ha! He seized the opportunity to snatch the other gun. Li Xin was suddenly at a disadvantage and faltered slightly, shocked to her core. Oh no, his close combat ability is too strong. He quickly got her in a chokehold, restraining her. "Why are you after my sister?" But the woman remained tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal anything. A soldier only follows orders. "We don't ask why," Liu Feng declared angrily. "The government is finished." With that, he forcefully slammed Li Xin to the ground. Ah! At that moment, Sarah slowly woke up, still dazed. What she saw was a man and a woman pinning each other down on the floor. Sarah, enjoying the drama, pretended to cover her eyes. Oh, how bold. Li Xin was furious and about to strike him with the butt of her gun. This bastard. In a split second of danger, Liu Feng, thinking of nothing else, grabbed the woman and kissed her. Not good. I have to shut her up first. Han Dong immediately rushed over and grabbed her head to stop her, her eyes filled with killing intent. Li Xin was startled, her eyes widening in annoyance. Seeing the situation escalating, Sarah yelled to mediate. "Stop! You two! Don't fight anymore!" "I can. I know the reason." Sure enough, they all froze. Without waiting for a response, she immediately led the way. "Follow me." At a room marked 16F, everyone opened the door and stepped inside to find a zombie. It was the hospital director. Just as it was about to attack, a sword pierced straight through its head. Sarah ran over to the computer keyboard to look something up. "Because I was the director's secretary. I heard. He and someone from the military codenamed the Divine Child were researching a project. Found it." She pointed to the screen that was displaying the information, explaining it to the group. "The Minister of Health, Zeng Tiansheng, ordered my hospital to conduct a research project, injecting a type of virus and a serum simultaneously into the bodies of deceased patients with black blood disease to create mutants. Several hundred people who participated in the experiment all died, and as it turns out, today was your sister's turn to be tested. This is truly horrifying." Hearing that familiar name, Li Xin was deeply shocked. "What? It's him again?" Liu Feng noticed her strange reaction and asked, "You know him?" She slammed her hand on the table in frustration, explaining angrily, "He's the one who initiated this operation. A real damn bureaucrat who deserves to die." Hearing this, Sarah quickly added, "The survival rate for this experimental project is less than 0.1%. I think your sister must have transformed into a special kind of mutant, which is why she caught Zheng Tiansheng's attention." Liu Feng glanced at his sister, his expression darkening as he muttered, "A mutant?" Flashing back to 10 minutes earlier, Liu Feng's sister was standing over the dead creature. "Han Dong, let's go." But she didn't answer, instead kneeling down to search its body. Suddenly, she pulled a chip out from inside. He recognized it the moment he saw it. This was a post-mutation chip. Han Dong's face was unreadable as she suddenly opened her mouth. She popped the chip in and chewed it greedily. Recalling this, Liu Feng couldn't help but wonder, are her actions even human anymore? The memory deeply unsettled him. Enough thinking, where is the central energy core? Instantly, a prompt appeared, pointing to the safe behind them. Liu Feng called out, "Sarah, do you know the combination?" "To the director's safe?" She immediately replied cheerfully, "I do." They quickly opened the safe, and another notification popped up. "Mission complete. Reward, 900 points. Liu Feng looked at their prize and grinned in delight. Ha, found it. Sarah, not knowing what the green cube was for, couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Liu Feng stared intently at it and began to explain, "This is the central energy core. Sarah, I have something to say to you two. Their character seems trustworthy." He then stood tall and laid out his plan. "I have a very safe shelter. Sarah, you have nowhere to go right now. Li Xin, you know the inside story now. Why would you go back just to be punished? Why don't you both join? My shelter? We can survive this apocalypse together." Sarah was immediately enthusiastic about the offer. I'll join. I don't have anywhere else to go. Anyway, getting a woman's support. Liu Feng's nostrils flared with pride. He chuckled to himself, "Heh, once I unleash my domineering aura, shouldn't everyone just bow down and worship me?" But his joy was short-lived when Xin's voice cut in from behind, shattering the moment. "I refuse." Li Xin repeated herself, "I refuse." Liu Feng was stunned, realizing this wouldn't be so simple. "So it's not going to be that easy, huh?" She pulled her tight-fitting suit down a bit, revealing her ample curves. Li Xin crossed her arms arrogantly and explained her reasoning regarding the truth of the matter. "I need to investigate this thoroughly. If it turns out to be true, I will apologize to you. But that doesn't mean I want to join you two. Besides, even if the government falls, I can survive in this apocalypse on my own with my skills." He grew more and more flustered, sweat beading on his forehead as he racked his brain. "Come on, Liu Feng, use that brain of yours and think of a way." Sarah, standing nearby, was also intimidated by her powerful aura, thinking, "Whoa, this Li Xin girl is a real badass. What's Liu Feng going to do?" With an unreadable expression, he calmly replied, "You're not wrong. I am just a kid." Suddenly, Liu Feng's demeanor shifted. He growled, "But I have a good reason that will make you join us." Outwardly, he appeared full of confidence, but inwardly, his mind was racing. Crap, what nonsense am I spouting? I just blurted that out without thinking. His determined attitude intrigued Li Xin. "Oh, interesting. I'll give you 5 seconds to talk. If you try any tricks, I'll blow you to pieces with a single shot." Liu Feng was so flustered he stammered, "5 seconds. Oh man, what do I do?" Suddenly, his eyes landed on something nearby. Huh? There was also a book in the safe. On a magazine inside was a picture of Li Xin with someone named Li around them. The caption read, "Former National Infiltration Investigator, Director of the LSB." This information gave Liu Feng an idea. Wait a minute, a national investigator, and with Li Xin's identity, if the system can do this then, I've got it. An image of her seriously carrying out a mission flashed in his mind. An order must be obeyed. A soldier only follows orders. He secretly took out a golden card behind him so no one would notice. His brain worked fast, using points to buy an alloy ingot from the trade shop and fashioning it into an ID card. Liu Feng put on a mysterious tone. "It seems I don't need to hide it anymore." His eyes sharpened as he tried to lie as convincingly as possible. "Actually, I'm a special investigator sent by the government, and also the person in charge of the Fireseed Plan, responsible for establishing the Doomsday Shelter as the fireseed of hope for humanity." She clearly didn't believe him and immediately retorted, "You've got to be kidding me." Little did he know that Sarah, behind him, had seen through it all and was snickering to herself. This lie was just too fake. Liu Feng then held out the fake card he had just made. "This is my ID card. You can scan the code yourself." Without hesitation, Li Xin placed it on the scanner. Scan successful. S-class agent. Confidential identity. But even so, she was still suspicious. So what? A single ID card doesn't prove much. It's the apocalypse. I have no way to confirm this. Hearing her say that, he knew he had her figured out. His bluff had hit the mark. Liu Feng doubled down and continued, "So this is all the Reaper Li Xin amounts to." At the same time, his chaotic inner voice screamed, "Well, in for a penny, in for a pound." It was the first time she had ever been looked down on like this. "What did you say?" He wasn't afraid at all, and pushed his bluff as far as he could. "We're in the apocalypse, and you're still thinking about just scraping by on your own? As a soldier, shouldn't you be stepping up to save humanity and bring order to this chaotic world?" The more he spoke, the more he panicked inside. Tisk, what am I even saying? This is getting more and more ridiculous. Liu Feng was sweating now, but he was determined to see it through to the end. With an escapist attitude like that, do you even deserve to be a glorious soldier? He felt like he was about to use up all his brain power. "I'm toast. I'm so toast. What do I say next?" Li Xin's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and indignation. He was sure he had failed, so Liu Feng hung his head dejectedly, letting her put a hand on his shoulder. "Damn it. I thought she was going to beat me to a pulp, but instead she broke into a bright smile." "Well said." The sudden 180 in her attitude startled him. What's going on here?" Li Xin looked up at the sky, her expression softening slightly. As a soldier, I really should do something for humanity. She was smiling, a stark contrast to her hostility from before. Besides, the fact that you dared to invite me, the Reaper Li Xin, to join you has really moved me. Liu Feng was a little confused. Ah, is there something special about that? Li Xin blushed and said shyly, everyone who has been my teammate didn't live very long. Not only did you dare to kiss me, but you also dared to ask me to be your teammate. I hope you can. Stick around for a while. Her words left him stunned. Huh? A new mission popped up on the panel. 2 teammates have joined the shelter. Reputation +10. First-time teammate unlock bonus, 200 points. Teammate skills can be viewed on the screen. Liu Feng was speechless, a drop of sweat rolling down his face as he thought, this is the legendary jinxed teammate. Why? Why do I feel like the shelter's future is in so much danger? The character profiles of the 2 new recruits quickly appeared with their evaluations. First up was Sarah, a beautiful secretary, the kind every boss dreams of having. Shouldn't you be taking her to warm your bed? Next was Li Xin, a strong warrior forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Hope you're tough, because all of her teammates don't live long. Arriving at the research cafeteria on the 16th floor, everyone was busy grabbing food. Liu Feng couldn't help but praise her. Sarah, how did you find this place? In his mind, a few thoughts flashed by. These were their stat cards. This secretary, Sarah, is amazing. And Li Xin has AA attributes. She smiled warmly and replied, this is the food storage for the 16th floor of the research department. The chef went back to his hometown to get married, so he gave me the key to hold on to for a bit. As expected, there are still plenty of ingredients. If I've decided to join the shelter, then I should make a contribution, right? Liu Feng secretly opened her character profile to examine it, and there was even a nickname system. What the heck is this Reaper title? I'm not going to be in trouble, am I? Then he noticed the green text. Mood. Normal. What does this green mood indicator mean? Could it be? Instantly, the panel provided an explanation. When the mood section displays green, it indicates the other party has good intentions toward the shelter. When the mood section displays red, it indicates the other party has ill intentions toward the shelter. Armed with this new knowledge, Liu Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems I can use this system to identify people with ulterior motives and spies in the shelter. Suddenly, his little sister appeared beside him, happily drinking from a milk carton. Oh, Xin Tong is drinking milk, it seems you still have. Your old favorite habit. A memory flashed through Liu Feng's mind. I remember she loved the milk from our neighbor, Aunt Xu Yan, the most. I wonder if she's still alive? If I get a chance, I definitely have to go back and check. An image of the kind aunt holding a carton of milk appeared in his thoughts. Xin Tong, here's your milk. Without a second thought, Liu Feng spoke to the system. System, show me Xin Tong's information. Instantly, her information card appeared. Mood, unknown. Skills, unknown. Evaluation, a mutant whose evolutionary process was interrupted. If her evolution had succeeded, what a terrifying creature she would have become. But is it worth losing your humanity to become powerful? Is it worth it? These vague details made him suspicious. It's strange. The system can't read her. Is it because she's not unlocked yet? Mood unknown. Why do these stats make it feel like my little sister is even stronger than me? Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes widened. It's my turn next. This time, his information appeared. Points, 1,600. Master Liu Feng. Level 4. Apocalypse Refugee Reputation Level 1. Shelter Leader. Shelter population 4 out of 10. Goal to build a 10,000-person shelter. Progress 0.04%. Strength C+. Endurance B-. Agility B. Intellect C. Charisma C. Shelter Level 1. Other essential needs are all missing. Reading the information made him secretly pleased. He had leveled up twice. The mission and killing mutants really gave a lot of rewards. Looks like I can get even stronger now. Liu Feng spoke to the system. Redeem the blueprints. Redeem the water pump room, cafeteria, and sleeping quarters, and build them for me. Oh right, system. If I redeem the cafeteria, will the food be free? The system coldly refused. Impossible. You have to work for your food, buddy. The cafeteria is only responsible for food preparation. Ingredients must be exchanged in the trade area, or provided by yourself. The system's answer made him realize it was a total ripoff. For now, food could be covered by his earnings. Suddenly, Sarah's loud call startled the man. Chief! She happily pointed at the items she had just found. I found the rebar and plastic tarps you were looking for. There's a lot of it. He looked at the items and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Encouraged by the praise, Sarah continued. Chief, I know what you're planning. You're building a greenhouse, right? I guessed correctly, didn't I? Her eagerness made Liu Feng break into a sweat. Ah, Li Xin chimed in from behind. Not bad. I guess you're not completely clueless. She put down 2 large bags of soil. She had heard him say he was looking for those materials and knew he wanted to build a greenhouse. I just took a look around and found some vegetable seeds, which are perfect for your greenhouse. It seems you've got some real abilities. He didn't hesitate to smirk and play along. Smart. As expected of my teammate, only someone like you is worthy of joining my shelter. Li Xin, not wanting to waste words, started walking ahead. Let's go. Let's see this shelter of yours. Liu Feng quickly nodded and waved. Okay, I'm right behind you. Once everyone was out of sight, he cried silently to himself. I just wanted to build a bed for Xin Tong. Why are those two so sharp? Is this what an intellect stat of B or higher looks like? Sarah and Li Xin froze on the spot, speechless. Chief, is this the underground city you were talking about? In front of them was a tiny hole, just big enough to crawl into. Liu Feng hastily stammered an explanation. Ah, this is just a temporary way in. The main door is blocked by rocks. Let's hurry up and go, Li Xin scoffed, wondering if she had made the right decision. Everyone followed him and crawled inside. Li Xin crawled in first, teasing in a low voice. Your shelter isn't some old pickle cellar, is it? He hesitated awkwardly. Of course not. Sarah, surprised, thought to herself, it's so big! I thought it would just be a small basement room. Beside her, Li Xin was also still in shock. I thought even a simple cellar would have been impressive. Even Liu Feng himself didn't understand why his shelter was so spacious. He was probably more shocked than anyone. How did this happen? The shelter hadn't even been up for a day, and it's already doubled in size, and now there are 2 more doors? The system popped up to answer his thoughts that had popped up while he was out. The shelter has finished constructing the dining hall, water room, and sleeping quarters. As for the power station blueprint, I need a designated space for construction. He regained his composure and put on an act for the girls. Allow me to introduce the shelter to you both. He then pointed to each area. My underground city was built and is managed by an artificial intelligence. On the left are the sleeping quarters, in the middle is the water room, and on the right is the dining hall. Liu Feng walked into each room, explaining in detail, this is the dining hall. Give any ingredients to the AI, and it can process them into any meal you desire, or turn them into dry rations. The computer has access to every recipe imaginable. He then led them to the next area. Next is the water supply. This is the water pump room, one of the lifebloods of the shelter. As long as we have electricity, it can supply water instantly. Right after, Liu Feng led them to the living quarters. The sleeping quarters include a bathroom. Once we have power, it will provide hot water 24/7. For now, it can accommodate 10 people. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes lit up, and she cheered joyfully. Wow, hot water. Chief, hurry up and fix the power center. They walked a bit further until they reached a place where he entered a password, and a door opened, and all 4 of them stepped inside. Inside was a messy pile of rubble and dirt. This was the place where her vice captain had single-handedly destroyed the main corridor. After saying that, Liu Feng felt ashamed. Vice captain, sorry, please take the blame for me. You're already gone after all. Li Xin stepped forward to take on the task. Leave it to me. From her uniform, her arm opened up, revealing a strange small device. Liu Feng had never seen anything like it and asked, what is that? She acted mysteriously, unwilling to reveal anything. You'll see in a bit. With that, she placed it on the pile of rubble. At the same time, they all went back outside. A moment later, a deafening explosion erupted. The blast cleared a path for them to pass. Only then did Li Xin explain, this is a special breaching charge. Let's go. Liu Feng looked at the explosive power and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it blew a hole straight through. They all started to pass through. She scanned the surroundings. The zombies on this floor were already all dead. The area around this shelter must be safe now. Suddenly, they were standing in front of a small room. He announced, we're here. Li Xin, could you stand guard outside for me? She replied without hesitation. Okay. Liu Feng was now diligently working on the machine inside the room, modifying, repairing, and restoring it. The machine suddenly produced a cube as he cheered, it's done. Just then, the system displayed a notification, shelter architecture. Level 1 is complete. The shelter can now be upgraded to level 2. This news thrilled him. Awesome! Meanwhile, in the bathroom, where the 2 girls were soaking, Sarah couldn't contain her bliss and let out a sigh of pleasure. Wow! While washing her hair, Li Xin shed her usual cold demeanor, her face beaming with happiness. Hot water really is the key to our fighting power in the apocalypse. The girl beside her chimed in agreement. That's right, we really have to thank the director. Liu Feng was sitting at his desk as the system began the level 2 upgrade for the shelter. The notification screen popped up again at his request. The upgrade will take 6 days and 5 hours. After completion, the shelter's power supply will last for 4 months. Please find a new energy source. It then listed the benefits. Unlocking 4 new maps, a transportation room, a medical bay, a combat uniform research lab, and firearms research. Liu Feng grinned from ear to ear. This is awesome! We even get firearms research and a transport portal. The two girls finally finished their showers. Sarah, wrapped in a towel, complimented Li Xin. Whoa, Li Xin, yours are huge. I'm so jealous. Flattered, she calmly replied. Humph, yours aren't exactly small either, Secretary Sarah. I can't believe we can still take hot showers during the apocalypse. Let's hurry. Liu Feng has probably been waiting a while. As Li Xin grabbed her clothes, her joy was cut short when she discovered something odd. This shelter even provides uniforms. How thoughtful. Hey! A piercing scream echoed, startling him. Ah! She stood in the distance, shivering and trying to cover up. I can't believe it. You're just a total pervert. Why is the uniform designed to be so ridiculously short? Sarah, shyly covering herself, agreed. Yeah, this feels a little strange. Flustered by the false accusation, Liu Feng blushed as he looked at their two stunning figures, but inwardly, he was grinning. He asked the system, Heh, system, what's the deal with these uniforms? The screen popped up with an explanation. They were designed based on the subconscious imagery in your mind. Li Xin gave this director a lesson he would never forget. I'll let you off the hook this time, but you won't be so lucky again. Her punch left a lump on his head. Liu Feng winced in pain but decided to move on. All right, now let's start. Our meeting to plan for the future. Sarah, you can start. The voluptuous secretary held up a paper and presented, Ahem, on our last supply run, we brought back enough food for 4 weeks. 65 cans of food, 2 bags of rice. If we ration it, it should last for a month. We don't have to worry about our water supply. Therefore, our first priority is to find more food. Our second priority is to find a new power source. Hearing the report, Li Xin also chimed in, For food and power, we can search a few kilometers from here. We don't need to worry much about medical supplies, since we just collected a lot from the hospital. Sarah turned to ask for his input. Director, is there anything you'd like to add? Her competence was so impressive it gave him butterflies. Having his subordinates report to him felt amazing. They had already helped him plan everything out. Outwardly, however, he maintained a serious expression and continued, Ahem, that's a good summary. But relying solely on scavenging for food isn't a sustainable plan. With that, he quickly stood up. Follow me. Liu Feng led them to another section of the shelter, his two capable assistants following close behind. I mentioned the greenhouse project before. I plan to set up the structure here in the water supply room. There's plenty of space. Li Xin crossed her arms and asked nonchalantly, Is there anything you need our help with? Sarah, on the other hand, showered him with praise. Your planning is brilliant, Director. Sarah is truly impressed. He gave a smug grin. You don't have to stare at me like that, you know? Immediately, Liu Feng commanded in a loud voice, System, construct the greenhouse. A screen appeared with a status report. Missing materials. Grow lights, nutrient solution, and hydroponic tools. Requires deduction of 100 closing. Points for purchase. Confirm? He answered instantly. Confirm. The moment he spoke, 2 robotic arms appeared out of thin air. They quickly and automatically grabbed 2 support beams. Then, even more arms appeared, taking the beams to form a frame. Simultaneously, a notification popped up. Greenhouse construction will be complete in 2 days. Greenhouse map unlocked. Li Xin watched in amazement and exclaimed, That's incredible. She glanced over at Liu Feng and thought to herself, this is even more advanced than the military's AI. It seems his story checks out. Meanwhile, in a small alley outside the hospital, Li Huang, who was now turning into a zombie, was shaking uncontrollably and begging for his life. A cruel voice echoed, Ha ha ha, don't even think about running. A woman named Toxin pinned the old man down and casually held up a photo. I'm going to ask you something. Have you ever seen the woman in this picture? The old man could only plead, Help me, please don't kill me. Toxin stomped on his knee and repeated the question, Have you seen this woman? Terrified, Li Huang answered, No, I've never seen her before. She looked at the man's pathetic state and sneered. Ho, about to turn, are we? The old man continued to beg desperately. Save me. I have a lot of money. If you save me, I'll give you anything. For some reason, hearing this made Toxin furious. What? You have money? She turned to her henchman and snatched his club. Give me that. Toxin then viciously slammed the club into Li Huang's chin, causing him immense pain. You have money? She began to beat him relentlessly, not caring if he lived or died. All you rich people. Li Huang's face was beaten to a swollen pulp as he was forced to listen to her tirade. Do you have any idea what poor people like us have to do just to survive? Toxin let out a bitter laugh as she vented about the injustice. We, the poor, were oppressed by your kind, forced to scrape by day to day in the subway tunnels. You all called us subway dogs, didn't you? Bet you never saw this coming. When the virus broke out, we, the chipless subway dogs, actually managed to dodge a bullet. With that, she raised the club and swung it at his head. The rich deserve to die. After Toxin finished venting her rage, her henchman spoke up. Boss, that guy, Zheng Tiansheng, has offered a huge supply cache as a reward for finding the woman. in the photo. Toxin replied, her voice filled with resentment. Humph, that's right. But that crowd is no better. The times have changed. This is the apocalypse now, and we, the subway dog tribe, will kill all of those bastards. The rich, standing tall at the pinnacle of the apocalypse. His words were so firm that no one dared to say a word. At the shelter that night, everyone was sound asleep, except for Liu Feng, who was tossing and turning. It's here. He closed his eyes. But he wasn't sleeping because he was lost in thought. This was his first night in the shelter, and this moment was incredibly tense. Because as he thought about it, Liu Feng suddenly woke up, his face bright red, realizing he was facing the greatest danger in history, which was him looking over at the two girls sleeping soundly, his heart in turmoil. This was the first time he had ever slept in the same room with girls. Although he'd had a girlfriend before, they had never even gotten intimate, and this was clearly the sign of a virgin. Liu Feng closed his eyes again, thinking about the future and trying to focus on something else to distract himself. System, tell me about the new features of the upgraded shelter. The system immediately appeared. Upon reaching level 2, the shelter will automatically expand. All level 1 structures will automatically upgrade and add the following new facilities: a level 1 greenhouse, level 1 combat uniform crafting, a level 1 treatment room, a level 1 transport gate, level 1 gun crafting, combat uniform crafting, and uniform crafting. Unbeknownst to him, Sarah had gotten up and was stepping out of bed as the system continued its presentation. The gun crafting facility requires elite apocalypse prestige to be purchased. The treatment room can cure diseases, and as long as there are resources, it can automatically produce supplies every day. He still didn't notice, focusing only on the information provided by the system. Oh, so to make guns, I need prestige. It looks like I'll have to find more people. Another notification appeared. Remodeling skill upgraded to level 2, adding destructive force, paralysis, acceleration, fortification, and a 5% charm effect. This part intrigued Liu Feng. Charm effect? Behind him, Sarah had suddenly taken off her clothes without him realizing. He only now noticed her, and a cold sweat dripped down his back. Ah! She slowly approached, making Liu Feng even more panicked. Wait. What is this situation? Why is Secretary Sarah taking off her clothes? That's right. Sarah's attitude towards me is one of reverence. Could it be that the system read my mind and is playing along? The better your relationship with others, the higher the chance of special events occurring. She lifted the blanket, but he didn't dare to move, thinking to himself, if I make a sound, it'll wake up Li, Hin, and she'll misunderstand me for being a pervert. Suddenly, Liu Feng flinched as a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, she's in my bed, and her arms are wrapped tightly around me. The very real sensation sent this virgin's mind into a state of confusion. Sarah, you've gotten into bed. What is going on? Her breath tickling his ear made Liu Feng blush awkwardly. Secretary, Sarah, we've only known each other for 1 day. Not to mention her full chest was pressed against his back, this feeling of contact. Liu Feng waited for a moment, but unable to bear it any longer, he turned around. Sarah, wait, It turned out Sarah was still fast asleep. Liu Feng was shocked, realizing he had been getting the wrong idea. Wait, this is sleepwalking. I can't believe Sarah is a sleepwalker. I can't. Wake her up, otherwise Li Hin will wake up and I'll be screwed. His mind started racing, trying to figure things out. What should I do? The night passed just like that, and the next day, in the shelter's sleeping quarters, Liu Feng had dark circles under his eyes like a panda, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Let's not even talk about last night. I absolutely cannot let them find out what happened. He tried his best to stay composed and get back to the main task. System, I want to test the charm effect of the new remodeling skill. Liu Feng took out some bullets, thinking he'd have to use the explosives Li Hin found in the blast debris for the test. Unfortunately, the gun had already been blown up. Immediately, he picked up a bullet and began to use his remodeling power. The system announced, 2 power points consumed. Bullet has gained an explosive effect. Seeing this, he thought to himself, 2 points. The remodeling ability is definitely related to my physical constitution. Liu Feng pondered for a moment and made a decision. I don't have any long-range attacks, so maybe I can improve my throwing skill. I remember I have a talent for coordinating with thrown weapons. Current talent points, 4. Attribute points, 2. Perception increases thrown weapon proficiency. After scanning the information, he confirmed it decisively. Indeed, this perception talent is a perfect fit for me. With that thought, Liu Feng gave the command, System, add 1 talent point to perception, 3 points to the Kung Fu Master chip, and all attribute points to strength. Another information panel appeared. Congratulations, strength has increased to B. When an attribute point is increased, a special selection is triggered. Random reward selection. A. Melee attack speed, plus 5%. B. Melee damage plus 5%. C. Stationary attack damage plus 20%. D. Kung Fu Master Gauntlets. Liu Feng's attributes: Strength C plus to B minus, Endurance B minus, Agility B, Intelligence C minus, Charm C. Liu Feng looked at the information before him, smiling with delight. Ha, a random reward selection. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, it's purple. System, is the color purple of fixed rarity? The screen quickly displayed an answer. There is a 5% chance for a purple reward, a 1% chance for orange, and red is unknown. He chose immediately without a second thought. Looks like my luck. Isn't bad. I choose D. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand like a strong electric current, accompanied by a display message. Host has chosen D. The Kung Fu Master chip has been upgraded to the Kung Fu Master Gauntlets. Liu Feng was completely overwhelmed by this information. What? Abruptly, his hands felt like they were out of his control, racked with unbearable pain. It hurts so much. He swung his fist into the wall, creating a loud bang. Ah! When Liu Feng opened his eyes, he noticed something strange. His once trembling hand was now tightly encased in machinery. This attribute is so powerful. The system displayed the information: Master Kung Fu Gauntlet, 3 slots, Strength Boost, and Metal Attracting Magnetic Force. While he was still taken aback by his new power, his phone rang. You have a new delivery order, please check. His attention immediately shifted to it. A delivery order. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. 9527. Luckily, I still remember your ID number. Liu Feng was confused, not recognizing who the speaker was. Hello, who is this? Somewhere hundreds of miles away, Callie was desperately trying to escape from a horde of zombies. I'm Callie. You're the only person I can contact right now. Can you come help me? I need your assistance. A majestic eagle appeared in the sky. It soared over the burning city. Li Xin, who hadn't seen him move for a while, looked up and exclaimed, Whoa, there are even eagles in the city now? For some reason, Liu Feng, who was beside her, had a very serious expression on his face. A thought flashed through his mind, the suit automatically searching for the chip. He ignored her words, lost in his own world. This mission would be just him and Li Xin. Memories quickly came flooding back. An image of his sister, bedridden with a serious illness, flashed in his mind. How long has Xin Tong been like this? Sarah slowly approached, holding a clipboard. For 1 day now, I found her in this condition yesterday afternoon. Just then, the system interface appeared. After consuming the variant's essence, your sister has begun to evolve. Please upgrade the shelter to level 5 immediately. Li Xin suddenly brought up someone she had just investigated. That person, Callie, who called you, her identity isn't simple. She is the chief operator for the Litian Group, and some time ago she was engaged to Zheng Tiansheng. It was most likely a political alliance. Liu Feng was quite surprised to hear that. What? They had that kind of relationship? Sarah carefully jotted down the information and finally came up with a plan. She's a few miles from the shopping center. If we go rescue her, we can also grab some supplies on the way. Li Xin stood with her arms crossed and a determined gaze, agreeing. I suggest we go find her. We might be able to get more information on Zheng Tiansheng. The mission board simultaneously displayed a notification. Mission selection. 1. Search for supplies, 92% survival rate, 1,000 reward points. 2. Search for supplies and have Callie join the shelter, 30% survival rate, 5,200 reward points. His gaze turned cold as he thought to himself, another mission choice. The flashback ended, and he dashed off after Li Xin. Xin Tong, just wait for me. Heading out to the target. Callie. They arrived at a once bustling district, now completely deserted and overrun by zombies. He moved cautiously, his eyes constantly scanning the area. The scene was desolate, with a bicycle lying in a pool of someone's blood. There was even a house with the corpse of a turned zombie sprawled inside. As they were walking, Li Xin suddenly raised her hand, signaling them to halt. Stop! She warned them that the path ahead was blocked. It's all zombies up ahead. Moving like this is way too slow. Liu Feng took a sip of water, trying to come up with a plan. Why didn't you bring your stealth suit? Li Xin was also taking a short break. She slowly explained, that suit has a government tracking chip. I took it into the shelter's signal jamming area. When the signal disappeared, the government would assume I was killed in action. He suddenly remembered something and pulled out an item. That's right, I modified this magazine with some very powerful explosive rounds. Be careful with them. She was a bit surprised by its appearance. Explosive rounds? Li Xin didn't ask any more questions and attached the magazine to her hip. Thanks, Liu Feng. Liu Feng, meanwhile, was mentally reviewing his own arsenal. Right now, besides the flame blade and the assassin's bolt, I also have explosive throwing knives and the magnetic gauntlets. The explosive throwing knives can be set to detonate, and the magnetic gauntlets can control about 88 pounds of metal. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It looks like I need more energy to earn more points. Li Xin noticed his thoughtful expression and glanced over. We'll move out in 2 minutes, okay? Yeah. She moved closer and nudged him playfully. Hey, you're staring at my thighs. Looks like our leader is still just a boy. Her teasing voice snapped Liu Feng back to reality. Ah! Li Xin suddenly pulled the strap on her thigh and let it snap back, giving him a seductive smile. You got some kind of weird fetish for thigh highs or something? Her bizarre action made Liu Feng blush in disbelief. What? Though flustered, he tried to remain calm and waved her off. Stop messing with me. I have a way to get there fast, he said, pointing to a car in front of them. We can hotwire that car and get going. Li Xin wasn't a fan of the idea. Smashing the window will make too much noise and attract that horde of zombies. But Liu Feng was insistent. There might be another way. The two of them slowly snuck toward the car. He noticed a zombie corpse sitting in the driver's seat. Unaware, she was about to pull him away from behind. The car's locked. Let's find a different one. Liu Feng quietly reassured her. It's fine. Then he raised his newly upgraded gauntlets. Watch this. A small device floated into the zombie's jacket pocket, while another attached itself to the car's ceiling. Li Xin couldn't help but be impressed by the novel gadget. Not bad. I didn't know you had a trick like this. Liu Feng looked up, feeling a sense of pride. These gauntlets are pretty awesome. A moment later, his sword shot through the zombie's head inside the car. They dragged the corpse out, got in the car, and sped off down the street. The car plowed through countless zombies. Some of them were even torn in two. Crash! Bang! Li Xin was behind the wheel, having the time of her life. Did you see that, Liu Feng? I totally nailed them. He was in the passenger seat, his face plastered to the window in terror. Could you maybe drive a little safer? But she just laughed exhilaratingly. Haha, this is awesome! Seeing how happy she was, Liu Feng took the chance to strike up a conversation. By the way, Li Xin, it feels like you've really opened up and become more relaxed since joining the shelter. In a great mood, Li Xin started to tell him about her past. Back in my old squad, the Special Forces team had to deal with dark stuff every day. Now that I've left, I'm in a much better mood. For my own sake. After saying that, she gave a contented smile. You have to live a little longer. Okay, Captain. Li Xin's expression made him so flustered he had to look away. Through the glass pane, Liu Feng saw a zombie baring its blood-soaked fangs. It looked completely different from the others. It looked several times more grotesque, and its disgusting appearance sent a shiver down his spine. The zombies were starting to evolve. On the other side of the mall, something was banging against a door repeatedly. Crash, crash! The door quickly cracked open, and a zombie's arm reached in. She leaned toward the nearby window and saw it had started to crack too. Callie frowned, getting a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the glass door shattered completely. The zombies began to flood in. The window couldn't hold them back any longer. Elsewhere, bright sunlight streamed into the supermarket. A zombie bared its razor-sharp teeth as it searched for prey. It moved toward Callie, reaching out. Its blood-covered hands. Behind her was a dead end, leaving no escape. Is this it? The zombie suddenly lunged forward. Callie sat frozen, closing her eyes as if ready to give up. But out of nowhere, a club smashed right into its head. A group of capable-looking people stormed into the room, fighting off the zombies relentlessly. Da Qiang, a burly man, looked at her with concern and asked, Miss, are you all right? Let's get you out of here first. Callie, still not understanding what was happening, sat frozen. Who are you? Without a word, they quickly pulled her away from the dangerous area. Two other members of the group who had entered used all their strength to shut the door and trap the zombies. They cleverly wedged a baseball bat under the handle. Quick, find something to barricade it. Callie, saved in the nick of time, was deeply moved. Thank you all for saving me. And you are? The group then introduced themselves one by one. Da Qiang, from security. I'm a student, Lisi. Hey there, beautiful. I'm Xiao Sun, also from security. Hello. We are the survivors from this supermarket. I'm Police Chief Luo Yi. Seeing that these people meant no harm, she softened her voice and introduced herself. My name is Callie. Thank you for saving me. Who? I knew there had to be people in this supermarket. We finally found you. Sweat dripped down Luo Yi's face as he asked curiously. Oh, really? How so? Recalling what happened, Callie explained the difficult situation from earlier. When those zombies appeared, my car's battery suddenly died. I managed to evade a few of them and ended up running here. The front of the supermarket is a dead end. There are a lot of barricades and not many zombies around, so I figured someone must have already cleared out the surrounding zombies. As she spoke, she recalled running to the supermarket and seeing from the outside that every entrance was sealed with a roll-down security gate, which proved someone was here. A cunning glint flashed in her sharp eyes. It seems I've won. Luo Yi could tell this woman was no pushover, and the thought crossed his mind. These wealthy types are definitely not simple. He quickly changed the subject, pointing, Let's head back to our base and figure out the next steps. Back to the shopping center. There were other survivors there. A girl in a school uniform, named Xiao Yi, rushed over. Did you find any food? Behind her, Grandma Jin walked slowly with a cane, a gentle smile on her face. "Oh dear, officer, are you all right?" A pregnant woman named Yi Hua also looked on worriedly. "Luo Yi, are you hurt?" Her husband, Xiao Zhao, stood beside her with his hands on his hips. "It's good that you're safe." Luo Yi scratched his head and calmly reassured everyone. "Haha, we found plenty, enough to last us for a few days." Meanwhile, Callie scanned her surroundings, assessing the situation. An old woman, a pregnant woman, a police officer, and he has a gun. They seem like good people. Xiao Yi suddenly noticed the strange woman and became annoyed. "Who is this?" Luo Yi. Callie smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Callie, CEO of the Litian Group. Thank you for saving me." Xiao Zhao stared at her, his eyes wide as he pointed, unable to believe it. "Ah, I remember now. She's one of the top 10 female CEOs on the Fox list." Yi Hua was completely surprised by her identity. "Wow, she's an entrepreneur?" Luo Yi was also stunned after finding out who she was. So it was her. In contrast to the officer's excitement, Xiao Yi shot her a nasty glare. "Humph, what a vixen." Suddenly, a voice cut in. "Well, isn't this lively?" A young man walked over, scraping a knife against the wall. "Hey, we've got a new face." The man was Zhang San, an escaped convict. "So you found food, huh?" When he saw Callie, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of lust. "Whoa, what a beauty." Without hesitation, Zhang San pulled something from his pocket, a can of food. "Hey, beautiful." He crudely placed his other hand on her slim waist. "How about we make a deal?" He gave her a shameless, lecherous look, making no effort to hide his disgusting intentions. "This can of food is yours, if you spend one night with me." But she wasn't some easy prey. She raised her hand and delivered a hard slap across his face. Callie contemptuously brushed her hand off and glared down at him. "Get your filthy paws off me! If you touch me again, don't blame me for what happens next." Zhang San was genuinely enraged, his face contorted with fury. "You be." He was about to pounce, but out of nowhere, a gun was aimed at his head. Luo Yi's face was grim as he warned, "Zhang San, listen up. I'm still a cop, and don't think for a second I don't know you're an escaped con from the nearby prison." The sight of the gun made Zhang San flinch. He jumped back, sweating. "Whoa there. Officer Luo, I was just joking." He kept the gun trained on him and ordered, "Put the food down. If you want to eat, you'll come with me and kill zombies." Callie watched the exchange, silently making an assessment. "Looks like this group has its own internal threats. Even a cop is just a normal person. I need to figure out how to ensure my own survival." After the scuffle was over, Luo Yi turned to her and apologized. "Sorry you had to see that, Callie." She didn't want to dwell on it and decided she wanted to contribute. "I have some experience with logistics. You can leave managing the food supplies to me." Hearing this, a friendly team member came over to welcome her. "Welcome, welcome." The others were also very approachable. They quickly got acquainted and chatted happily, not noticing Trong Tam watching them secretly from a distance. He let out a strange smile, clearly hiding some ulterior motive. "We'll just have to wait and see." Elsewhere, a brilliant gaze illuminated everything, accompanied by heavy panting and feet running at full speed. Huff, huff. OB was another survivor, carrying a comrade on his back, trying to escape the horde of zombies chasing them from behind. How did these zombies get so fast? They're catching up. He was in an absolute panic, sweat pouring down his face with every thought. "Am I going to die here? No, that can't be right. I had my fortune told." The words of an old fortune teller echoed in his mind. "When you're in trouble, a benefactor in red will come to save you." OB glanced toward the wall. "Hey, there really was a red zombie lunging to bite them." He watched the scene, completely helpless. A benefactor in red. A zombie? Hawk Van came from behind with a club to help. OB ducked. He immediately swung hard at the zombie's head, but it was completely unfazed, instead attacking even more ferociously, making him scream, "Ah!" In that life-or-death moment, Liu Feng leaped out like a god, swinging his sword in a straight line down the zombie. Clearly, this was OB's true benefactor in red. Liu Feng's face seemed bathed in light, sparkling like an angel. Amidst the chaos, OB looked at him and knew this was the person the old man had spoken of, the benefactor in red. Hearing this, Liu Feng remembered he was also wearing red and paused. Suddenly, the man grabbed onto his leg, causing him to be quite surprised. "Hey!" OB kept calling out, "Benefactor." Not letting the man's grip distract him, Liu Feng remained vigilant. Just then, his sixth sense detected someone behind him. It turned out to be a zombie with freakishly long arms about to attack Liu Feng. He quickly grabbed a throwing knife and hurled it at the creature. Instantly, its head exploded. Liu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Very effective. While he was lost in thought, OB was terrified by the scene unfolding. The zombies were chasing and tearing apart innocent people, and haunting sounds echoed all around. The scene was utter chaos. Zombies devoured people without hesitation, while other survivors ran frantically to save the injured. A desperate voice cried out, "OB, run!" He looked, in the direction of the voice, only to see a zombie eating someone he knew alive. He screamed, "Ah, old lie!" The zombies were growing more numerous, relentlessly chasing after the humans. Liu Feng assessed the situation as he moved. The zombies have evolved these past few days. He charged into battle with the zombies while calling out to Lai Hin, and she immediately came to help. "Over here!" Right after, Lai Hin fiercely kicked away a zombie blocking her path. "Get lost!" A zombie was still persistently tailing him. It was now diving down from above for a surprise attack. Liu Feng fearlessly dodged the assault, but unfortunately, his blade was snapped in two by the attack, getting stuck deep in the ground. He then held out his hand, which was equipped with a sensor mode to control the metal blade. "Come to me!" Under Liu Feng's control, the broken piece of the blade immediately pulled out of the ground and then pierced through the zombie's head. After killing it, an exhausted Liu Feng panted heavily. These evolved zombies are too powerful. Watching from a distance as he took down the zombie, Obi couldn't help but admire him. So strong. Liu Feng held up the broken blade to inspect it, filled with doubt. An evolved bone blade can actually cut through my composite sword? Not letting this distract him for long, he continued to survey the surroundings. Seeing the zombies growing in number, he shouted a warning. "This is bad. The gunshots have attracted a lot of zombies." Suddenly, Liu Feng spotted a repair shop across the street. "Hey, to escape these persistent zombies," he commanded loudly, "Quick, to the garage up ahead." They followed his orders and took temporary shelter inside the shop. OB was helping another injured person and expressed his immense gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Li Hin instructed, "Save it for later. Let's check if there are any zombies in here. Start with the second floor." Everyone cautiously made their way up the stairs. She and Liu Feng got into a defensive stance as they stood before a door, when suddenly, a zombie from outside smashed through the glass, recklessly. Charging in, without a second thought, he immediately thrust his blade through its mouth. The zombie fell in front of him. Liu Feng looked at the half-blade left in his hand and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to make a new weapon." After checking the surroundings, Lai Hin reported, "The room is secure. That was the last zombie, so we can rest here tonight." So that night, the four of them lit a lamp for warmth inside the repair shop. From the upper floor, she looked out at the situation outside. "We're surrounded by zombies." Hearing this, Liu Feng confidently assured her, "It's fine. I'll forge a new weapon in a bit, and if the zombies don't leave by tomorrow, we'll kill them." She was a bit skeptical hearing him say that. A modification ability with a blue light? Could he be the legendary mutant? Once things had calmed down, OB finally introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm OB, an electrician. Thank you for saving me. We are the remaining survivors from nearby who came out to look for food. If we hadn't met you, we would have definitely died today." Liu Feng heard this and, intrigued, invited him. "An electrician, huh? Wanna join our disaster response team? You just have to work. We'll provide food and shelter." OB didn't agree right away and hesitated. About that. Even though you're my life-saving benefactor, I have to discuss it with my friend first." Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly. Gurgle, gurgle. Liu Feng seized the opportunity. Hungry? He then took out some food, making a forcefully voluntary offer. "OB, I've got food right here. Food, water, and even medicine. As long as you agree to join, I'll help bandage your friend and guarantee you a comfortable life from now on." Hearing this, how could he not be furious? It was at this moment that OB's emotions exploded. "Even if I die, I'd rather jump down and let the zombies eat me than ever eat your food." He sounded so determined, but who would have thought that a moment later he was seen grabbing a bowl of rice and wolfing it down, while also sucking up. "Wow, this smells so good." An army really does march on its stomach. After filling his belly, OB started worrying about his fate. "Man, I wonder when I'm gonna die." "I'm still a virgin!" Suddenly, Liu Feng reached out his hand and clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we will definitely survive." He smiled at him, then pointed to himself. "And I'm single just like you." Seeing the two of them chatting so cheerfully, Li Hin chimed in. "Hey, Captain, that's some heroic talk." He was surprised by her sudden forwardness. Li Hin, ignoring Liu Feng's words, even deliberately, pressed her full chest against him. "We will definitely survive, don't worry." Seeing her act so seductively, Liu Feng was also flustered. OB, sitting there watching the two get flirty, couldn't help but feel annoyed, and he said he was single. 1 hour later, on the first floor, the area around the auto repair shop was still quiet. Liu Feng had found a flashlight somewhere and was now busy searching for necessary supplies. He secretly resolved to create a new weapon before dawn. After finding some materials for crafting, he wondered, "There's quite a bit of material here. What should I make?" Looking around once more, he suddenly spotted some kind of machine. This is... After taking a closer look, Liu Feng happily decided, "Got it. I'll make that." The next day, when the brilliant sunlight had replaced the mysterious dark sky, everyone was awake by then. It seemed OB had seen something that shocked him. Ah, what is this? He and Li Hin peered outside, only to find a sea of zombies had gathered outside the shop. Seeing their numbers growing by the second, OB was terrified. We're screwed. In stark contrast to his shocked expression, she remained very calm. We have to think of a way out. Li Hin turned back to look at Xiao Yang and thought, we have an injured person with us now. She thought in frustration, we can't move quickly at all. Huh. Suddenly, a roaring sound erupted from outside, attracting the attention of the zombie horde and Li Hin. A car sped through the crowd with a zombie tied to its rear. On the car was a heavily tattooed man. He was running his mouth. Ha ha ha, you. Morons, I'm here! It turned out to be Gong Jun. He even manically challenged them. Woohoo, come and get me! Li Hin and Obi were stunned to see him here. The approaching car drew all the attention of the zombie horde. The people on the car were shouting and screaming. Oh! Seeing this, Obi was overjoyed. This is great. They're here to help us lure the zombies away again. But then suddenly, Li Hin sensed something was wrong and urgently prompted, this is bad. We need to go now. Obi followed her lead, helping Xiao Yang up, and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? She then voiced her suspicion they might be targeting us. And just as Li Hin said, Gong Jun immediately led his group to break down the door and charge in. Woohoo! Get them! Whoa! There's a babe here! The leader shouted, long live the Iron Clan! But he didn't get to celebrate for long, as she immediately pulled out a gun and shot the two men in the lead. The remaining guy was shocked. Holy crap, she has a gun? With the principle of total annihilation, Li Hin instantly used the short blade on her arm to stab through the guy who was just rambling. Suddenly, another figure appeared, attempting to ambush her, but with her sixth sense, a woman's precise intuition, Li Hin detected it and dodged the attack. Ha! After landing safely, she quickly aimed her gun at the enemy. Ha! Suddenly her eyes widened in utter shock. Before Li Hin was. The sight of OB and Xiao Yang being restrained, with knives held to their throats, the woman with an eye patch sneered contemptuously. Hee, you're a dangerous one. I didn't expect you to actually have a gun. Guns are pretty hard to come by around here. Not only that, but she also boasted threateningly. If you dare to shoot, I'll kill your friends. Then she gestured towards her companions and introduced herself. All right, let me introduce myself. I am Dutu, the captain of the Iron Clan. Are you with the military? After speaking, Dutu held up a photo of Callie and asked, you who sold out to the government, have you met this woman named Callie? Li Hin was unafraid, calmly standing there and replying, no. That was on the outside, but inwardly, she was relentlessly cursing him. Damn it, Liu Feng, where are you? They're looking for Callie. Suddenly, the injured Xiao Yang struggled to speak and answered Dutu. We heard that someone named Callie recently joined the survivor group at the nearby supermarket. Unexpectedly, her attitude towards him changed, becoming enthusiastic. Thank you. I've decided to give you all a chance to live. Then she turned to provoke Li Hin. Hey, soldier girl over there, let's have a one-on-one duel, no guns allowed. If you defeat me, I'll let you all go. Without letting her react, Dutu had already gotten into a stance, even pulling out 2 daggers hidden on her person. Let's go. She rushed towards her, full of excitement. Let's have a little fun. Haha. In this life or death moment, Li Hin noticed a strange figure appear behind her. Hey, that person demanded in a low voice, move. All of a sudden, a horse head blocked Dutu's 2 daggers for her. It turned out to be none other than Liu Feng, but now he was wearing a horse head mask and holding a chainsaw. He began to activate the triple-layered chainsaw. Dutu stared at Liu Feng with eyes full of astonishment. It turned out that sparks were beginning to form in his mouth. He blew with force, causing the fire to erupt, and her chest, being close to the flames, stung with pain. Ah, it turns out that thing. Liu Feng was wearing gear he had crafted himself. A D-rank flame-breathing horse head for 20 modification points, a C-rank happy chainsaw for 30 modification points, with reduced consumption cost after a level 2 modification. He arrogantly bluffed, I am merely the sword saint of the horse, here to save a helpless damsel. Hearing this, she was stunned. Huh? The sword saint of the horse? Meanwhile, on the other side of town, inside a bustling shopping mall, a girl was casually enjoying a glass of fruit juice. That person was none other than Callie. While everyone else was suffering the consequences she had caused, she was sitting here, leisurely enjoying life. Phew! Suddenly a voice called out, oh, isn't this Callie? She took off her glasses to see who it was. After confirming it was an acquaintance, she put her glasses back on and continued to relax. The newcomers were Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu. Seeing Callie dressed so provocatively, they got some ideas. All alone here? Why don't you come have some fun with us? When Callie didn't react, they started getting handsy. What do you say, beautiful? Still not in the mood to come play with your big brothers? Seeing she wasn't budging, the thug Zhang San taunted her. Of course, it's okay if you don't agree. Then, with a lecherous expression, he brought a knife close to her as a warning. Because we love watching your type struggle. Li Si stood beside him, licking his lips eagerly. All right, let's get started. At this point, she had had enough, grabbing the drink from before and splashing it right in Li Si's disgusting face, causing him to scream in surprise. He got to experience the healing properties of lemon firsthand, but it seemed a bit painful. My eyes. Seeing her fight back, Zhang San, who was standing nearby, got angry. You bitch. You refused the easy way. So you want to do it the hard way? Just as he was about to make a move, Luo Yi appeared from behind, threatening them with a gun. Zhang San froze, exclaiming in fear, "A cop!" The thugs were quickly subdued by the officer, yelping, "Ow, ow." He pointed his gun threateningly. "I heard from Callie that you guys were planning to mess with her. I didn't believe it at first, but I came to check, and it's true." Seeing Luo Yi's actions, Zhang San complained, "You're colluding with this low-life woman to trick us?" Immediately, a foot stomped on his face, and a cold voice asked, "Low-life?" Callie glared down, her face dark. "A scumbag like you deserves to be locked up in prison." A flash of disgust appeared in her eyes. "I absolutely will not let that ticking time bomb go off." Then, without mercy, she repeatedly stomped on the bastard. Meanwhile, far from the supermarket, the intense fight was still ongoing. Toxin and Liu Feng were clashing, and she angrily asked, "Not bad, you've got skills. Who are you?" But he just joked around, refusing to be serious. "I'm her horse." Seizing the moment, Toxin was distracted. Liu Feng knocked her blade away. She roared in anger. What kind of hero wears a horse head? Anyway, before she could even get her footing, Liu Feng launched another surprise attack on Toxin. It turned out he was breathing fire in her direction, but she had already sensed his intention and dodged it. Same old trick. Toxin landed, gloating. "Don't think I'll fall for that again." But she celebrated too soon. Liu Feng reached out with his sensor-equipped hands, aiming them right at her blade, then have a taste of unprecedented magnetic force. Controlled by the magnetic field, Toxin slammed to the ground as he yelled, "Get lost!" Immediately after, Liu Feng's arm was wrapped around her neck, leaving her completely immobilized. "You lose." Seeing her subdued, her underlings cried out in worry, "Big sis!" Narrator: "Well done, Liu Feng." He tightened his grip, making her uncomfortable. Only then did he take off the horse head. "I remember you said that if I beat you, you'd let my friend go, right?" Knowing she was defeated, Toxin began to play mind games. "Your looks and your strength aren't bad. Are you really with that Callie woman? We're heading to the supermarket to capture her later." Hearing her plan, he couldn't help but be curious. "Why do you want to capture her?" Toxin answered honestly, Hey, the Minister of Health, Zheng Tiansheng, offered a large amount of supplies for her. These officials are always acting so high and mighty. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill all those scumbags." Toxin was enthusiastically plotting, but Liu Feng immediately cut her off. "Sorry, you won't get that chance." Pinned down by him, she scrambled for a way out. "Uh-oh, this is bad. If I don't use my full strength, he's going to crush me to death." But unexpectedly, Toxin seemed to be enjoying this, a look of craving on her face. This fatally comfortable feeling. "No, I'm reaching my limit. I have to go all out." Just then, a siren blared, drawing everyone's attention. Li Xin looked at the chaotic scene outside and asked worriedly, "What's happening?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror. At that moment, the system issued a warning. "A mutated power-type zombie has appeared. Immediate evacuation is recommended." At the same time, one of Toxin's underlings came to report. "Big sis, something is attacking our motorcade." She became dizzy with rage. "What?" A giant zombie was wreaking havoc outside. It lifted a car as if it were nothing. Then, it immediately smashed the car into the building, shattering it. The people inside dodged as the car flew in. The scene descended into chaos, with dust filling the air. Everyone hurriedly helped each other escape. "Let's use this chance to get out of here." They quickly disappeared into the cloud of dust, leaving Toxin and her underlings behind. They anxiously reported, "Big sis, it's bad. They've rescued all the hostages. What do we do now?" Toxin gritted her teeth in anger and ordered them to escape the zombies first, saying they would capture Callie later. They're all on the same side, so let's head to the supermarket. I'll kill them all when we get there. At that moment, inside the supermarket, a fair-skinned hand was taking notes. After Callie finished taking inventory, she began assigning tasks to everyone. "Starting today, we're rationing food. We only have enough for 5 days. Patrol the surrounding entrances." Lawai quickly chimed in. "I've already told Ailey to go on patrol. Tomorrow, we will go out to find food." Then he expressed his deep gratitude. "Thank you for your help. This will take a huge weight off my shoulders." Tuton also suggested they keep those guys locked up for the time being. While everyone was talking, YY, bitter nails, seething with jealousy. This damn vixen just arrived and is already trying to seize power. Brainlessly, she challenged Callie. "Why do you want to ration the food?" Seeing her acting this way, Lai immediately stopped her. "Why, calm down. This is for everyone's sake. Callie couldn't be bothered with such an impulsive person. If you don't want a ration, then let's all go out and kill zombies. After that, Callie didn't pay her any more mind, turning to point at the list and asking, "Ma'am, how many months pregnant is that woman?" Granny Kim found it odd, but answered truthfully, "Now that you mention it, it is strange." When Li Hoa came into the supermarket, her belly was still flat, but just a few days later, it's as if she's about to go into labor. How did it get so big in only a few days? Being ignored made YY even more furious. Damn it, she's ignoring me. Hearing this, Callie grew suspicious. She then instructed the old woman, "To get that big in just a few days, it can't be. Ma'am, could you bring them some food for me and check on their situation while you're there?" She recalled the woman's arm, the wound. On that woman, it wasn't a zombie bite, was it? After giving out all the orders, Callie turned to leave. Seeing this, YY rushed forward. "You still haven't answered me." Lawai immediately intervened. "Why?" Callie replied coldly. "There's nothing to discuss." She then countered with a question of her own. "It's my decision, and I'll be going with the team to kill zombies and find food. What about you?" YY was caught off guard and couldn't answer, stammering, "I." Lai, beside her, was deeply disappointed by her attitude and chided her. Why? Stop being so childish at a time like this." Callie ignored her from then on, voicing her suspicion. "By the way, Officer La, I think there's a problem with that woman, Li Hoa. The wound on her arm didn't look like a simple cut. Plus, even with a pregnancy, there's no way her belly could swell that much in 3 days. I suspect it's not a baby in her womb." Hearing this, he was taken aback. "What? Are you sure?" Meanwhile, YY stood frozen, shaking with anger. Damn it, she glared at Callie with pure hatred. "That damn witch. That's the first time La has ever scolded me." Suddenly, a voice made YY jump. "Hey there, girlie." It was Trong Tam and Lai too. They were standing in their cell, trying to persuade her. "Hey, you hate that witch too, don't you? I can help you get your man back." His face twisted into a sinister grin. "I think we can work together." Meanwhile, in another room of the supermarket, a desperate scream rang out. "It hurts so much, honey." Xiao Zhao was trembling with fear, his wife's cries echoing in his ears. "My stomach hurts so bad." The belly of Li Hoa contorted grotesquely. She anxiously asked her husband, "Is the baby all right? How is it?" Though scared, Xiao Zhao tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, our baby is perfectly fine." Hearing this, she felt relieved. "Oh, really?" He watched in terror as she gave birth. But the thing that came out, after a successful delivery, an exhausted Li Hoa muttered, "That's good." But the newborn creature had tentacles, completely different from a normal baby. He turned pale with doubt. "Is this our child?" Right at that moment, Granny Kim walked in with her cane, Xiao Hua. Following Callie's earlier request, she said, "I brought you two some food." Granny Kim looked at Li Hoa, on the bed and the creature she had just birthed, and was instantly terrified. "Xiao Hua, she's..." The old woman shrieked in fear. "A zombie! Ah!" Xiao Zhao tried to defend his wife, explaining, "No, it's not what it looks like. She's okay." The words had barely left his mouth when a tentacle suddenly pierced through his body, causing him to scream in agony. He turned and saw it came from his wife. Li Hoa had already zombified. "Honey, why?" Witnessing this horrific scene, Granny Kim's face drained of color as she screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Outside, La Wai was still discussing with Callie. "So you're saying Li Hoa was bitten by a zombie?" Callie had no choice but to confirm, yes, and what was in her belly. Wasn't a baby, but probably a type of parasite. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted behind them. Li Hoa had burst out and was now attacking people. Callie spun around, alarmed. "What's going on?" Li, Tu shouted. "The old woman has been bitten." Without hesitation, Lawai drew his gun and fired at the creature. "Let her go." It pulled its mouth away from Granny Kim's neck. He panicked when he saw this. "The shots aren't working." Not only that, Li Hoa turned and advanced on them. Lai quickly barked orders. "Damn it, it must be a mutated zombie. Da Qiang, go with Xiao Zun and guard the supplies." He immediately obeyed. Right. While Lawai fought to hold it back, Callie told Xiaolei, "You go ahead and clear the way. We'll lure it outside." He quickly agreed. Okay. As she was running from the scene, she worried. "Damn it, my plan has gone completely off the rails. Is this where it ends? This situation is far beyond my capabilities." Flustered, Callie thought of her last resort. "Do I have to rely on 9627? Just then, Latu yelled, "Over here!" He was still waving them over when a knife suddenly plunged into his neck. In his final moments, Latu looked stunned. Huh? Seeing this, La Wai was horrified. Xiaolei. Amid the chaos, a hand slipped into his pocket and took his gun. YY aimed the weapon and threatened, "Nobody move." Lai was stunned when he saw who it was. "YY, what are you doing?" Her face was grim as she spat resentfully. "It's all because of that vixen. Lai, move. I'm going to kill her." He trembled, asking in disbelief, "What are you saying?" Latu had now collapsed in a pool of his own blood, but eyes still wide with resentment. Suddenly, Trong Tam's eerie voice rang out. Hey now, you can't be fighting. We're a team after all. Seeing that he had arrived, Lily immediately gave the order. Trong Tam, what are you waiting for? Kill her. Lai was horrified to hear these words. Lai, you're colluding with a criminal? Trong Tam was just waiting for this moment, and just as she wished, he ordered his second-in-command to grab her. Immediately, Li Tu moved in to restrain Callie. He covered her mouth, saying slyly, Hey, got you now. She looked around in fear for help. 9627, where are you? Li Tu, with a face full of malice, leaned in, pressing his chin against Callie's neck and greedily inhaling her scent. His hands began to wander, groping her firm peaches. He spoke with lust in his voice as he used his hands to rip her clothes. Callie, I've wanted a taste of you for a long time. Every day you eat the finest foods. Have you ever thought about how poor people like us can only survive by robbing and scavenging just to get by? Elsewhere, Truong Tam, with a cunning expression, snatched the gun from Tu Yi's hand, startling her. Give me the gun. As soon as he had it, he fired a shot right into Lai Yi's head. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She fell into a complete panic, her face twisting in horror as she questioned Truong Tam. Ah, Lai, Truong Tam, what are you doing? Vong Yu used a rope to tie Tiu Y up. Truong Tam reached his disgusting hand towards her. My apologies. Callie, haha. Li Tu, after we're done with her, should we eat her? Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, making Truong Tam snapped back to his senses. Ah! He looked at Vuong Nu, worried someone would find out, and gave him instructions. Vuong Ninggu, go spread the word that she's turned into a zombie, just in case someone comes looking. Hearing the order, he immediately complied. Yes, sir. With that settled, Truong Tam returned to the unfinished business. Let's continue. At this moment, with her limbs tied, Callie was powerless, able to do nothing but silently lament her fate. After struggling for so many years to build her empire, it was all going to be destroyed here. She cursed the indifference of her fiancé, the man who was supposed to marry her, Trin Thien Hung, didn't even want to come save her. Can I only hope for Liu Feng? Looking at La Ye's lifeless body on the ground, Callie felt like she already knew her own end would be the same. It's impossible. Forget a normal delivery guy. Now even someone like Officer Law is easily sent to meet her maker. She closed her eyes to endure the humiliation, but she couldn't accept it, still wanting to bet on herself. But I can't give up. If you can save me, to Nuet. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, cutting off Callie's thoughts, and behind them was Liu Feng with his horse mask. The two men lost all interest, stopping what they were doing and whipping their heads around cautiously toward the source of the loud noise. From just now, who's there? Liu Feng zipped past the group and landed powerfully on the ground. He appeared in a heroic pose, one foot on a zombie, the other hand taking off his mask. President Callie, so you were here. Callie was extremely surprised that the one who came to save her was Liu Feng and not her fiancé. In contrast to her, Truong Tam was somewhat intimidated by his powerful aura, so much so that his face was covered in cold sweat. One slash was all it took. He marveled at the power Liu Feng wielded. Our hero was furious witnessing the scene before him. Realizing their depraved actions, he immediately threw a powerful punch into one of the guy's faces, knocking a tooth out, and pulled her behind him protectively. What do you think you're doing to President Callie? As he got close to her, he smelled a faint fragrance. This captivating perfume. His eyes accidentally fell upon Callie's gently heaving twin peaks, making him blush. President Callie, are you all right? She shyly spoke up. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Being a true gentleman, Liu Feng immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her, not forgetting to gently tell her. Here, wear my jacket. For now, she unconsciously replied. Regaining her composure, Callie exclaimed, I can't believe you actually came to save me. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, I did promise you, after all. Seeing Callie fidgeting with the jacket's hem, he was afraid she thought it was dirty, so he apologized first. Sorry, I ran all the way here, so it's a little sweaty. She gently lifted a corner of the jacket to her nose, thinking to herself, he ran all the way? It's not stinky at all. In fact, it's a scent that makes one feel safe. Then Callie expressed her gratitude. Liu Feng, thank you. Truong Tam still hadn't realized the danger he was in. He stubbornly raised the gun and pointed it forward, sparing no sarcastic words for him. Aren't you a poor bastard too? Why are you being a dog for the rich? Why do you want to save her? Liu Feng was now utterly enraged, and with a sweep of his hand, sent the man flying. Get lost! The blow sent him crashing into a wall, his hand losing its grip on the gun as he was stunned. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward like the wind, taking his chainsaw, and ramming it through Truong Tam's body, only giving him enough time to let out a scream. The pain from the wound made him break out in a sweat. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and confidently stated his creed. Even though I'm poor, I believe that if I work hard, I can achieve my own dreams. I'm not like you. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a zombie slipped through the door and grabbed Trong Tam's head. Ah! Help me! As the zombie grabbed his head, Trong Tam's eyes shot wide open. Two streams of bloody tears flowed as he screamed in terror. Ah! Let me go! It let out a roar and lifted him high into the air, squeezing even harder. The immense pain caused Trong Tam to grab the hand on his head, struggling like a fish out of water and screaming. Ah! Liu Feng was shocked by the scene. In front of him was so terrified by the sight that his jaw dropped and his eyes widened in horror. The zombie continued to roar, digging its razor-sharp iron claws deeper and deeper into his flesh. This left the man helpless to do anything but beg for his life. A loud noise erupted as streams of fluid sprayed out from the zombie's clenched fist. Liu Feng's group was scared stiff, frozen in place with cold sweat beading on their faces, fearing for their own lives. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification about the zombie's mutation. A mutated strength zombie has appeared, extremely dangerous. Host is advised to flee immediately. But despite the system's warning, he was paralyzed by its overwhelming aura. This oppressive feeling. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Liu Feng knitted his brows, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it, it really followed us here. You fall back first." Callie, standing beside him, wondered about its main target. She asked if the zombie was targeting him specifically. "Is it after you?" He recalled the recent fight his team had with the zombie. "We were chased by this thing, all the way to the supermarket gate. I had no other choice but to lead it away." Seeing it shoot out tentacles to attack, Liu Feng yelled a warning to everyone. "Watch out!" Wang Wu couldn't process what was happening in time to react, and could only watch helplessly as a tentacle pierced through his body. Arg! Noticing a tentacle speeding towards them, Callie desperately tried to find a way to dodge. How are we supposed to escape now? On the other side, Xiao Yi fared no better, unfortunately getting targeted by a tentacle too. Ah! Liu Feng quickly donned his familiar horsehead mask, revved up his chainsaw, and prepared for battle. "There's no running from this," he muttered to himself. Then, immediately, a brilliant golden light erupted from around Liu Feng. "Don't you underestimate me." Instantly, blazing golden flames burst from his mouth as he decisively yanked the chainsaw's cord. This was his all-out skill, blazing spirit, unleashed in this desperate moment. Decisive slashes of light sliced the tentacles in two. This technique is also known as breath of fire, first form, unknowing fire. The severed tentacles made the zombie roar in agony. Arr! Still reeling from the pain, it let its guard down, giving Liu Feng a crucial opening. Sensing the attack, the zombie swatted him, sending him flying a great distance. Liu Feng managed to land on his feet, but he staggered unsteadily and let out a few dry coughs. Cough, cough. Callie saw his condition and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He clutched his chest, and despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Liu Feng still managed to reassure her, "I'm fine." Inwardly, he was amazed by its ferocious combat strength, as expected of a mutated strength zombie. It's a good thing I had a weapon to hold it back, or I'd be a bloody pulp by now. But at least Blazing Spirit finally managed to wound it. The massive zombie, its tentacles mangled, advanced while roaring, heading straight for Liu Feng with clear killing intent. Ah woo! Suddenly, a car burst through the concrete wall, creating a massive hole, and slammed right into the zombie, which let out a final howl before collapsing. The entire area fell silent, everyone stunned into inaction by the sudden turn of events. Gong Jun, sitting in the driver's seat, was curious about what he had just hit. "I think we hit something." Poison appeared with an arrogant posture, one hand on her hip and a foot propped on the hood of the car. She laughed and greeted him. "Ha ha, you horse-headed turtle. Bet you didn't expect to see me, huh?" Gong Jun seemed to have found his target and exclaimed, "Big sis, look at that woman." Behind his mask, Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock, hearing them talk about her. Callie asked suspiciously, "Oh, do you people know me?" Poison looked at her with a mocking smirk, raising an eyebrow as she stated her purpose. "Your fiancé, Zheng Tiansheng, sent me to rescue you. You're coming with me." Surprise was evident in Kali's eyes. She couldn't understand Zheng Tiansheng's actions at all. What? It was him? Liu Feng grew anxious. After all the trouble he'd gone through to find her, he didn't want to let Callie go. "This is bad," he thought. "If Callie leaves, the lead on Zheng Tiansheng will be gone, and my mission will fail. I have to find a way to make her stay." Meanwhile, Poison used one hand to cup her own chest and struck a seductive pose. "To have a fiancé so smitten with you in this day and age. If I were you, I'd run right back to him." Liu Feng's expression grew serious, and his voice became grim. "Callie, listen to me," he said gravely. His mind raced to find a way to make her stay. "Gotta think of a plan." With his vision obscured by the mask, he reached out to put a hand on her shoulder. But he unexpectedly placed his hand right on her chest as he came up with a plan he called Operation Kidnap the Bride. Liu Feng froze, realizing something felt Off, he inwardly screamed at himself. What have I done? I'm so dead. This stupid horse head blocked my vision and my hand slipped. While everyone was distracted, the zombie's hand twitched, a sign that it was still alive and about to wake up, and resume the fight. Callie paused, her face darkening as she warned him. Could you please remove your hand? How long do you plan on keeping it there? Realizing his grave mistake, Liu Feng quickly snatched his hand back with a yelp. Voice say, I'm sorry. Dusu watched the whole thing from afar, unable to resist sneering. Oh, so it's that tramp Ling Luang, cheating on her fiancé? She let out a small laugh, her eyes filled. How contemptuous! You're utterly shameless. Callie stared straight at her and warned coldly. Take back what you just said. He and I are only in a relationship of convenience, and we're just engaged. Toxin seemed a bit bewildered by this. Liu Feng, who had heard everything, irritably took off his mask and yelled, That's enough. He frowned and warned with annoyance. Zheng Tianxiong is no good person. Then he turned to grab Callie's shoulder, saying, Listen to me, she asked back in a daze. Say what? Liu Feng gritted his teeth as he thought of Han Tong, his eyes filled with hatred, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Your fiancé, that Zheng Tianxiong, built an underground base at the Blue Melody Hospital, secretly researching various viruses, and he even captured my little sister and turned her into a monster. Neither human nor monster, I will definitely catch him. Callie was stunned to hear this, her heart filled with confusion. What? The Blue Melody Hospital is my family's business. How could it be? Related to Zheng Tianxiong? And using humans for experiments? She wondered where on earth Zheng Tianxiong was. Then Callie secretly began to speculate. Could it be that before the apocalypse, Zheng Tianxiong secretly took over my medical assets? Should I believe what Liu Feng is saying? He risked danger to save me, which proves that what he said is probably true. Toxin also spoke up. Hey, have you thought it through, Miss Callie? She heard this and replied calmly, I'm done thinking. She crossed her arms, her tone full of sarcasm. Compared to you, I'd rather believe Liu Feng, the one who came to save me. Unless Zheng Tianxiong comes to save me himself, otherwise I'm not going with you. Liu Feng's face went blank hearing this. While Toxin was agitated by her words, her heart filled with rage. Damn it, this Liu Feng is like my nemesis, ruining one thing after another for me, and he even helped me discover a strange interest. While she was still lost in thought, a zombie, pinned under the car, suddenly started moving violently. Greenhead saw this and hurriedly shouted, Crap, this is bad, it's that zombie. Toxin didn't have time to run, so she had to face it head on. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn you, Liu Feng. Did you set me up? I can't believe you lured that zombie here. He, watching from the side, was extremely satisfied, and his voice became mocking. What does the zombie you ran into have to do with me? Just as Liu Feng finished speaking, one of its arms began to show signs of regenerating. When he noticed this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, the tentacle I cut off, how did it turn into a blade? At the same time, the system's notification rang out. Mutated zombie is still evolving. Danger level continues to rise. Immediately. Leave this area. Currently, Toxin's path was blocked by the zombie, and she could only grit her teeth and scream, Don't run! But survival was more important. Without a word, Liu Feng immediately grabbed his saw and pulled Callie's hand. At the same time, a dark figure approached Toxin's group from behind. Gongjun noticed it and shouted loudly, Boss! Hearing this, she turned around trembling, her face pale. Ah! Just as the two of them ran around a corner, an explosion suddenly went off behind them. He quickly pulled out his phone, his voice urgent. Li Xin, are you there? Li Xin, where are you guys? She was standing in front of a Santa Claus display, and when she heard his call, she quickly reported her location. We're on the second floor, dealing with a horde of zombies. Where are you? Liu Feng felt like he had found a lifeline and frantically explained the situation. I've rescued Callie, but we're being chased by a giant zombie. Do you have any way to deal with it? Although Li Xin was a bit surprised, she replied calmly, Deal with it, unless we set a trap. Hey, just then she noticed a statue next to her and said, I've got it. Over the phone, Li Xin carefully instructed, I've figured out a way. You need to run up to the second floor. Liu Feng didn't hesitate and agreed. Okay. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a sea of zombies in front of him, and no matter how prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel dismayed. We're screwed. We're surrounded. He gritted his teeth, mentally calculating. With this many zombies, I can handle 5 at most. There are at least several dozen here. What am I going to do? Callie, beside him, whose hand he was squeezing tightly, was a bit surprised, but her voice remained calm. We're screwed. It's a horde of zombies. All hope vanished from Liu Feng's eyes, and he asked himself, do I have to give up? At that moment, a radiant, smiling face appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but whisper, Han Tong. Immediately after, Liu Feng snapped back to his senses. Callie knew this situation wasn't good, so she patted his shoulder and suggested, There are too many zombies, let's retreat. But Liu Feng said coldly, "No." His tone became serious. "I still have my sister to save. I have no way to retreat." He immediately reached out and grabbed a shopping cart, saying sincerely, "Callie, please forgive my rudeness." Before she could understand what was happening, Liu Feng grabbed her arm, and she could only let out a confused, "Huh." He lifted her into the shopping cart and instructed, "Hold on tight," which made Callie yelp in surprise. "Ah!" Then, his gaze hardened, his heart filled with determination. "I have to use that thing to deal with this horde." In a certain city, hordes of zombies roamed aimlessly everywhere. In the apocalypse, besides the wickedness of the human heart, the scariest thing isn't the zombies, nor is it the mutated ones. At this moment, someone announced over a walkie-talkie, "Target spotted ahead." Now, on the main road, zombies were swarming in from every direction. Someone exclaimed, "There are so many zombies." The narration continued, "But it's seeing the horde of zombies right in front of you." The commander quickly gave an order, "Open fire." Faced with such a dense horde, an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance of survival. Tanks were moved. Arriving at the designated location, someone gave a reminder over the radio, "Get into position and prepare, then open fire on my command." As soon as the words were spoken, countless guns opened fire. An officer in charge of observation immediately relayed the situation, reporting that the target had been neutralized. Shortly after, another person announced loudly that our forces had suffered 0 casualties. Other officers began to report in one by one. The operation was over. Our troops had entered the target location. Elsewhere, a stern voice came through, reporting to the commander, "Mission complete." At that moment, in a secret underground base, people were gathered around a meeting table when someone asked, "Has the general arrived? What's the situation?" Trin Dong frowned slightly as he reported, "The zombies have been eliminated. Our forces have secured an oil refinery and a military research base, but we've expended a considerable amount of ammunition, so we won't be able to mobilize for a while." Hearing this, the other officers couldn't contain their satisfaction. "Incredible! We even secured the oil refinery. The plan can be put into motion very soon. The provisions department will arrange for immediate transport." Truly befitting of the Iron General, Li Trin Dong, a renowned general known for taking on the toughest battles. Another young man couldn't hide his curiosity. "General, what is that research base? Why did we have to waste provisions to capture it?" Trin Dong's gaze darkened. "As if you even had to ask?" His tone was sharp as he looked directly at the man sitting across from him. "Our Minister of Health, Trin Thin Hung." The man simply scoffed in response. "Humph." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bright light suddenly flashed from behind the zombie horde. Seeing what was in front of her, Callie was filled with questions. What is this power? It can fuse items?" Beside her, Liu Feng was beyond excited. "All right!" He placed Callie on the cart and enthusiastically introduced it. "This is the cart named Gonna Take Your Life. I use it to deal with the zombies." She glanced back, speculating to herself. A modification power like this, could it be? But then she noticed his hand gripping so tightly that his knuckles were white, which surprised her a little. He was trembling. He shuddered, but still reminded her worriedly, "Callie, if we can't handle this horde, we're going to die. Here today." She found that a little amusing. "Huh? So he does get scared. So foolish, yet he dared to cross dimensions to save me." She looked at Liu Feng, her voice softening. "You're the one who saved my life. If I die, I'm just giving it back to you, so don't worry." Callie gently took his hand, thinking to herself, "He looks like he's barely over 20 years old. Maybe he needs some encouragement." So, she stood up, gave Liu Feng a quick peck on the forehead, and told herself, "Callie, I hate being in anyone's debt, so consider this a down payment." The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit strange. She held his head and promised, "If we don't die this time, I'll grant you any one request." Then her voice dropped, "And if we do die, then we'll go to hell together. Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, his face darkened as he reminded her, "Callie, sit down. Put the coat back on." He put on his mask, his voice firm and determined. "Let's go." Staring at the sea of zombies before them, he let out a threatening roar. "Ah!" At the same time, he was also constantly calculating. "There's a rolling shutter on the far side. I just need to get past this horde and close that shutter, and we'll survive." The zombies were quickly agitated by the sound, and at that same moment, the chainsaws Liu Feng had prepared roared to life. He quickly pushed the cart, plowing through the zombie horde, unable to suppress his anxiety as he screamed, "Ah!" The cart charged forward like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mowing down the zombies in its path. One of them refused to go down, leaping up to attack Liu Feng. He quickly used the horse head attachment to ram it. But at that critical moment, the wheel was suddenly blocked by a corpse. Feeling a hand reaching for him, Liu Feng broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "I'm screwed." The zombies stopped the cart. Staring at the path to survival just ahead, he felt a wave of helplessness. "Just a little further. The door is right in front of me." The zombies closed in as if they'd found their prey. One of them dug its nails deep into Liu Feng's flesh, and his mind filled with panic. Am I really going to die here? A zombie's tentacle pierced straight through Liu Feng's arm, and he could only scream in agony. Ah, the bone-deep pain shot through his entire body. He thought with a sliver of relief, I've been wounded by a zombie, but luckily I already starred too. Took the vaccine. But watching the horde swarm him, Liu Feng reminded himself, even if I'm immune, I'm still going to be torn into 1,000 pieces by these things. Just then, a shift in the light caught his attention. Hey, that's the switch for the lights. And the shutter. Liu Feng suddenly had an idea, thinking, that's it. He immediately leaped up and yelled, Death Force, the shadow of classization. Pendant light bent and began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, it ripped free from the ceiling, plummeted through the air, and crashed down upon the zombies, blocking his path. Liu Feng seized the chance and shouted with glee, Now's my chance! It was like a high-stakes chase, with the horde surging like a tsunami behind him. He yelled in excitement, I'm out! As he lunged for the lever, his voice was filled with taunting defiance. You freaks! Liu Feng yanked the lever, his tone triumphant. Now be good and stay in there. The rolling shutter began to descend rapidly. One oblivious zombie continued to charge mindlessly. But just as its arm reached under, the gate slammed shut, instantly crushing its body. Having just escaped the jaws of death, Liu Feng let out a breath of relief. Alive! I'm alive! Ha ha! His pupils contracted from the extreme shock, and he let out a shuddering laugh. Ha ha ha! Callie took off his jacket, her own voice trembling slightly. It's okay now. He then walked over to the electrical box, already calculating his next move. I have to absorb some electricity to earn points. Right then, the system's notification rang out. Power source absorbed. 150 points acquired. Callie couldn't hide her suspicion as she witnessed this. She frowned and muttered, could this be? A moment later, the two of them reached the fire escape. Liu Feng eagerly led the way. Come on, let's go reunite with everyone. When they arrived, he saw a familiar face and excitedly asked, Li Hin, are you ready yet? She immediately replied, all set. Upon seeing the person next to Liu Feng, Li Hin couldn't help but wonder, hey, that's Callie. She immediately rushed over to warn her, hey, listen to me. I know you're not someone to be trifled with. If you dare pull any tricks, I'll kill you, got it? Hearing this, Callie was not fazed and sneered. Oh, starting with the threats, are we? As she spoke, she silently assessed that this Li Hin seemed to be a government agent, and surprisingly, on the same side as Liu Feng. It seems he's not as simple as he looks. Li Hin also observed her opponent carefully. Tsk, she brushed off my threat so easily, as expected of someone who's seen it all. After their standoff, Li Hin suddenly yelled, Ah, Liu Feng, did you get injured by a zombie bite? Hearing this, he quickly reassured her. Oh, it's nothing. I've already taken the anti-zombie vaccine. Callie was a bit surprised. What? He actually has the vaccine. Li Hin. Seeing that Liu Feng was safe, she playfully gave him a noogie. Nice one, kid. You even have the vaccine? As expected of someone from the government's secret planning division. You scared me half to death. He struggled to respond. Of course, Callie, who was standing nearby, also sighed in relief. Phew, for a second there, I thought I'd gotten my savior killed again. Liu Feng said with a proud expression. With teammates like you guys, how could I bear to die? Meanwhile, Li Hin's face darkened as she noticed the lipstick mark on his forehead. Her voice was grim. Callie knew she was responsible for this, but she just gave a little cough. Ahem. Right after that, Li Hin's voice boomed from behind, ordering, Wipe that lipstick off your forehead now. While some teammates were busting their butts, others were busy flirting. Obi couldn't take it anymore and roared, Will you two stop with the soap opera? Hurry up and get into position. I'm done with this stuff. Li Hin then came over and announced loudly, Okay, I'm in position. Tio Duong, who was on the statue, also chimed in, I'm ready too. Liu Feng looked at the setup before them, his tone full of admiration. Oh, so this is the trap you were setting up? That's just like you. Li Hin was a bit surprised to hear him say that. Oh, not bad, you figured it out? As the two of them ran towards a closed door, a scream suddenly echoed from behind them. Help! Teotone and one other person were being chased by a zombie. They were running for their lives while screaming, Help us! Liu Feng immediately grabbed his chainsaw and told the two girls in a serious voice, You two go ahead, I'll go save them. At that moment, the two people were about to be struck by the zombie's tentacles. Teotone's face went pale as he shouted, Oh no! He thought it was all over, but thankfully, Liu Feng arrived just in time to save them. Immediately after, he ordered, Go! Daikuang shouted. Let's move. OB, who was standing next to the statue, saw Liu Feng get sent flying into a wall by the zombie's punch before he could even blink. He froze, stuttering in panic. I'm done for. My hands caught in the wires. Completely oblivious to the fact that the zombie had already noticed him, Obi glanced at the statue and said helplessly, Just forget about it. His trapped hand hung limply as he muttered, "Let me tell you, with the world in such chaos right now." He raised his hand, his eyes vacant. "I can't go to work. I can never go to work for the rest of my life." Just then, a golden light shone on his face. Obi seemed to have an epiphany that he could only go somewhere to take shelter. You understand? After rambling for a moment, when Obi turned back, he finally noticed the zombie had been staring intently at him the whole time. His face turned white as he screamed his lungs out, "Help me! Ah!" Suddenly, a whooshing sound cut through the air as Liu Feng, despite being injured, rushed over to provide support. He yelled out a reminder, "Execute the plan." OB, holding the electric wire, watched in terror as the tentacles rushed toward him. "Oh, oh!" A spark appeared on the wire, and he anxiously begged, "Please, blow up." With a bang, the base of the statue exploded. Through the smoke, Liu Feng heard a terrified scream. What was that? He turned to see that the statue had only wobbled slightly, and someone shouted in a panic, "Oh no, it didn't detonate!" Callie quickly ran over to direct them. "Daikung, Tioton, help me push it now." The two men immediately responded, "Right." Li Hin was busy firing her gun to hold back the zombies, shouting, "Move it!" Just as she landed a shot on the zombie, it knocked Liu Feng away. Li Hin glared at the zombie and ground her teeth. Damn it, its defenses are too strong. The bomb seems to be useless. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Move!" At that moment, the statue behind the zombie began to topple over onto it. The massive statue came crashing down on the creature. Liu Feng hurriedly asked, "Is it dead yet?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the zombie effortlessly lift the statue. Tiu Duong was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. "What the? It managed to block that? That statue weighs several tons!" Hearing this, Dai Kuang rushed forward, shouting, "Hang on, brother, I'm coming to help you." In that short time, the zombie's tentacles started to grow even thicker. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is bad. It lost its hand and now it's evolving again." Then he looked at Li Hin and shouted, "The normal bombs are useless. Li Hin, give me your case of bombs." Hearing that, she suddenly remembered, "I almost forgot about that thing." Then, Li Hin quickly ejected her old magazine and reached for the one underneath. Meanwhile, he watched on anxiously. Looking at his own hands, he thought, "This is bad. The magnetic gloves aren't assembled yet." At that moment, the zombie charged straight at him. He had no choice but to give up. It was too late. Just as it was about to stab Liu Feng in the eye, someone suddenly spoke with a mocking tone. Well, where did the coward who tried to pull a fast one on me earlier disappear to?" She taunted him while holding back the zombie. "How did you get so pathetic all of a sudden?" He was completely astonished. "Toxin," she explained with a hint of regret. "This zombie killed many of my brothers too." Then her voice softened as she gently reminded him, "Horsey, remember this. I'm the only one who gets to kill you." Just then, Li Xin successfully loaded the magazine and couldn't help but praise, "Nice one, sister." She adjusted the body of the gun and calculated internally, if these explosive rounds are really that powerful, the recoil must be immense. Li Xin raised her gun, her eyes filled with determination. "Let's give it a shot." Immediately after, a beam of light shot from the barrel, causing her body to uncontrollably tremble. A barrage of bullets flew straight toward the zombie. Seeing this, Xiao Sun shouted excitedly, "It's working!" Despite being as careful as possible, Li Xin couldn't help but grit her teeth. It can even pierce through its flesh. The power is insane. The recoil is ripping my arm apart. Liu Feng, who was trying to move the chainsaw, couldn't help but praise her when he saw this. "Li Xin, great job! Magnetic force!" He then yelled, "Now!" and quickly charged forward, slicing the zombie in half. At the same time, a system notification chimed, "Mutated, strength-type zombie has been defeated. Mission complete." Liu Feng reached in and pulled a nerve fiber from the zombie. The system immediately announced that the essence of the mutated zombie had been acquired. It then began to explain, "The mutated zombie has been slain. First-time kill reward for a mutated zombie is 100 points. The essence can help your sister awaken. Please accept. Host." Reading the notifications, he couldn't help but smile. "I'll take this essence back to her then." The man couldn't contain his excitement. "It's over, haha." Suddenly, someone from behind shouted, "Liu Feng!" He turned around to see everyone running toward him. Li Xin smiled and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Liu Feng quickly reassured her, I'm fine. Da Qiang, standing to the side, was also overjoyed, his voice filled with admiration. "Haha, Liu Feng, you're incredible. You actually killed that zombie." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked worriedly, "Callie, where are Police Chief Luo, Yi, and Xiao Li?" Hearing his question, she couldn't hide her sorrow. "I'm sorry. They were all killed by Zhang San and his gang." The news hit the two men like a bolt of lightning. "What?" Toxin spoke up, her tone half joking, half serious. "Hey, Horsey, this time, you got lucky." Her voice was flippant, making it impossible to tell if she was being sincere. That zombie killed a lot of my brothers. Now that you've killed it, I guess you've avenged them for me. I'll let you off the hook this time." Hearing this, Li Xin grew annoyed and raised her gun at Toxin, warning, "Hey, stop causing trouble." Toxin paid her no mind, sighed in frustration. Whatever. Before leaving, she didn't. "Forget to add a reminder. Your life belongs to me, so don't you go dying on me." With a confident swagger, she turned to leave. "Until next time, horsey." Liu Feng just waved back awkwardly. "See ya." At that exact moment, an announcement blared from a speaker. "Director, our shelter has completed its upgrade. It's incredible. You really need to come back and see it. The shelter is so much bigger now." The system also quickly displayed an information panel. Shelter has reached level 2, medical bay, combat restoration room level 1, pharmacy, and screening room level 1. Accumulated points can be used to transport items and living organisms back to the base. Liu Feng observed the parameters and stroked his chin happily. "Callie, do you still remember the terms we agreed on earlier?" He didn't beat around the bush and made his request directly. "I want you to repay me by joining my team." Thinking it was going to be something major, she replied nonchalantly, "That's it? Fine by me." The moment she agreed, a new notification appeared on the screen. "Mission complete. Supplies found. Callie has joined the shelter team. Reward, 5,200 points." She glanced at the stats, then stated her own plan. "Until we sort out the matter with Zheng Tiansheng, I will join your team." 10 minutes later, when the group reached the lobby, Li Xin, unsure of what to do, asked, "What do we do now? All of my teammates are dead, and we can't stay here for long." Da Qiang agreed. "That's right. We need to find another place." Liu Feng's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, clearing his throat as if preparing to make an announcement. Ahem. His gaze suddenly became intense, and his voice grew serious. "It's true that my real identity is the one in charge of the project, but all of you are exceptional. Now, I would like to use my authority as the director of the shelter to formally invite all of you to join my team." Hearing this, Callie was inwardly shocked. "What? The one in charge of the project?" Obi was not pleased about this at all, and grew irritable. "I know this scam all too well. First you recruit members into your organization, then you work them to the bone every single day." Even though Liu Feng had just saved him, Xiao Sun still chimed in with a sarcastic remark. You can barely take care of yourself, and you're supposed to be in charge of some project?" Da Qiang, adding fuel to the fire, bluntly sneered. "This reeks of a scam from a mile away. It's probably some kind of pyramid scheme." Hearing these comments, Liu Feng gritted his teeth as anger surged within him. "These damn jerks." Li Xin, who understood their concerns, spoke up on his behalf. "I, Li Xin, captain of the Special Operations Squad, personally guarantee to all of you that this shelter is 100% real." Those hypocrites listened to her words. Their eyes lit up. "Wow, Li Xin is so cool. We trust you. We'll join." Right after, she quickly laid out a plan. "Everyone, split up and find any useful supplies, and bring them back to the base. My house is nearby. I'll go back and check on it." Callie moved away from the group, waving her hand and calling out softly, "Liu Feng, come here. I need to talk to you." The two of them went into an electronics store, her long, slender hands were grabbing still functional items and putting them in a bag. Callie didn't hide it anymore and bluntly exposed him. "Liu Feng, you were lying earlier, weren't you? About being the one in charge of the plan and that ability of yours." She held a phone in her hand. Her mood soured as she laid her cards on the table. "You're the one who absorbed the electricity from my car, right?" Suddenly, a zombie jumped out from nowhere. Callie was about to ask when she immediately sensed it, but Liu Feng was one step faster, grabbing her to protect her. "Watch out!" The sudden fall of some items caught Li Xin's attention. What's going on over there?" She reached out to pull the door, wondering to herself, could there be a zombie in there? But as soon as the door opened, Li Xin froze at the sight of Callie lying on top of Liu Feng. Pinned down, Liu Feng spoke up shyly, "CEO Callie." The compromising scene hit her right in the eyes, leaving Li Xin's mind in a jumble. "Ah!" Her cheeks flushed red, but she still peeked inside while silently cursing them. Then she spun around and left as if nothing happened. "Internally," she sneered. "Tsk, so shameless." The two lovebirds were so engrossed they didn't notice the zombie right next to them. Callie sat up and looked at him with concern. "Are you okay?" Liu Feng suddenly shot up, looking toward some rods. Damn it, if only the saw hadn't run out of power. "Hey, wait." Her attention was still focused on the man, completely unaware of the approaching danger. What is he doing? As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he quickly grabbed Callie and warned her to be careful, then immediately shoved a wooden stick into the zombie's mouth, sending a high-voltage current through it that made it convulse. He held Callie in his arms and shouted, "How's that for tough? Let me give you a little more juice." The zombie had no chance to fight back, only groaning in pain. Liu Feng broke out in a cold sweat watching this, thinking to himself, thank goodness the combination worked at the critical moment. Callie looked at the man who had just saved her, her eyes shining as she praised him silently. So impressive, this Liu Feng is really capable. Li Xin was still outside, cupping her ear to listen and wondering, hey, what happened? Why was there such a loud noise? Suddenly, suggestive sounds came from inside. How was that? Impressive, right? Still showing off? Her wild imagination conjured up a lewd scene of the two of them. Oh, so it's the domineering CEO type? She spun away, a sarcastic thought in her mind. So this is Liu Feng's type? Meanwhile, the zombie was paralyzed by the electric shock. Callie sat beside him with a charming look, her tone softer. Liu Feng, thank you for saving me again. But she hadn't forgotten the previous matter and continued to ask, is this how you stole the electricity from my car? Having been called out, Liu Feng started stammering. About that. He quickly made an excuse and tried to bolt. My house is nearby. I have to go find a benefactor. Watching him, Callie's interest was piqued. Just how many secrets does Liu Feng have? At that moment, zombies were still roaming the streets. On the street next to the apartment buildings near Liu Feng's home, a mysterious figure was hiding behind a wall, observing the zombies' movements. As soon as they were spotted, the person quickly fled. Liu Feng tightened his grip on the stick in his hand, letting out a quiet sigh of relief internally. Phew, I was almost discovered. Auntie Li, you have to be okay. I'm coming right now. He suddenly noticed something nearby, confused. What is that? Liu Feng's face went blank when he saw a dog reading a book with a zombie, which even barked happily a few times. Woof, woof. He looked at its face and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What's with that perverted look? Liu Feng turned away, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. This world is a real parody. Even the zombies are. Suddenly, something shot down from above. Liu Feng's mask shattered, and a patch of the dog's fur was singed off. It yelped in panic. Arf! It fearfully dragged the zombie along as it fled. Shui Ping, lying on the rooftop and looking down, had a confused expression. Is that a horse-headed mutant zombie? I've never seen this type before. She looked again and was shocked to see Liu Feng running away, yelling out, hey, he's still alive? Her shapely rear settled back down as she reported the situation in a loud voice. Squad 6, calling HQ. Shui Ping carefully adjusted her mic and announced, a suspicious mutant zombie has been detected near the target. Its purpose is unknown. Awaiting instructions. The person on the other end heard this and asked back in surprise, a mutant zombie? Zheng Tianxiong, sitting hidden in the shadows, then gave a stern order. Bring the target here immediately. Kill anyone who gets in the way without mercy. Liu Feng shouted in panic. Where did a sniper rifle come from? Not daring to delay, he immediately took off running. His legs picked up speed as he urgently gave a command. System, quickly analyze the trajectory of the shot. The system quickly provided an answer. Analyzing trajectory, the sniper's position is on the rooftop of the southeast building. Hearing this, Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat and prayed silently. Auntie Li, you absolutely cannot let anything happen to you. You have to survive. Just then, a memory surfaced, a gentle voice echoing in his mind. Liu Feng, Han Tong, don't be shy. I made a little too much, so I brought some breakfast over for you two. Remembering that kindness, his sense of urgency grew. Auntie always helped me, and Han Tong, I have to save her. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A strange power has been detected ahead. Please choose. Option 1. Leave this place immediately. Survival probability, 100%. Option 2. Investigate this matter and receive a reward. A reward of 1,000 points and a 10% survival rate. Liu Feng couldn't help but be stunned, glancing over. What the? A mission at a time like this? What on earth happened over there? He quickly regained his composure, furrowed his brow and agreed seriously. I accept the investigation. Just as he finished speaking, an object plummeted from above. Thiet Hung appeared, his body encased in armor, emitting a cold sound. Living target detected. Executing command to open fire. Liu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Government troops? Thiet Hung brought his fist down on him, yelling, die. He took the full force of the blow, his whole body sent flying. With his opponent, Liu Feng's feet skidded across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man was surprised by the situation, stunned and confused. What the hell? Liu Feng drew his modified staff to block the blow from just now. A satisfied voice rang out. Not bad. If my strength hadn't increased, you probably would have smashed me to bits. That's right. This is the perfect chance to test this move. As soon as he finished, Liu Feng immediately raised his hand, directly activating his absorption skill. Thiet Hung collapsed, his voice trembling in disbelief. You, what did you do? Why is my power armor out of juice? Liu Feng looked at the scene, with glee. This move really works. The system displayed another notification. Parts detected that can upgrade the gloves. Please collect. He glanced at the information panel, feeling a surge of pride, it seems. I'm the nemesis of all machines. Too bad its effect isn't that great here. Liu Feng stared at the man on the ground, analyzing. Is the glove upgrade part his mechanical arm? Greed welled up inside him. He cracked his knuckles and mumbled, "Heh heh, fess up. Who are you people and what are you doing here? Also, I'll be taking that arm of yours." Thiet Hung was shocked to hear this, breaking into a cold sweat. Huh? After a bit of crafting, it was finally complete. Kung Fu Gloves Level 2 upgrade successful. The system quickly displayed the stats. The glove's new power. 1. When wearing the gloves, you will gain increased left-hand strength, and 2. You gain the steel flying fist skill. Liu Feng couldn't hide his joy after hearing this. Awesome. Now let's test your power. On a rooftop, someone spoke through a communicator. Tuyet Bin, report. She maintained her aiming stance, chuckling reassuringly. Don't worry, Vice Captain. Thiet Hung has already captured him. There's nothing to worry about. His armor can even handle a mutated zombie. While she was reporting, she suddenly noticed something hurtling towards her. The moment she realized what it was, Tuyet Bin screamed in shock. Hey, that's his arm. With incredible speed, it got closer and closer. A deafening explosion echoed along with a piercing scream. Ah, Liu Feng, who had watched the whole thing, calmly retracted his gauntlet. With that settled, he sped off again, his heart filled with worry. I have to get back quickly. There are government troops around here. I have a bad feeling about this. 10 minutes later, after returning to the apartment complex and observing from behind a bush, Liu Feng still couldn't hide his confusion. It was government troops. One of them was pointing a gun at 2 women, ordering them. Move it. He seemed to realize something, shocked and amazed. Hey, this is... So the 2 women struggling out there are the people Liu Feng was looking for. Auntie Li Ham Yen and her daughter Li Vu Hien. At that moment, her eyes were also filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Meanwhile, at the supermarket entrance, Li Hin wiped her forehead and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Phew, I'm sweating buckets. Some ice cream would be perfect right now. She thought for a moment, then wondered. That's weird. Where did Liu Feng run off to? Remembering his righteous words, she felt a little annoyed. He said he was going back to save people but didn't take me with him. Are we even teammates? Looking across the way, she couldn't help but remark, that woman is so carefree. Over there, Callie was hastily directing people. Load the supplies onto the truck. The other person quickly replied, yes, Boss Callie. The intimate scene between them replayed in her mind, making Lai Hin vaguely wonder, what were Liu Feng and her doing just now? Anyway, no. I have to ask him and get a clear answer. At that moment, near the residential area, a shout suddenly echoed. Let go! Ham Yen was resisting with all her might. Let us go. She was furious, and her tone became harsher. Aren't you guys here to save us? Why are you tying us up? Seeing this, Vu Hien became resolute, not wanting to waste her breath. Mom, don't beg them anymore. A brutal soldier struck Ham Yen in the face with his gun, threatening her. Shut up. The unexpected blow made her cry out in pain. Oof. They roughly pushed her down, and Ham Yen could only groan. In pain. Ah! Her daughter couldn't stand seeing this. A frantic scream echoed. Mom! Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her voice trembling. Vu Hin, a soldier who had been watching all this time, became even more excited, his disgusting voice ringing out. You've got a pretty nice body. It's a real shame your husband died. How about I comfort you in his place? Suddenly, Liu Feng appeared from behind, swinging his staff directly into the soldier's face, making him groan in pain. Ugh! The other soldier quickly pointed his gun at Vu Hien, threatening her. But before he could even think, Liu Feng swiftly unleashed his flying fist, a single blow that sent the man's head flying. Vu Hien was a bit bewildered by the strange man. You are? Then, recognizing him, she cheered with delight. Liu Feng. Hey, didn't answer her, only asking with concern. Auntie, Li Vu Hien, are you two okay? Ham Yen's face was pale as she struggled to speak. Liu Feng. He saw her trembling and said worriedly, Auntie, you're bleeding. Ham. Yen paid no mind to herself, looking at Liu Feng with sincere eyes. I knew you would come. Vu Hien let out a sigh, her voice full of grievance. Humph. What took you so long? Where's Han Dong? Liu Feng understood and quickly reassured her. Han Dong is still alive. You'll all be able to live together then. Her face immediately lit up upon hearing this. Really? He turned back to Ham Yen, his face full of concern. Auntie, you. Are you okay? Hearing this, she quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm so happy to see you again, dear. Seeing his mother like this, Vu Hien hurriedly explained the situation. Liu Feng, my mom is sick, she's very weak, and after the apocalypse started, her illness never got better. He was stunned to hear this, unable to believe it. What? Right after, Vu Hien quickly added more without delay. A moment ago, when they captured my mom, they also injected her with some unknown drug. Suddenly, soldiers appeared in droves, shouting loudly, Who's there? Immediately after, a volley of bullets was fired their way. Liu Feng sensed the danger and grabbed Ham Yen and yelled, "Hurry, run!" At this moment, the system displayed a notification, detecting a strange power nearby. Seeing this, his face filled with confusion. Besides my sister, this is the first time it has detected a mutation. Where is the mission target? Suddenly, he snapped his head to look at the tall building above, his voice tinged with unease, as he felt something was increasingly wise as hid wrong. "Hey!" Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out from the opposite direction, and a bullet pierced through Liu Feng's calf, making him scream in pain. Ah! He lost his balance and fell, with Ham Yen in his arms, tumbling down with him. Wu Hien screamed in worry. Liu Feng. Tu Yet Bin looked down from above, her voice filled with unconcealed excitement. "Ha ha, you little brat. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage. "It's her! D times eminent of all times." Before he could even think, she fired directly, intending to deliver a death sentence. Go to hell. Without hesitation, Ham Yen lunged forward and pushed Liu Feng away. "Watch out!" He felt as if he'd been plunged into ice, his entire body frozen stiff. Aunt Ham Yen, Tu Yet Bin watched this scene, growing even more excited. "Ha ha, the next shot will kill you." Liu Feng looked at her, bleeding profusely, his voice trembling. "Auntie." For some reason, black veins started spreading across her face, and her consciousness began to fade, but she still tried to reassure him. "It's okay, Liu Feng. With my illness, I wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. Please take care of my little girl." He looked at the person in his arms, his expression darkening, a realization striking him like a bolt of lightning. "The color of the blood your illness is?" Liu Feng looked at his own hand, his voice filled with disbelief. "Black blood disease." Ham Yen knew he understood everything, her weak gaze pleading with him. "Liu Feng, please promise me, I'm begging you, my daughter is in your hands." Realizing it was too late, he helplessly bit his lip and shouted, "I promise." In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder why. Ham Yen closed her eyes tightly, and amidst the sound of the rain was the heart-wrenching scream of her daughter. "Mom, Mommy." Liu Feng's thoughts became a blur. Why can't I protect the people close to me? At that moment, the group of soldiers began to approach. He looked at the people before him, his voice becoming bone-chillingly cold. "It's all my fault. I'm too weak. D times mine it." Meanwhile, Tu Yet Bin wasn't bothered in the slightest, quickly making a call on her phone. "Minister Trin, the target was accidentally killed. She's dead now." As for Liu Feng, he could only grit his teeth and accept her death. Outside, the rain continued to fall relentlessly, and Ham Yen seemed to have no life left in her, lying there silently. Liu Feng gritted his teeth in fury, spitting out each word, "You bastards." The soldiers pointed their guns at him and ordered, "Don't move, hands up." At the same time, the system also sounded a warning notification, detecting an immense wave of mutation power. Rank unknown. As a dark shadow appeared behind Liu Feng, the alert became even more shrill. Mutation appearing. Behind, host must evacuate immediately. The soldiers couldn't help but be terrified. What is that?" Liu Feng glanced over, murmuring softly. "It's here." Beside him, Wu Hian's eyes widened in panic. These are bizarre tentacles. Suddenly, they accelerated, shattering all his plans and throwing him into a panic. What the? Liu Feng immediately pulled her into a protective embrace. "Be careful, Xiao Hian." A tangled mass of tentacles continuously attacked the soldiers, making them scream in agony. "Ah, help me." "Ah." He turned his head to look, somewhat dazed. "This is?" Liu Feng's eyes widened, his heart filled with endless shock. What is this? Before them was a mutated zombie, shaped like a giant octopus, and inside its head, a human figure was reflected. At the same time, the system's noisy alert rang out, warning that the mutation was evolving and urging the host to leave. With just a glance, Liu Feng was stunned and screamed, "What is that? Li Ham Yen!" Hearing this, Wu Hian beside him frantically cried out, "Mom! Mommy!" He looked behind him, his voice sinking. "We're screwed! The zombies have surrounded us! We can't escape!" The system once again displayed an explanation. It seemed she was lacking the nutrients to evolve, so she actively summoned the zombies here. Hearing this, Liu Feng speculated with a glimmer of hope. Does that mean Aunt Li is still alive? The zombies vaguely seemed to be lured by something, and the system simultaneously kept updating. Based on this energy wave, this mutation is a super mutant zombie. The red text continued to scroll, indicating it's even beyond elite level and the power of a lord level. It's like a feast. As one after another they threw themselves to their deaths. Ah, the status bar flashed non-stop. The system is refreshing, analyzing this power level. The level is... Suddenly, a flash of light erupted, and Liu Feng screamed in panic. The system issued an urgent warning. The calamity-level zombie was like a pillar driven firmly into the ground, as hundreds of tentacles shot out in all directions, forming a dark matrix surrounding everything. His voice trembled even more. Looking at what was piercing through the zombies, he was shocked to realize they were blood vessels. Observing the writhing things in the air, Liu Feng's mind was in turmoil. But why are these blood vessels avoiding us? And this terrifying pressure? Liu Feng's legs were trembling. My mind is hazy, and my body is paralyzed. What in the world is this power? It's terrifying. He remembered the level chart mentioned by the system, and at that moment, the emotionless voice rang out again. This is likely the first apocalypse-class zombie. Those things called blood vessels not only drain nutrients from human bodies, but also absorb them from zombies. One by one, they became delicious prey that nourished it. As Liu Feng faced this high-level zombie, an indescribable sense of pressure washed over him. His heart pounded violently, as if something inside wanted to burst out. From within the pile of rotting flesh, a pair of slender hands emerged. Seeing this, Liu Feng muttered to himself, "She has appeared." A pair of blood-soaked high heels came into view. The moment Liu Feng saw Han Yan, the mechanical voice quickly updated. A potential mutant species has been detected. Power level is unanalyzable. Host survival probability is unknown. It blared a piercing sound. Warning, warning, host. Evacuate the area immediately. Liu Feng felt as if he was being swallowed whole, trembling as he looked up, unable to move. It felt like being targeted by a predator at the top of the food chain. Wu Hien, next to him, though terrified, still stepped forward with a glimmer of hope. Mom, Mommy. Han Yan glanced at them, and at the same time, the system provided an analysis. She seemed to sense the bloodline within Wu Hien. Watching the woman silently pass by, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. We're saved. No wonder those blood vessels didn't pierce us. Is it because of Wu Hien? The system, at that moment, was still seriously updating. She has lost all emotion and memories, evolving into a completely new being. Han Yan strode through the zombie graveyard as the notifications continued to update. In an instant, she can absorb all the blood from the creatures in this area. She is the one described by the glaring red text that appeared, "Walking Apocalypse." Hearing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel bewildered. Why did Auntie Li turn into this? On the rooftop of the opposite building, Tuet Bin, who had witnessed everything, hurriedly reported the news. "Minister Trin, did you see that? The mutant species has appeared." Before she could say more, the dense mass of blood vessels located and attacked her, causing her body to swell up rapidly. She couldn't speak, only able to moan. Right after that, her entire body exploded, sending flesh flying everywhere. Thien Hung, watching through a computer, was stunned. He furiously slammed his hand on the table. Useless! Liu Feng mentally asked the system, "Can she still be saved?" The system quickly provided an answer. Upgrade the survivor team to level 5 to research a vaccine, or find a serum like the one your sister had and inject it into her body. Then there might be a chance to restore her humanity. Then it added, "She is preparing to leave here and will continue to evolve as she enters the city center. Congratulations to the host for surviving." He watched Han Yan leave, his heart filled with uncertainty. An injection? Can I even get close to someone with the power of an apocalypse-class being? The place the Red Star Queen chose as her base was the city center. To get there, she killed a whole army. Anyone bold enough to stand in her way was mercilessly slaughtered. One day later, a group of survivors followed a truck full of food to the shelter. When they arrived at the base, everyone was completely shocked by the sight. Only then did they believe it. Wow, it's a real shelter. The sheer scale of it left Callie stunned. To think that beneath the hospital she had invested in, there was a shelter like this. Seeing the new group, Liu Feng warmly welcomed them. "Welcome everyone to Liu Feng's shelter." The purple-haired girl quickly spoke up. "Hello everyone. I am Sarah, Liu Feng's secretary." Over there, Sarah was meticulously guiding the newcomers. "Let's give you a little introduction to the shelter. This place is managed by an artificial intelligence. This is the scope of the shelter after its upgrade." She pointed to the projection screen. "Besides the original 5 zones, we've now built a command room, a medical bay, a transport room, and a greenhouse, all at level 2. First is the command room. At level 1, using materials or accumulated points, you can produce equipment and items. Currently, it can produce personal gear like clothing, light body armor, or gas masks." Dai Kwang was dazzled by the sight. "So advanced. I can't believe it's a fully automated production line." Next up is the level 1 medical bay, where you can use materials or points to create simple first aid kits with items like alcohol, anti-inflammatory and antiviral drugs. You can even perform some simple surgeries. Tu Duong was extremely shocked. It can even produce medicine? In the apocalypse, anti-inflammatory and antiviral drugs are life-saving items. But the surprises didn't end there. Everyone moved on to the level 1 transport room. However, only the captain can use it. It requires accumulated points to perform some simple transportations, and it also requires a mobile transmission device to be built at the destination. It can only be used once per day. Each time, it can transport 2 tons of items, including living organisms, and can be upgraded. Finally, Sarah led the group to the cultivation area and explained, the level 2 greenhouse can grow various system-modified plants that have a rapid growth cycle. For our group of 10 people, the amount of vegetables here is more than enough to meet our needs. Looking at the fresh green vegetables, they breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they looked delicious. She also showed them the other important rooms. The bedrooms, the kitchen, and the water pump room are this way. Please follow me. Before she could even finish, the new members were like fish in water. Ah, food and warm water. Meanwhile, Li Hin was chatting with Liu Feng about the base, and she exclaimed, I haven't been here for a few days, and this place has gotten so much bigger. Suddenly, Callie cut in out of nowhere. Liu Feng, I have a suggestion. It's unclear what he saw, but his face turned completely red. Ah, President Callie, she's as disapproving as ever. A seductive vixen, but she paid no mind to Li Xin's attitude. As soon as she entered, she got straight to business. I want to build a command center to plan our strategies, though inwardly she was extremely annoyed. This outfit, who designed this? The taste is awful. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Special command center detected. Do you wish to use 100 points to construct it? The command center blueprint is hidden. Only a special person can unlock it. The shop doesn't sell the blueprint, and the function of the command center is unknown. It seemed Liu Feng's judgment was clouded by her beauty, as he immediately blurted out, the blueprint is hidden, system. Build it for me immediately. In return, a message confirmed the construction points had been deducted, and it would be completed in 1 day. A tough day quickly passed, and that night in the bathroom, he relaxed his body, soaking in a warm bathtub, and then sighed, never expecting there to be hidden blueprints. That's right, when the shelter levels up to 2, the bathroom will upgrade into a public bathhouse. He enjoyed the soak while pondering. Tomorrow he would find out what that hidden blueprint does. Does Li Xin also have a hidden blueprint? When I have time, I'll have to ask everyone one by one. This time, the haul was pretty good, except for not being able to save Auntie Li. That was the most painful part. Thinking of this, Liu Feng fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a sound from someone interrupted his thoughts. It turned out to be none other than the adorable Han Tong. You're here too? Yu Xuan followed behind, calling out breathlessly. Han Tong, wait for me! The two of them appearing out of nowhere completely startled Liu Feng. Han Tong, Yu Xuan. He knew why they were there but still asked, as if to hide his embarrassment. Why are you here? When the other person handed him something that looked like a strange, entirely purple root, he suddenly thought, Han Tong woke up right after eating that mutated essence. Her memories recovered. A little. She even remembers Yu Xuan now. However, she just flinched and stepped back, her face blushing as she whispered, Brother Liu Feng. Playing hard to get, even though she clearly wanted to. If it's Brother Liu Feng, I guess I can reluctantly bathe with him. She went for it. Yu Xuan didn't hesitate at all and stepped right into the tub, causing a panicked Liu Feng to back away. Yu Xuan, what are you doing? The two of them got close, very quickly, which made him flustered. What are you two doing? In contrast to his confusion, Yu Xuan was nonchalant. What's there to be shy about? Didn't we used to swim together when we were little? She wasn't about to be outdone. Either. Let me scrub your back for you. Liu Feng's mind raced. No, I have to find a way to distract these two. That's why he spoke up. About that, Yu Xuan. I'm sorry about Auntie Li. As expected, everything paused, and she stood there quietly listening to his apology. I couldn't save her. Seeing her face darken, Liu Feng blamed himself even more for not arriving sooner. But what he never expected was for Yu Xuan to suddenly lunge forward, bonking him on the head. It wasn't clear if it was from the pain in his head or his heart, but his eyes welled up. She held Liu Feng's face, forcing him to look straight at her. Listen here, brother. Liu Feng, if you hadn't come, I would have been dead already. My mom turning into a monster is all those bastards' fault. Her gentle comfort successfully reached the bottom of his heart, and Liu Feng looked at the small girl in front of him with some surprise. Then he gently patted her head. Thanks for comforting me, Yu Xuan. I promise you. Liu Feng's eyes became much more determined, and his tone was extremely firm. I will definitely save your mom. Although she didn't know if it could ever come true, his promise made Yu Xuan feel incredibly at ease. She let out a soft carefully feeling the warmth of his palm, his hand. Brother Liu Feng's hand is so warm. That heartfelt moment in the bathroom became a little secret between them. The next day, he was stunned by something up ahead. Ah, this is... It turned out the command center had already been completed, and all the key members were already there. Seeing Liu Feng, Sarah spoke up excitedly. The captain is here. Meanwhile, at the newly built location, Liu Feng exclaimed in utter amazement, Whoa, the command center! is so cool. As soon as Li Xin saw him, she warmly approached to greet him. Ah, Liu Feng is here. But the surprises didn't stop there, as he excitedly shouted, "Wow, there's a huge glass window. You can see everything outside." Everyone was happy to see him. Only Callie remained stoic, focusing on business. The technology in this shelter doesn't seem to be modern tech. I can't believe you actually had a command center built. Truly impressive. Is this an AI shelter? Then she took charge of assigning rooms. Besides the command center, this place also has private rooms, so us girls will stay here for now, and this. Captain's room will be for you alone. Next, she touched a spot on the holographic globe. I used the command center to capture a government satellite. Callie added, this satellite lost contact with the ground after the government collapsed. The AI here was able to decrypt its code and capture it. The advanced technology left everyone in awe. Whoa, that's amazing. With this in our hands, everything will be much easier. The satellite can help us contact the squad on mission at any time. Even though she disliked her, Li Xin had to agree. The vixen isn't wrong. With satellite support, the Special Operations Squad will have a much easier time, not only with navigation but also with avoiding zombie hordes. It'll all be a piece of cake. Callie then switched the screen on the control panel to another set of information. Not only that, the command center also displays various data, and there's something called resource points. Crafting items will consume resource points. These points can be accumulated by gathering materials like iron, wood, oil, and so on. Every time you want to craft something, just submit a request to you, and this place will automatically deduct the points and begin production. Liu Feng suddenly pondered. These resource points are similar to my own accumulated points, except they're resources produced by the shelter and aren't related to my personal points. However, that much. But that wasn't all. She brought up another important issue. I also want to discuss the system of governance here with you, he exclaimed in surprise. Governance? She calmly acknowledged, yes, a democracy or an autocracy? It's unclear if it was from watching too much harem anime, but Liu Feng's imagination immediately ran wild, comparing his dream of a harem with the dream of saving the world. Fortunately, his reason quickly reined in all his worldly desires. He began to weigh the pros and cons. It's the apocalypse. A little autocracy might be beneficial for survival. If we implement a democracy, needing to vote on everything would be an inefficient waste of resources. But would people like President Callie and Li Xin be willing to be my subordinates? While he was mulling over his doubts, she suddenly spoke up. Ugh, this is too complicated. If Liu Feng is the commander, then an autocracy is fine. Trying to have a democracy in the apocalypse will just get us all killed, won't it? Besides, the authority in this base is yours anyway. These words took Liu Feng completely by surprise. Huh? Is that what Li Xin wants? Unexpectedly, Callie didn't object at all, and even tried to persuade him. I agree with Li Xin. In the apocalypse, it's better to have an autocracy. We all agree that you should be the leader. That made him even more flustered. President Callie agrees too. Liu Feng's mind started racing again, about a future with 3 beautiful women, becoming a reality. My harem. No, the dream of saving the world is what needs to be realized. A few rated images flashed in his mind, but were immediately suppressed. He quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, if everyone agrees then. I will be the leader, and next, I will make personnel appointments. He seriously began assigning roles that suited them. Callie will be the manager, Li Xin will be in charge of security, and Sarah will be the chief secretary. Liu Feng's nose was bleeding profusely as he discussed matters of great national importance. Let's all work together to rebuild human civilization. Callie suddenly became wary of his ulterior motives. Why do I get the feeling you're thinking of something wicked? But that wasn't important. The question that puzzled her was, aren't you afraid that by giving me this manager position, I'll usurp your authority? Unexpectedly, he just scratched his head and explained shyly, if you doubt someone, you can't use them. Then, Liu Feng put on a serious expression and declared, I believe in your character. Callie probably had no idea he was imagining himself making a romantic advance. Heh, as long as your character attribute on the card is green, you'll absolutely never betray me. At that point, won't you just be a fox spirit subdued by the Buddha? However, to her, that trust seemed profound and unfathomable. Liu Feng's methods are truly formidable. Having settled things on this end, Liu Feng turned to the others. All right, let's continue assigning roles. First, Da Qiang and Xiao Sun will be under Li Xin, responsible for underground security. Next is OB. OB is an electrician, in charge of working with his friends to maintain and repair the equipment in the resource room. Seeing that he didn't know his name, Xiao Yang proactively introduced himself. My name is Xiao Yang. Now, in her new position, Callie quickly got to work. Later, I will establish a system. Everyone must work to eat. With the satellite's help, we can recruit more people and form resource scavenging teams. Suddenly, Liu Feng paused. I remember there's still an empty spot in the dorms, right? Sarah immediately fulfilled her secretarial role and reported, "There are still quite a few empty spots. This morning, I used the satellite to broadcast information about recruitment in the nearby area. Any survivors with a signal receiver would be able to get it." Just as she finished speaking, he noticed someone at the shelter's entrance. This speed pleased Callie greatly. "Well done. Hey, someone's here." Looking at the monitor, they could easily see a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, a red-haired girl suddenly struck up a conversation with Da Qiang. "Hi, hello, we're survivors from nearby. Who are you all waiting for?" Unexpectedly, he snapped at her irritably. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Our big boss will be here soon." This made Hai Bing only dare to stammer. Okay." The other 2 survivors took the opportunity to whisper, "This guy is so aggressive, could it be an ambush?" Before they could comment further, Liu Feng's group appeared confidently. She immediately concluded, that aura. This person must be the leader." Hai Bing shrewdly approached him. "With such an overwhelming aura, you must be the leader. We are survivors who received the information on our receiver and came right away." Liu Feng's ego swelled from the praise. "Humph. With my domineering aura, ordinary people bow their heads on sight." He delightedly extended a hand in a polite gesture. "Not at all, not at all. We welcome you all." But before he could finish his sentence, Hai Bing completely ignored him and firmly shook Callie's hand. "Hello, leader." In the end, Callie had to explain to her, "I'm sorry, but he is the leader." Hearing this, she was stunned. "Huh?" Hai Bing froze solid, yet she still managed to adapt flexibly. As expected of a leader with such an overwhelming aura. "The 3 of us are," but Liu Feng was genuinely angry and didn't want to listen. "That's enough. Be quiet." He spoke up, trying to regain his authority. "You've decided to join our team, right? Let me be clear. Here, if you don't work, you don't eat." Hai Bing didn't even wait for him to finish before shouting decisively, "Okay." However, he still needed to check. "Let me see your information." The system quickly displayed their power classifications, skills, personalities, and a preliminary evaluation. Looking at Yajing's panel, Liu Feng whistled in appreciation. "Wow, one of them knows how to grow vegetables. Not bad." Done with that, he moved on to Tian Wei's information, skimming down to the personality and evaluation sections. He was suddenly startled. "Hey, this guy has ill intentions toward me, and look at this evaluation." The 2 glaring words enemy put him on high alert. Could it be? Liu Feng suddenly shifted his gaze to the suspect who was still whispering outside. That guy. A memory of his despicable, cunning side flashed through his mind. He was a spy. Just thinking that made everything feel more dramatic to Liu Feng. Interesting. Let's see. Which fool dares to come here? Time flew by, and the next day arrived at the shelter. As dawn broke, Liu Feng groggily woke up. He was completely stunned to see Han Tong lying in his bed, even hugging his arm tightly without letting go. "Huh? What's going on? Why is Han Tong here? Did she sleep with me last night?" Liu Feng slowly pulled his arm away and turned to look at her, still sound asleep. Could it be a habit? When they were kids, Han Tong was always clinging to me, but an unmarried man and woman in a room together is a bit improper. This won't do. I have to wake her up quickly. It won't look good if someone else sees this. Just then, Li Xin barged in without even knocking. "Liu Feng, time to get up." But at that moment, her attention was solely on Liu Feng's arm reaching towards the sleeping Han Tong, looking like he was about to do something shady. To make matters worse, he flinched when she burst in, as if he was guilty of something. "Huh?" The scene before her eyes made Li Xin's smile freeze on her face. She looked at him with contempt and disgust, stressing the word pervert, completely ignoring Liu Feng's attempts to explain. "It's not what you think." And just as he feared, Li Xin immediately started spreading the story. "Let me tell you, our captain is a total siscon." "What? What?" Looking at the current situation, Liu Feng felt that everything was pointless. While he was sulking, someone came up to report, "Captain, we're all geared up." The security team was now equipped with all sorts of weapons, the most advanced defensive gear, resource points, bulletproof vests, engineer vests, and basic blast shields. A thrilled Da Qiang immediately turned to butter up Liu Feng, as expected of our captain, with this equipment. "I, Da Qiang, can proudly guarantee our absolute safety." He wasn't being modest at all, practically puffed up with pride. "Of course, it's just a shame we don't have guns. Just use this electrified weapon I modified for now." At that moment, Sarah entered and interrupted them with an urgent report. Liu Feng asked, startled, "What is it?" He saw that both Callie and Li Xin were there, which made him worried. "What's wrong, Callie?" Sarah took the lead and explained the situation in detail. "I learned from the 3 newcomers that the government has built a large camp for survivors to the north of the city, and they're recruiting people now." Hearing this, Li Xin couldn't keep her composure. "What?" Callie stepped forward to add, "Zheng Tiansheng is also there." This made Liu Feng unable to sit still any longer. He decided to handle it himself. "I have to go find him." Callie, help me plan a route. She received the order and quickly got to work. Okay, let me see. The satellite map. First, the primary objective is to reach the northern camp and find Zheng Tiansheng. But I think we'll need guns. Along the route, there's a prison I invested in. It has an armory inside. You could go in there and get lucky. This shelter needs guns. She analyzed the map carefully. Also, our shelter needs a name. We have to make it official. At that moment, the system displayed a new mission notification. 1. Reach the camp to investigate Zheng Tiansheng. Reward, 2,000 points. 2. Optional mission. Skip the prison. Survival rate, 100% with no reward. Go to the prison for guns. Survival rate 40%. Reward 6,000 cumulative points. 3. Rescue Li Hanyan, a long-term mission. Survival rate 0%. Reward 100,000 points. There wasn't much time to think, so he carelessly named it, let's just call it the shelter. I'll take a team to the prison. Callie continued laying out her plan. Additionally, I'll form a team. With Daqiang and Xiao Sun as the core, I'll personally lead them to scavenge the supermarkets, gas stations, and hospitals around the base to conserve our resource points. Liu Feng asked with some concern, you're leading the team? Or maybe Li Xin should stay? She has a gun. But Callie felt that was unnecessary. Your mission is the most important one. Once you get the guns, I'll prepare to move on the steel factory and the Western Fuel Depot to gather resources before winter comes. Otherwise, we might not survive the winter. I'm not that important anyway. Having Sarah at the base is enough. Even though he knew she was capable, he was still worried. No, I won't feel safe if the base doesn't have guns. My sister and I will be enough for the mission. Li Xin will stay here to help you. Suddenly, Liu Feng remembered another important task and immediately gave this crucial task to Callie. That's right, I have a mission for you. Among the 3 newcomers, one of them is a spy. Find him. Once I find the guns, I'll use the transport room to send them back. We're in this deep now, so find out who's backing him and eliminate them. Hearing this, she was surprised she hadn't known about the little mole's presence. What? Callie was quite taken aback by Liu Feng's ability. With her own skills, it would have taken her at least a week to discover the spy. Watching him leave, she couldn't help but remark, this Liu Feng is truly an enigma. Later, in the captain's room, he sat alone, muttering to himself, I have to level up this time. All right, now it's my turn. Liu Feng recalled the scene of innocent civilians being attacked by the zombie horde, but he had been powerless to do anything about it. I have to get stronger to prevent that from ever happening again. The system panel popped up, showing his current skill stats had improved. A bit, he had leveled up 3 times. His reputation from the 10 people in the shelter mission had increased to Apocalypse Commoner, but to craft guns, he needed a higher reputation, which can only be unlocked in the Apocalypse Star Elite. Liu Feng checked his own score, and his accumulated points were quite substantial. I plan to exchange points for 2 doses of vaccine for Li Xin and Callie, so I can feel at ease when they go outside. But when he saw that the vaccine required 1,000 points, he hesitated. The weapons in the shop are powerful but too expensive. This would use up all my points, he recalled the previous battle and felt a bit hesitant. Should I continue down the path of a kung fu master? My modification skills seem to have peaked already. No, the innate kung fu talent is very powerful. I've been attacked many times, but I was still able to fight back. This might be another effect of the kung fu master's skill. Finally, without any more hesitation, he firmly pressed the confirmation button, allocating 4 points to Kung Fu Master, raising it to level 8, 1 point into Blacksmith, and 1 point into Scientist. His strength increased from B- to B+. Note, Blacksmith enhances weapon modification abilities, while Scientist increases intelligence and scientific knowledge. Then, he suddenly felt something unusual happening. One of Liu Feng's eyes began to transform. He clutched his face and cried out in pain. His mind was being flooded with too much knowledge. What is happening? Is this the innate knowledge from the Kung Fu Master and Scientist talents? The system displayed a notification. New skills are being unlocked one by one. The Scientist talent granted a vast amount of modification knowledge, and Kung Fu Master was upgraded to the intermediate level. Having received new power, the Northern Camp Martial Arts gave the host many future techniques like this, which when combined with the Scientist talent, will unlock even more weapon blueprints. Seeing this, he laughed with immense excitement and joy. Haha, this new ability is so powerful. He looked at the gauntlet he had obtained and thought, although the Northern Camp Martial Arts is very powerful, most of its techniques are for close quarters combat. The explosive flying dagger wasn't very practical before, but necessity is the mother of invention, and Liu Feng suddenly grinned from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, I've got it, I can. Use the modification gauntlet to create a set of special operations gear. On the second day after his successful upgrade, Liu Feng led the expedition as the leader. All right, let's move out, he equipped the full set of specially modified equipment, and set off with Han Tong. This time, we two siblings will strike. Our targets are the prison and the barracks in the north. The scene shifts to the modern and bustling H-City. This time, the target is H-City Prison. The sound of running footsteps grew more and more frantic. Zi Xuan, rushing, began to pant from exhaustion. She is introduced as a prison guard at H-City Prison. A fellow officer next to her asked about their next move. Zi Xuan, what do we do now? Those things are still chasing us. But right now, she herself didn't know how to deal with them. Keep running. The inmates have already sounded the alarm. We need to get to the guns. Her face was beaded with sweat as she urgently tried to find a solution. Only then can we suppress the inmates. Zixuan led everyone this way, but just as they turned a corner, something suddenly blocked their path. Their faces were all deformed, looking very bizarre. They were mutated police dogs, posing a threat equivalent to a mutated zombie. She was utterly shocked to see them here. Police dogs? Before she could even process what was happening, a mutated dog immediately lunged forward, mauling an officer who could only let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Seeing the dire situation, Zixuan immediately ordered her teammate, who was still standing stunned behind her. Li Jun opened fire, but with their agile movements, they easily dodged all the bullets. Then, he was counterattacked, suffering a fatal bite to the artery in his neck, and blood gushed out non-stop. Fang Hua stood there, witnessing this firsthand, losing all her courage. Her face turned pale with terror as she screamed, "Ah!" Then, she was immediately struck by a zombie that stabbed her from behind with its sharp claws, piercing straight through her brain. Zixuan was in agony watching her teammate die right before her eyes. Li Feng, she looked up in shock at the zombie on the ceiling, which then extended its long tongue, intending to finish her off as well. But just then, an arrow came whistling through the air. It pinned the zombie's tongue firmly to the wall. Zixuan realized there was someone else here. Who? That arrow was fired from Liu Feng's latest modified device. We made it in time. He made a cool entrance, ordering his sister to take care of the zombies, not forgetting to help the police team. Han Tong, we'll each take one. Save them. The mutated police dog, seeing more people join the fray, charged forward aggressively. She didn't hesitate, rushing straight towards its wide-open mouth full of sharp fangs. Zixuan, fearing for her safety, quickly tried to warn her, "Be careful." But Han Tong paid no mind, directly grabbing its slimy, blood-stained mouth. Then, with just her small frame, she slammed the dog hard against the wall. This incredible strength left Zixuan completely stunned. Seeing that it wasn't dead yet, Han Tong grabbed its mouth firmly and decisively, dug her hands deep inside, trying to pry it open, and finally, concentrating all her strength, her eyes flashed a brilliant red. As a result, the police dog was ripped in two, right before the eyes of Zixuan, who was still sitting on the ground in fear. Liu Feng's power was no less impressive, using an explosive crossbow bolt to send the other dog straight to its maker. That one move just happened to help him confirm the power of his new weapon. The explosive flying dagger wasn't very useful. I've modified it into an explosive crossbow. Just then, the large zombie approached Liu Feng from behind. It roared loudly in his face to intimidate him. Liu Feng simply used his iron arm to crush its head and then proceeded to use the new skill he had acquired, Northern Camp Martial Arts. With a single violent burst fist, the zombie was blown into hundreds of pieces. Witnessing this power firsthand, Zixuan was left gaping in astonishment. Incredible. And just like that, the battle was over. 1 hour later, a group of training strangers appeared, and one of them spoke up. "High Priestess, the package has arrived." An alluring foot in a high heel stomped authoritatively on the ground. "Good." Cecilia appeared looking smoking hot, with a golden skull scepter in her hand, followed by 2 henchmen. "This time, we must make those prisoners join our Church of Oneness, the core of which is to become one with us." Meanwhile, inside the prison, it had become chaotic, with a crowd of inmates gathered around, laughing and enjoying some sort of spectacle. In the middle of the room, a man was suspended by chains over a pyre. Surrounding him, other prisoners were roaring, "Burn him, burn him." The terrified man could only plead for any shred of humanity they might have left. "Spare my life, please don't burn me." But they were all savage criminals. Humanity wasn't in their vocabulary. A bald-headed man approached with a torch, begging for your life now. "Did you forget how you used to beat us up?" Then, without hesitation, he lit the wooden pyre below. Too late. The wood quickly caught fire, erupting into a massive blaze. The man's agonizing screams echoed, much to the delight of the crowd watching the spectacle. "Ha ha ha, that moron is finally dead. I want to eat his liver." Not far away, a mysterious figure sat leisurely on a chair as a prisoner timidly approached to report, "Boss, look, that prison guard has been burned to death." The man seemed very pleased with this little show, letting out a hearty laugh. He was Kwang Sam, the leader of the Iron Sword Gang, sitting majestically, on his throne, with beautiful women clinging to his legs and fawning over him. Every word Kwang Sam spoke was utterly ruthless. Bring out the prized, long-handled iron tongs and divide his flesh for my subordinates. Our food supplies are running low, but luckily we still have plenty of pork. If it's not enough, just kill some more. But the prisoner seemed to have something else to say, stammering as he spoke. There's one more thing. That Sichuan woman. She escaped. He frowned, his annoyance showing. What? Without hesitation, Kwang Sam slapped the prisoner across the face to vent his frustration. You moron! Even if it's a woman, he showed no mercy, grabbing one of the nearby women by the hair. She has the key to the armory! He yanked her hair, making her cry out in pain. When he made a threat, it wasn't just a warning. He would absolutely do it. I'm giving you half a day. If you don't find her, you'll be the one getting roasted. Got it? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, drawing Kwang Sam's attention. Crash! He looked towards a blond man behind iron bars. So it's you? That man was the major of the government's Special Operations Unit, Ziying Longshuan. Kwang Sam was very displeased with such a stubborn individual. Just submit. If you surrender to me willingly, I'll let you out, Ziying Longshuan. But given his position, determination, and integrity, the major wasn't one to break so easily. He stared coldly at Kwang Sam without saying a word. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice cried out in shock. You finished them off in just a few moves? Liu Feng took a handkerchief from his pocket. Han Tong, how did you get so dirty? Zixuan stared at the siblings in astonishment. After dealing with a whole horde of zombies, they were completely unharmed. She had lost 3 people and still couldn't handle that zombie mob, yet he did it with just a few moves. And this girl, can she really kill zombies with her bare hands? He paid her no mind, continuing to dote on his sister. A lady shouldn't be so rough. Your hands got dirty. Let your big brother wipe them for you. The little girl with sparkling eyes looked up at him. Han Tong wants milk, but they were in a prison right now, so a helpless Liu Feng could only pat Han Tong's head reassuringly. Where am I supposed to find milk for you now? Yet, the girl calmly pointed at Sichuan and stated, there. He was speechless. That wasn't milk, but his sister was acting like a 3-year-old who would throw a tantrum until she got what she wanted. Milk. Milk, milk. He awkwardly tried to restrain her. Han Tong, that's rude. This action immediately sent Zixuan into a panic. Is she asking for milk or pointing at those? Could this guy be a pervert with a thing for Lolis? Liu Feng politely offered his hand to help her up, trying to dispel the awkwardness. He looked incredibly dashing at that moment as he gently addressed the beauty. Officer, are you okay? But her next action was something no one saw coming. Zixuan slapped handcuffs directly onto Liu Feng. She lectured him with utmost seriousness. The apocalypse is not an excuse for you to become a degenerate. Our country has laws to punish perverts who prey on minors like you. After hearing what Zixuan said, he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe he was being so terribly misunderstood. Huh? What? After a lengthy explanation, she finally unlocked the handcuffs for Liu Feng and coughed awkwardly. Ahem. She scratched her head, laughing sheepishly. What? So, you're actually siblings? Sorry, it's an occupational hazard, you know. But just because he was handsome didn't mean he was a pushover. He had helped her only to be misunderstood instead of thanked. Tisk. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zixuan immediately asked about the situation. By the way, what's the situation outside? After the apocalypse began, the prisoners rioted, and I haven't been out since. Liu Feng gave her a brief rundown. Everything has collapsed. I came to this prison to find guns. Do you know where the armory is? Hearing his objective, her expression darkened for some reason. You're also looking for guns? Let's make a deal, he asked in surprise. Huh, a deal? Xuan laid out her terms. I have the key to the armory. With your incredible skills, all you have to do is agree to help me subdue the prisoners and rescue my colleague. Outside, I'll immediately go get the guns for you. Take as many as you want. As if he'd been waiting for that, Liu Feng flashed a sly grin. All right, you're the one who said it. I'm not the kind of guy who makes empty promises. Of course, I keep my word. How many guns can you possibly carry by yourself anyway? She began to explain the details of the incident. 5 days ago, the inmates took advantage of a power outage at the prison. Iron Pliers Chiang Sen successfully broke out and released all the other inmates. Initially, over 100 of them occupied the warden's office on the 8th floor and the armory on the 4th floor. She was furious, mentally preparing to beat them to a pulp. When I get my hands on these damn inmates, I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Zixuan led the way, slowly ascending the stairs, not forgetting to remind him that someone was likely guarding the armory door. They walked for a while and were almost there, having reached the 4th floor, nearing the gunroom. Suddenly, he heard a noise, and Liu Feng became extremely vigilant. Wait, someone's in the hall. He peeked through a crack in the door and was shocked by what he saw. Inside were gruesome scenes of blood and cruelty. The strong preyed on the weak to survive, torturing them for their own sick amusement. No, let me go! Ha ha ha. On the 4th floor, terrified screams echoed through the hall. Ah, please don't. Those scumbags were tearing the clothes off a helpless girl. They were even filming it to humiliate Xiao Chen, taunting her with disgusting words. Smile now. Ha ha ha. Keep struggling. Beautiful. Wen Kang and Pingui lusted after Xiao Chen's body. They were both perverts, eyeing her with filthy gazes. If you just serve us brothers well, I'll give you meat to eat. They even threatened her. Hee hee, or we'll boil you alive. Pingui pointed to a large pot boiling furiously behind them, where a person had been cooked to death. He continued, to threaten Xiao Chen. If you dare to resist, take a look at your boyfriend in that pot over there. Heartbroken, she was restrained with her mouth covered, unable to fight back, only able to weep for her lover. The two shameless men burst into maniacal laughter. Suddenly, an arrow flew out and pierced Pingui's neck, so fast he couldn't even cry out. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. The other guy, Wen Kang, saw this and yelled, "Who is it?" The door was struck by a powerful force and burst open. Liu Feng, filled with all his fury, immediately charged in, ready to land a thunderous punch. You damn animals. Although terrified, Wen Kang tried to act tough. Who the hell are you? I'm Mo Qianyun, the assassin who killed 10 people, and you are. But Liu Feng didn't care and punched him straight in the face. 8 extremities fist, raging burst fist. A big guy tried to ambush him from the side, but he was spotted. Activating Kung Fu Master. He executed a beautiful spin, landing a high roundhouse kick straight to the man's head. The last guy was scared out of his wits, dropping his knife and collapsing to the floor, pleading for his life. Spare me, please don't kill me. I'm just a henchman. But Liu Feng's anger had boiled over, unable to remain calm after witnessing their monstrous acts. You inhuman scum! From behind, Zixuan went to help Xiao Chen. Up, asking gently, Xiao Chen, are you okay? Though still unsteady, she spoke up, stopping Liu Feng. Let me. She walked over and picked up the knife that had fallen next to the man. Then, her whole body trembled. Resentment and fury drove her to raise the knife. Let me avenge him, the coward begged in terror. Wait, let me explain. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen delivered a fatal strike, cleanly finishing him off, giving him only enough time for a single cry of pain. Ah! Zixuan stepped forward as if to comfort Xiao Chen, but Liu Feng quickly stopped her. He completely understood how Xiao Chen felt. Just let her be. Let her release her anger. His heart ached for the young couple. After all, she had to witness her boyfriend being boiled alive before her very eyes. After successfully avenging her boyfriend, she lost her will to live. I'm coming to be with you. It happened so suddenly that Liu Feng couldn't react in time. Xiao Chen, no. At that same moment, on the 8th floor of the prison, an inmate knelt in fear, reporting the situation. Boss, bad news, the 4th floor has fallen. He kowtowed apologetically before Chiang Sen, the second in command, the murderous demon, has been killed. Hearing this, Chiang Sen couldn't believe his ears. What? Furious, Chiang Sen grabbed the skinny inmate with the iron pincer on his hand, then effortlessly lifted him into the air. He tightened his grip, crushing the body of the unfortunate inmate. Useless trash, Chiang Sen furiously ordered another one of his men. If they've gotten their hands on the guns, number 3, get down to the control room. Open the 5th floor gates and let the zombies in. The henchman immediately followed his orders and left. Understood. Just as he finished speaking, another large man rushed in frantically. Boss, there's someone outside from the Divine Cult of Oneness who says they want to see you. We couldn't stop her. Already annoyed, he became even more enraged. What? Right then, a melodious voice rang out. The Divine Cult of Oneness, the sound of confident steps in red high heels, slowly drew closer. Leader Iron Pliers. Cecilia started with a greeting. No need to be so angry. I just have a few words for you. Feeling his authority challenged, Chiang Sen couldn't keep his cool. Who are you? You dare come to my turf and stir up trouble? Despite his outburst, she remained calm and unafraid. Introducing herself, I am Cecilia, the High Priestess of the Divine Cult of Oneness, here to invite you to join us. The Divine Cult of Oneness. She presented a red box. Inside were things that looked like purple tree roots. Eat this, and you all will obtain immense power. It seemed he was captivated by that strange thing. Kwang Sam, the guy who seemed very interested in this offer, asked, What is this? Long Hian, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and grew curious, hiding a spoon, probably planning to dig a hole and escape from here. Meanwhile, after laying police officer Tu Tran to rest, Liu Feng entered the armory on the 4th floor. Tu Huyen proudly introduced the place. In front of him were countless guns and ammunition, all neatly arranged. Whoa, so many guns. Kwang Sam looked at the strange purple thing in a box and asked worriedly, What is this? But before he could get an answer, he was interrupted again. One of his men came rushing in to report. Boss, we have a problem. Tu Ung has escaped. The boss was shocked. What? All these problems piling up at once made him furious, and he rushed towards the prison cell to check. Get out of my way! Seeing the large hole in the wall, Kwang Sam quickly understood that he had dug through it to escape. Damn it, so he exercised there every day just to hide that hole. Is that it? Damn it, Tu Ung managed to kill all of my men by himself. Seeing him fly into a rage, Cecilia approached to tempt him again. Thiet Kiem, eat this, and you'll have unrivaled power. Kwang Sam was an experienced man. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. So what's the price, High Priestess? Meanwhile, back in the armory, Liu Feng was taking his time looking at a few guns. He was still trying to find one that suited him. So many guns. Walking through the vast warehouse filled with weapons of all shapes and sizes, he found it hard to choose. It was dazzling. Of course, as promised before, Tu Huyen generously gave Liu Feng access to all the weapons. All of this is yours. Take whatever you want. He was very appreciative. Thank you, Tu Huyen. At this moment, she was still blaming herself for the death of her comrade. Tu Tran is gone. She felt their fate would be the same. Are we going to die here too? Knowing full well how chaotic this world was. Liu Feng tried to comfort her. Stay positive. This is the apocalypse. I've been through what you're going through. I've also watched my loved ones die before my very eyes. But he had gotten past it now. He patted little Han Dong on the head and confessed, my only wish now is to protect my sister. With that, Liu Feng put his hand on her shoulder and continued. So, as expected, he was using this tactic, his main goal being to persuade Tu Huyen to join his team. Join us, and let's survive this apocalypse together. She blushed, taken aback by such a sudden proposal. Huh? She couldn't help but feel flustered. This is too sudden. We haven't even known each other that long. At that moment, Han Dong suddenly sensed something unusual. A faint cry from behind made her pay attention. Help! She then ignored the other two, who were still deep in conversation. Your sister is quite impressive. Is everyone on your team that strong? She walked alone towards where the cry for help came from. Liu Feng continued his story enthusiastically. Not all of them, but back in high school, I knew this incredible upperclassman. I later heard he was recruited by the military. Tu Huyen also showed her interest, a soldier, but then he noticed a flash from the ceiling. An arrow came flying at them, but fortunately, he pulled her out of its path just in time. Watch out! Liu Feng immediately raised his crossbow to counterattack. Who's there? Just then, the vent cover on the ceiling shattered and fell, and Long Hian jumped down fearlessly in front of them. He scanned the area and let out a cold snort. Then, moving like a flash, Long Hian charged forward, ready to confront Liu Feng barehanded. Liu Feng kept one arm held tightly around Tu Huyen to protect her. Ah, don't. Stop! He attacked with the crossbow in his other hand. What's your name? But Long Hian didn't care, charging straight in and attempting a leg sweep to knock him down. Against such speed, he knew it would be difficult to defend, so he had to use his power to activate Kung Fu Master. A staff appeared, blocking Long Hian's kick to his shin. Like a breakdancer, Long Hian planted a hand on the ground, swung his legs, and spun in one fluid move. The two exchanged a series of similar techniques, perfectly matched in skill. Long Hian was the first to stop the fight, offering a compliment to his opponent. Not bad. The situation, Liu Feng finally recognized him. He cried out happily. Seeing that his opponent knew his name, Senior Long Hian immediately asked back, who are you? The two of them stopped fighting, allowing Long Hian to prepare his gear after escaping the cell. First, he pulled a thin wire from his shoelace, followed by an indispensable long rifle. Liu Feng wanted to start a conversation, so he introduced himself. Senior Long Hian, do you remember me? I'm your junior from high school. I never expected to meet you here. He remained silent, letting him ramble on. Liu Feng seemed incredibly excited to talk about him. You were recruited by the army back then, becoming a legend at our school. You were my idol. Then, he didn't forget to invite Long Hian to join his team. That's right, I have a base with plenty of food and water. You should join us. We can survive together. Meanwhile, Tu Huyen had thought about it and gave her answer to his earlier offer. I'll join, but only if you help me rescue my colleagues and take down the inmates. Long Hian, however, rejected the offer outright without a second thought. I refuse. Fully armed, he began to leave quietly. Not wanting to give up, Liu Feng called after him, Senior, where are you going? But Long Hian just tossed a reply over his shoulder. None of your business. Then he turned his head, his expression grim as he warned him. Since you're a junior from my school, I'll give you one piece of sincere advice. Stay away from me. I'm a demon whose hands are stained with blood. Liu Feng saw that his condition was clearly not right and felt extremely worried. Brother, what on earth has happened to you all these years? After Long Xuan left, only the two of them remained in the armory. And just like that, 10 minutes passed. Liu Feng was currently struggling to assemble something. Whew, all right, it's finally installed. Zi Xuan, not understanding, asked curiously, what is this? He then confidently introduced the device he had just built. This is a simple transportation device. I'm preparing to send all the guns and ammunition back to the base. Zixuan looked at the small object in front of her in surprise. Huh? What? Is this some kind of high-tech? Wait. Without hesitation, he immediately pressed the activation button. The entire warehouse was quickly sucked into the device. She couldn't believe her eyes. All the guns and ammunition? Transported. Zixuan clutched her head, shocked and speechless. This. A moment ago, this room was filled with weapons and equipment, and now there wasn't a single thing left. She screamed, "All the guns are gone! The guns! Where are the guns? Where are my guns?" But Liu Feng just stood there, laughing smugly. Heh. The system displayed a success notification. Optional mission to the prison completed. Reward 6,000 points. Zixuan, who never imagined the warehouse would be wiped clean, was too angry for words. You. I was just following our original deal. What's the problem? You're the one who said I could take as much as I wanted. While the two were arguing, Li Xin arrived through a teleportation gate. Oh, flirting with each other here again? She had successfully teleported to H-City Prison and slowly approached the pair. Teleporting really feels great. It's only been a few days, and our captain has already found a new plaything? Zixuan immediately became wary at the sight of a stranger. Who are you? Liu Feng, on the other hand, frantically tried to explain. Li Xin, you've misunderstood. What are you doing here? Holding a gun. She reported the situation. The mission at the base is almost done, and the guns have been received, so I came over to help you. He introduced the keeper of the armory key. This is Officer Zixuan. She's the one who helped us get the guns. But Li Xin was only focused on looking for the little girl. Where's Xin Tong? At this point, Liu Feng still hadn't realized his sister had been gone for a while. Isn't Xin Tong right here? But looking beside him, he saw no one and panically yelled, Xin Tong, where did you go? Li Xin was speechless with this clueless, damn brother. Suddenly, an unidentified voice came from a speaker in the corner of the room. Haha, Officer Zixuan. I know you've gotten the guns, but it's not over yet. The main gate outside is open. The released zombies have started to search everywhere. I'm waiting to watch a deadly show. You, people, can just wait to be eaten by zombies. The man's shrill laughter echoed. Haha, go meet your maker. Liu Feng panicked instantly. This is bad, he yelled, bolting out of the room. We have to go now. The zombies are coming up. Zixuan, unable to react in time, called after him. Wait for me. But as soon as he reached the door, he heard strange noises from behind. Unfortunately for them, they had run into a mutated zombie, which was constantly muttering, kill, die. Seeing Liu Feng's group, it bared its sharp teeth. Eat. The system displayed a warning. Mutated zombie detected. The three of them were stunned to realize it was another mutated zombie. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Elsewhere, Longshuan was still recalling what Liu Feng had asked him earlier. Brother, what on earth has happened to you all these years? As he walked, he recalled a memory, the image of a lovely Long Ya, radiant as the sun, holding a flower. This is for you. But the image of the smiling girl gradually receded towards an approaching horde of zombies. He told himself, the hallucinations are back again. Long Xuan frowned, seemingly all too familiar with this. Trying to lure me into that horde of zombies? He lifted his foot, preparing to move past them. Sorry, but I won't fall for it. With the agility of a supremely talented individual, Long Xuan zipped past them without a sound. But suddenly, he felt a splitting headache and collapsed, writhing in pain. Long Xuan looked at his hand, and upon touching his head, he found it covered in blood. This was the image of Long Ya lying in a pool of blood. The gruesome scene flashed before his eyes, a memory that seemed to haunt his mind, terrifying him as he struggled to stay calm. No. Seeing the blood endlessly pouring from the little girl, he tried to reassure himself. This is just a hallucination. Just then, Xin Tong, who had followed the sounds of distress, arrived, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Long Xuan. He was surprised to see a little girl walking alone in such a dangerous place. A living person? A little girl. Xin Tong said nothing and continued walking straight towards the zombie horde. He watched her pensively, walking right into a horde of zombies by herself. What a pity. Seeing the zombies swarming towards her, Long Xuan's sense of justice forced him to pay attention. If I don't do something, that kid will die. But he hesitated, telling himself, I don't need to get involved. As a hunter, I can't just walk into a dangerous situation. The zombies began to charge, greedily surrounding Xin Tong's body. One of them, with its jaw wide open, lunged to bite her. However, Long Xuan rushed in just in time, blowing the zombie's head off to protect Xin Tong. The grotesque zombies began to charge frantically. Long Xuan, with his vast experience, calmly tossed his rifle into the air, then quick as a flash, drew his pistol and accurately shot one in the head. Not only that, he also landed a swift kick to the face of the one next to it, then quickly, fired his gun, sending it to the afterlife. One after another, they rushed to attack Long Xuan. At that moment, the rifle he had thrown up was just beginning to fall back down. He caught it again with incredible skill, swiftly switching guns and unloading on the zombies, blowing them to bits. Long Xuan quickly grabbed Han Tong's hand. He just wanted to get her out of there as fast as possible. Before things got worse, the gunshots would surely attract more zombies. Just as expected, they swarmed in, their numbers growing. This wasn't good. No matter how skilled he was, Long Xuan would find it difficult to fend off such a large number of zombies at once. This wasn't good. His vision began to blur, leaving only the image of a helpless Han Tong surrounded by the horde. He was overwhelmed with self-blame. Once again, I've gotten a girl killed, and gotten myself killed in the process. Exhausted, his vision finally faded to black, though he couldn't accept it. Is this really my destiny? Long Xuan tormented himself, trying to come to terms with his fate. Maybe this is for the best. This sinful body of mine should just disappear. But Han Tong was nothing like her delicate appearance suggested. With just a single red thread, she shredded the zombies into 100 pieces. She skillfully wielded the threads as if they were razor-sharp knives. Long Xuan was so shocked he turned pale. Huh? Meanwhile, on the floor where Liu Feng's group was, the situation was just as dire. The mutant zombie was also attacking relentlessly. To dodge the blow, he shoved Li Xin and Zixuan aside. All three of them lost their footing and tumbled down the stairs, but the resulting scene was a little awkward. One of Liu Feng's hands had landed on Zixuan's plump rear, while his other hand was grabbing Li Xin's chest. He turned beet red and stammered, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." After that, there was no time to hesitate. They all got back on their feet to fight. Liu Feng took the lead, with Li Xin providing backup. "Let's go, Li Xin." The zombie lunged, latching onto Liu Feng. "Crap, it's on me!" She stood beside him, firing relentlessly at the creature. Then, he quickly used a skill that blew it to pieces. Seeing the zombie torn in two before him, Liu Feng was ecstatic. "Ha, I killed it!" Li Xin ran over, worried, and helped him up. "Liu Feng, are you all right?" But he was still basking in the glory of his victory. "Ha, I took down that mutant zombie with a single move." The Truibach martial arts truly live up to their reputation. She was extremely displeased with his dangerous stunt and scolded him angrily. "Don't you ever take a risk like that again, you hear me?" Hearing that, Liu Feng suddenly blushed. Li Xin asked gently, "What is it?" The atmosphere between them grew charged. He scratched his cheek shyly. "I think you're worrying about me a little too much." Although she cared for him deeply, Li Xin denied it vehemently. "That's not it. I just don't want to see a comrade die so needlessly." Liu Feng put a hand on her shoulder, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm tough. I won't die that easily. We're going to survive this together." His gesture went straight to her already fluttering heart. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a loudspeaker. "Hello." The speaker, it turned out, was Cecilia. "So you're the ones who broke into the armory?" She was watching the three of them from a control room. "I must say, your skills are quite impressive." Looking intrigued, she extended an offer. "Why not join us, the Jushen cult? If you do, I can forgive all of your transgressions." Cecilia glanced down at the trembling Kwang Sam, who was serving as her human chair. "What's more, you will be granted limitless power by our cult, just like our leader Tai Qian here." The man's mouth was smeared with blood, and his complexion had taken on an unnatural hue. Zixuan was not so easily tempted, and she challenged Tai Qian directly. "We've got guns now. Surrender peacefully, or we will attack." Cecilia sneered at their confidence. Attack? But things are never that simple. She had calculated everything from the start. "You didn't really think I would send mere grunts to deal with you, did you?" The mutant zombie from earlier, with its deformed body, stirred back to life. Of course, as their leader, Liu Feng decided to face it himself. "Zixuan, give me the gun." Worried, she still complied with his command. "All right." The zombie shot its long, sharp tails at them. Li Xin reacted in a flash, activating the hidden blades in her gloves. Proving her worth as a member of the refugee team, she swiftly dashed forward and sliced off the wiggling tentacles. She openly provoked the creature. "If you want to harm my teammates, you'll have to defeat me first." Liu Feng was incredibly satisfied with her outstanding display. "Ha, Li Xin, great job." He then opened fire, sending it straight to hell. To be sure, he emptied the entire magazine into the zombie. "Son of a bee, I refuse to believe you won't die." But unexpectedly, its lower half reanimated. It charged directly at Liu Feng, aiming for a sneak attack. But Zixuan showcased her expert marksmanship, taking it down instantly and blowing it to pieces. However, this was the first time she had ever killed. Despite her bold words, her entire body was shaking. "Damn it, don't you look down on me." Liu Feng gently lowered her gun and consoled her. "They're not people anymore. You shot well." He then offered Zixuan some advice. "You need to be strong and get used to firing your weapon. This is the apocalypse now." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Killed." An adolescent mutant zombie detected numerous adolescent mutant zombies approaching. After witnessing their performance, Cecilia commented with praise, "Well done, you were actually able to kill the new disciple I just recruited from this very prison." Liu Feng was still trying to understand what she meant. She had a special welcome prepared for them. However, he's not my only disciple. The moment she said that, other mutant zombies swarmed in one after another. It was hard enough dealing with one. He had no intention of fighting an entire horde. This many? Realizing the situation was dire, he knew that out of all the possible strategies, running was the best one. He decided to book it. Run for it. They're all mutated zombies. As he ran, he tried to figure out where they could have come from. Damn it, something's not right. Why are there so many mutated zombies? Could this cult actually be producing them? By now, he had reached the warning sign, but he was too lost in thought to notice. Could all the zombies from this past year have been created this way? Just as he arrived, the floor gave way under the weight and immediately cracked, then shattered, creating a huge hole that sent Liu Feng and his group plummeting down. This is bad, it's a trap. Even though he was in danger, he didn't forget to worry about his teammates. Everyone, be careful. All three of them hit the ground with considerable force, making a loud thud. Liu Feng lay on the ground, wincing in pain. "Ah, that hurts. Li Xin, Zi Xuan, are you two okay?" Li Xin, who was sitting on top of him, replied shyly, I'm fine. I think we fell to the third floor." She spoke with shamefaced emotion. "I can't believe you jumped in to break my fall. As a death-defying comrade, you really are hard to kill." Liu Feng managed a weak smile for her. "Haha, you're too kind. We're all teammates. Where's Zi Xuan?" Li Xin pointed to Zi Xuan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. "She passed out over there." She moved closer, intentionally pressing her ample assets against his face. "It's just the two of us now, so how should I repay you for saving my life?" At this point, Liu Feng vaguely guessed her intentions. "Wait, you don't mean?" Li Xin leaned in even closer, inviting him. "What are you afraid of?" She glanced up to where the three of them had fallen from. "I observed them earlier. Those mutated zombies seem to be a bit slow in the head." She seemed to have figured it out quickly. Once they lose their target, they'll leave. Then she glanced to the side, signaling, and Zixuan is out cold. Li Xin continued to seduce Liu Feng into doing something intimate. "What's wrong? Don't you have any feelings for me?" Liu Feng was thrilled inside, but still played hard to get. No, that's not what I meant. But why me?" Li Xin recalled with immense gratitude. "Not only have you saved me several times," she then smiled and continued her confession, "but you're also the first man to ever treat me as a comrade." The reason was so simple that it surprised Liu Feng himself. "What?" Before he could say another word, Li Xin leaned down and kissed him, speaking like a domineering CEO. "Hush now, little boy." Their lips parted reluctantly, leaving a silver thread between them. Li Xin wasted no time unbuttoning her pants to prepare for battle, then slowly took off her jacket. "Just leave it to me." Seduced to this extent, Liu Feng could no longer keep his composure. This is not good. He began to imagine a new vision at Jinshan Temple. In this vision, Liu Feng was a peaceful monk cultivating his path. Amitabha. Suddenly, Li Xin appeared, throwing down a challenge. "Fa hai, today I will defeat you." She played the role of an arrogant and vicious snake demoness who looked down on everyone. "Obediently submit to me," but he, as a man of the cloth, would not accept it. "Vile creature, I will have you assist in my cultivation." But before he could do anything, he was tightly bound by Li Xin's massive tail. She looked smugly at the prey in her grasp. "Got you." Then she gave him a meaningful smile. Li Xin teased him. "Little Fahai is so amusing. Take this." The tail wrapped around Liu Feng, tightened even more, making him cry out in pain. "Arr! This feels awful. It's too tight. You've completely bound me." She then took the initiative to strike. Flood of Jinshan. A massive wave crashed down, making Liu Feng struggle to stay afloat. "Ah, there's so much water." He tried to regain his composure. This can't be. Seeing Li Xin's triumphant face, he was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. "Just 2 moves and I've been forced to cast aside my robes. Damn it, am I going to lose our very first clash?" It didn't take long for Liu Feng to regain his form. "But don't you underestimate me. I've recovered my strength." Round 2 began. Li Xin was a little surprised. What? It was then that he truly unleashed his power. His prajna's might caused her snake tail to stretch taut. "Oh, this is not good." He frowned and attacked coldly. You insect. Just a tiny little snake daring to show off in front of a master." Liu Feng's power made Li Xin's whole body tremble, unable to stand firm. "I'm about to lose my grip on him. If he uses one more move, I will definitely lose." The tables were slowly turning. Pressing his advantage, he continued with another skill. "Take this." At this point, she could no longer defend herself. "I can't take it anymore." To end the battle, he used his great mighty heavenly dragon technique, which tore her snake tail apart. Finally, Li Xin, exhausted and panting, surrendered. "Liu Feng, you're too strong, I give up." After the three of them fell into the pit, Cecilia could no longer track them. Have you found them yet? A henchman knelt and reported respectfully, "My apologies, it seems they are in a camera's blind spot." She refused to accept this and ordered, "Keep searching." The subordinate immediately took action. "Yes, ma'am." The iron clamp in Chiang Sen's hand slammed hard onto the ground. Cecilia looked over at the man who was screaming on the floor. "It seems his evolution is complete, and he's ready to attack. Send more people to find them, then bring them to the arena." The henchman obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly she remembered and continued to ask, "That's right, what's its current status?" The subordinate reported, "Rest assured, High Priestess, that thing has already reached the 5th floor." Meanwhile, over with Long Xuan, he frowned at the scene before him. "What is this?" A whisper echoed. "The police officers trapped on this floor have conveniently become a source of nutrition for them." This was another case of essence harvesting, and a clueless Long Xuan was leading Xin Dong. Where in the world is this? On Long Xuan's side, he was still fumbling through the cave. He reached out, wanting to touch the sticky substance on the wall, and wondered, "What is this?" Before he could touch it, a warning voice rang out. "Ah, be careful." Han Dong quickly swiped her hand, tearing the membrane. Seeing her casually playing with her claws, a thought rose in his mind. Was I saved by this girl again? Who is she, really? She looks like a mutated zombie. How strange. Suddenly, Long Xuan's head throbbed with pain. He uncomfortably held his forehead and involuntarily blurted out, "Ah, my head hurts again." An image of Long Ya appeared before him. It made him tremble slightly. "This isn't right. Why am I having hallucinations?" The little girl, holding a rose, slowly approached and called out, "Big brother." Her voice deepened as she began to question him. "That year, did you feel any guilt for killing me?" The hallucination vanished, leaving only a zombie with its mouth wide open, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at him. Seeing the zombie emerge from where the membrane had just been, he was startled into reacting. He stared intently ahead, filled with doubt. This is... In front of him was a series of thin, sharp, glowing red threads. In a flash, those threads sliced the zombie's head clean off its body. Witnessing that scene, he froze for a few seconds, just staring, unable to say a word. Regaining his composure, he looked at the zombie's corpse and thought to himself, could it be that inside, these cocoons on the wall are all? Before him was a large cavern, filled with cocoons and a dense web of threads, which made him even more horrified as he hesitantly concluded, humans. As if something shot through him, the pain returned, making him wince. "My head hurts again." Han Dong picked up the severed head, took off a pair of headphones, and offered them to Long Xuan without a word. At this gesture, he could only guess to himself, she wants me to wear the headphones? He quickly took them and carefully put them on. As soon as the headphones were on, he suddenly realized the headache was gone. Could it be some kind of sound that's causing the hallucinations and headaches? He calmed down, started walking, and said softly, "Let's go." A strange doorway suddenly appeared, giving him a feeling that the answer lay ahead. The two of them stepped inside to investigate. Towering before them was the Unification Church's number 7, the defiled Holy Mother. Long Xuan uttered in astonishment, "This is..." Meanwhile, on Liu Feng's side, after 8 hours, Zixuan was awakened by a moaning sound. A soft, coming from a distance woke her up. Suddenly, a loud cry, "Ah, ah," from behind startled her, and she quickly opened her eyes. A soft, slightly suggestive voice spoke up again. "Harder, a little harder." "So good." Liu Feng chuckled and replied softly, "Haha, I haven't even used my full strength yet. How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" These words made the newly awakened Zixuan's mind run wild. Could they be? Thinking this, she angrily shouted, "Stop it! I can't believe you two are doing that in broad daylight." Suddenly, being yelled at, Liu Feng retorted angrily, "What are you shouting about?" "I'm giving Li Xin a massage." Realizing she had jumped to conclusions, she stammered, "Ah, sorry, I misunderstood." But there was still something she didn't get. She gently touched her wet cheek, puzzled. "That's weird, so the water on. My face, where did it come from?" Both Liu Feng and Li Xin, looking guilty, blurted out, "It's Li Xin's water! Shut up!" But Zixuan kept wondering, where did the water come from? How annoying. On the table was a spread of steaming hot, opened food containers. A voice called out, "Time to eat." Seeing the table of steaming food, Zixuan's eyes lit up. "Whoa, it's canned food!" "I haven't had meat in days." Li Xin added affirmatively. After a fight, having a full meal is the best. Seeing her state, Liu Feng gently reminded her, "It's okay, eat slowly." She ate, moved to tears. She praised, "Sob, this is so delicious." Liu Feng suddenly received a notification from the system. New title unlocked. Liu Feng. Title, The Ladies' Man. The Ladies' Man. Foolish host. You can unintentionally help females awaken some strange preferences. Function 1. Increases favorability with females. 2. can cause females to awaken some strange preferences. He looked at the function description, a little curious. What does this mean? Awaken preferences. Let's check Li Jin's interface. Relationship has changed to respectful, preference. The screen displayed mood, respectful, preference, exhibitionism. Recalling the earlier scene, he broke out in a cold sweat. Exhibitionism. Could it be? An image of Li Xin appeared with the text, preference, exhibitionism. The Reaper will perform incredibly bold acts in stimulating places. Foolish host, you're also so unlucky. When are you going to die? He exclaimed with excitement. As expected of Li Xin, this really fits her personality. While he was at it, he also swiped over to check on Callie. Callie, mood, friendly, preference, object fetishism. Object fetishism. After certain events, Callie has been somewhat psychologically affected. Only being near a jacket with someone's scent can make her feel at ease. Damn, host. When are you gonna die already? His face was ecstatic as he lightly chided. System, what's the rush? But what's with this object fetishism? Li Xin leaned in and whispered in his ear. Although the thing that proved my innocence was torn during training, I really did give my first time to you. He was half believing, half doubting. Oh, noted. Suddenly, his hand trembled as he instinctively reacted. Hey! He started having suggestive thoughts again and giggled to himself. He. He suddenly grabbed his lower body and yelled, Ow! Ow! It hurts so much. Hearing the commotion, Zishuan turned around suspiciously. What are you two doing? He waved his hands dismissively in embarrassment. It's nothing. Let's go. The three of them trudged up the stairs. As soon as Liu Feng saw the sign, he shouted, We're at the 5th floor. Suddenly, from the floor above, a soft, melodious voice spoke, You've finally arrived. This put him on alert, and he called out to confirm. Who's there? It's finally time for the decisive battle. Cecilia stood still, letting her attendant. She removes the sharp object from her head, then places a crown of barbed wire on it. She steps forward slowly. Standing high above, she rests her hand on the railing and greets them. Welcome to the arena. Are you the ones who defeated my disciples? Liu Feng looks up, squinting in the dimly lit space, and asks, Who are you? When asked, she quickly and willingly introduces herself. I am High Priestess number 8 of the Guishen cult. A pleasure to meet you. With that, she raises her hands, closes her eyes, and begins to perform a technique, not forgetting to announce, Let's see what kind of gift I have prepared for you. Suddenly, the iron cages on both sides of the walls emit strange sounds. Liu Feng speculates, so many mutated zombies, could this high priestess possibly control them? The zombies inside the cages seem agitated, constantly reaching out and screaming. A bit scared, he grows more suspicious. Can they really create mutated zombies? Recalling the system's reminder, he immediately dismisses the thought. No, that's not right. The system said these are just fakes pretending to be mutated zombies. There must be a trick to it. Up, above, Cecilia begins her theatrics. Behold, disciples who join the one god cult will receive unparalleled power. Seeing this, Li Xin shouts a panicked warning. Liu, they're coming. Immediately, the iron cages are opened, and a horde of zombies rushes out. They charge straight for the three of them, their hands constantly reaching forward as if to tear them apart and feast. The three of them scream in horror. They're here! While shouting, they fight fiercely against the zombie horde. Here they come! Magnetic force! Bullets fly continuously, blowing the zombies' heads apart. Liu Feng suddenly speaks up from the side. Fall back, you two. Find a place to hide. It looks like I'll have to use that weapon. He reaches behind his back and decisively pulls something out. The zombie that sees it is immediately stunned with fear. Liu Feng draws the spear from its sheath, spins it once. Camp bow martial arts. Dual-level spear. The B-rank dual-level spear has a gleaming tip, surrounded by a layer of blazing fire. He stands in one spot and spins the spear wildly. Wherever the blade goes, zombie bodies are sliced to pieces. One strike splits a body in two, an arm is severed, and even a head is easily chopped into. Multiple pieces. Cecilia watches the scene of destruction before her with surprise, observing slowly. A tear suddenly falls as she exclaims, So strong! Her tears stream down as she feigns sorrow and suggests, like this. Dying would be a bit of a waste. Then, she shouts an order to her two attendants at her side. Go! The two attendants immediately throw off their cloaks and leap down, lunging toward Liu Feng. The two of them instantly reveal their grotesque zombie forms. Liu Feng glances at their figures and concludes, so they're two mutated zombies. He grips the spear's shaft tightly, twisting it a few times. He slams the spear into the ground, declaring, But I'm not the same person I was before. A dual-level spear lightning strike erupts from the ground as fast as lightning, spreading towards the two zombies. Zishuan is so shocked, she can't even speak. Amazing. Li Xin is frozen, thinking to herself. Liu Feng has gotten stronger again. His face shows a hint of anger as he concludes in a low voice, "That's one down." The remaining zombie, enraged, suddenly reaches out to grab him. He flexes his other arm to relieve the fatigue, then stares directly at the ugly, grotesque face that is growling at him. He admits with an annoyed expression, "Its hide is too tough. Even my spear can't pierce it." He clenches his fist, warning in a low growl, "Tough, huh? Let's see who's really tougher." He unleashes a powerful camp bow martial arts move, Violent Burst Fist, punching straight at the zombie's face. Cecilia still has that look of pity, but her true intentions are written all over her face. So impressive, but I still have a final trick up my sleeve. Suddenly, a massive foot steps out, and a huge, giant zombie is slowly revealed. From above, she loudly introduces it. "It's your turn to appear, Warlord Iron Sword." The form of Warlord Iron Sword, an immature elite grade, is already massive. Looming in front of Liu Feng, it speaks with contempt, "Brat." Faced with the sheer size of the ugly zombie, he feels a bit of panic. An immature elite grade. Damn it, my dual-level spear is out of energy. With this setback, he is momentarily unsure of what to do. When Cecilia channels her energy and orders, "Iron Sword, begin." Li Xin, observing the unfavorable situation, suddenly realizes something. The zombie, having received its command, immediately roars, "Die!" It instantly throws a powerful punch, forcing him to hastily dodge. Focusing all his strength into his arm, he charges forward using camp bow martial arts. Just as the skill name Violent Burst Fist is uttered, the punch lands on Iron Sword's body, creating a blazing red flame. But contrary to the result he hoped for, the creature is almost completely unaffected. It remains motionless, staring at him with wide, blood-red eyes. Cecilia, with that unreadable expression, neither crying nor laughing, tilts her head back and asks idly, "Oh God, did you see that? This is the power you have bestowed upon us." Something suddenly flies past overhead, and Liu Feng quickly looks up to confirm. A full set of sharp claws flashes past his head, making him exclaim in surprise, "Li Xin!" She flies in and kicks Iron Sword, shouting, "Get lost!" She quickly dodges its attack, lands steadily on its arm, and declares, "To deal with types like this, you need to use firearms." As she speaks, she unloads an entire clip into its head. Unexpectedly, the massive corpse is only slightly scratched, and it roars in anger, making her eyes widen in shock. Liu Feng quickly draws his spear, stabs its body, and shouts a warning, "Be careful." Watching the futile struggle below, Cecilia raises her hands smugly. "Look, this is a miracle. In this apocalypse, it can evolve one more time, then they will merge into a single entity." Below, Li Xin was suddenly knocked to the ground, while Liu Feng struggled to fight back on the side. Suddenly, Cecilia's gaze shifted, unexpectedly. Realizing Liu Feng was focusing an attack on her, without a moment's delay, the attack aimed precisely at her and exploded. Liu Feng paused for a moment, awaiting the outcome with anticipation. Vaguely, from behind the cloud of dust, she was still standing there and even offered praise. "Clever of you. Did you figure out that I can control zombies?" Her body was completely unharmed, standing behind a corpse whose head had been shot to pieces. "Too bad I'm not that foolish." Suddenly, she was surrounded by a horde of zombies, shielding her from all sides. "I am the only one who can control the psychic-type mutants in this psychic apocalypse. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the gods." At this point, M realized the situation and cursed angrily. "Damn it. She took advantage of our fight to control zombies to protect herself." She just stood there, gloating endlessly. "I am Destiny's chosen. Iron Sword, attack, heed the divine command and kill him." The giant resumed its attack. In his heart, Liu Feng was filled with resolve and hope, deciding to use his ultimate move. It was his only option. It's either success or death. "Han Tong, you must be fighting somewhere out there too, right? Please be safe." Meanwhile, elsewhere, ugly red tendrils were tangled everywhere. Han Tong wore an expression of disappointment and unease. The abomination opened its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and it began to emit sonic waves that spread throughout the area. Long Xuan, still wearing his headphones, grimaced as he suddenly realized the hallucinations were being transmitted via sound waves. It grew enraged, and in an instant, giant tendrils shot out in a massive wave. They wrapped directly around Han Tong and suddenly lifted her into the air, catching them both by surprise. Long Xuan, having just realized the situation, shouted out a warning. "Watch out!" Before he could finish his sentence, Han Tong was tightly bound by several tendrils and dragged away. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, quickly drew his gun, aimed, and fired. The tendrils snapped, and Han Tong fell to the ground, her body covered in a strange, sticky slime, leaving her slightly dazed. Annoyed by the disgusting substance, she puffed her cheeks out in displeasure. Then, she stomped her foot to gain momentum and lunged forward, swinging her arms and shouting, "Ah!" The abomination suddenly let out a ferocious roar, as if it were plotting something. Its underside began to shake, and it started dropping several bright red eggs. The freshly laid eggs immediately cracked open and hatched into scampering hatchlings. They split up and rushed to crawl into the mouths of the zombies. Suddenly, the zombies' eyes dilated wide, and small feelers sprouted from them. Not only that, but tentacles began to pierce through their entire bodies. The corpses went into a frenzy, roaring ferociously. In the blink of an eye, Han Tong was once again lifted up by a zombie. Seeing this, Long Xuan quickly turned and yelled anxiously, "Little girl." His words had barely left his mouth when a scream rang out from her direction, along with a spray of blood. Flashing back to Base L 3 days prior, Liu Feng was intently tinkering with something and then shouted, "Modification." At that exact moment, a brilliant light also flashed. He held the spear, inspecting it before letting out a relaxed sigh. "It's finally finished. This is the dual-pole spear, perfectly suited for my current strength." The newly modified weapon held a new power. The spearhead was wreathed in flames while the shaft crackled with intense lightning. B-rank dual-pole spear. Its first power is the ability to generate lightning. Its second power is the flame on the gauntlet, which can transform this spear into the blade of fire. Damage to living beings is increased by 1. He twirled the spear a few times to get a feel for it. And the third power. Back in the present, his expression turned grim and his voice lowered. Liu Feng, wearing the gauntlet, gave a slight twist on the spear's shaft and roared, "Dual-pole spear, overload mode." As soon as he spoke, Liu Feng's spear transformed. A tangled web of fire and lightning erupted, causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter. Seeing his seemingly hopeless struggle, Cecilia laughed smugly. "Haha, give up! No one can defy the power of the gods!" She clasped her hands together in a mock prayer. "Oh, divine ones, I have heard your call!" Then she immediately issued a command. "Go, Iron Sword! The gods are protecting us!" Having activated the ability, Liu Feng used all his strength to raise the spear, preparing to launch it. Hia, Iron Sword, relying on its massive frame, simply extended its arm and landed a devastating punch squarely on him, sending him flying back dozens of feet. Cecilia, her expression twisted with glee, shouted, "It's over!" Zi Xuan and Li Xin rushed forward simultaneously, filled with anxiety. "Liu Feng, are you okay?" But to their surprise, he laughed triumphantly. "Haha, it was a success!" Looking at the blazing spearhead embedded in Iron Sword's abdomen, he shouted to activate it. "Explode!" The moment the command was uttered, the spear unleashed its power, blowing the giant's abdomen to pieces. Seeing her mighty arm blown up, Cecilia couldn't believe it. Huh? Her face drooped like a basset hound. Her whole expression was dotted with panicked sweat as she repeated, "Huh?" Liu Feng recovered, his face radiating immense killing intent. "Are you ready for your punishment, you divine being?" Terrified, she stammered, "This can't be happening." Immediately after, her remaining henchmen were taken care of one by one. Li Xin pointed her gun directly at Cecilia's head and commanded, "Hands up." At the same time, Zi Xuan aimed her weapon from the other side, warning, "Don't move." Unsure of what to do, she collapsed to the ground and started wailing. "You blasphemers dare to insult me. Do you know who I am? I'm the High Priestess of the Church of Unification." Liu Feng immediately scoffed. "Such a pathetic little cult dares to be so boastful. You want me to kill you right here and now?" Hearing that, Cecilia erupted in fury, immediately played her trump card. "Yeah, defiled Saintess number 7 is right over there. She is the most potent source of infection for our faith, and it won't be long now. This entire building, no, this whole district will be infected by her." Unwilling to accept defeat, she continued her threats. "In just a few more minutes, mutated zombies will fill this building. Just you wait until you become their food." She absolutely refused to back down, her expression growing even more grotesque as she laughed maniacally. "Ha ha." Suddenly, the wall behind her shattered. The culprit was the defiled saintess, who had been sent flying into it. It roared in pain, Gao. When Cecilia saw what it was, she screamed, "Number 7, the defiled saintess." Through the shattered wall was the familiar figure of the little girl. Cecilia turned and shrieked in alarm. "What is this?" Recognizing the newcomer, Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. You're okay. That's great." She stepped onto the shattered pieces of the wall and slowly spoke. "You dirtied." Han Tong stepped forward, her figure becoming clear in the dazzling light, finishing her sentence. "The dress my brother gave me." Her eyes, filled with killing intent, glared forward, emphasizing, "Die." The moment Cecilia saw Han Tong appear, she stared wide-eyed in shock. This is... Her whole body trembled as she stammered, unable to speak. "A god. A divine. Light. Is she a god?" Liu Feng gestured towards his sister and called out, Han Tong. The little girl immediately recognized his voice, happily exclaiming, "Ah!" then rushed over to hug Liu Feng tightly, calling out, "Brother!" Contrary to her terrifying anger from moments ago, she buried her head in his chest and whimpered, "Brother, I was so scared." He comforted her. "It's okay, Han Tong. No one will dare to bully you anymore." Cecilia was still in shock, whispering, to herself, "The divine. The divine child." Liu Feng finally turned his attention to her, reminding her, "High Priestess, it's your turn now." Hearing her brother, Han Tong understood and looked at the woman with a different expression. The little girl suddenly bristled, like a cat with its claws out, making the woman scream in fear. "Ah!" However, she just jumped onto her back and ordered, "Damn you, apologize now, and run like a horse." The woman became panicked, but also seemed to be enjoying it, continuously agreeing. "Ah yes, Lord Divine Child, I apologize, I apologize. I am willing to be your horse." Liu Feng watched this horse riding scene, finding it a bit unexpected. Huh? She surrendered just like that? The signal for a call from the base rang out. Liu Feng quickly answered, "Hello, Callie, what's up?" The voice on the other end immediately replied, "Hello, Liu Feng." She sat leisurely, watching the surveillance monitor as she reported the situation. "The rats have fallen into the trap." Upon receiving the news, Liu Feng exclaimed, "Ah, you found them." Callie confirmed with certainty. "That's right. I found the spy and even managed to dig up information about his organization." She stared at the screen as she continued. "It's the Earth Iron Clan. They've already entered the hospital, and they're about to reach the base. I plan to let them get to the base and then wipe them all out at once, while also waiting for you to get back." Liu Feng completely agreed. "All right, I'll finish things up here," and head back immediately. Suddenly there was a commotion from Han Tong's side, Neil. She held a small whip in her hand, still engrossed in disciplining Cecilia. Evil woman, Neil. The woman being hit also cooperated. By crying out, "Ah," she thought to herself, "this is the punishment from the Lord Divine Child." A bit curious, Liu Feng opened the system to check. Let's see what her attributes are. The summary panel displayed her name, Cecilia. Mutated strength, D+, endurance C-, agility D+, willpower A, mood normal. Skill 1, faith. After joining the base's safety level increases by 10. Skill 2, control. Can control one mutated zombie, can be upgraded. Previously able to control a large number of mutated zombies due to a special parasite produced by the defiled saintess. Evaluation. She is currently Datus Cumbri, the only mutant capable of mental control, making her extremely rare. Seems to be very interested in your sister. After reading, Liu Feng silently made an assessment. What a special power. But before I can clarify her intentions, I can't trust her. He suddenly noticed his sister acting a bit strange and asked, "Han Tong, what are you doing?" He saw the girl standing in front of the corpse of the zombie and silently guessed, does she want to absorb the essence of the defiled saintess? Han Tong picked up a small piece, examined it, and said in a low voice, "Brother, eat." What caught his eye was a part of the enemy's corpse that still had some use. Noticing that Iron Sword's mechanical arm could absorb it to upgrade the gauntlet, he didn't hesitate and directly reached out to perform the absorption. Once finished, he lightly stroked his chin while looking at the system panel. This upgrade is certainly interesting. From the pile of rubble, strange footsteps could be heard. Long Xuan carefully approached, and upon seeing people present, he was slightly surprised. "Oh." Liu Feng looked over and exclaimed in shock, "Senior." Confirming it was an acquaintance, he asked, "Liu Feng, you're here too?" Li Xin spoke up in surprise. "Purple Eagle Long Xuan, it's you." "Again?" Han Tong also quickly chimed in. "Brother, he's the one who helped me." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" Seeing Li Xin here as well, he asked again in disbelief. "Death God. Li Xin, have you joined them now?" Glancing at the person who fought beside him, he asked, "Hey, is that little girl his sister?" Li Xin started rambling on about Long Xuan. Rumor has it that he killed over a dozen people at AI, not even sparing the children, and was then reported to the military and thrown in prison. These words made Liu Feng even more confused. Huh? Being judged right to his face, Long Xuan was annoyed but offered no explanation. He turned, snorted, and started to leave. Liu Feng quickly called out, "Senior." Beside him, Li Xin still wouldn't stop nagging. "Let him go, he's very dangerous." Liu Feng recalled the image of the senior he once admired. "I am Long Xuan, and there is only one reason why I joined the military. Such an elite person." Tu once proudly declared that a man must give his all to protect his country and his people. He then glanced over at Han Dong, thinking to himself that the senior had also helped her. Li Xin's earlier words made Long Xuan pensive. The tragic scene from years ago flashed in his mind, and he silently resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Liu Feng immediately tried to recruit him. Senior, I trust you. Please join my base, ignoring Li Xin's attempts to stop him. Suddenly receiving this invitation, Long Xuan was stunned and confused. You actually dare to invite me to join? He silently made up his mind. I'll take this gamble. As long as the senior agrees, I can investigate the incident from that year and then reveal my true intentions. Anyone who could say those things back at school can't be a bad person, senior. These words successfully persuaded him. All right, fine. I'll join temporarily. And then, I'll tell you all what to do. Follow me. I know where the surviving police officer is being held. Liu Feng secretly checked the system and was amazed. His stats are insane. And just as I thought, there's a hidden story here. The system displayed name, Long Xuan, codename, Purple Eagle, strength, A, stamina, A, agility, B, mood, normal. Skill 1, Master Sniper, when equipped with a sniper rifle, damage, is increased by 50. Skill 2, Overwatch, when on sniping duty, can detect enemies from a great distance. Skill 3, Warden, a sealed skill, will be unlocked when his reputation reaches its peak. Once Purple Eagle joins the base, he can train others in sniping. Evaluation, extremely cold, lives in constant torment after being involved in a traumatic case. Just as he finished reading the profile, he urgently told the other two girls, Li Xin, there's still a hidden story here. Zixuan, let's go rescue him. They both agreed in unison. Okay. At that same moment, over at the base, which was quiet, slow footsteps echoed as LED lights cast long shadows down the hallway. They were the Earth Iron Clan's combat squad, the Jade Sea Chaos. Shu Ran, who was leading them, gave an order, so this must be the base L our spy told us about? The person beside her also sized up the place. How strange, she thought with suspicion. There isn't a single person at the entrance. One of her underlings grinned widely and suggested, Boss, why overthink it? Let's just go in and slaughter them all. Surprisingly, she agreed with this brainless idea. Yeah, good point. Let's deal with them, she then shouted. Threateningly, you dogs, hand over your money and food now. As she finished speaking, her minions roared wildly, but suddenly a bullet flew out and blew one of their heads off. The others around him also began to fall one by one. Liu Feng's group appeared, looking imposing. Well now, you pieces of trash, we've been waiting for you for quite a while. Realizing the situation was bad, Shu Ran and her cronies fought back. Open. Fire! Open fire! This is bad! It's an ambush! Damn it, her two top henchmen were shot dead simultaneously, making her panic. Liu Feng shouted his offer. Surrender now. My people are everywhere. Shu Ran put on a tough front, refusing to back down. The Earth Iron Clan never surrenders. However, after a quick beatdown, her face was covered in lumps, and her voice was slurred. We surrender. We surrender. Looking at her pitiful state, Liu Feng couldn't resist taunting. Was all that really necessary? Things would have been much simpler if you'd just surrendered from the start. Does the Earth Iron Clan know about this operation of yours? She struggled to reply. They don't know. We're an independent squad. Headquarters wasn't informed. Liu Feng looked at the three of them, contemplating. 2 women, 1 man. For now, I'll interrogate them for intel on the Earth Iron Clan. Then I can put them to work at the base to atone for their actions. Suddenly, a voice of discontent cried out, Let me go! Just as Zi Xuan heard Cecilia muttering, she immediately pressed her gun to Cecilia's head and threatened, This witch and that monster killed so many of my colleagues. I have to kill her. Cecilia was now speechless and could only sit there silently, listening to their fury. That so-called tainted holy mother ate more than 10 of my colleagues. Voices filled with regret continued. Now, only 4 of us are still alive. She explained fearfully, It was all an order from the leader of the Unification Divine Cult. I was just following orders. If I hadn't carried them out, my life would have been forfeit. Liu Feng suddenly realized a crucial point. She was just like the others. Hearing this, Zi Xuan grew enraged, tightening her grip on her gun and spitting out, Damn it! Liu Feng quickly intervened. Zi Xuan, hold on. He leaned in close and whispered his explanation. I know you're dying to kill her. I understand how you feel. But right now, we need her alive. We need to use her to get intelligence, to find the evil cult's headquarters and eliminate all those man-eating monsters. Then, we can use this to recruit more people to our base. And I'll even let you manage the High Priestess. She didn't hesitate to accept. All right, I'll join. But you have to promise me you'll destroy that evil cult. In addition, we want to build a prison here to make it easier to hold and question criminals. The moment Zi Xuan agreed, the system panel updated with a new notification. Special building blueprint prison acquired. The prison can hold captives, with a 20% chance of converting them into residents of the base. Her stats also appeared, showing a summary of her powers. Skill 1, Interrogation. Allows for questioning captives to obtain useful intelligence. Skill 2, Persuasion. increases the chance of persuading captives by 10%. Evaluation. An extremely trustworthy policewoman, persuasion and interrogation are both very useful skills. He glanced over her stats, feeling puzzled. Interrogation makes sense, but why? We should persuade the prisoners. If we're short on people, we can just recruit more. Suddenly, Dai Kwang from behind proposed, "Chief, I also have a suggestion. I hope you'll agree." Hearing this, he immediately set aside his questions and replied, "Forget it, we'll look into it later." What is it? He quickly presented his plan. "We can build a guard room, and it would be best to build a really sturdy door. That way, we can defend against enemies who want to attack the base." As he finished speaking, the system announced a new item, guard room blueprint acquired. Then, Lai Hin also wanted to add an idea. "I also suggest building a shooting range to further hone our shooter's skills." The system lit up again. Shooting range blueprint acquired. Liu Feng listened to the opinions of everyone and immediately issued the construction order. The system began building the prison, the guard room, the shooting range, and upgraded all previous base structures to level 2. As soon as the order was processed, the system began construction simultaneously. The corresponding points were deducted. The prison, guard room, and shooting range officially started construction and would be completed in 4 days. With everything settled, he reminded everyone, "All right, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll continue to the North City base." The next day at the prison, Liu Feng appeared with 2 other people. He glanced at Callie and thought to himself that he hadn't expected Callie to come over last night. He hesitantly recalled her intimidating presence and her words, "Everything at the base is in order, so you don't need me for the time being. Take me with you tomorrow. With you, I have to go see Zheng Tiansheng and demand an explanation." She leaned in close, making him both scared and flustered as he agreed. "Okay, all right." He secretly thought to himself, "It seems Callie is very concerned about the matter of her assets." He considered everyone one by one, subconsciously planning things out. Li Hin needs to rest, and she's also needed to manage the base. Han Tong is already asleep after consuming the essence, so this time, I can only bring Longshuan and Callie. Although I didn't get a lot of points this time, I did level up. With the new gun and Longshuan here, my gauntlets have also been upgraded. It seems the haul isn't bad at all. There's also Cecilia's testimony. My apostle number 6 is on their way to the North City base. The system also just unlocked a mission to go to the North City base and find help, and stop the base from being infected. After pondering for a while, he confirmed to himself, "Plus, there's the mission. I'm definitely paying attention to that." Liu Feng, in high spirits, threw the doors open with both hands. "Let's move out." The scene before him was somewhat surprising. In front of him were a few prison vehicles that weren't what he had imagined. Meanwhile, in another part of the once glorious city, the population was becoming increasingly threatened. Several zombies were growling as they advanced, but a man with green hair aimed precisely and took them down decisively. This was Suo Shanhei, captain of the rescue squad. He yelled out the order, "Fire!" The stream of people behind the guards, old and young alike, shoved one another. "Move! Let me get on." The soldiers at the front, while concentrating on the fight, kept shouting, "Get on the trucks! Protect the civilians!" The horde of zombies suddenly grew stronger, pouring in larger and larger numbers. Shanhei realized something was off and shouted a warning. "This is bad! They've broken through!" In the nick of time, Liu Feng leaped in, slicing a dangerous zombie in two with one slash of his sword. Screams echoed across the city. Seeing the dire situation, a soldier shouted a warning. "Captain, the front line has been breached." But Shanhei was still dumbfounded, watching Liu Feng fight. He was completely captivated. "You are?" The zombies were swarming like ants, so he quickly replied, "Talk later," then examined the newly upgraded B-rank weapon in his hand, full of hope. This electronic blade was just upgraded yesterday. Time to test its power. Instantly, he yelled out the activation phrase, "Cyber Fu, engage." As the words electronic slash left his lips, countless slashes lit up the area, and the zombies were all bisected. Shanhei and his comrades stared, their jaws agape in amazement. One attack had wiped out the entire horde. That man in red must be a master. Swordsman? While the captain was still in shock, a throwing knife whizzed by on the left and pierced a zombie's head, followed instantly by a bullet from the right that blew the head off another. These two attacks were from Liu Feng and Longshuan. He grunted, signifying it was over. Shanhe regained his composure, quickly saluted, and said, "Thank you, hero, for saving us. I am Soldier Suo Shan." May I ask for your name?" Liu Feng simply walked away without a backward glance. "You don't need to know. I just didn't want to watch civilians get eaten by zombies." He then left the captain behind, who was filled with regret. "Wait, hero!" At that moment, Liu Feng suddenly recalled what Li Hin had said. "I know you despise the government's army, but you need to know the ones who hurt your sister and Aunt Li were the special ops team. They aren't connected to the main government forces at all, he thought, annoyed. Even knowing that, I still can't stand the government's army. Suddenly, sounds of pushing and shoving from behind caught his attention. Move it, you idiot. In the crowd, Wang Chen had his arm around his girlfriend and was aggressively shoving people. Get out of our way! Let us on the truck! Shen Qian also gestured angrily. Scram! Seeing this, Shanhe angrily intervened. Stop it! What do you think you're doing? The woman flinched, realizing this was bad. Then, her eyes spotted something, widening in terror. It turned out Shen Qian had just recognized that the person standing behind them was Liu Feng. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Callie sat with her legs crossed, looking perfectly composed. She remembered the scene from last night, how Liu Feng had stammered, Okay, I agree. His demeanor was also incredibly awkward and embarrassed. I'll take you with me, she asked flirtatiously. Thanks, but it seems you're not very good at saying no to women. Have you ever had a girlfriend before? Liu Feng blushed with embarrassment and admitted, even though he's had a girlfriend before, they barely ever met. Anyway, lately. She took off her glasses and silently decided, looks like I'll have to teach Liu Feng a thing or two. Otherwise, when the time comes, whenever he meets a woman, he freezes up. She slowly stepped out of the car, and as soon as she was out, she saw a trashy couple pushing Mr. Dai Fuk to the ground. Get lost. Liu Feng quickly ran over to help him up. Sir, are you okay? Thom Thien sauntered over, sneering. Oh, isn't this the ex-boyfriend I dumped? Why do you look so pathetic now? Mr. Dai Fuk's eyes lit up the moment he saw him. Ooh, a handsome boy, he said. Liu Feng was enraged by her words. Thom Thien didn't let him speak, jumping in to show off. He's not even a fraction as good as my current boyfriend, who's both handsome and strong, not like some useless bum. That made him even more irritated, and he couldn't be bothered to respond. Yeah. Just then, a concerned voice spoke up. What's going on here? Callie approached and asked, Liu Feng, what are you doing? The moment Vuong Tran saw her, his lecherous eyes practically popped out of his head. Ah, a beauty. So gorgeous. Thom Thien thought about that bald old too and felt annoyed. Damn it, that fat pig turned into a mutated zombie and almost got me killed. I can't rely on that Vuong Tran. She pointed at Callie and stammered, Who are you? Full of charisma, Callie calmly replied. Who am I? That's not important. What's important is that I have to thank you. Seeing her walk up and link arms with him, Liu Feng was suddenly confused. Huh? Callie's tone remained calm and sarcastic. Thank you for being blind enough to throw away such an outstanding man. And so strong for me to have. I'm really, really grateful. Then, she leaned in closer, her voice full of innuendo. He wears me out every single night until dawn. He's got so much stamina. This made Liu Feng blush and whisper, President Callie, what are you doing? Thom Thien was completely stunned and started comparing them. What? Is Liu Feng really that vigorous? That damn Vuong Tran is built like a toothpick. Seeing he wasn't cooperating, she reached out and pinched his back hard. She warned him, Quiet. Suddenly pinched, he winced and cried out, Ow, that hurts. Callie continued her act. You have to help your captain maintain some dignity in public. In her mind, she thought, sooner or later, I'll let you know just how amazing I am. Long Hien witnessed her little charade and mused thoughtfully. This Callie has impressive restraint. Why are so many arrogant people gathered in one place? How interesting. Vuong Tran furiously grabbed Liu Feng's collar, demanding through gritted teeth, Damn it, you dare mess with us. Instantly, Liu Feng clamped a hand over his foul mouth, his expression turning fierce. Watch your mouth, you imbecile. His terrifying appearance made Thom Thien's face go pale with fear, and she repeatedly stammered, Sorry, while thinking in a panicked regret, he's so strong. Is this the same Liu Feng I used to know? Damn it, why isn't the woman standing next to him me? Long Hien noticed Liu Feng's recent change in demeanor and made a mental note, that look in his eyes. It seems Liu Feng has been through some very interesting things. Suddenly, from a distance, Sun Ha waved and shouted a warning. What are you all doing just standing there? There's a horde of zombies approaching from ahead. We have to go now. At that moment, the tear-jerking melodrama came to a halt with two words. What? The entire city seemed to be shrouded in a dark night filled with strange footprints. Soulless corpses were everywhere. Facing an entire horde of zombies is the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse. The zombies in the city can even break through military defense lines. Even the government's able-bodied young men struggle to survive, let alone ordinary people who would have little to no chance of survival. A soldier couldn't help but exclaim in shock, There are so many zombies. Sun Ha, maintaining his disciplined demeanor, approached Liu Feng and said, Hey, hero, thank you for saving us. But whatever beef you all have, let's deal with it after we escape this horde. Please get in the vehicle behind us. We'll clear a path. Due to the urgent situation, he wasn't happy about it, but still quickly. Agreed? Then he turned to the civilians and urged, Get on the vehicle now if you don't want to die. The crowd descended into chaos, pushing and shoving frantically. Damn it, stop pushing! Ah, the zombies are here! Let's run! Who just stepped on my foot? The remaining survivors continued to frantically shove their way on. Hurry up and get on, stop pushing! The moment Vuong Tran got on the vehicle, he immediately reverted to his thuggish ways. You imbecile. Can't you see it's already full? Down below, Mr. Daifuk pleaded desperately. Let me on the vehicle. From a distance, Liu Feng noticed Mrs. Tin Huang collapsed on the ground, begging, I'm begging you, please let us on. But he paid her no mind, kicking out with his foot, Get lost, which sent the old man falling backward in pain. Ah! He quickly pulled the door shut, his whole body getting squashed against the glass by the crowd. Tin Huang was still pleading frantically. Please, I'm begging you, let us on the vehicle. I don't want to die yet. Seeing this, Liu Feng felt some pity and called out, Hey, you three, come over to this vehicle. Once everyone was in, he turned towards Long Hien and suggested, Senior, follow them. Tin Ni, having just gotten on, exclaimed in amazement, Whoa, this vehicle is amazing. The old woman, meanwhile, sighed in relief. We're saved. Sun Ha, in the lead vehicle, quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie. He announced, Rear vehicle, stay close. Liu Feng in the last vehicle listened to the captain's message. We're using 3 machine guns to clear a path. The vehicle carrying the civilians heard it at the same time. On the walkie-talkie, everyone be especially careful of the mutated zombies. Remember to keep the windows tightly shut and don't fall behind. Sun Ha gritted his teeth, kept his composure, and continued to reassure everyone. The government will not abandon a single person. Our destination is the base in North City. Finally, he shouted the command. Move out! Immediately, gunfire erupted, blasting away the zombies ahead. Suddenly, one leaped onto the windshield, blocking the view, and the driver immediately yelled, Hold on tight, we're ramming through. The 2 lead vehicles fired nonstop, clearing a path for those behind. The rescue team members fought with all their might, hands constantly firing, their faces contorted in anger, screaming, Go to hell. On the side of the civilian rescue vehicle, countless zombies had jumped on, growling and clawing at the windows. Liu Feng assessed the situation with some concern. Luckily, the vehicle was sturdy, but if this continued, it would be torn apart sooner or later. Callie glanced over, noticed his demeanor, and deduced, seeing that calm expression, You're planning to use your modification ability again, aren't you? He emotionlessly admitted it. Oh, impressive. You actually figured it out. She casually accepted the compliment. I'm not an idiot, you know. But really, he was just putting on a brave face, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, not bad. You're right. I was planning on using it. While screaming in his head, damn it, I almost forgot about the modification ability. Liu Feng pressed his hand against the side of the vehicle and began to unleash his power. At the same time, he yelled out loud and clear, Watch this. Blades immediately appeared, emerging from the vehicle and shredding the zombies in front. Long Xuan had a suspicious look on his face. What kind of power is this? Could he be one of the legendary mutants? Da Fu also found it incredibly strange, unconsciously. Asking, Hey, this power is... Liu Feng observed the situation and instructed, Senior, just focus on driving. Long Xuan replied curtly, Right. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the roof of the vehicle. This is bad. Zombies are on the roof. In an instant, several zombies had jumped onto the vehicle's roof and started clawing at it. Liu Feng calmly opened the hatch, leaped up, and immediately decapitated the first corpse, then coolly held his blood-stained sword. Let me play with you guys. Seeing this, Shen Qian shouted, Look, there's someone on the roof of that vehicle, Wang Chen said with a scornful tone. Ha, that idiot is trying to show off again? He's a dead man for sure, remembering. Callie's reminder, he figured he should start building his reputation, or in simpler terms, show off whenever possible. Liu Feng's expression became determined. All right, let's start here. Activating Kung Fu Master. The moment he finished speaking, an enemy's head fell onto the vehicle's roof. Seeing a zombie baring its teeth and charging forward, Wang Chen in the other vehicle gasped and shouted with certainty, Look, he's about to be bitten to death. On the contrary, he sliced it in half with a single strike. This flawless move horrified the 2 onlookers. The zombie behind had just stuck out its tongue to attack when Liu Feng immediately turned around and swung his sword, decisively cleaving its body in 2. Next was the corpse of a female nurse, which he also took down with a single, clean strike. Everyone in the rescue vehicle witnessed this scene, and each of them was dumbfounded. He could kill a whole horde of zombies with a single slash. Wang Chen suddenly realized that the roof of their rescue vehicle was also being attacked by zombies. Liu Feng silently looked towards the endangered bus. Everyone inside the vehicle started to panic and scream, Ah, help, save us. The inside of the rescue bus was swarming with zombies, a scene of utter chaos. Stay away, a zombie pounced, mauling a soldier, which terrified everyone even more. Ouch. Ah. After tearing apart its last victim, it bared its blood-soaked teeth and eyed its next targets. Liu Feng was a bit hesitant, but the system immediately lit up. A choice mission appeared. Save the people on the bus. Saving one person grants 100 points with a 70% survival chance. He didn't have much of a choice and decided, in that case, I have to save them. Iron Sword model. Upon receiving the command, his gauntlet transformed accordingly. After absorbing the iron beast of the Iron Sword, the Iron Sword model had evolved into a mechanical arm. Liu Feng aimed directly at the vehicle ahead, and a long, sturdy cable shot out from his arm. The moment the cable's end touched the rear of the bus, it clamped on tightly. He leaped up and retracted the cable, pulling himself towards the vehicle. Zombies were attacking countless civilians, but they could only stand there, frozen in fear. Ah, no, please help. Xue Li desperately reached out towards Wang Chen, pleading, please save us. The zombie noticed the movement and released the soldier to observe. Liu Feng suddenly appeared and thrust his sword straight through its throat. Witnessing this, Xue Li, who had been terrified just moments ago, now looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope, exclaiming one after another, we're saved! He's so cool! Although Wang Chen was pale with fear, his competitive attitude remained, damn it, that bastard stole the spotlight again. A zombie suddenly turned its head, startling him. He casually shoved his girlfriend forward. Ah, don't you come over here. Surrounded, Shen Qian was stunned, realizing she had fallen for a scumbag. Why? Before she died, a torrent of grievances flooded her mind. I just wanted a better life. I just wanted to keep living. Why is it that I'm always betrayed? Ah, she looked resentfully at Wang Chen. Why do I always run into people like this? Then she turned towards Liu Feng with regret. Why did I miss out on a guy like him? A zombie was already behind her, its tongue lolling out, waiting. As soon as it caught her, it immediately wrapped its disgusting tentacles around her. But in the end, the tentacles slowly released her, leaving her confused. What's going on? It was Liu Feng who had saved her life. Not long after, Long Xuan also appeared as backup. He immediately opened fire, helping him deal with the surrounding zombies. Liu Feng, from a distance, could target the enemy's weak spot with a single move, decisively taking its life with one strike. The sheer number of zombies caused the convoy to lose its way and drive erratically. Captain of Vehicle Number 3, something's happened. Push forward quickly. Inside the bus at that moment, Wang Chen flinched, sensing something strange behind him. He glanced over to check the situation and suddenly discovered, an ugly zombie was staring at him from behind, scaring him to death. Ah! Shan He, who was monitoring the situation ahead, shouted, they've broken through. The convoy also escaped the zombie horde amidst shouts of joy. We broke through. As soon as the captain's announcement ended, Liu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, holding his forehead. After dealing with the zombies, he asked, is the mission complete? The system immediately. The display read, mission complete, 11 survivors. Reward 100 points. Suddenly, he felt a weight on the back of his neck, accompanied by a soft call. Hey, handsome. He immediately tilted his head back in confusion. Huh? Xue Li looked shy and bashful. Thank you. What followed was a round of introductions and thanks. Huang Jialei, a literature teaching assistant, began. Handsome, thank you for saving us. Jia Xue Li, an English teacher, was extremely grateful. If you hadn't broken through the window and charged in, we would have been dead for sure. Zhang Yingqian, a gentle math professor, added, please accept our gratitude. Suddenly, the bus erupted with a few terrified screams. Ah, wait, hold on. Liu Feng was being swarmed by the 3 women. Noticing something was off, he tried to look back to check. That guy Zhang Ding was standing completely still, staring intently without any intention of attacking. He frowned, watching the guy for a moment, feeling a bit uneasy. This zombie. After the convoy reached the safe zone in the evening, everyone gathered together quite merrily. Come on, Brother Liu, let's have a toast to celebrate. Shan, he said to Liu Feng, tomorrow we can reach the North City base. We were lucky to have your help this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I, Chu Shan He, truly admire heroes like you. These words made him shyly deny it. Not at all, not at all. A few seconds later, he looked into his cup and fell silent. It's a shame our food supplies are so low right now. We can only make do for today. Thankfully, we can return to the base tomorrow. Liu Feng suddenly remembered Callie's words that he had an opportunity to introduce the canned food produced by their base, and he quickly seized the moment. Oh right, Captain Chu, I have some food here. He laid out a few cans in front of him, and as soon as he saw them, he recognized them as high-quality canned goods. Liu Feng acted modestly and replied, Captain Chu, no need to be so formal, I'm just chipping in. Well now, Shan, he opened a can and introduced it. This is high-grade food. For the apocalypse. Come on, try some. Xue Li picked up a piece and savored it. After tasting it, all 3 women exclaimed excitedly, this food is so good I could cry. Looking at their expressions, made one suspicious. I added a little aphrodisiac. I mean, onions, and canned food. At night, the gentle light of the full moon shone down. In that desolate place, there was a vehicle, with its lights still on. Callie was focused, checking some information on her computer. She looked at the red warning on the screen, feeling confused. Why on earth did Zheng Tiansheng take over my research lab? What was he after? Suddenly, a thought popped into Callie's head. Could he be looking for that thing too? She leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. I remember telling Liu Feng to build a relationship with the team. Killing those zombies is just like chopping vegetables for him. Meanwhile, on his end, he was enjoying the bliss of some ripe, juicy peaches. What's so hard about it? A few swings of the blade and it's all taken care of, Shan He raised, his glass in excited praise. Amazing. Let's use water instead of wine and toast the red-clad sword saint, he replied with a radiant smile. Heh, you're too kind. Uncle Fu sat by the fire, enjoying the food, lost in thought. I feel like I've had this canned food somewhere before. Everyone around was overjoyed to have delicious food. So good, I hate it. Big Fu kindly reminded their savior, Liu Feng, when you get into the city, don't sell too much of this canned food, or you might run into trouble. Liu Feng was a bit confused and immediately asked, why do you say that, Uncle Fu? He became serious and continued calmly. You should keep valuable things to yourself. Plus, I heard you're very strong. You'll likely be targeted after you reveal yourself. I think you could cooperate with the military, get in good with the North City base. They can guarantee your safety. After hearing this, Liu Feng thought to himself, this old man is no simpleton. He temporarily set the matter aside and continued to have fun. You soldiers can't outdrink me. Shui Li, who was beside him, quickly pulled the man away. You get drunk after just one cup. The others in the back were still continuing the party. Let's keep eating. And drinking. As he was helped back to the tent, he kept rambling. Did you know, teacher? I used to be the worst at math. I could never get good at it no matter how hard I tried. Shui Li replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Well, that's good then. It seemed this woman had other intentions. She showed off her full, round melons. Let me take you to see something. It's really beautiful. Not one to behave. He stared intently, and the little bit of sobriety he had left made him realize something was off. Beautiful teacher, I don't think this is my tent. Shui Li boldly pushed him onto the bed. I see you don't get it at all, do you? Liu Feng, bewildered, lost his strength to resist. Whoa, teacher. Not understanding what was happening, he tried to sit up. What are you trying to do? The teacher's face was flushed as she leaned down, showing off her pair of peaches. Shut up and let me give you some tutoring. Okay. Seeing this, Liu Feng waved his hands in a panic, refusing. Teacher, please don't be like this. Shui Li immediately looked heartbroken. Little Liu, do you hate me too? He was helpless and hurriedly explained. Please don't be like this. The teacher covered her face and sobbed pitifully. I've been hungry and tired for so many days, and I was almost killed by a zombie. You not only saved me, but also fed me. I just want to repay. You a little. Boo-hoo. Shui Li seemed to have reached her breaking point, sobbing, but now you're rejecting me. Liu Feng sobered up completely, sitting up to comfort her. I'm sorry, teacher. Please don't cry anymore. Okay. In reality, he felt helpless with himself, realizing he really couldn't stand to see a woman cry. In the end, he had to say it. You can repay me however you want. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jai entered from outside, parting the curtain. You're the one who said it. Ying Qian came in with her, smiling wickedly. We also want to repay you for saving our lives. Shui Li knelt below. Our goal has been achieved, so let us tutor you for the night. Liu Feng was utterly stunned by the sight. All three of you? Jia moved closer, mysteriously covering her lips with her hand. Let me give you some after-school tutoring. A lesson for you. Liu Feng closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate, thinking he was doomed. This feeling, seeing himself surrounded by 3 teachers, he felt a sense of dread, as if he were back in a classroom near dusk. When he was a child, 3 teachers gave him special after-school tutoring. All 3 of them would constantly attack this student at the same time. Have you memorized this poem yet? Pay attention to the board. You got this problem wrong. Liu Feng couldn't help but groan as his ear was pinched. Teacher, please don't touch my ear. This familiar sensation was deeply haunting. The cicadas chirping on hot summer days, the logical equations of math, conjugating verbs in English, or reciting ancient poems in literature class were all seared into his adolescent memories. He collapsed, screaming internally, "Ah!" Occasionally, he felt a bit exhausted. The 3 of them, however, seemed tireless, continuing to give him their papers. This 60-point test is unacceptable. How can you become a model student like this? Liu Feng trembled inwardly, and then he continued his studies. He felt a sudden surge of energy, as if injected with adrenaline. But youth is my greatest strength. His skilled hands solved one test paper after another. GLA collapsed in bliss. So impressive. 100 points. Even teacher Ying Qian arched her body in satisfaction. English, 100 points. Shui Li couldn't take it anymore, remaining in a kneeling position, trembling as she supported herself with her hands. Math was also 100 points. All three teachers were now drowning in endless pleasure, panting heavily. Liu Feng felt invigorated, having conquered everything. Studying really is fun. He thought to himself, "You've all worked hard, teachers. I finally succeeded." However, a word of warning is necessary. Everyone must study diligently, or you'll end up like what's in this comic. At the same time, elsewhere, a pair of nimble hands loaded bullets into a gun. Then, Long Xuan placed the barrel of the gun right under his chin. When he pulled the trigger, luckily, nothing happened. Long Xuan held his position and sighed internally. It seems heaven doesn't want me dead yet. At this moment, he thought of another problem. How his junior brother managed to win over so many masters was truly baffling. Just then, the sound of mysterious footsteps echoed. He immediately raised his guard and lifted his gun. Looking through the sniper scope, he instantly recognized Wang Chen. Isn't this the man from the car today? It seems he's turned into a zombie now. With a whoosh, Wang Chen dashed away like a gust of wind. Long Xuan was stunned by the sight. He vanished, so fast. Time passed quickly, and it was now an hour later. "Shan," he announced loudly. "Everyone, assemble." Being disturbed late at night made everyone very annoyed. Sleeping late will give you wrinkles. Little Liu, even though I like you a lot, you shouldn't. Wake me up in the middle of the night like this. Are you guys crazy? Waking up in the middle of the night for what? Shan He, holding a gun, stepped forward to explain, "We just received news that one of us has been infected." Liu Feng drew his sword, pointing it directly at a man standing nearby. "Wang Chen, step out!" The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. "What? He's infected? Are you kidding? Don't think you can do whatever you want. Are you guys doing this for personal reasons?" A soldier nearby aimed his gun and warned, "Don't move, or we'll shoot." Shan, he turned and kindly advised, "Brother Liu, although I trust you, I hope you can provide evidence. Otherwise, we'll have to settle this in court." Liu Feng was still very confident in his decision. "Brother Shan, rest assured." He recalled what Long Xuan had told him, that Wang Chen is definitely a problem. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on him, he might have already made a move on Callie. Shen Qian stepped in front to protect him. "Wait, there must be a misunderstanding." Long Xuan decisively pointed his gun straight at her. "Ah, shut up. You still want to cover for him? Liu Feng, just ignore her and kill Wang Chen." Shen Qian trembled with fear. Wang Chen suddenly burst into crazed laughter. "Ha, kill me? Why would you kill me?" She couldn't believe her eyes. Wang Chen had completely transformed, losing his composure and screaming, "Ha, if you have the guts, then come and kill me. You absolutely don't dare to kill me." Let's see how a murderer like you will continue to live. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a blade sliced straight down on his head. Under the bright moonlight, Liu Feng struck coldly. "You're mistaken. In the apocalypse, I kill whoever I want to kill." His arrogant gaze shifted to Sa Rilong. Sa Rilong, seeing the man fall, Shen Qian immediately screamed, "You damn murderer!" Tears streamed down her face as she uttered words of blame. "Why did I ever fall for you?" Liu Feng was indifferent, not even bothering to look. "Then you can taste your own retribution." Had Wang Chen attacked from behind? The final word from her former lover was, "Goodbye." He opened his mouth wide and in one bite, clamped down on her beautiful head. Shen Qian panicked, unable to escape. "Ah, help!" Seeing the urgent situation, the soldiers opened fire. Meanwhile, Liu Feng turned and walked away without hesitation. "My past." Callie, who was beside him, praised him. "Your aura right now isn't bad." His attitude was unclear as he asked in a low voice, "Do you think I did that to make a name for myself?" Liu Feng didn't wait for an answer and continued walking. "No, no one can threaten me." She silently watched his retreating figure, but then she noticed something unusual. Callie, slightly annoyed, questioned him, "What's in your pocket?" Liu Feng hadn't even had time to react. "Pocket? Whoa!" He turned pale with panic when he discovered the small item. The math teacher's panties. When did she stuff them in my pocket? Behind him, Callie was already sharpening her knife. "Liu Feng." She flew at him, unleashing a relentless physical assault. "So it turns out, are they the people you were talking about?" Long Xuan sighed at the sight. How did they end up together? How interesting. The next day, sunlight once again shone down everywhere. On the road, it was now completely overrun with zombies. They set off again to continue their journey. Liu Feng sat on the roof of the car, a thoughtful look on his face. He secretly regretted that they hadn't agreed to join his base earlier. It made sense. On one side was the North City base, and on the other was a base with a bleak future. Who wouldn't choose the more powerful option? The image of the three female teachers quickly flashed through his mind. "We want to go to the base to build a school. We'll come find you girls when we have the chance." Suddenly, Dafu popped out of the car's sunroof. "It turns out you're here." Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Uncle Fu. Jing'er, who was beside them, reached her hands out to him. Big brother, hold me, Liu Feng asked casually, as if making small talk. Uncle Fu, you seem to know quite a lot, don't you? What do you do? As he was playing with the little girl, Dafu looked quite surprised. Me? He no longer hid it and answered honestly. I was a researcher for the government's vast forest project, specializing in the effects of the androgen gene on the cerebral cortex. Liu Feng was shocked by this news, his eyes widening. Impressive. Jing'er was very dismissive and paid it no mind. Isn't that just a hair growth stimulation project? Why do you make it sound so high class? He rushed over to grab his granddaughter's head. You little brat, you dare to expose me? Take this, my temple pressure point attack? When Liu Feng realized the truth, he was utterly speechless. Huh, hair growth? Dafu pointed ahead, his expression full of awe. Oh, look over there. Are we almost there? Liu Feng looked up and was astonished. This was their destination, the North City base, currently under construction. He looked at the massive scene and said in shock, the North City refugee zone. No, it should be called the North City base now. After a tiring journey, everyone finally stopped in a forest. Shen Qian, who had been bitten to death, was now lying on the ground. At that moment, a zombie staggered over. Its head suddenly split in two, and strange tentacles emerged from within. It quickly burrowed into her body. The zombie, as if drained of all energy, withered and died, then collapsed. At the same time, Shen Qian actually stood up, and the wounds on her body began to heal. Shen Qian had now become Envoy 06 of the Guiyi divine cult. She gave a cunning smile filled with hatred. Liu Feng. The scene then shifted to the gate of the North City base. Looking at the massive fortress before him, Liu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this wall is magnificent." Suddenly, a voice called out. To him, Brother Liu Shanhei gave a respectful gesture as a reminder and announcement. Brother Liu, please hurry and complete the entry procedures. I'll take everyone to a safe place. His three female tutors smiled and waved. Little Liu, come visit us when you're free. He happily turned to say goodbye to Liu Luan. Okay, I will. Dafu and his granddaughter also bid him farewell. Little Liu, we're heading off first. Come visit when you have the chance. Goodbye, he replied politely. Take care, Uncle Fu. Liu Feng watched as everyone left, thinking to himself, it seems the North City base isn't so bad. Just as he was about to move forward, a pair of hands blocked his way. Stop. The man in charge was Director Huang of the North City Scientific Research Institute. He took a drag from his cigarette and pointed arrogantly. I'm Director Huang, and I'm in charge of testing for infections. The vehicle is over there. Everyone head that way. Your car and guns will be commandeered, and we'll compensate you with a few pounds of food. Now get over there and wait for your inspection. He gave a treacherous smile and ordered, fire. Upon receiving the order, the soldier immediately opened fire on the person. The crowd was shocked and panicked by the scene. They're killing people! They're killing people! Huang Hui waved his hand, making an arbitrary decision. I suspect this person was infected. Do you all still think this is a time of peace? The base operates under military law. Obey orders, or else. You'll all be killed. Liu Feng drew his sword, assessing the situation. These people's equipment was identical to those who had captured Xin Tong. A sound from the side distracted him. Callie stepped down, holding something in her hand as she advised, Liu Feng, wait, don't be rash. He was immediately captivated by her beauty. Ah, a great beauty. Callie walked over and gently expressed her goodwill. Director, I'm sorry for the trouble. I have a few boxes of medicine here. I hope you can make things easier for us. Hearing this, he was stunned with surprise. Medicine? In the apocalypse, this is a rare commodity. Let me see. Huang Hui looked closely at the brand, exclaiming in excitement. Ah, is this the Little Bear Express brand? He looked at Callie with a lustful expression. You really know the rules, but if you understand them so well. Huang Hui tried to touch her sexy waist, crudely, suggesting, how about you sleep with me for a night? Let's see what that butt of yours is like. His filthy hand was swiftly chopped off the very next second. Huang Hui stared at his severed arm, fresh blood spurting out, unable to react in time. Hey! His blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the area. Ah! Somewhere else, a certain Huang Bing was playing around when the sound caught her attention. To make Director Huang scream so miserably. It seems my prey has appeared. Seeing Huang Hui's state, his subordinate rushed over. Director Huang. However, he just kept screaming, ah! Liu Feng glanced lazily behind him and reminded her. Your beauty, in this apocalypse, will inevitably attract scum with evil thoughts. In times like these, fists are the only truth. Hearing those words, she realized he had a point. I'm sorry, Liu Feng. It was my carelessness. I didn't consider. The effect of my own beauty. Her heart seemed to have gotten quite a scare. Oh, Callie, it seems your mindset hasn't changed, has it? You were lucky Liu Feng was here this time. Otherwise, humiliated, Huang Hui flew into a rage and ordered, "Kill them." Liu Feng stood protectively in front of the crowd. "Callie, get back in the car. I'll handle things here." The others panicked at the sight. "Run." Ah. Clang! Just then, Huang Bing slid over from out of nowhere, flying up and landing right on the man's face, gifting him a dynamic, family jewel-destroying kick. Suddenly, the wheels went haywire and veered to one side, and the man took a hard fall, with a groan. Ouch! The subordinates beside him looked down in a daze. Director Huang. Huang Bing sat on top of the guy, pretending to panic and beg. Ah, wait, but the soldiers still raised their guns to shoot him dead. Luckily, Liu Feng used his glove to stop them. He controlled the guns, making the soldiers hit themselves. The boy, who had been waiting for just this moment, looked thrilled as if his plan had succeeded. "You're a mutant too, right? I knew I guessed correctly. Are you a telekinetic too?" Liu Feng was confused by the barrage of questions. Huh? Huang Hui clutched his head, also stunned by what he heard. What? A mutant? The subordinates looked up in even greater fear. A mutant. We're screwed. We're so screwed. He gritted his teeth through the pain and clenched his fist. "You little brat, who the hell are you?" Liu Feng stepped back, positioning himself in front of Callie. The boy confidently introduced himself. "This great one here is an F-rank member of the Mutant Association, one of the 4 great powers of North City Base. The name's Huang Bing Bing. Now let my mutant brothers in!" He looked at the newcomer, finding the situation very interesting. The 4 great powers of North City Base: the military, the research institute, the Mutant Association. What's the last one? North City. This place is certainly interesting. Huang Hui clutched his arm and staggered. Damn it! The other soldiers were in disbelief. What? Someone from the Mutant Association? The Mutant Association? Huh? Huang Bing, completely unafraid, spoke clearly. "I'm here to pick up a new member, so why haven't you lowered your guns yet?" He had no choice but to comply and lower his weapon. The guard thought he had misheard, stammering to confirm. "Director Huang, are you sure?" Huang Hui held out his continuously bleeding arm. "Enough talk. Do you dare to offend the Mutant Association? Besides, my hand needs medical attention." Liu Feng let out a silent sigh of relief, and finally, the boy excitedly volunteered to lead everyone. "Then let me take them to the rest area." Not one to give up easily, Huang Hui spoke bitterly into his radio. "Hello? Zulong Gang? Help me deal with a mutant. Bring plenty of backup, this one's a tough case." Liu Feng gratefully extended his hand. "Thanks a lot. How should I address you?" The boy scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Haha, my name is Huang Bing Bing. You can just call me Huang Bing." "Bing Bing? That sounds so girly." He accepted it immediately. "All right, Huang Bing." The boy asked curiously in a playful tone. "I want to ask you something. Is your power telekinesis?" Liu Feng, still focused on his glove, explained softly. "Ah, no. This is a magnetic arm. It can attract metal." He also wanted to know about the other boy, glancing over. "Is your power telekinesis? Is it very powerful?" Huang Bing gestured with his hand as if it were nothing. "I can only control small wheels. That's why I'm only F rank." Liu Feng's expression immediately turned awkward. "Oh, okay." Suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes widen in astonishment. Yes, the place that they were standing was North City Base. The military-industrial complex under construction was the core of North City Base. Including the recently built city walls, the base already possessed certain production capabilities, with a population of up to 140,000. Liu Feng stared wide-eyed at the luxurious buildings. "Ah, this is..." Huang Bing jumped around cheerfully, introducing the place. "We're here. Welcome to North City Base." As if he'd turned into a construction worker, the boy explained in detail. North City is divided into 3 zones. The center is the industrial zone, which is also where military personnel, production workers, distinguished contributors, and their relatives live. Ordinary people need a pass to enter. Moving to the next area, Huang Bing then transformed into an office worker. The inner zone is where officials, leaders, and some international friends reside. Ordinary people are not allowed inside. The boy slowly introduced the final area. The outer zone is for refugees. Newcomers to the base who haven't made any contributions are placed here, and they're also observed to see if they're infected. Join our mutant association. The benefits are great. When you write down the referrer's name, write mine. I'll get a reward of canned meat. Liu Feng didn't know what to do, so he just agreed for now. "Ah, all right, I'll go check out the mutant association tomorrow." Huang Bing winked playfully and pointed. "Get in your car. I'll take you to the rest area." The vehicle quickly started and left, driving smoothly through each zone. In the car, Liu Feng suddenly remembered and pointed. "Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is my friend, President Callie, and the driver is Senior Long Xuan." She leaned to one side and said coolly, "Hello." The moment Huang Bing saw her, his eyes widened in admiration. "Whoa, what big boobs. Beautiful big sis." He pointed directly at him, with an innocent look on his face. No wonder Liu Feng is always staring at your chest. Hearing this, Callie couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. It was then that he noticed something strange. Hey, outside were beggars, a scene of misery. Mister, I'm so hungry. Next was a red light district with all kinds of women, including a girl being forced by a man, mixed with the sounds of solicitation. Wait a minute, mister. Come have some fun. A whole night for just one steamed bun. Then there was a scene of human trafficking in broad daylight. A large, muscular, begging. You wench, get over here. Your husband sold you for a pack of sausages. Husband, honey, please don't. Shut your mouth. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Liu Feng watched it all unfold, his brow furrowed in sorrow. Such a brutal scene. If I were to bring out any food, they would surely tear each other apart for it. No wonder Uncle Fu warned me. Callie gently whispered in his ear to comfort him. Don't dwell on it. She moved closer. Tatnot leaned against him for comfort. You're already very kind. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be just like those other girls by now. Right now, Liu Feng was imagining Callie wearing a seductive outfit. The thought made him blush with embarrassment. Looking at the dilapidated scenery outside, Liu Feng asked with some unease, Don't tell me the government arranged a room for me. That's this shabby? Huang Bing immediately denied it. No, that's not it. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. The boy pointed ahead excitedly. We're here, take a look. This place wasn't much better, just makeshift tents surrounded by destitute people. When Liu Feng saw it, his face darkened. Huh? He was so furious he wanted to scream. Is this a place for people to live? It's even worse than that wooden shack from before, Huang Bing explained with an awkward smile. The central district out there is definitely better than this. The boy took his hand, his eyes sparkling with an inviting look. So please join the Mutant Association. As long as you reach B rank, you'll be assigned a mud hut. He finally had to compromise. It seems this is the only way. After that, Huang Bing led them to another place. We're here. Everyone can stay here. As they were moving, someone struck up a conversation with the boy. Well now, isn't it little Huang? Is your mother doing well? The boy politely smiled in response. Uncle Ba Li, my mom is doing great. Thanks for asking. Liu Feng, from behind, wanted to express his gratitude. Huang Bing, thank you. The boy turned and replied enthusiastically, It's no problem. This is all stuff I should do. He suddenly remembered something then, reaching into his pocket to search. Oh, right. Liu Feng held out a can of food. You've helped me so much, so I'm giving you this canned food. Please take it as a thank you gift. Huang Bing saw the item in his hand and was stunned. His eyes, sparkling like stars, looked up. Thank you, brother Liu Feng. He looked at the person before him and doubted himself. I'm done for. That smile is making my heart flutter a bit. What is wrong with me? Huang Bing continued to lead the group. Let's go, brother Liu Feng. Remember to come to the Mutant Association tomorrow. Just then, he was blocked by a tall, large man. Hey kid, are you Liu Feng? I'm Su Gui, the second in command of the Black Bamboo Dragon Gang from North City. I'm here to have a word with you. That person was Shu Gui, a D-rank mutant. The second in command of the Black Bamboo Dragon Gang. Liu Feng's brow furrowed immediately, raising his guard. Shu Gui led a group of men forward arrogantly, bursting into contemptuous laughter. Ha ha. Liu Feng paid them no mind. His attitude was indifferent. What do you want with me? The man looked down on him, his tone arrogant and disrespectful. Well, we're here to teach you a lesson. Who told you to go and piss off a big shot? Long Xuan vigilantly aimed his gun straight at him, ready to pull the trigger. Shu Gui remained calm, not showing a hint of fear as he raised a finger. My friend, you can't use guns in the city. If you fire, the army will shoot you dead. Huang Bing immediately stepped forward to threaten them. My Black Bamboo Dragon Gang is part of the Mutant Association. Do you dare to offend us? The man smirked, his voice dripping with sarcastic indifference. Oh, is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Gui threw a powerful punch. I'm so scared. The boy couldn't dodge and took the full force of the blow. The man looked on with contempt, declaring, Other people might be afraid. Of the Mutant Association? Not me. He raised his foot and stomped hard on Huang Bing's head without any mercy. A faint groan of pain was heard. Everyone was stunned and enraged by this act. Taking advantage of the man's momentary lapse, Huang Bing controlled his wheelchair, aiming it upwards with his telekinesis. Shu Gui quickly noticed the attack, smirking sarcastically. Telekinesis. So, it turns out the kid, with F-rank telekinesis, was you? A murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes. Shu Gui swung the weapon in his hand forcefully, a single slash cutting through the wheel. Useless trash. He slammed his axe down as if to crush every finger. His feet pressed down hard on his opponent's face. Others are afraid of you because they don't know about your power. Do you know why I know so much? The boy couldn't help but let out a scream of agony. The arrogant man's eyes held a contemptuous smile. The mechanical zone ranked 247 among D-rank mutants on the mutation chart. My body is immune to your kind's mechanical manipulation. The base has rules. When mutants fight each other, the base won't interfere, so there's no way in hell I'm afraid of you. Liu Feng couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. His hand tightened on his sword hilt as he stepped forward. Old man. Let's go a few rounds. Shugui turned to size him up from head to toe. Is the speed and defense of that armor any good? Liu Feng's face was calm, not hiding anything. That's right. The man's eyes narrowed, a glint of greed appearing. How about we make a bet? Shugui's eyes never left the armor as he made his demand. If you lose, you have to give me this suit of armor. How about it? Liu Feng remained calm. He smirked slightly. A bet? Interesting, but it's not fair if I'm the only one betting. He tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the pile of metal on his opponent's body. If you lose, you have to give me that mechanical left arm. Hearing this, the corner of the man's mouth curled up, his voice tinged with admiration. Humph, you've got a good eye. Shugui was genuinely intrigued, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. His eyes widened in a look of disdain. Deal. Liu Feng kindly extended his hand. Let's shake on it. For a moment, the man paused at this strange action. The two hands grasped each other tightly, and in the air, a spark of electricity flashed. Liu Feng was secretly using his ability to analyze the power of the arm. Blue lines of light gradually appeared on his arm. His body is basically all mechanical. I can modify and control it. I found a place I can modify. The subordinates around them cheered continuously. Ha ha! Watch the boss kill you in one strike! Callie stepped forward from behind, worried. Liu Feng held out his hand to block, calmly reassuring her. It's okay. Let me handle this. You should step back. Tu Gui raised his weapon high, bringing it down with all his might. But Liu Feng remained still, lost in thought. Is the modification about to kick in? For some reason, the guy's axe slammed down in front of him. His surrounding lackeys were stunned into silence. Huh? Liu Feng nonchalantly picked his nose, his eyes filled with anticipation. It's almost time. Tu Gui probably wanted to dig a hole and hide, but he had to pretend to save face. Humph, seeing as you're so young, this old master will grant you the first move. His underlings, believing him, started cheering him on again. As expected of our boss, he's the absolute best. Suddenly, a strange sensation jolted through the guy's body. He twitched violently, his eyes turning bloodshot. Why does my stomach suddenly hurt so much? Tu Gui's lower abdomen cramped up, and his face darkened in confusion. This can't be right. My body has been modified. There's no way I'd get a stomachache for no reason. His face turned pale, his brows furrowing his thoughts. Raced through his mind. It felt like someone was inside his stomach. His brain quickly concocted a scenario, feeling as if Hua Qiang and the dark monster were battling it out inside him. At that moment, Hua Qiang and An Mai were arguing. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Whoosh! They locked hands, and An Mai suddenly got behind him, restraining his opponent's body. They both froze, stunned, their fighting moves on the verge of erupting. Satsujin Ryu! Whoosh! At the same time, the guy's eyes rolled back into his head, drool and snot running down his face. It's coming out, the clueless underlings shouted loudly. Look, this is... Meanwhile, Tu Gui had to clench his legs tightly to stop what was about to come out. An excited subordinate raised his hand to cheer. Oh, I never thought I'd have the honor of witnessing this legendary move from our second-in-command. The fierce tiger descends the mountain slash. Liu Feng just stood there, happily waiting for the show to begin. Heh. Tu Gui looked at Liu Feng with a wary expression. Could it be his doing? Impossible, my mechanized body. Liu Feng said nothing, silently walking over and landing a punch that distorted his face. This action officially enraged the guy, who aggressively prepared for a showdown. Damn it! Taste my mantis blade! He leaped into the air, aiming for Liu Feng's head and swinging his blade down. Instantly, Liu Feng's sword easily blocked the attack. Along with the clash of weapons, Tu Gui emitted a strange sound that everyone recognized. Splat! The underlings noticed it. Huh? What was that sound? But perhaps in their eyes, their idol was always majestic and powerful. I get it. That must be the sound of the fierce tiger core. Oh, the peerless fierce tiger core. Gaining momentum, they praised him to the heavens. That is the fierce tiger descends the mountain slash, the ultimate martial art of the second-in-command's family. He imagined Tu Gui standing majestically with a shimmering golden tiger tattoo on his back. It's said that once their family's martial art is unleashed, their whole body will emit a sound. Foot, foot, foot. This is the symbol of the supreme power of their martial art. Even a fool would find this story ridiculous. Yet these two idiots were completely in awe. He used this move to kill several C-rank mutants back then. Tu Gui, however, had other things on his mind, his face pale and beaded with sweat. I'm screwed. I'm not going to be able to hold it anymore. The veins in his eyes became more prominent, his pupils rolling back as if in utter desperation, and his vision started to blur. His consciousness faded, his field of view rapidly narrowing. Wait, that thing. Suddenly, he jolted, his stomach feeling like it was being squeezed, on the verge of bursting. Meanwhile, Hua Qiang was wrestling with Enmai, a scene that made many people think of something else. You have failed. Hua Qiang, you can't escape, he shouted, trembling. Ah, ah, ah. Hua Qiang struggled to fight back. Don't you dare come over here. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. Ying Diao appeared, giving a direct order. Huazi, move aside. I want to get out. Hua Qiang could only weakly plead with the great Ying Diao. Please don't. In reality, realizing he was in trouble, Tugui threw his weapon and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Ying Diao closed in on Hua Qiang. No matter how much he begged, Boss Ying Diao, please don't. Tugui's eyes were already streaming with tears, unable to hold it in any longer as he erupted like a fountain. Witnessing this scene, the two underlings finally understood the truth, their faces turning pale with horror. The people around them were disgusted, staring with contempt as all of the guy's essence spilled out. They danced joyfully in Tugui's mouth. Ha ha! We're out! As expected of the great Ying Diao, the air is so fresh. The outcome of the battle was decided. Liu Feng approached the guy, ready to collect his spoils of war. You lost, so I'll be taking this mechanical arm. Time passed to that night, and at the camp, voices could still be heard. Huang Bing is gone. Let's discuss the next mission. Inside the room, Callie began to lay out the plan. We've successfully entered the North City base. Our main objective now is to investigate Zheng Tianxiong. The second objective is to take in more refugees to increase the population of our base. Going directly to him is not an option. You've seen it yourself. The guards are all his men, which proves the Research Institute's power is immense. If we just barge in directly, we'll definitely be caught. Liu Feng asked for a solution. So, what do we do? She had already carefully calculated a reasonable approach. Zheng Tianxiong is searching everywhere for my scientific research lab. I think he's looking for that. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, "What is it?" She calmly explained. Nano-miniaturized intelligent robots. It was the most important research project my corporation collaborated on with the Neuroma Alliance. This technology it can be used for military medical aid, utilizing top-tier energy and technology. Before the apocalypse broke out, my butler was also pushing this project forward. Callie leaned back wearily into her chair, carefully observing the information on the computer. Only he knows where the nanotech is, and we must retrieve the nanotech experimental sample first. They had finished discussing their strategy. The next day, they set out on the black market street. A slightly shy voice whispered softly. Callie linked her arm with Liu Feng's, pressing her chest against him. Shh, don't mind it. Let's keep going. The two acted intimately like a couple in love strolling down the street, inevitably attracting the gazes of everyone around them. So beautiful. That's right. She tilted her head slightly, explaining in a low voice, I have to pretend to be your wife. Otherwise, we'll easily be targeted. He quickly understood. Uh-huh. As he said that, his eyes uncontrollably drifted down to Callie's ample bosom. Her allure was just too much to not attract attention, wasn't it? She chatted cheerfully as they walked. My family has a secret symbol, usually carved in a hidden place. We're here to find that symbol. Bro. Suddenly, an extremely perverted-looking guy approached them with a proposition. Hey brother, I have a box of food here. How about you let your wife spend a night with me? Callie paid him no mind. She just kept looking around, observing her surroundings. She quickly spotted the place she was looking for. Ah, found it. At that very moment, Liu Feng took care of the annoying guy with a single kick. Huh? She stopped in front of a bar, showing him where the symbol was marked. In contrast to its normal exterior, the inside of the bar was incredibly noisy with female employees, in revealing outfits beckoning customers. Welcome to the model bar. Ugh, disgusting. Haha. Liu Feng was inwardly delighted but pretended to be disdainful. This bar seems a little improper to me. Callie seemed completely used to scenes like this, focusing only on confirming if they were at the right location. This should be the place. Suddenly, a ragged old man walked in. Behind them, calling out weakly, "Young miss." In the bar, Can's voice rang out. "Young miss." The old man looked at Callie with tears in his eyes, like he'd found a long-lost child. "I've finally found." Callie immediately recognized him, Butler Can. She walked over to support him. "Butler Can, it's so good to see you safe and sound." Seeing her alive and well, Can was overcome with emotion. "Sob, sob, I've been wandering for so long. I finally waited for the day you'd come for me. Young miss, now I can die in peace." The emotional old man recounted the events. When the apocalypse broke out, I moved the projects, researched down to the K3 laboratory, then went to the North City base to wait for you. Liu Feng, sitting beside them, grew very curious as he listened. Where is the K3 laboratory? The old man didn't hesitate and took a photo from his pocket. Ah, I have a picture here. Can handed it to him, and at first, he was a little surprised. But when Liu Feng took the photo and got a better look, he was truly stunned. This is. His reaction made it seem like the picture contained something horrifying, but it was actually a picture of a girl in a seductive black bunny outfit, leaving him speechless. Huh? Can was startled when he realized he'd given him the wrong one. The old man fumbled and snatched the photo back, his expression clearly embarrassed. Haha, wrong one. My apologies. Can pulled out another picture. This is it. This time, it depicted a large clock tower. Liu Feng took it and observed it seriously. Can, standing beside him, enthusiastically explained. The K3 laboratory is hidden underground beneath the clock tower 10 kilometers from Tanan town. Suddenly, a faint voice from somewhere distracted him. It was Qin Mu, drunk, being helped along by two strange men. Let me go. She was delirious from the alcohol and unaware of her surroundings. I still want to drink more. Su Gangye saw his chance and made a move. It's okay. Let me take you home and we can keep drinking, Qin Mu asked. Drink? Unexpectedly, she slapped him so hard it stunned him. Not going. Qin Mu then swiftly dealt with the other guy with a kick to his groin. Get lost. Compared to Gangye, Tian Hao was in much more pain. He screamed, Ah! Qin Mu laughed gleefully, a smug look on her face. You guys bet me I couldn't drink 3 glasses. You lost. Trying to leave without paying? Gangye was furious not only for losing his prize but also for getting hit. This wench. He lunged forward to slap her back. Don't you dare be so arrogant. But before he could make a move, Liu Feng stopped him. Stop. He grabbed the man's arm, glaring at the guy in front of him with a warning tone. You don't hit women. The two thugs were now truly enraged. They both raised their fists to punch Liu Feng, cursing venomously. Go to hell, you motherfucker. Who do you think you are? They didn't know they were no match for him, but as expected, he pulled Gangye's arm and elbowed him in the face. Tian Hao must have been really lucky to be so unlucky. Getting hit hard again. A kick straight to the stomach sent him flying so far he shattered the glass door and landed outside. Passers-by were stunned to see Tian Hao's flying figure. Ah, inside, through the shattered glass door. Liu Feng was still holding a cool pose. He threatened menacingly. Get lost if you don't want to die. Callie, who had witnessed everything, silently assessed. Liu Feng has changed quite a bit. Qin Mu, now safe, collapsed to the ground in an extremely seductive pose, still holding a syringe in her hand. She must really love her job. Her actions left Liu Feng flustered. What do I do now? In a room on the outskirts of town, where he had taken Qin Mu to rest. In the room, Liu Feng was planning his next move. Next, I have to go to the underground K3 laboratory. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared with a new mission. The screen clearly stated the mission. Obtain the nano-technology. The base will receive new scientific technology. New technology reward, 2,000 points. He read through it and made his assessment. An orange tier mission could yield a new technique. This was the first time the system had been so proactive. Lost in thought, Liu Feng didn't notice that Qin Mu had already sat up. She wrapped her arms around him. In a sleepy voice, she said, Let's have another drink. Her soft voice echoed in the quiet room. Liu Feng was a bit surprised to be pinned down by the beautiful girl. What's this? But Qin Mu continued. To flirt. You're pretty handsome, you know? She moved closer to his lips, making him blush and leaving him speechless. Don't. Suddenly, a retching sound erupted, so loud that even Callie outside could hear it. She immediately ran inside to check on the situation. Liu Feng, what's going on? Before her was the sight of Qin Mu throwing up all over Liu Feng. Don't puke on me, haha. Callie was dumbfounded. A few hours later, the girl vaguely regained consciousness. Are you awake? Callie handed her a cup of coffee. Here, drink this to warm up. She took it politely. Thank you. Qin Mu began to talk openly, introducing herself. I'm Qin Mu, a doctor. Thank you for bringing me here. Hearing this, Callie asked, You're a doctor? Business must not be too good, huh? Qin Mu took a sip of her coffee, muttering, This whole situation, huh? The taste of coffee spreading in her mouth surprised her. This is coffee. I didn't expect you guys to be so well off. Qin Mu quickly placed the cup on the table. The people living in the suburbs are usually destitute. There's no way to make money here. She continued with a choked voice. Not only that, this place is lawless. So criminals run rampant. Gangs are popping up like mushrooms. The people here, who were already suffering, are now even worse off. Even so, people in the suburbs refuse to leave the base just to become zombie food. Qin Mu rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The so-called heroes and leaders are all hiding in the inner city, getting drunk day and night. In the central district, workers are exploited for their labor. And these suburbs are hell on earth. Outside, it's crawling with zombies, and inside, this base condones all sorts of evil. No one here is worthy of being saved. Her story left the two of them silent for a moment. Liu Feng fell into thought. So this was what the base was really like. Callie, standing beside him, whispered, "Does this doctor have any use to us?" Just then, Chin Mu stood up to say goodbye. "It's time for me to go." Before leaving, she whispered teasingly to him, "You seemed pretty worn out earlier, didn't you? When I touched you, you felt a little weak. You should remember to eat well." He stammered shyly, "Huh? Huh?" With that, Chin Mu left a can of food. "Consider this my consultation fee." Along with it was her business card. "This is my card." She tossed the card down. In a playful tone, she said, "If you need anything, come find me at my clinic." Later that afternoon, in a rundown neighborhood, wherever Liu Feng went, people in ragged clothes followed him, begging, "Hey, mister, come on, over here. Just one ration for the whole night. I used to be famous, you know." "Sir, please, something to eat. Sir, anything to eat." A pitiful-looking child grabbed his hand, but he could only shake his head. "I have nothing, nothing. Move aside." Though he acted cold on the outside, Liu Feng was tormented inside. Asterisk. Damn it, just have to bear it in this apocalypse. Asterisk. He couldn't stop cursing. This apocalypse is a real piece of work. At the same time, two strangely dressed people were handing out food in the distance. They chanted, "God protects humanity." These bizarre individuals walked around spouting cryptic phrases like, "Believe in the light." A beggar pointed at them and said, "Don't trust them. Anyone who follows them never returns." Liu Feng tried to ignore it. "Whatever, let's just focus on the mission. I need to report to the Mutant Association, and then I'll go buy people at the slave market." But Callie's words echoed in his mind. "If we buy people, our food supplies won't last long. We'll have to find a new food source." He felt extremely conflicted. Being a leader really isn't easy. Just then, his gaze fell upon a wooden house. "Is this the Mutant Association?" Huang Bing was already standing there. "Brother Feng, over here, over here." The boy immediately led him inside. "The vice president is here to preside over the association today. She's acting as an examiner," Liu Feng repeated. "Vice president?" The scene before him was a surprise. Countless ability users were gathered inside, chatting. "Let me tell you guys, the Central District has now." Noticing the newcomer, everyone turned to stare, their wary gazes far from friendly. Huang Bing weaved through the crowd, pulling him along. "The vice president is waiting for us on the second floor. Let's go." Suddenly, a loud crash startled Liu Feng. He turned to see someone named Da An had just smashed a wooden table. For some reason, the man roared, veins popping as his skin turned a deep red. This made Liu Feng curious. What's going on? A person nearby panicked. "This is bad. The mutant has gone berserk." He didn't understand what the person meant. Just then, a figure shot down from a window in the ceiling. This mysterious person pinned Da An to the floor with a single, decisive kick, leaving everyone in awe. She took down a mutant in a single blow. This woman is something else. It was Kawa Seisuna, the vice president of the Mutant Association. She noticed Liu Feng and asked, "Who are you people?" Seisuna stared intently at Liu Feng, and her piercing gaze made him a little uneasy. Asterisk. "Does she want to fight?" Asterisk. Then, Seisuna spoke again. "You use a blade? That's unusual. Who are you?" Huang Bing quickly scurried forward. Vice President. It's me. I'm Huang Bing. Then the boy pointed to Liu Feng. "He's the new mutant I brought here." Susuna's expression remained cold. "Go find a doctor to treat that man." One of her subordinates replied, "Yes, Vice President." Only then did she gesture to Huang Bing and Liu Feng. "Follow me upstairs for the evaluation." Huang Bing cheered happily. "Okay." The two of them immediately followed her, following behind. Liu Feng seized the chance to gather some intel. "Huang Bing, what was wrong with you earlier? It was like you went berserk," the boy replied casually. You mean that guy from before? He's a variant with a mutated gene." Huang Bing further explained that among the variants, some individuals can't control their own power and are prone to going berserk. When that happens, they won't even recognize their own family. Realized. The killing intent was radiating, and in severe cases, they could even become a type of mutant. This is also why the association needs a high-ranking mutant. The boy's words made Liu Feng pensive. How is this so similar to Xin Tong's symptoms? Lost in thought, he didn't realize they had arrived until Susuna reminded him, "We're here." In the testing room, the three of them stood before a large table. She ordered Liu Feng, "Please demonstrate your power." He smiled triumphantly, his posture full of confidence. "All right, I'll only show a portion of my power. I have to hide my crafting ability." Liu Feng stepped forward, picked up the sword, and explained, "My power mainly focuses on weapons. I can upgrade and repair them. For example, like this." After saying that, he immediately used his modification power, consuming 20 points. The sword soon changed shape and emitted a fiery glow. Its form would change slightly, and it could now produce flames. Just like this, its sharpness has increased, and it can create flames when slashing. The sword's transformation made Huang Bing exclaim uncontrollably, "Wow, that's amazing." Susuna, who was beside them, was also impressed. "What, You can modify and even upgrade weapons. In her heart, she was already starting to acknowledge Liu Feng. This is great. The ability to enhance weapons is very rare and highly sought after everywhere. It's said that the military and the research facility only have a few people like that. Immediately, Sasuna grabbed the blade she carried at her side. Liu Feng, I want to ask you for a favor. She knelt down, raising the blade. Like a swordsman to their king, can you repair this blade of mine? Her emotions poured out as she spoke. My beloved Shui Lun Huan. Her gaze suddenly became soft, a stark contrast to before. This is my family's blade. It grew up with me, but it was cracked during a battle with a mutated zombie. If you can repair it, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Susuna's sincerity moved him. Vice leader, please stand up. Then he said in a magnanimous tone, I am also a lover of swords and blades. Leave a small task like this to me. Without hesitation, Liu Feng took the blade and used his power, consuming 50 points. The blade absorbed the power and was completely restored to its original appearance, but it didn't stop there. There, I also helped you increase its sharpness. Sasuna picked up the like-new blade and examined it. It was unbelievable. In just a moment, her beloved weapon that was nearly shattered was now upgraded to be many times stronger. She couldn't stop exclaiming, this power is too miraculous. Weapon, Shui Lun Huan, restored to rank A+, sharpness +1, evaluation, extremely sharp. Sasuna kowtowed in gratitude. Liu Feng, you are truly an elite blacksmith. I can even hear the joyful song of Shui Lun Huan. Such an attitude made Liu Feng flustered. You're being too formal. Huang Bing also chimed in. Brother Feng is so amazing. When did she become so friendly? He was evaluated as an A-rank mutant. He just needs to complete one mandatory mission to become an official member. After you become an official member, I will give you a gift. In response was a polite, thank you. The young boy standing next to Liu Feng kept praising him nonstop. Brother Feng is so amazing. You're A-rank right from the start. And you've even won the vice leader's favor. From now on, no one will dare mess with you again. Brother Feng, you have to protect me. Ignoring Sasuna calling out, let's go. Liu Feng was still listening intently. Is it really that great? Suddenly, Huang Bing's voice became unusually serious. In this entire city, there are only 3 SS rank mutants. They are our leader, 1 person in the military, and 1 in the research institute. As for our association, including the vice leader, there are only 2 S rank mutants. You're already A rank right after joining. Your future prospects are wide open. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I only used a little bit of my power and I'm already A rank. It seems my crafting power score is quite high, and my overall power is probably around S rank. Soon, they all went down to the lobby. Sasuna led him to Simi. Liu Feng, come over here to register for a mission. Simi was very surprised to see her superior. Hey, the vice leader came here in person? Not to mention, the people in the room began to gossip about Liu Feng. Who is that guy? Why is the vice leader personally attending to him? I don't know. Simi handed him a tablet. Hello, you've passed the test. You just need to complete one. Mission to become an official member. Liu Feng took it and considered it as he read, find food, rescue some professor. He scrolled up and down the list of different missions. A-rank mission, search for Dr. Li in the city. Reward, a house in the central district. A-rank mission, scout Sinan town. Reward, 2 power banks, 10 canned goods, and 5 kilograms of rice. F-rank mission, find a cat, the reward is 10 bullets. Liu Feng immediately locked in the mission he wanted. I'll take this mission to search Tan An Town, which is a perfect opportunity to look for Lab K3. Suddenly, Huang Bang tried to stop him. Wait, the boy advised. Since you have crafting abilities, you should choose crafting missions instead. Don't go outside the city, it'll be very dangerous. But he reassured him, it's fine. Then he turned to Sasuna, hoping the vice leader would agree. She crossed her arms, fine. Then she noticed Diane was still collapsed over there. Sasuna turned to Tumai and asked, why is the gene-mutated variant still here? She replied, just a moment longer, the doctor. Qin is on her way. Just then, Qin Mu appeared in a hurry. Where is the patient? With a serious expression, Qin Mu picked up the syringe, lifted Diane's muscular arm, and gave him a gentle warning. Brace yourself, then she gently inserted the needle. He was exhausted, his body trembling slightly as he let out a soft groan. She wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, sighing in relief. That's a bit better. Sasuna and Liu Feng walked in, politely greeting them. Qin Mu, his eyes widened in surprise. It actually worked. Could that be the serum? Seeing her visitors, Qin Mu replied cheerfully, oh, if it isn't the vice president of the guild. She hurriedly shoved a bill at her as if afraid of getting stiffed. An emergency fee, a medicine fee, a transportation fee, a labor fee, an overtime fee, and a hardship fee. Please settle the bill. Liu Feng, upon hearing the price, was completely floored. But that wasn't what he was concerned about at the moment. Is it really that expensive? Never mind, I need to ask about the serum first. He approached the doctor and called out softly, Dr. Chin. So focused on collecting her fee, she only now noticed someone else was in the room. Oh, little Liu? He quickly explained his sister's condition. My sister has the same symptoms. Can your serum cure her? Chin Mu immediately recognized the problem. Are you talking about the symptoms of a mutant losing control? Her lips curled into a slight smirk as she calmly announced, Come to my clinic. Of course, there will be a fee. Liu Feng's jaw dropped. Huh? A short while later, Chin Mu's haggling could be heard on the street. So expensive. Is this canned food of yours made of gold? Annoyed by her constant haggling and complaints, the vendor tried to shoo her away. There's no such thing as cheap canned food in this world. If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. The woman had to grit her teeth and buy it, then she casually tossed it to Liu Feng, who was holding their bags. Some beggar children saw the food and hurriedly called out, Mister! Arriving at the clinic's entrance, she politely invited him in. Come on in. As soon as she stepped inside, she lazily sat down and plopped comfortably onto the sofa. Ah, that's much better. Now, what are the specifics of the situation? The man blushed slightly at the sight of her alluring figure. Dr. Chin cleared her throat, recomposed herself, and got down to business. My sister's condition is a bit special. Her transformation into a mutant was interrupted, and her situation isn't good right now. Dr. Chin, your vaccine. Will it work on her? The situation sounded urgent, and her professional instincts kicked in, causing her to jump to her feet. An interrupted mutation process? Take me to see her, quickly. Liu Feng hurriedly waved his hands to explain, Dr. Chin, please calm down. My sister isn't in the city right now. I'll bring her next time. The doctor stroked her chin, deep in thought. My serum probably won't work on her, but I can research and formulate a custom one. To know the specifics, I'll need to see her in person. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Ah, I received a mission from the association, the Mutant Association, and I leave tomorrow. I'll bring my sister to see you the day after. Chin Mu was quite surprised by this, and a mysterious teasing look appeared on her face. Hey, you're a mutant now, is that your mission? Haha, perhaps we'll be seeing each other again very soon. She had a bright smile, looking generous and willing to help, but with a condition. All right, considering you once saved me with 5 cans of food, I'll go with you. On this one trip, Liu Feng's face twitched. He couldn't believe how selfish she was. This woman is so greedy. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Sister Chin. It was the group of kids, the poor beggar children, led by Wan Ting. Ah, sorry, we didn't know you had a guest, but we're really hungry. Liu Feng was bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and asked, Kids? The doctor warmly called out to them. Ah, you're here. Then she began to distribute the food she had just bought to each of them. Here, Xiaoming, this can is for you. I just bought it today. Seeing what was in the child's hand, Liu Feng was very surprised. This is the canned food Dr. Chin got from me. It turns out it was to share with these kids. After handing everything out, she kindly instructed the children. All right, I managed to get a lot of food today. You all should take it back and eat. They cheered happily and said their goodbyes. Aha, thank you, big sister. Now, he saw Chin Mu in a different, more positive light. So she's only greedy because of these kids. But why? Even though he didn't say it out loud, she knew what he was thinking. You're probably wondering why I do this, aren't you? Liu Feng was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly replied, Well, an image of a woman in a pile of filth appeared in Chin Mu's memories as she spoke. Not long after the North City base was established, I was betrayed and severely injured. People thought I was a corpse, so they threw me into a garbage dump on the outskirts. But luckily, those kids appeared like saviors. At that time, any normal person would have stripped me of my clothes and sold me on the black market. But in the end, it was these kids who saved me. The more I remember it, the more moved and grateful I feel for their help. Those kids even gave me the little food they had managed to find. At that moment, I understood that for their sake, I couldn't just give up like that. She smiled gently and continued, Because these kids are the only light in this dark place. Liu Feng was moved by her story and began to understand her character a little better. Outside the clinic, the children held their food as they prepared to leave, their faces beaming with joy. Thanks, Sister Chin. We're leaving now. Suddenly, Lu Xiong bumped into someone, causing the can in his hand to fall. Oof, the man's foot ruthlessly crushed the boy's food. Ah, my canned food. Shu Gui let out a sinister, threatening smile. Dr. Chin, when are you going to pay back the money you owe me? Seeing them approach, Chin Mu couldn't help but panic. We're screwed. It's them. Liu Feng, standing beside her and not understanding the situation, looked over. Who are they? She was annoyed. Endlessly, she put a hand to her chin, pondering a solution. Damn it, their subordinates must have seen me buying things. The man saw this and stepped forward, kindly asking if she needed help. Are you in some kind of trouble? Perhaps I can help you. Chin Mu didn't want to get the man involved, intending to handle it herself. It's no use. Even if you're a mutant, you might not be able to handle them. I've dragged you into this. Looking at the barbaric group of armed men, she explained that they were one of the biggest gangs around here. The tall, muscular guy at the back raised his voice in a threatening tone. Dr. Chin, you're not going to say anything? Shu Gui, his face filled with killing intent, appeared with his introduction, the invincible D-rank mutant and second in command of the Bamboo Dragon Gang. The man brutally grabbed a child, threatening, or I'll finish off all these brats. Liu Feng heard this with a look of utter disbelief. D-rank, invincible, huh? As for Shu Gui, he claimed to be a practitioner of the world's most powerful martial art. The Fierce Tiger Sect was a martial arts school that existed before the apocalypse. It has countless masters, who all have a tiger tattoo on their back as a symbol, and the men of the Fierce Tiger Sect are all real men. He then began to recount the process of his own arduous training, explaining that all true men have faced failure. His aged face contorted as he roared, "I am Shu Gui." His muscles bulged as he struck a pose just like a bodybuilder, having risen from the depths of failure. The dude next to him thought it was so cringy, he had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. Pfft. Seeing this, the man furiously roared an excuse. "Shut your trap! It was just a tiny mistake!" A wave of extreme anguish washed over him as he recalled his past humiliation. That bastard didn't just make me lose face in public, he also took one of my arms. If I ever see him again, I'll shove his head right up his own rear end. The moment the words left his mouth, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Yo." Liu Feng gave a friendly smile, greeting his old acquaintance. "We meet again." When Shu Gui saw him, his jaw dropped in astonishment, and he screamed in terror as if he'd seen a ghost. Huh? The man crouched down and cowered like a new bride facing a vicious mother-in-law. Sorry. His lackeys stared at the person before them, equally stunned. Ah, it's that devil. Suddenly, the man realized something was off. Wait a minute. Not wanting to lose his image, he grabbed his hammer and charged towards Liu Feng. "You bastard! You dare make fun of me!" Fearing the situation would escalate, Qin Mu rushed out to intervene. "Stop, I'm here now." But she had underestimated this man, and could only stand and watch as Liu Feng's barrage of furious punches rained down relentlessly. Shu Gui's underlings were too terrified to even think of fighting back for him. Qin Mu was also shocked, never imagining he was this powerful. Finally, he finished him off with a super nasty blow, along with a warning, "Go back and tell your boss that this place is under the protection of the A-rank mutant, Liu Feng. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for Dr. Qin." He tried his best to look as badass as possible, growling out each word. "I will eliminate them all." The children watching cheered with excitement. "He's so awesome!" Meanwhile, she just stood there observing silently. It seemed she was starting to fall for this man. Qin Mu gazed at the sturdy back before her, a glimmer of hope igniting within her, thinking perhaps he could help her get her revenge. That evening, back at the desolate base, Liu Feng clutched his forehead and sighed in frustration. He couldn't believe. He'd spent so much time at Dr. Qin's place that the slave market had already closed for the day. He thought gloomily that it looked like he'd just have to wait for another time. He then suddenly remembered Qin Mu's earlier words. "You didn't know the slave market would close at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? I saved the boss's life there, so I'll introduce you to him next time." He pulled up his screen to check his assigned tasks, deciding to look at tomorrow's mission first. This time, the mission would be handled by himself, Callie, and Li Xin, while Long Xuan would stay behind at the base. The main objective of this mission was to find a key piece of nanotechnology. Afterwards, he commanded his virtual assistant, "System, show me my information panel." At the bottom of the information panel, there was even an evaluation labeling him as trash. This only served as motivation for him to strive harder. It's time to get stronger. Liu Feng opened each section to review it carefully. Recently, he had accumulated a lot of points and skills. 4,380 points, B-rank attribute points, 8 skill points. He realized his skills weren't balanced. It seemed he'd learned a lot of skills, but they were almost all geared towards close-quarters combat. He thoughtfully considered his future path. The Kung Fu Master skill can increase my close combat intuition and weapon mastery, and at level 8, a heaven-defying power will emerge from this ultimate martial arts skill. This high-grade talent alone has already made me so much stronger. He made up his mind. Well, I'm already committed. If that's the case, I'll just follow this path to the very end. I'll add 8 points to raise Kung Fu Master to level 16 and see what new talent I get, and 4 attribute points to raise my strength to B+. Looking at the display, he calculated carefully. At level 16, Kung Fu Master grants a new talent, ambidexterity. Both hands can use different types of melee weapons simultaneously, and when they do, the weapon damage will be doubled. Liu Feng looked at his pile of support gear and an idea struck him. This is Shu Gui's mechanical left arm. I think I can combine it with this ambidexterity talent. With that thought, he immediately started upgrading and modifying it. As the new weapon took shape, so did A system notification. Kung Fu gauntlets have been upgraded to level 3. Mantis blade acquired. Liu Feng looked at the 2 items on his arms and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Ambidexterity, B rank, dual wielding, and the mantis blade. Still, he felt it wasn't enough, and then he thought of someone close to him. I still have 3 points left. I should buy a weapon for Li Xin. That gun of hers is useless now. Holding the mini assault rifle in his hands, he thought happily to himself, Li Xin is definitely going to love this. Just as he thought of her, she appeared right behind him. Liu Feng excitedly showed off the new toy. You're just in time. Check out this new weapon. I made this for you. Receiving the gift, Li Xin cheered with joy. Wow, I got a present as soon as I arrived. She lunged forward, hugging him with her ample chest. Thanks a lot. Consider this my thank you gift. The man, struggling to breathe, could only let out a groan. She took the initiative, giving him a suggestive look. Tonight, we could. His face flushed red, and he hesitated for a moment after she let go. Wait, Callie is right outside. Li Xin smiled mischievously. Wouldn't that make it even more exciting? Liu Feng never expected her to have such a kink. He felt helpless, cursing his rotten luck. He was so screwed. He had stumbled upon her wild side. Hearing the noise from within, Callie called out curiously, Liu Feng, who are you talking to in there? She confidently strode over to pull back the curtain and see who it was. Callie grew suspicious and moved to pull back the curtain to check who was inside. Terrified of being caught, Liu Feng panicked. This is bad. This is really bad. In stark contrast, Li Xin was relishing the thrill of this stimulating situation. Perfect. Let that meddling vixen get a good look. Let's show her what's going on between us. He broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if they were caught, there would be no way to explain. In this desperate moment, a bold idea suddenly struck Liu Feng. Get in here. Thinking he was ready to get down to business, Li Xin looked thrilled. Oh my. Callie pulled back the curtain and peered. Inside with a suspicious look. Seeing him bizarrely bundled up, she asked, What are you doing dressed like that in this heat? Liu Feng stammered evasively. Oh, Callie? I was just meditating. She sensed something was off with him, something wasn't right, and asked with concern, Are you really okay? Liu Feng quickly waved his hands in denial. Ahaha, I'm fine. Just cultivating. That's all. In reality, he and Li Xin were in a rather provocative position. He tried to keep his voice steady to avoid suspicion. I'm okay. Haha. Liu Feng inwardly praised himself for his own cleverness. Glad I thought of this trick to make 2 people look like one in a pinch. Whoa. Suddenly, his gaze landed on her massive peaks. Liu Feng felt an intense surge of excitement. He worried that his little buddy would stand at attention. Crap, we're too close if this keeps up. Just as he feared, it happened. He winced, helplessly feeling himself get hard. To make matters worse, Li Xin was trying to press even closer. I can't hold it in anymore, little Feng. Feeling something hard pressing against her, Li Xin blushed. Ah, what's that poking me? A satisfied smirk appeared on her face. You're a bold one, aren't you? To get hard in a situation like this? That's really. Li Xin licked her lips with a sly grin, her posture incredibly seductive. This is so thrilling. Liu Feng started sweating bullets, panicking. Crap, I forgot that Li Xin has a wild side. She lunged at him, ready to pounce, but he stopped her, remembering Callie was still there. Whoa, wait, hold on, don't. Callie gave him a puzzled look. What are you doing? He hastily tried to cover it up. Nothing. It's nothing. Ha ha ha. She wasn't planning on staying, she just needed to grab something. I'm just here to get the computer, he nodded. Okay, wait a second. A 2-second pause. And then Liu Feng suddenly realized she would have to walk right past them to get it. He was screwed. If she went over there, they'd be exposed, if they were discovered. The horrifying scene that flashed through his mind would be his end. Callie drew closer, and the situation grew more perilous by the second. Liu Feng was in a real bind now. This is not good. Just in the nick of time, a rustling sound made her turn her head. He spun, around with lightning speed, a master-level, super-fast spin. Caught off guard, Li Xin whined flirtatiously. Jerk, don't move so suddenly. It's poking me even more. Callie looked at him with a deadpan expression. She was completely baffled. Why did you suddenly turn this way? Though she appeared calm, her suspicions were growing. Why is Liu Feng acting so strange? That's when she noticed his sleeve. Something was off about it. The clothes looked too tight. Callie hurried away, not wanting to let herself think the worst of him. Before she left, she reminded him kindly, Get some rest. We have a mission tomorrow. Having survived the ordeal, Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Seeing that the third wheel had left, Li Xin immediately pinned him down, giving him no time to react. Well now. Her voice dripped with temptation. Shall we begin? His face turned as red as a beet. What? Liu Feng frantically pushed her away. Wait! His voice was timid, his eyes pleading. Please, don't do this. We have a mission tomorrow. And I have to enhance your combat suit tonight. There isn't much time. His reminder brought her back to reality. Oh, all right then. Inwardly, she was thrilled, thinking he was being considerate. Is he concerned about me? Liu Feng activated his enhancement ability. Let me upgrade your combat suit. He began the process. Li Xin started moaning as if she were reaching a climax. Even though they weren't doing it, her face showed pure ecstasy. This sensation. He looked helplessly at the lewd woman before him. What is with her? How can she get this feeling just from me upgrading the suit she's wearing? After he finished, she asked again. You really do. Want to do it with me, don't you? Liu Feng was at his wit's end. Wait, his resistance was feeble. Please, don't. The next morning, a cheerful Li Xin was getting ready for the mission. Their destination, Tanan Town. At the rendezvous point, 1 kilometer from Xi'an Town, a man with a soldierly bearing stood at attention and reported, Captain, assembly is complete. In case you've forgotten, this man with the slicked-back blue hair is Captain Chu San-ha. He was giving orders to his subordinates. Hurry up, they'll be here any minute. Suddenly, a voice called out, Brother Chu! Liu Feng waved a polite greeting. Hey, Brother Chu, what brings you here? The captain happily ran over to shake his friend's hand. I never thought the Mutant Association would send you as reinforcements. Liu Feng smiled, looking calm but couldn't hide his joy. Oh, that's right, I've become a member of the Mutant Association. Hearing this, the man laughed heartily, his eyes full of admiration. Ha ha, as expected of you, Liu. You truly are an outstanding genius. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, Liu Feng. Qin Mu walked over to the gathered group and warmly said, Let's go. He was quite surprised to see so many familiar faces in one place. Dr. Qin, why are you here? She replied in a professional tone, I'm a military doctor. I'm taking this opportunity to go to Xinan Town to find medical supplies. Qin Mu playfully leaned in and probed, Oh, looking at your complexion, you must have overexerted yourself again. You can't keep this up. He felt called out and quickly denied it. Seeing a strange girl getting close to Liu Feng, Li Xin curiously tapped his shoulder and asked, Who is this? Then she put her arm around his shoulder and teased, Haven't seen you in a few days and you've already found another soulmate? Liu Feng turned to remind them to play nice, a very unique way of greeting. Li Xin spoke first. I'm Li Xin, Liu Feng's #1 teammate. It's a pleasure. Qin Mu retorted just as sharply. Hello. It seems I've found the reason for Liu Feng's frequently declining health. You should learn some self-control. Callie, standing on the sidelines, noticed Li Xin's shirt looked familiar, and suddenly realized something. That tight shirt from last night. Could it be that Shan He let this noisy bunch in? Everyone had arrived. It was time to start the pre-battle meeting. Xu Dong grumbled because he had been waiting too long. Why haven't we started yet? The rest of the squad was also getting impatient, with only one man among them remaining silent. Shan He stood up on the platform to speak. All right, settle down. I'll brief you on the next mission. He analyzed, assessed, and concluded, just as a captain should. This mission is to investigate Xinan Town. 2 days ago, the military garrison there suddenly lost contact. Our objective is to find out the reason for the loss of communication. Liu Feng stood in a corner, listening intently and calculating. The K3 laboratory under the clock tower. If I get a chance, I have to move the food supplies back. Shan. He clenched his fist, showing his unwavering determination. This investigation mission depends on all of you, the military. Is only sending 3 people as reinforcements. After speaking, he decisively raised his hand high and shouted to the entire team, Move out! Everyone below roared in support. In Xinan Town, the scenery was both desolate and strangely quiet, not at all like a place where people lived. Shan He's convoy slowly advanced, and upon arrival, he gestured with his hand. We're here. Get out of the vehicles. Seeing how deserted it was, Liu Feng felt that something was wrong. Strange, why isn't there even a single zombie? Li Xin held her gun at the ready just in case. It's too quiet. There's blood on the ground, but not a single body. The cars on the street were all stained red, to varying degrees. They randomly chose a house to search. Let's go inside and investigate. Liu Feng and Li Xin remained on high alert, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Seeing a cup of water on the table, he reached out to check its temperature. Gao Jie arrogantly walked in and shoved her shoulder. Move it. He pointed straight at her face, uttering dismissive words full of contempt. Hey, mutant, stop getting in our way and go get some air outside. Li Xin was furious at being disrespected by this shameless guy, but she suppressed her anger. Gao Jie, being arrogant, let his guard down. Tsk, where did you all run off to? Just as he finished speaking, a strange danger suddenly appeared, and he saw a sight so horrific it made his heart stop, and panic erupted. The system announced, Fused mutant zombie detected. Receive 200 points for a first-time kill. Be careful not to let them eat too much. From the shadows, a giant amalgamated zombie slowly came into view. Seeing it, Gao Jie backed away in terror, trembling like a leaf. What is that? It had one large head along with a series of distorted human faces and was covered in eyes and jagged fangs. It lunged at them in a flash. Li Ping was caught by it, and she screamed in terror. Ah, help me! He quickly raised his gun and fired wildly, trying to save his teammate. Get off her! Li Ping! Her terrified screams continued. Ah! But the zombie had already bitten down on Li Ping. After absorbing its meal, the monster had a new head. Hers. Ah! Gao Jie was utterly horrified by this sight, goosebumps covering his skin. Li Ping's head grew on the monster's body. Even though Li Ping was dead, Li Xin didn't show the slightest concern, calmly analyzing the situation instead. This type of zombie seems different from the ones we've encountered before, Liu Feng worriedly reminded her. In any case, we need to be careful. Seeing the head of Li Ping turn towards him, Gao Jie was so scared he froze, unable to move. Li Ping! Then the zombie tightened its grip on him and bared its fangs, growling. Rah! Thinking he was about to meet his maker, he fell into despair. Oh no, I'm caught! Liu Feng rushed forward to destroy it, saving his life. Gao Jie was still screaming his head off. Ah! Even after accurately chopping off its head, he was surprised to realize a mind-blowing truth. Decapitating it does nothing. He looked at it, confused and suspicious. Everyone in town has been eaten by them. It has as many lives as it has heads. Liu Feng clicked, his tongue in frustration. Tisk, this monster is really tough to deal with. Li Xin coolly leaped forward, charging in to eliminate this ugly, troublesome zombie. Let me... In an instant, another one of its heads went flying. She was surprised by the terrifying power of her upgraded weapon. This gun is so strong. Even though they were clearly helping him, Gao Jie was still running his mouth and complaining. Damn it, hurry up and take out the Li Ping head. He showed off to his teammates. Ha ha! Look, everyone, he's got no skills at all. The moment he finished speaking, Cao Jie was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Hey, the monster was still alive and it was charging like crazy towards them. The group turned pale and screamed in terror. It's not dead yet. Ah, it's coming this way. One by one, they were taken down as it chewed noisily, happily savoring the incredibly rich taste of fresh meat. Suddenly, Liu Feng heard a familiar scream from outside. Ah! He rushed out to check on the situation. Dr. Qin, what's wrong? The street was swarming with zombies. He was stunned by their terrifying numbers. Shan He fired his gun while protecting Qin Mu. How are there so many of them? This is bad. We're surrounded. Damn it. Dr. Qin, get back! He urgently ordered his subordinates. Normal guns are useless. Everyone, fall back to the barracks. We have heavy weaponry there. Although Liu Feng was still unsure of the reason, the most important thing for him right now was the system's mission. What's wrong with this town? Why are the zombies so strange? Never mind. I'll finish the mission first and figure it out later. He discussed tactics with Li Xin. We can't stay here any longer. Li Xin, use your stealth cloak and go protect Dr. Qin. If you find the food supply, let me know. Callie and I will head to base K3. She agreed. Once the plan was set, each of them went their separate ways to complete their tasks. Let's go. Knowing these zombies were dangerous, he was extremely cautious, making sure not to be touched by the monsters. Liu Feng's weapon changed color as he activated his serious mode to attack the horde. Quick! After his electromagnetic slash skill took one down, he roared, "Get out of my way!" Following that, his gauntlet began to glow fiery red with sparks flying all around. Even though the body was incredibly hideous, you could still see the look of terror on the zombie's face. He landed a powerful blow, punching it straight in the head. 3-round fist! Chunks of zombie flesh flew everywhere. They were all put out of their misery with Liu Feng's help. Xu Dong, who witnessed him single-handedly fighting the horde, knew to back off. Boss, he's too strong! Cao Jie stubbornly refused to accept it. Quick, follow him! Just as he finished off the monsters and before he could even catch his breath, he heard a piercing scream. Liu Feng! He looked up in alarm to see a zombie had captured her. Callie! Liu Feng urgently gave chase. A flying zombie swooped down and grabbed Callie. She screamed, Liu Feng! He frowned with worry. Callie! Xu Dong pointed to the sky, shouting to everyone. Quick, look! What is that? He was utterly terrified seeing this new type of mutated zombie. They can fly! The moment the words left his mouth, his head was sliced clean off. They quickly looked up, only to see a dripping head stuck to the flying zombie's wing. Lao Jiang. Soon after, many more mutated flying zombies swarmed the area. There wasn't just one. Cao Jie quickly ordered everyone to draw their weapons. Open fire! They fired round after round, but the zombies nimbly dodged every shot. The creatures opened their blood-red, ferocious maws and dove at them. The crowd scattered. Run for your lives! Help! Liu Feng took out his tong saber as a reminder that running can't compete with flying. He charged forward, stabbing through the mouth of the zombie in front of him. Callie, wait! Before it could flee, Liu Feng's martial arts had already 2 zombies at once. He plunged into the fray without hesitation, swinging his arms and executing the 2-blade style, cutting down all the zombies in his path. Liu Feng didn't forget to turn back and shout, "Callie, wait for me!" She subconsciously called his name, Liu Feng. The zombie holding her opened its mouth, about to strike. In that critical moment, 3 arrows pierced its head. In the distance, Liu Feng was holding a crossbow, coldly watching as the others were attacked by zombies one by one, screaming desperately, "Ah, help!" Seeing the situation turn for the worse, he angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was a step too late. The zombie that had been shot in the head still wasn't dead, and it flew off with Callie in its grasp. She desperately reached out for him. Liu Feng! Callie's intuition told her something was wrong. This is bad, I'm being taken to their nest. Seemingly having made a decision, she pulled a gun from her breast pocket. Even if it meant her own demise, she decisively blew the head off the zombie holding her. I can't let myself get bitten. Because of this action, Callie began to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Liu Feng rushed forward. Callie! He took out his grappling hook and quickly shot a line towards her. As she was free-falling through the air, Callie's expression was surprisingly calm. She thought to herself, it looks like this is the end for me. That's fine too. She closed her eyes, ready to accept it. At least she wouldn't get bitten. With me gone, Liu Feng will have less of a burden. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ear, making Callie open her eyes with a start. Hey! He had caught her just in time, his voice a gentle reprimand. Why would you do something so reckless? Their eyes met, and Callie was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Liu Feng had no time for emotions and quickly told her to hold on tight. We're about to make impact. Then, they slammed hard into the tower, in front of them, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When Liu Feng opened his eyes, he froze. Realizing Callie was lying on top of him, he stammered, Director Callie. The situation between them was incredibly awkward. Liu Feng blushed and called her name. She just stared at him in silence, her gaze holding something unreadable. Suddenly, the large bell above them swayed violently, and before they could react, the bell crashed down with a deafening boom. Dust billowed everywhere. Liu Feng rubbed his concussed head and mumbled in a daze. Where are we? Looking around, he became worried when he realized they were trapped. We're trapped inside the bell. He didn't forget to comfort the woman next to him. Callie, hold on. I'll get us out of here immediately. She simply spoke softly. You saved me again. Liu Feng asked in surprise. Huh? Callie leaned her head on his shoulder. Do you know what I was thinking when I was captured? She clutched Liu Feng's shirt, hiding her face. She looked very vulnerable at that moment. I thought I was going to die. Seeing Callie's slightly trembling body, he gently comforted her with a bit of teasing. So even President Callie gets scared, huh? She confessed the feelings she'd always hidden. I'm only human, even though I always appear calm and composed. At night, I can only fall asleep peacefully when I wear a shirt with your scent on it. Liu Feng recalled her information panel. Callie, status, friendly, hobbies, erotic, fetishism. Every time she faced danger, Callie was left with psychological trauma, and she could only feel safe by wearing a jacket with someone's scent. He now understood why Callie had that preference. That was the reason. It turned out the jacket she always carried with her was Liu Feng's. Callie blushed and lowered her head, confiding in him, not treating him like a stranger she had to be wary of. No matter how strong I seem on the outside, I can't face the Grim Reaper. The truth is, I'm more scared than anyone else. Because I still have revenge to exact, I can't willingly let the apocalypse take everything from me like this. Never. Seeing Callie look so helpless, Liu Feng raised his hand, hesitating. Should I comfort her? In the end, he still placed his hand on her head and gently patted it. Callie, don't worry, I'm here. Suddenly, she sat on his lap. You're always so gentle. I think we can interact in other ways, too. Then she took off her shirt and spoke suggestively. Seeing Liu Feng's face turn beet red, Callie smiled seductively. What are you afraid of? A man's pride cannot be insulted. He charged into battle. Damn it, am I supposed to be afraid of her or something? Liu Feng fired a shot, hitting an enemy fighter jet, and he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I'm the real ace. Suddenly, a new warship appeared in the distance. The commander was General Callie of the enemy faction. She raised her hand to greet him, a clear challenge, and seeing it was her left him completely stunned. This is bad. It's the enemy's ace. I'm being targeted. At the peak of the battle, their lips met, and the atmosphere became even more fiery. Callie launched a fierce assault on Liu Feng. No good. I'm being targeted. The relentless barrage of attacks left him unable to respond. The enemy is closing in. We have to retreat. The two of them were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat. A warning sound blared. Warning! Eject! Liu Feng held a photograph, muttering, Is this the end? Looking at the smiling person in the photo, he recalled something from the past. But big bro Liu Feng had once taught him, and he made a decision with a resolute expression. A man must bravely move forward. He decisively turned back to counterattack, startling her. Realizing she had lost the initiative, Callie became flustered. What? The tables had turned, and she was attacked from behind. Liu Feng delivered the finishing blow. Die. He had defeated his opponent. Callie could only close her eyes and accept her defeat. Ah, I've lost. Liu Feng was ecstatic about his victory. Back in reality, Li Xin noticed a bell ringing continuously. She asked in confusion Dr. Qin, "Who do you think is ringing that bell? It's been ringing for hours. Aren't you afraid it'll attract zombies?" Qin Mu placed a green hat on her head, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh as she joked, "Hee hee, I just found these two green hats. You wear one, and I'll wear one. It looks pretty funny." Her carefree attitude left Li Xin speechless. "You're the one who's funny." Meanwhile, not far away, Callie and Liu Feng were ringing the bell all night long. Early the next morning on the high tower, Liu Feng covered his mouth and let out a long yawn after a hard night of plowing. Ah! He looked over at the soundly sleeping Callie and thought to himself, "In the end, we rang the bell all night. She's even harder to break away from than Li Xin." Remembering yesterday's scene, he smiled smugly, truly worthy of being a great beauty with both talent and looks. This feeling was like when he was cheering after finally achieving victory. Victory! Victory! He was joyfully looking forward to the end, finally able to go home, when the defensive line was suddenly breached. "Whoa!" Callie rushed up close to him and said in a seductive voice, "Oh, does the ace want to escape from me that badly? No chance." This left Liu Feng unable to react. "You can't be serious?" Again. Her beauty left him flustered. "Callie, you're awake." Callie teased him provocatively. "Oh, young man, you're up so early today. Looks like you still have plenty of energy, huh?" She quickly grabbed the control stick and seized control from Liu Feng. "I've taken over the cockpit," he hurriedly warned her. "Don't. We're going to crash." The bell rang out from the tower again. And so, the morning exercise session came to an end. Liu Feng made a simple breakfast, and seeing that she was awake, he called out, "Callie, breakfast is ready." Then he was startled and blushed when he saw her supermodel-like figure appear from behind the jacket. Liu Feng's intense gaze made Callie glance over. "What are you looking at me for?" He scratched his cheek and asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "I was just wondering why you took an interest in me." Callie walked over, hugged him, and smiled gently. "You fool. Don't underestimate yourself like that." She looked at him with eyes full of affection. "You don't hesitate to help others, just for that alone. Do you know how many people have gone crazy over you?" Her praise left him stunned. "What?" Callie brought up the past. "Even though you stole my electricity, you still didn't hesitate to come to a faraway place to save me. Even in dire circumstances, she still exuded her noble aura. Just for that alone, Zheng Tiansheng, my fiancé, the one who had me captured, isn't even 1/10,000th of the man you are." After a passionate night together, hearing Callie's heartfelt confession, a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Besides Xintong, this is the first woman I've ever wanted to protect. He decided to care for her more from now on. Looks like I need to make some self-defense equipment for Callie. Or else it's too dangerous here. Suddenly, a notification popped up. It was a call from Li Xin. She called to give him some good news. "Hello, Liu Feng. I found the food supply warehouse. Side quest complete." Hearing this, Liu Feng was very pleased. "Great job, Li Xin. I'll send you my location. Come and rescue me later." Suddenly, Callie moved in close behind him and asked a question. "Were you with Li Xin last night?" She noticed something on his arm. Seeing that she was getting angry, Liu Feng quickly spoke up. "Wait, Callie, let me explain." But she gave him a painful pinch. "Humph! Men!" A scream once again echoed from the tall tower. 10 minutes later, on the first floor of the tower, zombies were roaming around. Liu Feng didn't hesitate to take one out. Callie stood to the side, observing the surroundings. He felt lucky that everything was going smoothly. Good thing the zombies here haven't fused with people. "Callie, did you find it yet?" She answered curtly, her eyes on a bronze statue on the other side. "Found it," and ran to a statue near the stairs. After a pupil scan, the statue made a sound confirming her identity. A door made of a special alloy appeared, and along with it, a system voice announced, "Fox Family Head, Califor, access to the research lab granted." Callie pointed and introduced the K3 research lab below. The scene shifts to another location, where footsteps can be heard. Someone was desperately trying to escape. Behind him, a bared fang zombie was in hot pursuit. In a panic, Gaujie fired a shot at it. "Ah! Don't come here!" Suddenly, his eyes landed on something. Humph. In front of him was a room that looked very safe. He was thrilled, thinking he was about to find a shelter. Great, there's a door. Gaujie tiptoed inside, not forgetting to use his gun to block the door. Before he could even feel relieved, a voice from behind startled him. As he turned to see who it was, he saw a young, seductively dressed woman greeting him. "Did you come here to rest, handsome?" He was completely captivated by Luo Yun's beauty. Oh my, a hottie. Like a total creep, Gaujie quickly ran over and buried his face in her voluptuous chest. He was so ecstatic his face turned red. "Is this a dream? This is amazing." Ah, unfortunately, nothing good in life comes that easily. She was actually a hidden zombie. As he was busy groping her, he noticed something strange. She couldn't wait any longer. the zombie went straight for the kill. R. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Gao Jie was devoured clean by her, a classic case of dying for a pretty face. Luo Yun ate her fill and licked her lips with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the supply warehouse, the situation was just as tense. A frightened voice suddenly screamed, "Damn it, the zombies got in." Li Xin held her gun defensively, while angrily blaming the other woman. "This is all your fault. What first aid kit?" Setting off the alarm is what brought the zombies here. Behind them, Tan Mu was rummaging around, trying to find something. "The kids need antibiotics." From a chest she pulled out a medical box. Found it. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at them. Li Xin reacted quickly and cut it down in time. "Watch out!" Feeling that she was outmatched, she pulled Tan Mu and ran for her life, looking for an escape route. "Run faster!" Just when they thought they had hit a dead end, she keenly spotted something. "Hey, a narrow alley! There it is!" With no other choice, they quickly squeezed inside, just in time to dodge an attack from the pursuing zombie. Inside the narrow alley, their chests kept bumping into each other, poor Tan Mu being shorter than Li Xin. "Damn it, it's so tight in here. What do you eat to get so big?" Meanwhile, in the underground research lab, Callie and Liu Feng were cautiously hiding behind a wall. The battle here was even more horrifying. Outside was a massive horde of zombies. He muttered to himself, "There are too many zombies. Is there another way?" He scanned the area and, noticing a few useful items, an idea sparked in his mind. A fire extinguisher and a generator. Got it. Liu Feng ran over and started modifying them, assembling the parts like a true engineer. Callie stood quietly behind him, waiting. Soon enough, a homemade device was created. He immediately took it out to the zombie horde. "Ah!" With a spirited battle cry, Liu Feng shoved the machine straight into the crowd. "Take this." The fire-extinguishing generator. The zombies didn't understand what was happening and just stood there, staring blankly. The generator exploded violently, blowing them to bits in the blink of an eye. He was smart enough to dodge to the side, avoiding the blast. He quickly grabbed Callie's hand and rushed out of there. "Let's go." Arriving in front of a sealed chamber, she spoke up. "Let me." Instantly, the touchscreen recognized Callie's face. The door opened automatically. She turned and explained, "The core nanotechnology is inside." Just when they thought they had escaped danger, Callie looked inside and her eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" Waiting inside was a huge and grotesque zombie. It was so disgusting that Callie didn't know how to react for a moment. "What?" The zombie had 3 heads and looked incredibly bizarre, growling and baring its sharp teeth. Callie was terrified. What in the world is that thing? She couldn't help but wonder where this monstrosity came from and why it was in the nanotech lab. Liu Feng tried to reassure his friend. "It's okay. It seems to be in a deep sleep. We just need to be quiet." Before he could even finish his sentence, one of the zombies' heads let out a roar. Startled, Callie fell to the ground. This horror was an elite-level fusion zombie, worth 1,000 points if defeated. He stood in front of her and cursed, "Damn my big mouth!" The zombie quickly lunged at the two of them, but the agile Liu Feng managed to scoop her up and dodge. "Get back!" As he ran, he thought to himself, "Damn it. It seems its power is at least mid-S rank. I can't face it head-on." Once they were a safe distance away, he put her down. Callie stepped back, then drew her sword and charged forward alone to fight the high-level zombie. "This is the first time I've encountered a true elite level. I need to be a little careful." Suddenly, the eye in the middle of its body shot open, as if some invisible force was paralyzing his entire body. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. Liu Feng looked down in shock at his stiffened arms. "What? What kind of ability is this? I can't move my hands at all." Warning: the elite-level zombie has activated an ability, temporarily seizing control of his hands. The cunning creature took the opportunity to strike. Its massive hands swiped at him, sending him tumbling. After luckily dodging the blow, he scrambled to his feet. Liu Feng quickly backed away to avoid the danger. "I was too careless. I never expected an elite-level zombie to have such a special ability. It instantly neutralized my close combat capabilities." He looked at the ferocious zombie and mused. Its ability must originate from a specific organ. Is it from one of those 3 heads or from its eyes? Suddenly, the zombie's dog head puffed its cheeks and glared, spitting out a green liquid that looked incredibly filthy. That disgusting substance flew straight towards Liu Feng. Stomach acid shot, but it shot out too fast for him to dodge. Damn it. Meanwhile, in another part of the food warehouse, a few zombies had caught a scent and were crowding a narrow passage. They kept trying to reach in and attack from the outside. Inside, 2 gorgeous women were pressed so tightly together they could barely breathe. "It's so cramped." Tan Mook said exhaustedly, "Wait a second, let me get my hand out." Lai Hin, blushing with embarrassment, hurriedly said, Sorry. The zombies began to stick out their 2 long tongues, trying to snake their way inside the space. It slithered into where the 2 were standing, startling Li Hin. The foul, bloody tongue wrapped around their 2 voluptuous bodies. Tanmook screamed in panic. This is their tongue. Being groped made her flush with anger. What are these disgusting things? Li Hin, beside her, was just as furious. Damn zombies, I'm going to chop you to pieces. With that, she moved to attack but accidentally caused the person next to her discomfort. Ah, don't move around so much. Li Hin was startled and stammered. Sorry. Outside, the two zombies kept sticking their tongues out even further, looking increasingly excited. Meanwhile, Li Hin gritted her teeth. Don't underestimate me. She grabbed the tip of the zombie's tongue and said, Come on. With one arm, she firmly pulled Tanmook into a protective embrace, while her other hand gripped the two tongues of the zombies and yelled, Get in here! The moment the zombie charged in to attack, Li Hin quickly raised her gun and fired repeatedly into its body, following up with a powerful kick, along with the sound of a curse! Get lost! The zombie collapsed completely onto the ground, while Tanmook was still cowering against Li Hin's chest. After the fight, Li Hin reassured her, It's safe now, Dr. Tan. She quickly made a decision. Let's get out of here first, she casually reminded her. Don't forget to stab it one more time. The two of them stepped out into the hallway, taking a moment to rest and talk. Li Hin was somewhat tired and sighed. Phew, we finally made it out. Tanmook praised her. You used the terrain to kill those zombies. That was great, Li Hin. At the compliment, her spirits instantly lifted. Of course, it was a piece of cake. Tanmook suddenly noticed the wound on Li Hin's hand and yelled, Ah! She quickly grabbed her hand and urged firmly, Cut it off, now! Otherwise you'll be infected. Hearing this, Li Hin just laughed happily. It's fine, I've already been vaccinated. Haha. Tanmook was completely stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and asked again, What? You people have a vaccine? 10 minutes later, Li Hin was cheerfully and enthusiastically describing daily life in her shelter. That's right, our shelter isn't just a safe place. We also have a large amount of food, but also the antivirus vaccine. After hearing her out, Tanmook mused, You were even able to research and develop a vaccine. I heard the scientific research department in North City is still in the research phase, and I never would have guessed Liu Feng is the director. She became lost in thought. If I join them, then the children? Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind a pile of sacks. Li Hin cautiously raised her gun and shouted, Who's there? The person who emerged was an incredibly alluring woman. She quickly took off her jacket, revealing her very generous assets, her voice. Teasing as she said, Ha ha ha, let's play together. Li Hin didn't lower her guard, shouting a warning, Stay right there, don't move. Realizing a murder might be about to happen, Tanmook hurriedly tried to stop her. Wait a minute, she's human. But it was too late, as a bullet was already embedded in the woman's forehead, much to her shock. Tanmook furiously yelled at Li Hin, What the hell did you do? She then walked up to her and demanded, How could you just kill someone like that? Suddenly, a chill ran down Tanmook's spine. From behind the corpse that was just shot, it had somehow transformed into a terrifying zombie. Its hideous hands grabbed onto Tanmook's arm. Meanwhile, Callie arrived at the K3 Underground Research Lab. She called out loudly, Liu Feng! As for him, he was activating the Kung Fu shield. Burst chip. A green fluid oozed from his ironclad hand, surprising Callie, your left hand. She quickly regained her composure and asked, Can you use it now? Beside them was the hideous face of the elite-level fusion zombie. Liu Feng flexed his hand and replied with a smirk, Ah, even though I can't raise my arm, the Kung Fu gauntlet can be controlled by the chip through system commands. Aiming directly at that elite-level fusion zombie, Jiangxi Flying Fist is prepared, target confirmed. Liu Feng threw a powerful punch that blew away one side of its head. Iron Fist shot. The zombie lost the side of its head but was completely unfazed. Liu Feng immediately fired 3 arrows. He observed while thinking to himself, My arm still hasn't recovered. It seems it's not this head. The arrows were blocked by the zombie, giving Liu Feng a basis for his deduction. It blocked them, so it must be the middle head? Before he could think, it was the elite-grade fusion zombie's turn to counterattack, and it lunged at Liu Feng. He immediately reacted, dodging the attack, then gathered energy in his iron shield. He unleashed a punch right at it, shield burst palm. However, the elite-grade fusion zombie wasn't defeated yet, and it attacked with its long tongue. Liu Feng leaped back a few steps, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I'm being forced back! Then a problem arose. He discovered his power gauntlet had run out of energy. Just then, Callie stood up and said, So that's how it is, I understand now. Callie drew Liu Feng's attention to her own hand. Look, I can move my hand again. He glanced at Callie's hand and replied nonchalantly, Oh. But then she suddenly crouched down, realizing her hands were frozen again. Could it be? She quickly went to Liu Feng's side, leaning in to whisper in his ear. If your hands were free, could you deal with it? Liu Feng was a little embarrassed but focused on the problem. If I could use my dual blades, I could definitely kill it. Hearing that, Callie replied, Okay, then you have to trust me. Callie instructed Liu Feng to get close to his blades and wait for her signal. She lowered her voice and continued, "Let me solve the problem with your hands." Liu Feng suddenly flashed a cunning smile. It's just a worthless life anyway." With that, he dashed off, leaving his words hanging in the air. "So I'll entrust it to you." The elite-grade fusion zombie lashed out with its tongue once more. It coiled tightly around Liu Feng's metal arm. Despite being in a passive position, he showed no fear, letting out a cold snort before a wrist blade popped out, freeing his arm. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and Liu Feng took advantage of the distance to deliver a deep slash to the zombie's arm. Tainted blood spurted from the elite-grade fusion zombie. Without hesitating, Liu Feng landed another kick on it. The zombie went flying back from the force. Watching its movements, Callie suddenly realized her prediction was correct. All they needed to do was divert its gaze. She quickly drew a small pistol from her clothes and aimed at the zombie. She thought to herself that the elite-grade fusion zombie's vision was limited to a very narrow field. With a cold, emotionless expression, she observed, "A beast is still just a beast." A shot rang out, and she spoke coldly. "Its intelligence is basically zero." After that shot, the eye on its chest was blown open, leaving a gaping hole. As streams of plasma gushed out. Seeing he had regained control of his hands, Liu Feng couldn't help but cheer, "Haha, I can move my hands again. So it was because of that eye? Sword, to me." He quickly grabbed his blade and sliced clean through the elite-grade fusion zombie, dual-wielding with perfect coordination. He then unleashed another attack, two-sword style. Meanwhile, back with Li Xin and the others at the food warehouse. Qin Mu, terrified and bewildered, turned around and stammered, "It's the bounty hunter leader." The zombie had a grotesque face with its mouth stretched wide open, moaning with a terrifying sound. "So, hungry?" Li Xin grabbed Qin Mu, pulling her behind her for protection and warning. "Be careful." But her hand landed in an awkward spot, causing a reaction. Qin Mu yelped, "Ah, your hand!" Blushing bright red with embarrassment, she tried to stop her. "Don't do that." But Li Xin was dead serious as she opened fire, shouting, "Shut up!" Hundreds of bullets riddled the zombie's face and body. Even though its body was riddled with bullets like a beehive, it didn't go down. Qin Mu asked, confused, "We hit both heads. Why isn't it dead?" Seeing this, Li Xin relied on her combat experience and asserted, "There must be another head somewhere inside its body." Suddenly, she heard a child's whimpering, a faint cry. Could this woman have been? A hard-to-believe possibility occurred to her. Was she pregnant? From the zombie's abdomen, a baby zombie crawled out, snarling. Li Xin knew this was a horrific scene. She patted Qin Mu's shoulder comfortingly, her own eyes tearing up with emotion. It wasn't even born yet, and it's already. Afterwards, Li Xin stepped forward, raising her gun towards the baby zombie with a determined voice. "This is the apocalypse." In the area outside the warehouse, the scenery was picturesque, with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun. Qin Mu walked over to a crude wooden cross that had been set up. She gently placed her hand on it, her heart heavy. "In your next life, may you be reborn as an ordinary child." Her beautiful violet eyes filled with thoughtful, lingering sorrow. In the apocalypse, is this the fate of children? From afar, Li Xin slowly walked over. "Still lost in your feelings." Qin Mu turned to her and stated decisively, "I need to see your shelter." Li Xin told her seriously that it wasn't so simple. "Our shelter isn't a place you can just casually walk into." Despite hearing this, she confidently claimed to be an exception. "Take me to Liu Feng, he will agree." At that moment, Li Xin began to understand the personality of her new companion. What a troublesome woman. Nevertheless, she still raised her communicator to make the call. "Hello, Liu Feng, do you read me?" Suddenly, her pupils dilated as she sensed danger. It was. Without a second thought, she immediately tackled Qin Mu, warning, "Get down." Li Xin then activated her stealth cloak, leaving Qin Mu completely confused. What's happening? But simply gestured for her to be quiet. When it seemed safe, Li Xin quietly looked up at the roof, where the faint silhouette of a woman in red silk could be seen. The person on the roof is most likely the one Liu Feng was talking about. Han Yan's footsteps slowly echoed, the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground. Her figure was captivating in the sunlight, partially visible under her red attire, lying beneath the layers. Cloak. The two were too scared to make a sound. That woman. Watching her walk with graceful yet powerful steps, Li Xin felt extremely uneasy. "I can't believe she's here." Meanwhile, in the area of the K3 research facility, Liu Feng roared with all his might, "Ah!" He furiously charged at the grotesque three-headed zombie. Callie, behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's taken care of." With that, he landed gently on the ground. After neatly dispatching the elite-level zombie, his reflexes suddenly kicked in, and he quickly sensed a danger from behind. A terrifying eye emerged from the zombie's body. The eye had the body of a centipede, startling even Feng. Damn it, is that eye actually another head? Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Energy of a disaster level has appeared. The host is advised to retreat, sending him into a panic. What? Before he could react, a powerful beam of red light pierced through the zombie. Han Yan's footsteps carried an oppressive aura, growing closer and closer. When he saw her, Liu Feng's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in terror. It's her. He immediately recognized her as the Crimson Queen, Li Han Yan. At the same time, the system displayed her detailed information, disaster-level mutant species, with the ability to manipulate blood and decay all things. He couldn't help but call out Auntie Li, and based on this form of address, one could surmise she was Liu Feng's neighbor, Li Hanyan. Just then, the warning sounded again. The disaster-level mutant was growing stronger. The system predicted it was because she had just awakened and was searching for food. After easily subduing the zombie, Hanyan glanced around with contempt. Callie quickly felt it. Just her gaze alone made it feel as if her body was submerged in water. You are very slow. Their eyes met, making Callie extremely uneasy. It felt like being watched intently by a god. Suddenly, Hanyan's arms stretched out, and from her sharp fingernails emerged long, winding tentacles. They shot towards the corpse of the elite-level fusion zombie, piercing deep inside and slowly draining the blood from its body. Watching the zombie quickly shrivel into a dried husk, Liu Feng broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "It's been drained dry." After finishing her meal, Hanyan let out a satisfied, euphoric moan. Witnessing this, he was so terrified his whole body trembled. In a single move, she defeated the elite-level zombie that had given him such a headache. He stopped Callie, who was about to flee. "We can't escape. Don't move. Our only hope is that she still has some impression of me." Flustered, Callie asked what his plan was. What should we do? By now, Hanyan was sated, and hearing the noise, she slowly turned her attention toward the two of them. Hanyan extended her arm, controlling streams of red blood. They coiled tightly around Liu Feng. Amidst Kallie's panicked screams, Liu Feng was swiftly pulled towards Hanyan. Knowing her power all too well, his face couldn't hide his fearful trembling. As his body was pressed closer and closer against Hanyan's alluring figure, anxiety stirred within him. This is bad. I'm being pulled closer. The sharp weapons protruding from her body moved ever closer, making him shut his eyes in fear. I'm done for. But suddenly, she retracted her claws, pressed her nose against Liu Feng's neck, and then sniffed. Confused by her action, he asked, "System, what's going on?" A response came quickly. "She is very familiar with your blood. It seems she has some impression of you." Thinking he was in danger, Callie shouted loudly, "Liu Feng!" But unexpectedly, this very act drew Hanyan's attention. She quickly extended a long arm to grab Callie, much to his dismay. "It's over, Callie." Watching those sharp claws move ever closer to her, he descended into a panic. "I have to think of something fast, or else Callie will be." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. A bold idea. "I've got it." Quickly, Liu Feng placed a light kiss on Hanyan's soft lips, murmuring, "I'm sorry." This act saved Callie's life, as the distraction caused her attack to stop. As for him, the sensation from her plump red lips made him sigh in his mind. So soft. Then he asked Hanyan, "Do you remember now, Auntie Li?" Suddenly, she lightly scratched his face, cheek, drawing blood. Then, she extended her long tongue and licked away each trickling drop. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, "Warning, your blood is being absorbed by the Crimson Queen. Your aura is being imprinted. From now on, she will be able to sense your location." Unaware, Hanyan continued to lick the blood with relish. This made him blush with embarrassment. Why is she doing this? From a distance, Callie witnessed this dramatic scene, completely stunned. Is she? Looking at Hanyan's cold gaze, she wondered, is she declaring to me that Liu Feng is her property? She felt annoyed when she saw herself being challenged. "I can't believe a mutant is stirring up my competitive spirit." Watching Hanyan turn to leave, she mocked herself silently. "Callie, oh Callie, before the apocalypse, you were an elite in corporate sabotage. You're not the type to easily admit defeat, so how can you let another woman steal your man?" Meanwhile, Liu Feng called out to stop her, "Auntie Hanyan." Hearing this, she glanced back and gave a meaningful smile. He realized her reaction was a good sign. That look, it seems Auntie Li still hasn't forgotten me. There's a way to save her. At the same time, at the North City Research Institute, an urgent announcement was made. "Director Zheng, something's happened." Yue Ru reported with more detail. "In Xinan Town, an extremely powerful energy signature has appeared. It's still being analyzed." Suddenly, a mysterious figure from behind asked, "Is it the leader of the nearby Unification Church?" Ling Yun quickly replied, "The probe. Good signal. Scan almost complete. It's not the cult leader. The target has been identified as..." Suddenly, she pressed the earpiece closer to her ear, exclaiming in disbelief, "The Crimson Queen mutant, ranked #1 on the world and city leaderboards." After awakening, she headed straight for Tanan Town. Han Yan's figure appeared on the surveillance camera. All the investigation data was read aloud by Ling Yun, and, Furthermore, this bloodthirsty queen killed all the zombies in an entire district after waking up, and also wiped out our research institute's entire sweep and clear squad. What's even more terrifying is that she was single-handedly created by us, and holds a grudge against us. Hearing this, the mysterious figure let out a surprised, "Oh." Tianxiong, standing nearby, took off his thick glasses and made an assessment. This isn't the important issue. This person was Zheng Tianxiong, the Minister of Health and the director of the North City Research Institute. His eyes grew thoughtful and suspicious. "I have a feeling someone is sabotaging our operations from the shadows. Of ours." Tianxiong put his glasses back on, exuding an enigmatic and mysterious aura. Number 1. You continue leading the search for Callie's research lab. Find the nanocore, and be careful. Be careful to avoid the bloodthirsty queen's lair and take some supplies to the Tup tribe to ask for help. Then he assigned a task to a subordinate standing not far away. Faceless, find the force that has been obstructing. She quickly complied with the order, Roger. And didn't forget to firmly promise, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The mysterious person who had been silent until now suddenly spoke up. Do we not need to manage Tanan Town anymore? Tianxiong seemed to have given up on it, calmly replying, Oh, that place, we're not managing it anymore. Let the queen keep herself busy. Based on the intel I've obtained, he had carefully calculated the most beneficial path for him. Self, the nano-core fabrication technology. Meanwhile, over with Liu Feng and Callie, she was furiously cursing. Damn it. She was so angry, she gritted her teeth and growled. The nano-core research project was urgently moved 3 days ago to the central city. Hearing this, Liu Feng, in disbelief, asked again. What? Tianxiong's voice still echoed from somewhere, but it's not there. What the other party had just said stunned Liu Feng. A subway? Callie confirmed while operating a device. That's right, the laboratory has a subway. But that wasn't all, she added. Yes, the research labs under my command each have an underground rail line. If a problem occurs in a lab, the system will immediately transport the secret project to the nearest secure lab. The map shows the nanocore was moved to the Fred Research Lab. As soon as she finished speaking, the system displayed a notification. Defeated fusion zombie, 1,000 points awarded. Obtained modified nanocore, 1,000 points awarded. Mission incomplete. New mission. Retrieve the nanocore from the Fred Research Lab. Reward 1,000 points. Liu Feng immediately clutched his head in frustration. Damn, this trip was a total loss. Suddenly, Callie exclaimed in surprise, Wait a minute, what is this? Filled with doubt, she hurriedly pressed the accept button. It was unclear who was reporting on the other end, but the lab revealed that the fusion virus had been eliminated. The news came so suddenly that it made her question, This is the fusion virus? Callie didn't fully understand what it was. While he frowned in thought, it seems the orange color indicates a long chain quest. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was them. Li Xin enthusiastically waved as soon as she entered. Liu Feng, we're here! Meanwhile, Qin Mu got straight to the point. It seems this is the virus sample that caused this small town to mutate like this. This new discovery made her exclaim, What a significant virus sample, huh? Seeing them, Liu Feng hurried over, happily patting their shoulders and expressing his relief. Li Xin, Dr. Qin, you're both okay. That's great. However, Qin Mu seemed more interested in something else. Let's talk about this virus. As she pressed open the control panel, she offered her thanks, thank you, for sending Li Xin to save me. Once she got started, she couldn't stop talking. I never expected there to be a laboratory like this under Tanan Town, and that it was researching this kind of virus. Let me see. A byproduct of the nanocore project can completely fuse mini nanorobots and the virus. Oh, what a formidable robot. Hearing this, Callie and Liu Feng were completely stunned. What? Meanwhile, the other person had read the line about the project initiator, the Ford family. Qin Mu was puzzled. Oh, this is... Then she turned to ask, Are you the famous Callie? Is this underground research lab yours? Callie didn't answer but returned to the main point. I had absolutely no idea this project was ever initiated. Qin Mu immediately said soothingly, I believe you wouldn't do something like this. You're known as the white-robed warrior in this field. However, she suddenly brought up a new thought. What if someone in your family conspired with an outsider? Then, for example, Zheng Tianxiong. Hearing this, the other person looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. What? Qin Mu really wasn't afraid to expose every dark corner. Your Litian Group has nothing but money. With investment assets all over the world, trying to be the white-robed warrior everywhere, calling your company a tech company is less accurate than calling it an investment firm. It turned out the point she made was completely valid. We previously worked in one of the research labs your family invested in. There, we saw someone sent by your family colluding with Zheng Tianxiong. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so Li Xin couldn't pass it up and immediately teased, "Ha ha ha, I never thought a sly fox like you could be deceived." The other person just angrily slapped her hand away, but Chinmu ignored their commotion and quickly performed some operations. But the fusion virus still has its uses. The moment the solution filled the syringe, she stated with certainty, "I can use it to reverse engineer and create a type of extracting a serum containing the virus from a mutated species. It might be able to prolong your sister's condition." Liu Feng latched onto this information like he'd struck gold, excitedly grabbing her by the shoulders. "That's fantastic. Dr. Qin, you have to join our shelter." Internally, he was ecstatic, thinking that his sister and Aunt Li could now be saved. Seeing his extreme reaction, Qin Mu spoke up. "Don't be in such a rush, young man. I heard your shelter is quite large, and even has a vaccine for the zombie virus." Liu Feng was puzzled. Oh, at that very moment, another part of town was thick with smoke, fire and gunpowder. Facing the brazen, frenzied enemy, Shan He gave the order to fire. Countless bullets slammed into the horde of monsters with a series of thuds. No matter how savage the opponent was, the soldiers persisted to the very end. He commanded with unwavering morale, holding the line and trying to push them back. But the situation was clearly abnormal. What was happening? The zombies here were all shot, but they wouldn't die, unlike the ones outside. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from nowhere and bit a nearby comrade on the neck. Shan, he immediately opened fire and blew its head off, then decisively bit the pin of a grenade. The grenade in his hand was quickly thrown. In an instant, it created a massive explosion, yet the zombies were incredibly resilient, even using bone shields to protect themselves. The entire squad couldn't contain their rising panic, as not even cannons or grenades could stop them. Before they could even defend, the enemy smashed right through the temporary bunker they had erected. As he was sent flying, Shan He was in pain, and grimaced in pain. This is terrifying. In just a few months, the zombies have already evolved impenetrable bone shields. The moment he hit the ground, everyone screamed, "The line has been breached!" That grotesque elite-class fusion zombie charged forward arrogantly. For a moment, Shan He felt complete despair. Can humanity even defeat them? The towering enemy began to raise its hand for the finishing blow. He thought helplessly, "Brother Liu, what would you do in this situation?" But unexpectedly, a figure shot up from behind it. It was Liu Feng, putting all his strength into a single thrust. The moment Liu Feng appeared, he took down the zombie amidst shocked gasps. Seeing he had neutralized the threat just in time, Liu Feng immediately used its body as a springboard. He quickly landed in front of Shan He and asked with concern, "Old Chu, are you all right?" Half kneeling on the ground, "Shan," he said sincerely, "thanks for saving my life again." Before he could even say, "Wait a second," Liu Feng had already charged in for the kill. He rushed forward, slashing at the zombie's body. But unexpectedly, the impact shattered his sword. Liu Feng was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I was just about to show off a bit." Shan, he finally managed to warn him, "Its shield can even block a grenade." But there was no fear in his eyes. "Humph, good thing I came prepared." And with that, time rewound to 10 minutes earlier. He was distributing massive stacks of supplies, teleporting the food back to the base. On the other end, Sarah immediately radioed in. "Chief, we've received the supplies. You can teleport back now," Liu Feng announced seriously. "Got it. I'll bring more people back to the base tomorrow." Meanwhile, Qin was still stunned by what she was seeing. What kind of tech is this? You can teleport items? He could only say, "It's just a small device from our shelter." Suddenly, Li Xin jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his neck with a grin, boasting, "Our shelter has stuff that's way more powerful than this." But he quickly shot her a look. "Ah, Li Xin, what are you saying?" Qin Mu, however, blurted out, half in disbelief. "For real?" Seeing that Liu Feng didn't get it, she had to explain. "She's interested in the shelter. Let's just trick her into coming back with us first." This time, he got it. "Oh!" Right then, someone called from behind, "Liu Feng, I have something for you." Turning around, they saw the case in Callie's hands. "I found another byproduct of the nanotech research in the lab. See if you can use this." This discovery was indeed a massive breakthrough, and he was thrilled. "What is this?" The moment Liu Feng opened it, he equipped the A-rank nanoshock gauntlets. A powerful charge immediately gathered in the fist. Just like that, this incredible weapon unleashed a powerful blow that sent the enemy flying. But that wasn't all. An incredible energy source activated from the body of the gauntlet. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bazooka with immense destructive power. The fusion zombie that seemed so tough and powerful was obliterated in an instant. Shan He and his comrades witnessed the shocking scene and could only marvel, so powerful. At that moment, Liu Feng had no idea that the title of Fist Demon was slowly replacing his old title, Sword Saint, in the hearts of the people. After the successful takedown, the team quickly retreated to the North City base. Half an hour had passed by then, and the guards at the gate cheered joyfully. "Section Chief Chu is back, and he's got food trucks. Quick, open the gate." Shan, he immediately saluted and said, "I'm back." A soldier greeting him asked enthusiastically, Section Chief Chu, the battalion commander, is waiting for you. How did the mission go? He happily reported, we had Liu Feng's help to transport back 2 truckloads of supplies, and we also got a clear picture of the situation in Xinan town. Meanwhile, sitting in the driver's seat, he suddenly recalled Callie's advice. We need to set aside 2 trucks of supplies for the military. Use this chance to put them in our debt. It'll make future business easier. Just then, he suddenly spotted a figure in the crowd that was both strange and familiar. When he got a clear look at her appearance, Liu Feng was taken aback. Is that? Before he could be sure, she had already turned and vanished. It was completely absurd. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did I just see Shen Qian, or am I so tired that I'm seeing things? Regardless, the next day arrived. At the slave market the following morning, a pair of high heels stepped onto the grounds of the human trafficking market. It turned out Qin Mu had brought Liu Feng here for some important business. Liu Feng, let me introduce you. This is Boss Zhang, the owner of the largest slave market in North City. He had already set his goal. This time, he had to use the system to select the necessary people for the shelter. Zhang Li, covered in gold and jewels, immediately started flattering him. Well, if it isn't, the renowned young master Liu, the fist demon, an honor, a true honor. Liu Feng cringed upon hearing that. What the hell is a fist demon? After the greetings, the man cut to the chase. Rest assured, out of respect, for Dr. Qin, I will definitely bring out my best goods, he replied politely, then I'll be counting on you. Upon receiving permission, the man immediately extended his hand. Young Master Liu, please look. The moment the individuals were revealed, Zhang Li's introduction of them concluded. Before the apocalypse, they were the superstars Hua Meimei and Xu Qianqian. Now, Liu Feng was truly shocked. He never expected it to be them. Qian and Meimei, the beautiful woman Xu Qianqian, who played the role of Imperial Consort Yang, spoke in a gentle, alluring voice, Your Majesty. The girl beside her was the international movie star Hua Meimei, who had starred as Ada Wong in the movie Biocrisis. When Liu Feng saw these 2 beauties, his eyes widened in utter astonishment. Qin Mu, standing beside him, teased, Oh, having a starlet on each arm isn't so bad, is it? She added another jab. This is every man's dream. As for the 2 women, Qianqian whispered apologetically, I'm sorry, Meimei. Meanwhile, Meimei was furious. Xu Qianqian, this is all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been captured. Hearing Qin Mu's teasing, childish thoughts about a man's dream suddenly popped into Liu Feng's head. Wait a minute. I've run into a CEO, a secretary, and now female celebrities. Does this mean I need to build a harem? That would be awesome, right? Should I start a harem? No way. I wouldn't be able to handle that. As he thought about it, his mind cleared up a bit, and he cursed himself. Damn it, this fatso dares to tempt me. It's a well-known principle that men simply can't refuse. Observing Liu Feng's expression, Qianqian worriedly predicted that this man seemed like a pervert. Meimei, still fuming beside her, immediately snapped, Shut up, you idiot! At that moment, Zhang Li began to haggle. The gang leader specifically requested these 2, but I already refused. He sneered contemptuously. What kind of person do you take me for? His gaze became as sharp as a sword. Do you think I'd lose my footing just by seeing a pretty face? And then fall right into your trap? Hearing these words, Zhang Li was stunned. Could there really be a man in this world who could maintain his composure in front of beautiful women? At the same time, from behind, Qianqian and Meimei also felt his terrifying aura, but it seemed Liu Feng was all talk, as blood suddenly gushed from his nose. You think, I came all this way just to buy beautiful women from you? Now, even a fool could see through his blustering words. The man looked at Liu Feng's current state, unsure how to react. Outwardly, he showed no expression, but inwardly he judged, Your nosebleed says otherwise. Suddenly, from a distance, Callie appeared and said in agreement, Not bad. She walked up to Zhang Li. In this era, there's no shortage of beautiful women, Boss Zhang. We only need talented people. The man's lecherous nature, ingrained in his very being, flared up again. He saw nothing but Callie's scorching hot figure. Beautiful, an absolutely stunning woman, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Wait a minute, isn't she Callie, the CEO of Litian Group? Focus, she's the only woman on the list of the world's 10 richest people. With a woman like this, no wonder young Master Liu wasn't interested in those 2 actresses. Over on the side, Qianqian and Meimei were also completely astonished. They never thought it was her, the legendary woman, nor did they expect she belonged exclusively to that man. Only then did Callie turn to Liu Feng, calmly praising him amidst his panic. As expected of the director, you said exactly what I wanted to say. However, celebrities are not entirely useless. Liu Feng faked a cough, thinking to himself, that was a close call. I should check their attributes first. He cleared his throat, rearranged his words, and then spoke. Ahem. Are you 2 willing to join our shelter? Without much hesitation, the two beauties immediately replied, "We are." Liu Feng opened the interface to check the two girls' attributes. When the attribute panel appeared, his expression quickly turned to one of shock. What is with this talent? Two random celebrities actually possess such rare talents. Isn't the system being a bit too random? The system, being falsely accused of being random, got angry. Are you beggar, doubting my automated screening process? Without further hesitation, Liu Feng quickly waved his hand and decided, "Quick, bring out everyone you have. I will choose them myself." Zhang Li was ecstatic, rubbing his gold and gem-laden hands together. Of course, a big order is coming in. The efficiency of this slave owner was incredibly fast, as a large crowd of slaves was quickly assembled. Zhang Li's face was beaming with excitement. "Young Master Liu, everyone is here, a total of 300 people. Time passed. Half an hour later, Liu Feng was drenched in sweat and exhausted. Damn it, I was too careless. I really thought talented people were everywhere. His eyes blurred as he looked at the crowd before him. In the end, out of 300 people, only a few had skills, such as a guard, a materials manager, a planter, a car mechanic, a hacker, a cook, and an explosives researcher. He hesitated for a long time before adding the Gemini pair, but population is also very important. I need to choose 100 people. He continued the selection process. 3 hours later, through a careful screening process, he selected 120 people who showed no hostile intent towards him, deeming them qualified. He generously waved his hand. "Boss Zhang, I'll buy all 120 of these people. How much?" Zhang Li had hit the jackpot, so he seemed a bit more generous himself. "We're all acquaintances here. I can give you a discount of 200 canned goods, or 30 ammo clips." He assigned this part of the mission to Callie. "Callie, I'm leaving this to you." He calculated in his head that as long as he got them back to the shelter, he could unlock the firearm schematics. After that, a long convoy of vehicles headed back to the shelter. The wheels stopped, and Liu Feng stepped onto the ground. He shouted an announcement. "We're here, you can all get out of the vehicles now." After observing the surroundings, Li Qi asked suspiciously, "This is just a desert, isn't it? There's no base here." Meanwhile, Qian beside him was so worried she started to hallucinate. "Don't tell me. They're going to kill us, butcher us, and sell our meat on the black market?" Nimi immediately yelled at her pig-headed teammate. "Shut your mouth!" He stood before everyone and called out, "My name is Liu Feng, and from now on, I will be your leader. In a moment, I will lead everyone into the shelter. I guarantee that you will all have enough to eat and will no longer be slaves. Everyone, form a line. You will enter the portal in an orderly fashion." The people below heard Liu Feng's words and started whispering, "We'll have food, and we won't have to be slaves." "What's a portal?" He heard their questions and pointed to the gate behind him. "I will open the teleporter and take everyone home." Then Liu Feng shouted to boost the crowd's morale. "We're going home!" filling everyone with hope. "Long live leader Liu Feng." He slowly stepped down when someone called his name, Liu Feng. It was Sesuna, waving at him from behind a wall. "Over here." She acted mysteriously, as if she had something to give him. Liu Feng immediately agreed. In his heart, he felt a slight chill. How terrifying. I couldn't sense her presence at all. Is this an S-rank ninja? He looked down at the item she gave him, a bit bewildered. "This is..." Sesuna, anticipating this reaction, explained, "I heard your blade was broken, so I brought a famous blade from my clan." She held out an old-looking sword. "The demon blade Yuki Kitaru is a welcoming gift from the association after you completed your first mission since joining." Liu Feng picked up the sword. Beneath its sheath was a brilliant and deadly golden blade. "This blade is incredibly sharp, an A-rank weapon that can cut through stainless steel and iron. The demon blade Yuki Kitaru." That wasn't all. Sesuna also handed him a card. "This is your identification card." Liu Feng took it, and with that, she left without a moment's hesitation. "Once everything is settled, come to the association. The president wants to see you." Liu Feng could only bid her farewell. "Thank the president for me." With that, Liu Feng once again called for the civilians to line up and go home. The portal opened into the shelter's teleportation room. It was Liu Feng, Li Xin, Callie, and Long Xuan. Xiao Yang saw them and cheered happily. "You're finally back." Sarah was even more emotional. "Director!" She lunged forward and hugged Liu Feng, but somehow his face ended up buried in her chest. "You've finally returned safely." Xiao Yang stood behind them, speechless. Talk about a lucky guy. Next, the group of civilians stepped through the portal, each one looking around with curiosity. "Wow, this is..." He smiled warmly and welcomed them. "Welcome to our home." The system displayed a notification. Shelter population has exceeded 100 people. Upgrading to level 3 elite rank. Unlocking firearms workshop. Many people shouted in amazement. The shelter is... Wow, it's huge. The system continued to communicate. Unlock the firearms workshop? This will cost 160 points to construct. Liu Feng didn't hesitate to reply. Yes, construct it. Instantly, a crane appeared from the wall, making the crowd gasp. Look quickly! There's a mechanical arm coming out of the wall! They couldn't contain their excitement about their new home. This underground city has such amazing technology. Xiao Xuan appeared from somewhere. It's time for dinner, everyone. We have a 24-hour supply of hot water and plenty of beds. As long as you work hard, everyone can eat. Good. Just like that, we've successfully taken in over 100 people. An old woman nearby was moved. This is wonderful. The system provided an update. The firearms workshop will be completed tomorrow. Seeing this, Liu Feng dismissed everyone. All right, everyone, go get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. In the middle of the night, in the director's room, he lay awake. He was thinking about his accomplishments for the day. Phew, things have been a bit hectic lately, but I finally managed to get through it. I can finally rest a little. Tomorrow, I'll plan our next steps. But unbeknownst to him, Sarah was slowly approaching from behind. She quietly climbed onto the bed, causing Liu Feng to jump. Wait, it's Sarah. Sarah moved closer to him, pressing against him just like the other night. Is she sleepwalking again? Whatever, I'll just let it be until morning like last time. Suddenly, she whispered, Director. Indeed, Sarah wasn't sleepwalking at all. She was wide awake. Is it too early to sleep? Liu Feng's confusion multiplied. What, she's not sleepwalking? She slowly moved down, under the blanket, while he remained utterly bewildered. Dark thoughts began to creep into Sarah's mind. The feeling was like an image of a scantily clad Sarah, suggestively climbing onto Liu Feng's lap, flashed in his mind. It was like a scene from an adult film with a CEO and his secretary in the office. CEO, Secretary Sarah, is here to give you her report. Liu Feng, with a goatee, frowned and tried to stop her. Wait a minute, Sarah, what are you trying to do? Sarah sat snugly in his lap. Boss! Liu Feng was completely flustered. Here. Ignoring him, she held a pointer stick towards a stock chart. Boss, the stocks this month have dropped quite a bit, haven't they? We need to find a way to raise the stock prices. Back in reality, Liu Feng asked in a serious tone. Sarah, what do you want? Sarah replied without hesitation. Director, ever since you saved me, I've always admired you. She continued to confess her feelings. Director, I'm not like Li Xin or Callie. They have opportunities to go outside. I can only take this chance when you return during your break to express your feelings. Seeing Sarah's tears made Liu Feng feel a pang of guilt. Sarah, I really can't stand seeing a woman cry. He changed his mind and took her hand. All right. The fantasy sequence continued. Sarah, dressed in a seductive secretary outfit, cooed at him. Boss, if you don't improve your performance, the shareholders will have you fired. Liu Feng anxiously squeezed his eyes shut. No. Am I about to lose? Seeing his hesitation, she spread her legs invitingly. Just accept your defeat, boss. As soon as she finished speaking, she climbed on top of him, pressing her ample bosom against Liu Feng's face. Oh, boss, giving up already? That won't do. Please submit your resignation. His expression darkened, and he shot her a look. Don't underestimate the boss. That determined gaze made her shiver slightly. Huh? Instantly, Liu Feng tossed Sarah onto the wooden desk. How despicable, yet for some reason, she felt strangely satisfied. Ah! Then he lifted her chin gently. You've got some nerve. She suddenly became pliant. Boss! Suddenly, Liu Feng planted a kiss on Sarah's lips. Without a word, he put the laptop on her back and focused intently on his work. Overtime. Click, clack, clack. Overtime. Entering a state of super overtime, Sarah was pinned down, but her face showed immense pleasure. Ah, this is bad. She watched the arrow on the stock chart skyrocket. The company's stock is rising way too fast. Her expression grew more ecstatic. There was no stopping it. The arrow was rising at a dizzying speed. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut, preparing for the moment of climax as the stock price soared. Suddenly, Sarah's clothes were torn to shreds as if a powerful gale had swept past her. The stock price was still rising. The fantasy ended just as the couple finished their session. A naked Sarah was now sleeping soundly on the bed. With their business concluded, Liu Feng, wearing only his pants, grinned brightly. Ha ha ha, I feel so refreshed. He stroked his chin smugly. I'm amazing. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xin had been watching them from behind for who knows how long, just laughing maniacally. The scene shifts to the bathroom. Liu Feng, with only a towel wrapped around his waist, felt completely invigorated. A shower after some exercise feels so refreshing. Without hesitation, he jumped into the tub, unable to hide his delight. This is the life. His joy was short-lived as Li Xin came charging at him holding a basin. On reflex, he grabbed her hand, causing Li Xin to lose her balance and fall to the floor. As a result, Liu Feng accidentally pinned her down, making her furious. Let go! Only then did he realize who had just tried to attack him. Li Xin? He repeated, as if not believing his eyes. Li Xin? We're looking right at each other. Why would you ambush me? Li Xin, seething with anger, scolded Liu Feng. You have the nerve to ask me? She raised her hand. intending to slap him, but he caught her hand. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Embarrassed, Li Xin argued even louder. You dare to get involved with another woman behind my back. Busted, Liu Feng blushed. Oh no. Oh crap, did she find out about me, Sarah, and Callie? What am I going to do? Suddenly, Li Xin pushed his head down into her chest. You've disappointed me so much. But Liu Feng's mind wasn't even on that anymore. I'm screwed. If Li Xin lets this slip, and Sarah and Callie find out. An image of the three girls going their separate ways flashed in his mind. All of our relationships will be ruined. I have to think of a way out of this. Just then, the system came to the rescue. Li Xin's passion trait had been activated. Liu Feng was surprised. What's this? As if he had grasped her true intentions, he probed Li Xin. You're angry. Could it be because... Liu Feng finished the sentence. Because I didn't invite you to join us earlier? Hitting the nail on the head, Li Xin blushed furiously. I see, a wild passion. This reaper certainly likes a thrill. Liu Feng now had all the tricks up his sleeve. Her expression confirmed it, but she still vehemently denied it. You don't talk nonsense. He found this even more amusing and teased her with a grin. Ha, I never knew you were that kind of reaper. Li Xin's trait was now active. Liu Feng was practically drooling with glee. So that means he then imagined a scenario where he was caught between Sarah and Li Xin. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have appeared. It's fine. You came at the perfect time. We can all do it together. He burst out laughing excitedly. Ha, so you can get shy after all? It's fine. I'll be sure to invite you next time. Li Xin was so embarrassed, she started flailing her arms wildly at him, shouting, just shut up. While they were in this compromising position, a voice came from beyond the door. I'm so tired. Finally finished cleaning up the kitchen. You idiot. Yu Xuan stretched her shoulders and noticed him. Brother Liu Feng. Han Tong, holding a duck floaty with one hand, pointed with the other. Panicked by their arrival, Liu Feng quickly shoved the head of the person next to him. Under the water, Li Xin, get under the water and hide. Han Tong, is that you two? Both girls quickly jumped into the water. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Han Tong lunged and hugged his waist, catching him completely. Off guard. Big brother. Yu Xuan stood nearby with her arms crossed, pouting. It's not like I missed you or anything. At the same time, Li Xin noticed something under the water. Liu Feng suddenly felt a sensation and couldn't help but jolt. Violently. Whoa, he thought angrily. Li Xin? She dares to pull something like that underwater? The scene flashes to him and Li Xin as characters in an Aquaman parody. At this moment, in his role as the Sea King, he says, Mara, this is Atlantis, don't mess around. Li Xin didn't hear a word he said and simply decided, today I'm going to punish you, my dear Sea King. The two of them lunged at each other to fight. She quickly made her move. First, surrounding him. Deep sea magic. Liu Feng was bound, unable to fight back. Oh no! He shut his eyes tight, sweating, and thought to himself, this is so shameless, using this kind of magic underwater. Back in reality, Han Tong and Yu Xuan were confused, wondering why Liu Feng was trembling so much. He clenched his jaw, thinking, I can't stay here. In his imagination, Li Xin's timing was surprisingly good. In this situation, how could anyone stand it? You really live up to your reputation. The Sea King returned to reality as the two girls raised their hands, ready to pounce on him. Scrub-a-dub, big bro, let us scrub you, he panicked. He tried to stop them. Wait! But they were already frantically scrubbing him with bath sponges, leaving him both embarrassed and flustered. Wait, don't come any closer. Wu Hien chided in annoyance. Big bro, don't move. His eyes were squeezed shut as he reached his limit. Oh no, he couldn't take it anymore. Decisively, he wrapped his arm around the back of Li Hin's head. Damn it! Back in his imagination, he unleashed his move. The Sea King's ultimate retaliated. Don't underestimate me. She was caught off guard by the sudden attack and quickly turned her head to dodge. The water pressure is too strong. I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a jet of blue water sprayed everywhere, knocking over a cup on the table. Callie, who was sitting at her desk, was confused. Why did the cup suddenly fall? She stared at it, finding it strange, and suddenly felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, the bathroom was filled with white steam, and water splashed as if someone was moving around. Wu Hien's chest pressed against his back, making him yell, Wait! She stood over Liu Feng and ordered, Don't move, let me help you wash your hair. He angrily turned his head to look. What are you guys doing? He asked, one hand still holding onto Han Dong, who was flailing her arms wildly. Big bro is teaching Han Dong how to swim. He felt dizzy. His face flushed bright red as he thought, I'm done for. What kind of heaven is this? A moment ago, I think I did something to Li Hin. Wu Hien snapped irritably. What are you yelling about? There's nobody else here. The moment she said that, a head with bloodshot eyes suddenly emerged from the water. She screamed in terror. Oh my God! Li Hin appeared, awkwardly waving at them. Wu Hian's eyes widened as she stammered, Sis Li Hin. Liu Feng felt a pang of guilt. I'm so screwed. Li Hin couldn't hold her breath any longer and had to surface. Huh, what's that she has in her mouth? Wu Hian asked curiously, covering her mouth. Huh, why is Sis Li Hin here? He subconsciously glanced over. Crap, I've been found out. She spoke in horror, her sentence trailing off. Don't tell me Sis Li Hin was also worried, afraid he would find out something. Oh no, I've been caught! Suddenly, she cheerfully started washing Liu Feng's hair. Are you here to help scrub big bro Liu Feng too? Liu Feng was at a loss for how to react. He silently thought, so naive. Suddenly, Li Hin's expression turned grim as she thought, forget it. I need to spit Liu Feng's thing out first. Just then, Han Dong bumped into her, and she flinched as she felt the taste deep in her throat. She swallowed it. Li Hin screamed, ah! The scene changes to a modern facility with bright LED lights. The next day, outside the medical bay, Liu Feng was guiding Tan Mook. This way, please. Dr. Tan exclaimed, I can't believe your shelter is this big. Someone was waiting for them in the distance. The treatment room is over here. Liu Feng recognized him as Obi. A large door slowly rolled upward. Liu Feng stepped inside first and gave a brief introduction. This is the treatment room. Tan Mook glanced around, exclaiming in awe, wow, it's huge. Looking at a schematic, Liu Feng began to explain. The treatment room is divided into two sections. The outer area is for patient beds, and the inner area is a research lab. Both are currently empty. In the research lab, filled with state-of-the-art equipment, Obi acted like a tour guide, gesturing as he explained. This is the research lab. A message on the main screen read, equipment operating normally, ready to commence research projects. She couldn't help but be amazed by how advanced it was. It even has an artificial intelligence, an AI. Obi proudly explained that everything was controlled by the AI, clearly confident in the facility's machinery. She slowly began to explore everything. This advanced research lab, compared to the equipment in North City, is even more impressive. The scale is a bit smaller, but it's more than enough for one person to use. Hearing this, Liu Feng seized the opportunity to make his pitch. So, what do you think of our shelter? You could bring your children here so they can get an education. We have quite a few kids who arrived this time, and I'm planning to recruit teachers to start a school for the shelter. As they were talking, Obi raised his hand to signal that he needed to step out. I'm going to check the power supply outside. Liu Feng gave him a friendly wave. Thanks for all your hard work. He then turned to introduce him to Tan Mook. That's Obi, the chief engineer for the restoration of the underground city. He's in charge of repairing the power lines. Suddenly, she leaned forward, closed her eyes, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, startling him. He jumped back in shock. Dr. Tan, what are you doing? Unfortunately, she lost her balance and slipped, pulling him down with her. Ah! They tumbled into a heap, creating a chaotic scene. Just then, Obi happened to return, peeking in and scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot to grab my tools. Behind a curtain, the silhouettes of Liu Feng and Tan Mook looked like a shadow play. The sight made Obi freeze in his tracks, completely stunned. His eyes widened as sweat started pouring down his face. He thought, stammering, They're kissing! Liu Feng sat up and said gently, you should be more careful. She just stared at him, dazed, her eyes wide and full of adoration. Oh, but the misleading scene that the outsider saw wasn't actually a kiss at all. Seeing this, Obi panicked and scurried away. Liu Feng helped Tan Mook into a chair. Here, sit down for a second. Still in a daze, the woman complied. Okay, Obi hid behind the wall, still in shock and unable to believe his eyes. No way. Are they doing times in broad daylight? His curiosity got the best of him, and he peeked in one more time. This is too weird. I have to look again. He saw the scene of a man and a woman in a compromising position, saying things that were easily misunderstood, which gave him a second shock. Slow down. Don't rush. Thank you. His mind reeled from what he was seeing, his eyes bulging, as wide as they could go, and his jaw hit the floor. Whoa! This is way too intense. Obi looked away and then peeked back just as they were moving apart, and his wild imagination went into overdrive. They're even changing positions. The woman sat on the chair and began to discuss serious business related to his sister's illness and the virus fusion. Tan Mook held up a test tube filled with a green solution and exclaimed excitedly, Thank goodness this place has a microscope. Come take a look at the fusion. This virus. Obi hid behind a wall, his face contorted as he shivered, resentment welling up inside him. That damn Liu Feng. As a single guy, I can't accept this. He already has Li Xin, yet he's still such a flirt. Like that, Qin Mu turned and looked up, requesting, Go on. Hearing this, the man quickly approached. Oh, okay. As if he'd figured it out, Obi suddenly jumped out with fiery determination. Damn you, Liu Feng. You can't go on like this. With a look of righteous fury, he declared, "I will help you come to your senses." Unfortunately, the situation behind the curtain was so steamy, it would make anyone get a nosebleed. Ah, it's getting more and more exciting. Chin Mu, still unaware of what was happening outside, urged impatiently, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." The man heard this and didn't ask any further questions, replying, "Oh, okay." He collapsed and fainted on the spot from a massive nosebleed. Inside, Liu Feng was still focused on the microscope. Ooh, this is... Having witnessed the whole scene, Obi dropped to his knees, his whole body trembling. Inside, Liu Feng and Chin Mu, still unaware they were being spied on, continued their discussion. "I got an idea from the virus fusion. Perhaps we can use this equipment to create an inhibitor vaccine." "Oh, you truly live up to your name, Dr. Chin." With a twisted expression, he told himself, "I, OB, am the Grand Commander of the FF, and with a single flame in my hand, I will burn all the loving couples in this world. Lovers are the most despicable thing on earth. They're a cancer. Cancer." Suddenly, someone walked up and spoke. "Hello." OB, not yet noticing, the person, was still lost in his inner monologue. "I must." A woman's slender hand reached out. "Excuse me." His mood ruined. He angrily glanced over. "Who the hell is it?" Danwei leaned down slightly, offering a hand to help him up. "Are you okay?" How could he refuse a beautiful woman appearing before him? OB's attitude did a complete 180, forgetting all his previous thoughts. "Oh, a beauty. Hello." She struck a seductive pose and invited him. "Engineer OB, we have a broken tool. We'd like to trouble you to come and fix it." How could he refuse? He scratched his head and happily accepted. "Haha, no problem. Just leave it to me." After agreeing, he suddenly came to his senses, a thunderclap echoing in his mind. "I'm doomed." I carelessly fell for her charms again. Liu Feng, inside, heard the noise and glanced out. "OB, what are you doing? It's so noisy." Jinmu calmly announced her results and future direction. "To summarize what we just discussed, I can proceed with reverse research." She spoke first, making her request. "How about this, Liu Feng? Let's make a deal." He seemed a bit surprised and curious. Ah, an image of the children appeared, illustrating Qin Mu's condition. "You help me bring the children from around here to the underground city. In return, I'll borrow your research lab and help you create the inhibitor serum. How about it?" Liu Feng was a little puzzled by this and asked, "Dr. Qin, you won't join our shelter?" Qin Mu was silent for a few seconds, hesitating as if it were difficult to say, "I'm sorry, I can't join for now." As if she had an unspeakable secret, she said in a low voice, "I have something else that I must do." Liu Feng frowned, becoming serious. "Dr. Qin, maybe I can help you." Suddenly, a notification sound from the system rang out, interrupting them. "Armory construction complete. The shelter can be upgraded to level 3. He excitedly rushed off. "Let's go check it out." The door flew open with his movement, and Li Xin was right behind him. Liu Feng was stunned by the magnificent room. This was the armory. Robotic arms operated according to preset commands, each one responsible for an assembly line, replacing human labor, picking up parts and moving them elsewhere. The workshop operated with incredible proficiency, leaving the entire group speechless with amazement. "This is amazing!" Long Xuan and Li Xin moved closer to get a better look and inspect the quality of the firearms. She casually touched the samples on the table, with the clicking and clacking of parts being fitted together. Under Li Xin's skilled hands, a weapon was quickly assembled. "The quality is excellent." He also took a look, happily inspecting it. "Yeah." Long Xuan looked at these interesting items and raised his head to ask, "What other types of guns can we make?" A display panel showing various weapons appeared. A K-47, 3 resources. SVD sniper rifle, 5 resources. Grenade, 1 resource. M1911. A1, 2 resources. M37 shotgun, 3 resources. Ammunition, 1 resource. Callie looked at it, focusing on the analysis. Currently, the level 1 armory can only craft these few types of guns and their corresponding ammo. She observed the displayed parameters and announced, "The shelter previously scavenged materials from the surroundings, converting a total of 667 resource points for the underground city." She reminded them, resource points are not the same as system points. Crafting over 100 weapons for the shelter shouldn't be a problem. Li Xin heard this and turned to make a suggestion. "The time is right. I propose we build a shooting range for all of our guard teams." Liu Feng placed a hand on her shoulder and happily agreed. "Okay, I'll leave it to you and Long Xuan to select the trainers, and you'll serve as the commander." The system displayed another notification. "Level 2 shelter fully equipped. Would you like to upgrade to a level 3 shelter?" He glanced at it as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Oh, it's finally here?" Liu Feng's brow furrowed as he announced loudly, "All right, build the shooting range and upgrade the shelter to level 3. The system accepted the command and quickly displayed, "Shelter construction will be complete in 2 days." Leaving the armory, he walked down the street, lost in thought. Next up is the Central District. He arrived in front of a bar where two women were chatting. He made a decision internally. We'll hold a meeting together tomorrow. The two women turned their heads in unison, waving and calling out to him. Ah, lead. Director, let's have a drink. Before Liu Feng now were the Gemini stars, Qian Qian and Mei Mei. He sighed worriedly to himself, realizing he couldn't avoid them after all. Both beauties coquettishly approached him. Director, his mind drifted to the past, remembering that these two were the very idols he fantasized about whenever he took care of his needs, and back then, he didn't even have their photos. Seeing the two beautiful girls, curvy in all the right places, standing over there, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, now that they were right in front of him. But the two girls looked at Liu Feng with a hint of fear. Oh, this aura, in their eyes. His face now looked very dangerous and a bit cold, so imposing, yet the reality was completely different. He broke into a sweat and forced a smile. Haha, I'm just too nervous. My expression froze completely. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. Reputation +1, making him exclaim in surprise. Oh! Liu Feng frowned in confusion. What's going on, system? A notification panel appeared. After unlocking the new tier for reputation level 3, every time your renown spreads, your reputation will increase. After reading this, he glanced suspiciously at the two girls who were timidly backing away. Could it be that my reputation increases because they're afraid of me? With that thought, Liu Feng strode towards them and plopped down forcefully on the chair in the middle, thinking, let's test this out. Mei Mei, before she could even process what was happening, sat down. Qian Qian, however, was stunned by Liu Feng's move. Is he trying to intimidate us? At that moment, two more notifications popped up in succession. Reputation +1, reputation +1. She frowned, pondering. I heard that for celebrities to survive the apocalypse, they have to rely on their assets. Does that mean we have to go that far too? Qian Qian, beside him, seemed to be weighing her options. Then, she smiled and moved closer to Liu Feng, asking softly, Director, would you like something to drink? Seeing this, Mei Mei thought to herself, she's starting to test the waters. She recalled Qian Qian's past performances. Her knack for flattery was a natural gift, and with her masterful social skills, she could surely figure out what Liu Feng was thinking. He answered without hesitation, I want some milk. That simple request made both of them jump in shock. Mei Mei was so startled she did a spit take with the water she was drinking. Milk? Not wine. And he didn't even acknowledge my advance. Qian Qian's face was covered in sweat as she fretted internally. He completely broke the mood and dodged my probe. So sharp, I've been in the high-stakes world for years, and I've never met someone this difficult to read. Just then, Yu Xuan cheerfully brought him a glass of milk. Brother Liu Feng, here's the milk you asked for. The reputation +1 notification chimed again. He calmly accepted the glass. Thanks. The two beauties were still lost in their own delusions. So this is the leader of the underground city? He's on another level. Yu Xuan chatted happily with him. Brother Liu Feng, ever since you were little, you've always liked drinking. The milk my mom gave you. He smiled and nodded in agreement. That's right. Hearing this, Mei Mei's expression darkened. She frowned, her mind racing. Wait a minute. Milk, could he mean? These two truly had wild imaginations, their thoughts already veering off into some lewd territory, thinking, he wants us? But fortunately for Liu Feng, their overthinking was causing his reputation points to skyrocket. Reputation +223. But he was completely clueless. My reputation went up again. That's weird. I didn't do anything? He then cleared his throat, thinking of how to break the ice and what he should say. Even if we can't do the things from those adult flicks, we can still be friends, right? Qian Qian, ever so sharp, noticed his signal, 3 coughs, but they completely misinterpreted it. Does he want both of us in his room at 3 a.m.? So, we really can't escape this fate. Us in his room at 3 a.m.? So, we really can't escape this fate. Liu Feng had only managed to say 2 words, you two, when Mei Mei and Qian Qian immediately jumped to their feet, leaving him utterly confused. Ah! The two of them hurried away, leaving behind only the cryptic words, we understand. He was left speechless. Huh? A moment later, it dawned on him in horror that his idols now despised him. As Liu Feng walked into the command room, the sharp click of high heels echoed on the floor, followed by a crisp command, attention. At her word, everyone in the room rose and spoke in unison. Welcome, Director. He greeted them sheepishly. Ah, hello everyone. There's really no need for all this formality, is there? Callie corrected him sternly. That is unacceptable. A director must have the bearing of a director. She then gestured towards the empty seat at the head of the table, inviting him to sit. Liu Feng was flustered by her firm stance. Okay, fine. As Callie declared, the meeting will now commence. He was lost in his own wandering thoughts. This is so cringe. Do I really need to put on a serious and profound act? Just then, a familiar sound chimed. Reputation +2, he thought in surprise. What? It works in here too? I can gain reputation points. Callie typed something on her keyboard, first on the agenda for discussion. She began her presentation. Now that the firearms issue is resolved, I propose the establishment of a 30-person unit to act as the shelter's official guard. The reason being, she said, pointing to two photos on the screen, is that two new factions have recently emerged in our vicinity, namely the National Salvation Army and the Gui Divine Cult. Liu Feng frowned. Oh, new factions have popped up? What are they? Callie pointed to the two photos and explained, one of them is the Gui cult. They've been expanding their influence lately, and they're growing at an alarming rate. Their slogan is that belief in the Doomsday Cult will bring salvation. The other group, located extremely close to us, is the National Salvation Army, which is just a mob of thugs who formed an organization, set up their own camp, and number around 200 strong. Li Xin scoffed at the news. The National Salvation Army, haha, sounds more like a refugee camp run by a bunch of farmers. Long Xuan also chimed in. I believe we also captured a high priest from the Guiyi, the One Sect. Liu Feng suddenly remembered his captive and gave an order. That's right, Han Dong, bring her here. She quickly grabbed a rope and pulled her out. Cecilia was in a tattered black and white striped outfit, but it still showed off her alluring figure. Hello, everyone. Seeing this, Liu Feng covered his face and sighed. Han Dong, what is this? Where did you pick up this kind of hobby? Li Xin quickly went into interrogation mode. Tell us everything you know. What are the origins of the One Sect? The woman knew her place and quickly answered. The One Sect was established before the apocalypse, claiming to save all living beings, and now it has tens of thousands of members. The ones appearing around here are likely just a small fraction. Liu Feng's eyes widened as he repeated, tens of thousands of people? And the ones nearby are just a fraction? She frowned and explained, the sect is usually managed by several high priests, with the 8 strongest subordinates, called number 1 through number 8. I am number 8, and number 7 was killed by you. He continued with his questions. Are the zombie mutations being mass-produced by your sect leader? Cecilia answered honestly. All the zombie mutation eggs were given to us by the sect leader, and the number 7 Holy Mother was also created by the sect leader. But at this point, she hesitated awkwardly. As for our sect leader, Han Dong immediately gave her a hard slap on the butt, urging, spit it out. Liu Feng once again covered his face and sighed. Han Dong has been corrupted. Who taught her these things? On the other side, she didn't stop. Hurry up and talk. Talk. The woman's face turned red from the spanking, and she quickly gave in. I'm sorry, Lord Saint. I'll talk, she said with an uncertain tone. Although I've never met the sect leader, based on my speculation, it's very likely. Her voice dropped. Not human. The situation seemed more serious than he thought, and he questioned her seriously. Is that so? Then where's the apostle you mentioned before? Li Xin also chimed in. Can you recognize it? Although reluctant, she had to tell the truth. I can, and it's possible it has already entered the city. Liu Feng quickly made a decision. Then you'll come with us on the next mission. Then he looked over at Callie to discuss. Let's continue. For now, we don't need to get into a conflict with them. Let's first train our guard team well, then we'll deal with them. She nodded in agreement. I think so too. I suggest our main force first clears out the strongholds around the shelter. The monthly missions appeared on the screen, and Liu Feng began to plan. We're low on points recently. I need to head to the city center to make preparations. Capturing the oil depot yields 2,000 points and 100 reputation. Capturing the Huayi supermarket yields 1,000 points and 50 reputation. Capturing the wastewater treatment plant yields 700 points and 60 reputation. Capturing the seaport yields 500 points and 30 reputation. For the monthly missions, clearing and capturing surrounding resource points can earn reputation and points, but I can either lead a team, myself, or assign subordinates to capture them. He assigned tasks to each person. We'll each lead a team. Li Xin, you take the supermarket. Long Xuan, go to the wastewater treatment plant. Da Qiang, go. Capture the seaport. I will personally go to the oil depot. Everyone responded in unison. Roger. Afterwards, Liu Feng lowered his head and sighed. Sigh. We never have enough talented people. He quickly got back to business. The next item on the agenda, Callie called out sharply. Roger. The screen changed again to a city map. She pointed to a location and presented, go to the research institute in the city center, find the nanoparticles, and uncover Zheng Tiancheng's conspiracy. But she suddenly stopped, moved to another location, and zoomed in. The number of zombies in the city center reaches several million. We simply can't rely on our own strength to get there, so we need to borrow some power. Li Xin raised her hand to ask, so how do we do that? Liu Feng was also clueless. Huh. Callie shot him a look, her voice full of contempt. Did you think everyone was like you, all brawn and no brains? Director Liu figured out a method long ago, but he had no idea what she was talking about and could only worry internally. And as for Li Xin, she was irritated by the jab. What do you mean by that? Long Xuan seemed to have understood Callie's point, so that's what it was. Seeing this, Gan Jingji stood up to clear the air. Let this old man explain. He calmly recounted. While I was in the city waiting for the young miss, I heard some news. The military is about to scout the city center. Callie then continued. Although we don't know what the military's objective is, they've started recruiting mutants and bounty hunters. I suggest the director leverage his connections, saving Chu Shanhe twice, helping complete missions, and even gifting a truck of food supplies. The main purpose was for this. She turned to ask Liu Feng. The director completed missions beyond his level and made all these preparations, all to hitch a ride with the military later. It's so simple. Am I wrong? Director, he gave a dangerous smile and praised in a low voice. You live up to your reputation. Callie, not bad. Ha, you all figured it out. Seems I didn't hide it well enough. Hearing this, she was filled with admiration, as expected of Liu Feng. His ability to control people is no less than Zheng Tiansheng's. Long Xuan looked at him with respect. Is this the true capability of my junior, Liu Feng? As expected of the leader who established a shelter, he always prepares in advance, leaving no trace. Gan also held him in high regard, truly worthy of being the man the young miss has her eye on. Everyone was silently praising Liu Feng. This man's ability to manipulate situations is truly unfathomable. Seeing that everything was settled, he concluded the meeting. All right, let's proceed as planned. Tomorrow we'll clear the surrounding bases, and next time we go into the city, I'll contact the military in the city center. Dismissed. But little did they know, deep down, Liu Feng was crying his eyes out in fear. Oh my god, that scared me to death. How are they so smart? I didn't say a word, and they already came up with a plan. 3 hours later, in his private room, Liu Feng was happily watching a movie. Whoa, so exciting. It's the newly released movie Hardened Crisis 9. Watching the movie while sipping a beer, he seemed to be in a very good mood. Looking at the lavish spread of food on the table, he was satisfied and sighed in contentment. This is the life. How is this anything like the apocalypse? I didn't even live this well before it all started. He picked up a skewer, about to eat it. So refreshing. Then, a notification chimed. Qian Qian and Mei Mei are requesting entry. Do you agree? Liu Feng was a bit confused. Oh, do they want to watch the movie with me? Whatever. I'll let them in. Right after, the two of them entered wearing skin-tight bunny-maid outfits. Director, we're here as you requested. The breathtaking view in front of him made him embarrassingly spit out the beer he had just sipped. Mei Mei and Qian Qian quickly rushed into Liu Feng's arms, the atmosphere becoming thick with tension. He was at a loss for words. The movie starring these two beauties was still playing on the TV, yet here they were, sitting right next to him. He couldn't believe it. What in the world is happening? Qian Qian coquettishly recalled Liu Feng's signal. You devil, didn't you tell us to come at 3 in the morning? Mei Mei was a bit more assertive. We're here now, so we hope you'll honor the agreement. But he was still completely lost. What? These two seemed to have misunderstood something. Ignoring his bewilderment, they looked at Liu Feng with shy yet inviting gazes and said, Please, protect us. Instantly, they pounced on him like predators who had caught their favorite prey, catching him completely off guard. Wait, the scene suddenly changed. Perhaps this was a metaphor for something else? Mei Mei and Qian Qian had now transformed into two beautiful evil spirits, and seductive, while Liu Feng had become a mighty hero. Qian Qian teased him. Oh, has this brave hero come here to grant us salvation? He glared at them angrily. You wretched things! You're evil spirits who devour souls! Without another word, he swiftly slashed his sword at them, drawing a beautiful arc. Holy circle slash! But the two of them were completely unharmed. They sneered. Conventional attacks can't hurt us. We are in spirit form. We can handle the damage. After that, Liu Feng collapsed to the ground. He trembled as he looked at them. They're too strong. What can I do to defeat them? Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar, his eyes widening, in shock. Wait, is that? Before him was an old well, and an idea sparked in his mind. It's their resurrection well? That's it! He immediately sprang into action. He leaped towards it, yelling with determination. He yelled, dashing past the two of them. Ha ha ha, we're spirits. Physical attacks are useless against us. But he still swung his sword wildly, looking desperate. Get out of my way! Liu Feng leaped onto the old well and pointed his sword directly into its opening. Demons, go to hell! A loud boom resounded as dust and smoke erupted around the well. Instantly, the two spirits felt the impact, the damage. Ouch, that hurts, he smirked victoriously. I've found your weakness. Your lives are now like a candle in the wind. Mei Mei and Qian Qian cried out in alarm. Oh, no. Meanwhile, he settled himself inside the well's opening. He raised his sword smugly. Ha ha ha, how do you like that? I figured this hole would block your source of energy. It seemed the well was linked to the two spirits, as any movement Liu Feng made inside the opening affected them. Stop, don't move anymore. Seeing their reaction, he grew even more confident of his victory. I've grasped your weakness. With that, he thrust his body deeper into the well's opening. Ha! At almost the same instant, the two spirits clutched their heads, their entire bodies convulsing. They screamed in pain. Ah! It's too powerful, stop! After a brief pause, they both trembled violently and begged for mercy. Wait, please stop moving, we can't take it anymore. But Liu Feng wasn't one to give up so easily? He smirked coldly. Getting flustered now? Did you really think I would stop? Here comes my next move. He immediately began to spin around inside the opening, a look of delight on his face. Tornado. Spin, 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 spin. His actions left the two girls trembling and speechless. Don't. After a long while, having endured Liu Feng's torment, the two beauties cried out in a panic. It's over. Our magical power is gone. Returning to table. Reality, Mei Mei and Qian were fast asleep on the sofa, while Liu Feng stood up feeling refreshed. Incredible! He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power. So, this is a service skill? His spirits were incredibly high, and his whole body felt invigorated. He wasn't tired in the slightest, and he might even be able to achieve his childhood dream. Everything depended on tomorrow. The next morning, Liu Feng, along with Callie and OB, had finished preparing their gear for the day's mission. He smiled and prompted them, all right, let's move out. The target is the oil refinery. At a vast oil refinery filled with advanced equipment, Callie reported the information to Liu Feng via a reconnaissance satellite. This refinery has a few dozen zombies, and capturing it will yield at least 300 resource points. Hearing the exact number, he was slightly surprised. A few dozen of them. Having a satellite is really convenient. Locking his gaze on her back, he quietly called her name in his mind, Callie. Yesterday, gunshots echoed as sparks flew from the muzzles of guns, with incredible force. In the underground shooting range, Callie was practicing diligently. Just as Liu Feng walked in, he was surprised to see her there. Callie, are you still here practicing? She paused, breathing heavily. This apocalypse is too dangerous. Then she loaded more bullets into the gun. Human hearts are dark, zombies are terrifying, and there's starvation and mutation. She continued to fire her gun, her voice filled with seriousness. Hiding in the base won't solve anything. Back in the present, Liu Feng glanced at Callie, who was busy with the crossbow in her hands, with a look of concern. A strong female lead is a strong female lead after all. She's never content to be beneath anyone else. She suddenly called out to him. Liu Feng. She stated her intention. I want to join the zombie cleanup operation in a bit. He stammered in agreement. Okay, sure. Stomping his foot firmly on the ground, he forcefully drew his blade from its sheath. All right. The three of them, Liu Feng, Callie, and OB, gripped their weapons, ready to fight. Their target was the oil refinery. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and reiterated. The reason they were here. Our objective is to clear out the zombies in the oil depot, but we can't use firearms to avoid an explosion. He gently encouraged everyone. The base's satellite has already confirmed that the zombies in the refinery aren't numerous, and there are likely no mutated zombies, so this mission should be pretty easy for us. Then he laid out the plan. We just need to lure the zombies over here, group by group. Hearing this, Obi asked curiously, so who's going in to be the bait? Without a moment's hesitation, the other two simultaneously turned to look at him, leaving him stunned for a moment. Huh? And what followed was a blood-curdling scream from the poor soul who had to use his own body as bait. Ah! He ran for his life, with a horde of pursuers clearly behind him, but these pursuers only wanted to eat his flesh. Help me. Ah! Running so fast, he didn't notice the rock on the ground, and as expected, he tripped over it and fell flat on his face. He cried out in pain. Ouch! The zombie horde had already caught up to him. Terrified, Obi scooted backward while screaming, Help me! Just as they were about to finish him off, one was split in half by a single slash. The one responsible was none other than Liu Feng. He smiled and praised him. Good job, Obi. The zombies behind him were also taken down by 2 arrows. Callie carefully aimed and pulled the trigger, firing powerful bolts. Suddenly, the roar of a zombie from behind caught her attention. She immediately spun around and delivered a swift kick right between its legs. Don't get near me! Although the zombie couldn't feel pain, Liu Feng and OB certainly felt the pain for it. Oof. While focused on killing zombies, Callie also pondered her future. I want to. Perhaps she had never been so determined to become stronger. While she was lost in thought, a zombie lunged at her from behind with its mouth wide open, not some decorative vase. Callie quickly turned around, her mind still racing. Before the apocalypse, I could have built a business empire. Then she plunged her bayonet straight into its mouth, telling herself, I can do the same even in the apocalypse. Her gaze grew more determined. The only difference was starting over from scratch. Callie glanced at her 2 companions, who were also fighting with all their might. Zombies were on all sides. No matter how many they killed, more would take their place. Glancing at a hideous zombie rushing toward her, she felt a bit weary. The pressure to survive was immense. Next, Callie spun around and used the stock of her crossbow to smash it, wondering to herself, is this what it feels like when Liu Feng faces zombies? She watched his strong back as he destroyed zombies in the distance, and she couldn't help but intently observe this man who spent all day charging onto the front lines. She admired him silently. Does he always bear this kind of pressure? His arrogant smile made Callie admire him even more. So powerful. As if reinvigorated, she dove back into the fight with haste. I can't lose either. Suddenly, she took out a strange-looking weapon, using the explosive arrow that Liu Feng made for me, then used it to shoot at the approaching zombies, blowing them to bits. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the distance. A venom-cyst mutant zombie looked extremely grotesque as it trembled and staggered closer. Callie panicked with a hint of worry. We're screwed. It's a type I've never seen before. Liu Feng arrived just in time to save her, slashing his sword across its body in a long gash, not forgetting to remind the beauty, be careful. Unfortunately, this caused a dangerous green liquid to spray out. She quickly shouted, oh no, it's acid, but he smirked confidently, don't worry, I'm here. He immediately drew his sword and like a kung fu master, grandly declared, I will protect you. Callie stared in astonishment at the scene before her. The body of the sword erupted in fierce flames as he shouted, Wa sword style. In a flash, Liu Feng slashed powerfully at the massive body of the Tier 1 zombie, Waning Moon. It was instantly incinerated, collapsing to the ground. He looked closely at his sword and remarked, as expected of an A-rank weapon, its weapon skill is so powerful. After witnessing that scene, Callie exclaimed in amazement, he finished it just like that? It's over already? A sense of unease crept into her heart. For a moment, I suddenly feel that no matter how hard I try, she turned her head to look at the mountain of zombie corpses he had taken down, and thought helplessly, I'll never be able to catch up to Liu Feng. 10 minutes later, as his sword pierced the last zombie's head, he urged, OB, how much longer? He casually replied, almost done. Almost done. Don't rush me. Looking at the piles of corpses scattered around, he said softly, the zombies outside have basically been cleared. He continued giving orders according to the plan. In a bit, we'll go clear out the control room, and once we secure it, the mission will be complete. A moment later, Obi finished his task. The door's open. Let's go. Liu Feng shot inside like an arrow. I'll clear the way. Callie quickly followed. He suddenly asked her, how does it feel to kill zombies? She answered honestly, her voice cold. It's much harder than I imagined. You don't need to provoke me. I will gradually become stronger. He was a bit unsure how to respond, only thinking to himself, so competitive. Is this what they call a strong female lead? Liu Feng scratched his head and just said, then let's work hard together. Ha ha ha. Just then, a desperate scream echoed from the loudspeaker. Help! Ah! The voice pleaded urgently. Is anyone there? Hurry to the main control room and save me. He cautiously called out, who is it? Inside the building, corpses were piled everywhere, with trails of blood stretching from the entrance deep inside. The hoarse screams continued to blare from the loudspeaker. Help me! The voice cried out again over the loudspeaker. Help! There are too many zombies outside. I'm in the control room on the top floor. Please, heroes, save me! This startled all three of them. Liu Feng immediately consulted his system. System, do you have the blueprint for this building? A structural diagram instantly appeared. The main control building had a total of 5 floors, and the first floor had an elevator. We can use it. The building layout was clear, but something still felt wrong. Liu Feng and Callie looked up at the same time, his voice tinged with suspicion. It's just, this voice sounds a little off. She had perceptively noticed it too. It's not just that, there's noise, but no zombies are showing up. Looking at the corpses strewn about, he became even more convinced that something was terribly wrong. Taking a few steps inside, he abruptly stopped in front of a body. A careful examination of the corpse made him frown in disgust. After a moment, he slowly voiced his analysis. Some of these human brains have been eaten, which is different from normal zombies. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt, his brow knitting tightly. I don't think I've ever seen a zombie like this. A system notification suddenly popped up. Mutated zombie energy detected. Seeing this, Liu Feng quickly warned, everyone, stay alert. There's likely a mutated zombie here. Callie quickly replied, got it. The three of them then took the elevator upstairs. The voice blared over the speaker again. Ah, you're finally here. It continued cheerfully. Excellent. Hey, big bro, you keep staring at that woman's chest. There are some zombies in the 5th floor hallway, so be careful. Hearing that, Liu Feng felt like he'd been exposed. He blushed and shot back. What nonsense are you talking about? The voice on the loudspeaker didn't stop, continuing to add fuel to the fire. Huh? Am I wrong? I just saw you staring at her butt. Not wanting to ruin his image, he reached out to hold her back, hastily trying to explain, Callie, don't listen to its nonsense. I wasn't. but his haste backfired. The moment his hand touched something large and soft, he froze, horrified to realize where he'd placed it. Sorry, I put my hand in the wrong place. However, she maintained a cold expression, her gaze slightly scrutinizing. A ding sounded as the elevator doors opened to the top floor. Liu Feng slowly stepped out, his sword at the ready. Let's go. Watching his broad, sturdy back, Callie couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Can I really just hide behind him? She wondered, closing her eyes. I've trained for so long, yet facing those few zombies just now was my limit. Should I just give up? But when she opened her eyes, her determined frown and resolute gaze revealed her true resolve. No, I can't give up. In this apocalypse, only the strong deserve to survive. She stepped forward boldly to stand with Liu Feng. I'm not hiding behind you. He smiled encouragingly. All right. But inwardly, he was sweating a little. She's got a lot of willpower. I'll have to keep a closer eye on her when things get dangerous. He then walked forward steadily, leaving a fuming OB behind. He watched the two of them walking shoulder to shoulder. What? All this PDA? Are you trying to rub it in my face? As they stepped inside, both of them suddenly stopped, because apart from the light filtering in from outside, the fifth-floor hall was pitch black. Liu Feng and Callie quickly drew their weapons. Everyone, stay on guard. Obi stood to the side with his arms crossed, sulking. Humph, fine. I'm not like you, with a woman to protect. Suddenly, a long, slender thing silently sidled up to him. Thinking it was an acquaintance, he put on a coy, girlish act. Oh, Liu Feng, I'm so scared. Ah, hold me tight. But when it licked him, he shoved it away forcefully, his face full of disgust. Get off me, Liu Feng, don't touch me. I'm not into that kinky stuff. Hearing his friend call his name, Liu Feng, who was up ahead, turned and asked, Obi, what are you talking about? Only then did he realize his mistake. You're up ahead? He then turned back in confusion to see what had just touched him. So, it's a long, slimy thing. It was the tongue of a bizarre zombie. The sight scared him so much he was about to cry, unable to even scream properly. Ah, the zombie opened its maw, aiming its sharp fangs at him. Callie immediately fired an arrow and shouted a warning. OB, get down! The arrow whizzed through the air, and while it hit its mark, it just bounced off. Seeing that, Liu Feng exclaimed in shock. It's that tough. It was a Honghu Jizhua, a mutated type with a ridiculously long tongue like a tentacle. Despite taking a direct hit from the arrow, its shoulder was completely unharmed. Suddenly, another tongue shot out and wrapped tightly around Callie's slender waist. At the same exact moment, another tongue wrapped around Obi's neck, choking him. He screamed in pain. Ah! Staring at the scene, Liu Feng was stunned. This monster has more than one head. In that instant, Liu Feng's group was plunged into a perilous situation. Callie and Obi were held fast by the tongues of the Hongjua. The creatures stared at their delicious prey, letting out joyous and savage screeches. Liu Feng carefully assessed the situation, thinking to himself, these zombies are like jackals, capturing two people at once to force me to choose one. As he was lost in thought, another Hongjua suddenly lunged from behind him. Luckily, he spotted them in time, and there were more than just three. He quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to draw and retaliate. Then in a flash, he spun around to give the red claw a slash across its chest. It roared in pain. Liu Feng had no intention of stopping, following up with his burst fist skill and charging straight for it. The activated burst fist instantly blew it to smithereens. He paused for a moment to assess the situation. His sword and burst fist could injure them. Suddenly, a loud scream shook him. Ah! Callie and Obi were being tightly wrapped by tongues and dragged away. He voiced his concern. This is bad. Liu Feng was caught in a dilemma, able to save only one of them. With a panicked expression, he thought, damn it, they're being dragged away at the same time, and I can only save one. He agonized over whether to save OB first or Callie. The feeling of being constricted by a slimy, saliva-drenched tongue reminded Callie of a past trauma, and she started to have a flashback. This feeling is just like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, at the Litian Group, Callie was sitting calmly in her chair when her assistant came in to report, CEO, our company's funding has been cut off, and they've laid out their conditions for a hostile takeover. If we don't accept, the company will quickly collapse and go bankrupt. She remained calm and pensive. Is that so? She continued with her inner monologue. Is this really the end of the line? Then she firmly pulled herself together. No. Suddenly, the door to her office was flung open. It was the head of the Litian Group, Luo Bin, and two of his goons. Luo Bin acted without any restraint, pointing at her with a sarcastic tone. Well, if it isn't the illustrious Callie. He continued to mock her. Don't tell me this is all it takes to bring you down. So weak. Callie remained composed, asking calmly, CEO Luo, what brings you here? He rubbed his pudgy cheeks and continued to sneer. Aya, don't be so heartless. I'm here to offer you a way to survive. Then his perverted side showed, as he stuck out his long, drooling tongue, eyeing her with lust. Luo Bin cackled with delight as he made an incredibly disgusting proposition. Become my mistress, and I'll lend you the money. What do you say? That memory made Callie think. That pig's expression back then, their covetous nature, is fundamentally the same. She compared him to the Red Claw now. Just like this idiotic beast, they all think they have me in the bag. The flashback seemed to invigorate her, and Callie raised her knee, getting into position. To counterattack, she yelled. To propositions like that, my only answer is this. Then, she delivered a powerful kick to its face. She cursed furiously. Shut your damn mouths. Meanwhile, Liu Feng had successfully taken down more of the creatures. After freeing OB, he fired an arrow toward his other teammate. The arrow flew true, embedding itself right in the tongue of the Red Claw that was holding Callie. The tongue was severed, and she successfully escaped its grasp. Callie recalled her victory against that pervert, thinking, ah, it's just like back then, when I also gave him a kick. I won that battle and went on to build my business empire from that victory. Liu Feng quickly rushed forward to catch Callie, remarking, I never knew you had such a violent side to you. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Plus, now I have him. She didn't miss the chance to tease him. What is it? Are you scared now that you've seen my violent side? Liu Feng answered awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. No, not at all. In the middle of this romantic moment, he looked at her affectionately and called her name, Callie. Before she could reply, a Red Claw shrieked savagely and lunged toward them. Having their moment interrupted, he angrily pulled out a sharp horn and pierced it through the creature's mouth. The Red Claw dropped dead instantly. He looked straight into her eyes and reassured her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It created an incredibly romantic scene. Liu Feng couldn't hold back and kissed her, whispering her name, Callie. He continued seductively, be my woman. His words made her blush furiously. Nearby, Obi shouted in exasperation, hey, how can you be all lovey-dovey in a situation like this? They parted their lips, a thin trail of saliva connecting them, after which he finally snapped out of it, realizing what he'd just done. Crap, I'm so dead. Not only did I say all that, but I kissed her too. He was so embarrassed he nearly fainted. I'm so screwed. Callie touched her lips, then looked him straight in the eyes and replied, the man who can be mine must be a mighty hero in his own right, with immense power of his own, so you still need to work harder. Her response made him pause, a flicker of hope in his heart. Ha ha. Does that mean you're saying yes? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Clank! Liu Feng instantly whipped his head toward the sound. A Red Claw several times their size stood there, its body a tangled mass of sinew and muscle. It was the elite Red Claw chieftain. It bit off and was devouring someone's head like a light snack. An announcement suddenly blared from a speaker. Everyone be careful! One of them slipped through! We're heading to your location now! It coldly spat the mangled, bloody head onto the ground, terrifying Liu Feng's group. The announcement continued. They possess a pack-like attribute. The Red Claw chieftain then began gnawing on the unfortunate victim's torso. The announcement kept relaying information. Their behavior resembles a wolf pack. The three of them tightened their grip on their weapons, preparing for battle. Liu Feng yelled, it's coming! The Red Claw immediately let out a piercing screech and lunged at them in a flash. Liu Feng concentrated, watching its every move. He hadn't anticipated its incredible speed, and in an instant, its talons were just inches from his face. Fortunately, he dodged just in time, a look of pure shock on his face. He frowned, thinking to himself, so fast. He then quickly regained his composure and tightened his grip on his weapon. Since you've come all this way, I should return the favor. It'd be rude not to. Kung Fu Master! Liu Feng turned and shouted to build momentum. Hia! He lunged forward, executing his wild blossom technique at lightning speed. Blazing sword strokes danced wildly, striking directly at the Red Claw, causing it to writhe in pain. Obi, seeing the tide turning, said joyfully, it's working. Callie, standing beside him, took the opportunity to shoot an arrow at it. Liu Feng directed his voice towards the two of them and ordered, you two go find the main control room. I'll deal with it. The arrow Callie had just shot hit the Red Claw's skin and was immediately deflected, as if its skin was made of metal. Liu Feng remarked, damn, this thing is tough. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the next blow. Take a hit from my power fist. The Red Claw took the full force of the punch and was sent flying, far away, crashing into the floor and creating a massive tremor. He exclaimed, what a powerful move. He silently observed the pile of rubble, then was startled to discover that its hand could still move. Obi and Callie took the chance to run towards the door, and he shouted, let's use this chance to open the door. A voice immediately came from inside the door. Oh, you're finally here. Please help us open the door. Thank you both so much. Callie asked, how long will it take? Obi knelt by the door and replied confidently, 5 minutes should do it. The person inside couldn't help but urge impatiently, hey single bro, please hurry up. Can you use that 30-year single guy hand speed and go 20% faster? Obi angrily yelled, damn it, shut up. She, standing beside him, thought to herself, this person talks a little strangely. In the distance, a terrifying blast of fire erupted. Its immense power sent Liu Feng's figure flying into the air. He was thrown far by the momentum, and Callie worriedly called his name, Liu Feng. He closed his eyes, suppressing the pain, and braced himself for another impact. He never expected that impact to be Callie's soft bosom. She held him tightly in her arms and asked, "Are you okay?" He stammered, I'm fine." His eyes couldn't help but glance at that soft spot for a moment. She asked with confusion, "What happened?" He replied, something unexpected happened." He shouted in frustration. "I can't believe the power fist didn't even break its arm. It could withstand the last blow because the Blood Ape leader was an elite with a defense specialization. Its bones and flesh are intricately linked. The outer muscles help the bones absorb the shock, making it impossible to break in one hit." He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Damn it, the Power Fist's skill is on cooldown and I can't use it again for a while." He asked anxiously, "How much longer?" Obi immediately replied, 3 more minutes." He observed the Red Claw and thought to himself, this zombie is a close combat fighter with a keen sense of smell. My Kung Fu Master skill isn't very effective right now. Whenever I punch it, its frontal bone armor is incredibly tough. His mind was still filled with thoughts. Right now, I really miss senior brother Long Xian, who could accurately pick off soft spots from a distance and kill it with one shot. That ability is the perfect counter to mine. The Red Claw seized the initiative, raising its fist towards him. Liu Feng quickly pushed Callie away and shouted, "A warning, watch out." The Red Claw had grabbed him, successfully punching him into the opposite wall. The powerful force of the punch shattered the wall to pieces. He was thrown far away, once again facing it directly. Liu Feng was now severely injured, suppressing the pain as he cursed. "Damn it!" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Ah, you're here." A mysterious creature called out. Then it turned to Liu Feng and said thanks. "Thank you for coming to save me." He was stunned by the strange creature in front of him. The strange robot finally appeared. It was Xiao Bu. Liu Feng silently observed the robot. Xiao Bu. It screamed in panic. "The door is broken. The pervert who likes to stare and the monster got in too," he retorted in annoyance. "What are you exposing me for?" He pointed at the creature before him, angrily demanding, "What the hell are you anyway?" Xiao Bu jumped in fright. Sigh. It put on a serious face and declared, "A specimen of humanity in heat. Turns out, it's the intelligent oil drilling robot, Xiao Bu, a well drilling assistance program." Liu Feng immediately rushed over to teach it a lesson, holding its head down while scolding it. "In heat, my foot! So you're the toy that tricked us into coming up here." It was bullied to the point of pouting. "Xiao Bu is not a toy, I'm the latest well drilling robot." While he was busy teaching it a lesson, Xiao Bu, he was suddenly alerted by a warning sound. "Liu Feng, be careful." The blood-soaked Red Claw charged forward, slamming its fist violently onto the ground. Luckily, he managed to grab Xiao Bu and escape in time. It fearfully screamed, "Ah!" Then it complained resentfully, "You scared me to death. This baby was almost a goner." Liu Feng calmly replied, "What? The strength of this zombie leader is average. It's just that its shell is as hard as a turtle's." He glared at the Red Claw, thinking of a way to deal with it. "The problem is, how do I crack that hard shell?" Beside him, Xiao Bu innocently waved its arms up and down, constantly exclaiming, "Wow, this mechanical arm is amazing." It then leaped into the air and suggested, "Then let's combine." He couldn't react in time to its actions. His mouth could only gasp. Xiao Bu immediately did a complete 180. It was no longer the cute little robot from before. Its eyes glowed red with killing intent, filled with fighting spirit. Its expression now was extremely determined as it announced a mode change. Great East Asia D-59 Transformation Final Battle Weapon. Well, Annihilation Mode. Then it aimed for Liu Feng's back and latched on tightly as blue electronic circuits also began to activate. He asked in fear, "What?" After that, it officially merged with him. The circuits continued to run along his body, enveloping his arm to form a high-tech armor. It was an incredibly high-tech and beautiful piece of equipment. This was the B-rank auxiliary power suit, Little Pooh, capable of increasing skill power, though its second skill was still locked. He examined the armor intently and asked a question. "The power exoskeleton enhances damage skills," Little Pooh quickly explained. "That's right. I can significantly boost your damage-dealing skills, and I can even help you name them, so please use me carefully." From a distance, Red Claw continued to charge at him frantically, as Little Pooh suggested, "Have you chosen a skill to deal with this big oaf? Go on and kick him hard in the rear." He spread his arms wide, clenched his teeth, and poured all his power into this strike, enhancing his power fist. If one punch wasn't enough, he successfully landed a critical blow on Red Claw's hip, shouting as he did, "Take another one." The supercharged attack immediately detonated. It twisted its body, screaming in agony. Boosted by Little Pooh, the strike's power felt amplified 10,000-fold. The explosion upgraded into a wave of destruction, piercing right through Red Claw's body. The attack made it scream out in agony. "Arr!" Witnessing the spectacular display, he laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, this gear is incredible." It immediately retorted, "Humph, I'm not just gear. You can call me Little Pooh." He replied, "All right, Little Pooh, you got it, Little Pooh." A piece of Red Claw's body was still writhing on the ground, and he directed his attention to it, saying, It's still not dead." Little Pooh seized the opportunity to show off. "Leave this to me." It brandished an incredibly advanced laser device, announcing proudly, "The ultimate weapon of the Great East Asia Federation, the D9 Annihilator model." It was a magma-cutting, rock-drilling laser. The beam, as red-hot as lava, fired directly at the fleshy remains on the ground, causing a massive explosion. This action also unlocked its second skill, which consumes 60% of its battery to launch a single powerful long-range attack. After finishing the job, it happily announced, "Little Pooh has consumed too much battery," shutting down automatically. Liu Feng, who was nearby, was shocked, speechless, only able to think to himself, "Whoa, that's way too strong." OB, witnessing the scene, couldn't stop exclaiming, "So powerful." Callie also smiled, thinking, "He's gotten stronger again." A system panel displayed a mission progress notification. Mission complete. Seize the oil depot. Reward, 2,000 points, 100 reputation points, and 1 prize draw for the first weekly mission completion. P.S. Recommendation. Discard the low-grade primitive A.I. support unit. As he read the notification, he thought, "Oh, the takeover mission is done. It's been a long time since I got a prize draw." He covered his mouth to stifle a laugh and teased the system. "What's with you? Even the system panel is throwing shade. You're just jealous, aren't you?" The panel flashed a response, preposterous. Liu Feng stood before the prize wheel, which was loaded with many high-tier items. He said aloud, "The prizes this time aren't half bad. Is this energy shield research blueprint the grand prize?" Without hesitation, he hit the spin button. The wheel spun furiously, making the outcome impossible to guess. He waited anxiously, muttering his wish under his breath. Blueprint, blueprint, blueprint. However, life doesn't always go as planned, and the wheel landed on the mutant ability serum. Liu Feng grabbed his hair in frustration. "Ah, I was so close." He was a little curious about the item he'd won. "System, what's the use of this mutant ability serum?" A detailed information panel popped up. "This is a serum that can only be produced at high-level bases, giving an ordinary person a chance to awaken a superpower." He yelled out in surprise, "What? This tiny thing has such an amazing benefit," the system continued. "Additionally, there are no side effects, even upon failure." He stared at the small vial in his hand, and deep down, thought, "This is a great item. I should use it on myself right away." Then, he glanced over at his two companions. Or perhaps, finally, he said, "Callie, hold out your arm. I'm going to give you a little shot." She was a bit taken aback. "Huh?" She looked at him quizzically. "Why do I need another shot? Does this vaccine require a second dose or something?" He reassured her as he injected it directly into her wrist. "Not exactly," he explained calmly. "This shot has no side effects. It's a potion that can awaken latent abilities." He hoped she would get the power she always wanted. Callie stared at the injection mark, not believing her ears, and yelled, "What?" She looked at him in disbelief. "What did you just say?" "A mutant ability. Serum." She chided him loudly. "What kind of joke is this? Why wouldn't you use this on yourself? It's a waste to inject it into me." Liu Feng replied with a faint smile. "It's okay. I already have superpowers. And besides, there's a chance of failure, so it would probably be ineffective on me anyway. You remember, don't you? You've always wanted an ability of your own." Hearing this, Callie was touched. It was obvious. He had remembered her words all this time. Her lips quivered slightly, but a moment later, her body suddenly went rigid, as if her feet were glued to the floor. She couldn't move. Then she collapsed towards Liu Feng, and he immediately reached out and caught her. Callie had passed out. He yelled in alarm, "Callie, damn it, is this stuff too potent? OB, open the teleporter, we're heading back to base." OB immediately responded, "Roger that." In the teleportation room of Shelter L, Sarah was already waiting. Liu Feng stepped slowly out of the portal with Callie on his back, shouting anxiously, "Where's Dr. Chin?" Callie passed out. She quickly answered, "Dr. Chin is in the research lab." He immediately dashed towards the lab, murmuring words of encouragement. "Callie, hang on, we're almost to the doctor." However, as the old saying goes, even a hero can't resist a beautiful woman. Liu Feng's mind was suddenly filled with inappropriate thoughts. With Callie pressed against me, I can smell her unique scent. The feeling of her hips against his back made him think to himself. And then there was Callie's soft body. Thankfully, he had reached Dr. Chin's office. Liu Feng threw the door open and yelled, "Doctor!" Chin Mu, who was casually admiring a vial of serum from her chair, was suddenly startled by Liu Feng's commotion. His face was drenched in sweat, and he was desperately calling for help. "Callie, she passed out!" He then helped Callie onto the medical bed, continuing, "Dr. Chin, quickly, help me check on her." She walked over to the bed and replied, "Put her here. What happened to her?" Liu Feng answered honestly. "I injected her with the ability awakening drug, and then she fainted." As Chin Mu brought her stethoscope closer to the patient, she exclaimed, "Huh, what? You're being too reckless." She frowned disapprovingly. "Anyway, let me check her first." Callie was completely exhausted from the injection. She was struggling to take each breath. On the medical bed. 10 minutes later, Chin Mu announced there was nothing to worry about. Callie's condition had somewhat stabilized. She hesitantly gave a recommendation. "This is the first time I've seen someone else awaken. You're an ability user too, so you should have some experience in this area. I suggest you." The next words were like the ultimate opportunity for Liu Feng. "Take her back to your room and take care of her, for one night." Hearing this, he was completely stunned. "What?" A short while later in the chief's office, he sat by the bed, gently holding Callie's hand, not forgetting to whisper, "Callie, you have to be okay," he remembered. What Chin Mu had said, "Dr. Chin said I have experience." But the reality was the complete opposite. "I have no experience at all. It's all the system, not a superpower." He glanced down at the twin peaks rising and falling with each breath, his mind unable to stop the dark thoughts. But all things considered, Kali's body was truly incredible. This must be the biggest size in the underworld, right? His face was clouded by his dark intentions, a bit of drool even escaping the corner of his mouth. He said without restraint, "But Callie is so amazing, maybe I should take this chance too." The system beside him issued an emergency notification, warning that the target was currently undergoing a mutation, with a probability of failure. That notification snapped him back to reality. He screamed in panic, "Aya, you scared me to death." The system reminded him, "Host, you're being too loud. It could easily affect the mutation." He couldn't help but glare as he warned, "If you speak up like that again, I'll destroy this system." The system suggested, "There is a method that can increase the probability of success. Do you wish to execute it?" He immediately forgot his earlier anger and quickly replied with a very serious expression, "Leave it to me." The system then said, "Host, your heart rate has increased quite a bit in an instant." Liu Feng found this strange. He wasn't usually this enthusiastic. "Wait a minute, are you teasing the system again? Could it be that you're jealous?" He pointed at the small robot that was charging. "I brought back a little cutie." Liu Feng scratched his head and said impatiently, "This is the first time I've seen the system so eager. All right, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Just tell me the method." The system replied with a warning. "If the host continues to speak nonsense, the system will initiate the self-destruct sequence." Then the system displayed 4 words. "The method is." Liu Feng nervously leaned in close to the screen. The system displayed the solution as follows. "Help her massage the acupressure points on her body to clear her meridians, facilitating the absorption of the mutation energy." After reading it, he was extremely puzzled. Massage? His face suddenly darkened as he realized. Wait, the massage locations. The massage points indicated by the system were extremely sensitive. He thought to himself, "This is too dangerous." The system, beside him, urged relentlessly, "If you don't hurry, Callie's evolution might fail." He was sweating profusely from nervousness. "What?" A second later, he gathered his courage, bringing his trembling hand closer to her body bit by bit. He thought to himself, "I have no choice but to do it. Callie, I'm sorry." The moment he touched her body, Callie reacted slightly. Liu Feng used both his hands to press on Callie's shoulders, and she squeezed her eyes shut, her cheeks already flushed red. He nostalgically recalled, this feeling is exactly like that night when we rang the bell." Liu Feng blushed as he looked at her hot thighs, and he reached his hand down toward her lower body, whispering, "Callie, try to hang in there. I'm here to save you." The scene was truly very diligent. Suddenly, his face was clamped tightly between her thighs. "Ah!" Liu Feng was sent tumbling. "Whoa!" Callie had woken up at some point, drenched in sweat. Liu Feng, lying at her feet, stammered, Callie, you're awake?" He was alarmed when he noticed Callie's strange behavior. "What's wrong with you?" The system's voice rang out with a reminder. Callie's meridians throughout her body are beginning to activate. After being caressed, she can successfully mutate and gain an ability. He raised his voice to blame the system. "Damn it, system, you really tricked me. How am I supposed to caress her?" Her slender legs appeared before Liu Feng's eyes, rubbing against his Peter. He was sent reeling back in ecstasy from her touch. I'm done for. This feeling is." In Demon City, a huge explosion occurred, echoing everywhere. Callie appeared with a weapon slung over her shoulder, looking majestic. "Are you the hero who broke my seal?" Liu Feng was knocked off balance by the aftershock of the explosion, and he cried out in annoyance. "Who?" Callie placed her fair hands on her ample chest and began, "You're asking about me?" She introduced herself. "I am the one." you personally set free. Her eyes were as cold as ice. The sixth hell's demon king, the demon king of lust, Callie. Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock. What? As soon as he spoke, Callie used her wings to approach, tightly binding his body with red silk ribbons. She walked closer with a laugh. Hee, hero. Callie lifted his chin to inspect him. My temperature. The wings holding Liu Feng's body burst into flames. She asked, can you handle it? He endured the intense heat from the flames, groaning in pain. Suddenly, Liu Feng's face turned beet red, and he worried, I'm screwed. If this keeps up, I'm going to. Callie leaned close to his ear and whispered, goodbye, my little cutie. Then she turned and walked away, casually snapping her fingers. Be scorched by the passion of hellfire. The flames flared up stronger, completely engulfing. Liu Feng, he shouted, making her pause. Wait! Liu Feng's eyes lit up as he sat up and spoke. You think you can attack me like this? She frowned in surprise. What? The next second, he threw Callie, who was sitting on him, off, returning to the Demon City scene. From within the flames, Liu Feng stood firm and said, you think you can attack me like this? The fire burned away, his clothes revealing his muscular body. He said seriously, do you think the title hero is so easily earned? Callie, seeing he was unharmed, wondered, why aren't you affected by the evil flames? Liu Feng's face darkened as he explained, as long as you have faith in your heart, you won't get burned. A sword appeared in his hand, emitting a brilliant light like the sun. He continued, faith will transform into the holy light sword. The sword in his hand radiated immense power, taking the form of the ultramagnetic holy light sword. His face turned sly. Accept the punishment of the holy light sword, you vile demon. Seeing the scene before her, Callie was stunned. What kind of obsession is this? Looking at the sword's power, Callie frowned and thought, my body can't withstand a single blow from him. Liu Feng charged forward, a glint in his eye, ready to strike. My obsession is, Callie waved her hands, frantically trying to stop him. Don't you come over here! Liu Feng roared aggressively. A hero who likes big assets. What's wrong with that? Callie was once again bewildered. What? The scene of Liu Feng piercing Callie with his sword was like the sword of justice running her through. Time passed. Until the next day, Liu Feng stretched and yawned comfortably. He smiled, looking at Callie sleeping soundly beside him. The system announced that the mutation was complete, and Callie had obtained a new ability. Checking her character profile, he rejoiced inwardly. This is great, everything is resolved. He reached over, his mood improving now that the matter was settled. His hand instinctively squeezed her chest. What a beautiful day. Liu Feng looked at Callie affectionately. Wait, Liu Feng noticed something unusual. Too callous? The scene shifts to a slime being squeezed. Obi excitedly squeezed the slime with both hands. Whoa, this VR feels so real. This is the water pumping room, Xiaoyang reminded him. Obi, get to work. Stop fooling around. He didn't care, still immersed in the VR world. This is awesome. Back to Liu Feng. He was facing two seductive callous. He yelled, "Two callous!" Liu Feng was surrounded by the two callous. He couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming? His face went slack. If this was a dream, he didn't need to act like a gentleman. While he was enjoying it, a voice called out to him, Liu Feng. The real Callie appeared, holding a plate of food, and said, "If you're awake, come have breakfast." She propped her hand on her hip and repeated, "If you're awake, come have breakfast." Liu Feng froze, not understanding what was happening. What? A third Callie? After he calmed down, Callie calmly sipped her coffee. "Thank you for helping me awaken my new ability." She crossed her legs, leaning back, into the luxurious chair, which made her look even more beautiful. "So, I made you a special breakfast as a reward." Liu Feng bit into a pastry, sweating, and silently relieved that she didn't know what happened yesterday. He replied doubtfully, "Oh, thanks." He then pointed to the other two callous, curious. "Are these two your cloning ability?" She raised a hand to deny it. "No, this is something I just figured out. One of the ways to use my new ability, reverting to original state." Instantly, the two callous next to Liu Feng melted away. He exclaimed in amazement, "Whoa, they melted!" She calmly continued to explain, "Those two clones were forged from the metal in your room. My ability is, gorgeous." Callie sits on the bed. Shape manipulation. Liu Feng was starting to understand. "Oh, so you can change the shape of any object?" Callie confirmed. "More or less, but controlling metals is easier." Liu Feng's expression suddenly changed. In his mind, a name appeared, Magneto. Callie shot down his thought. "You're thinking too highly of it. This ability isn't like Magneto from the movies, with his offensive powers. At least not right now." He owed in understanding. Callie raised her hand, controlling a cube, and confessed, "I can only transform the shape of matter, but I can hardly move it." The cube gradually merged into her arm. "But I can change their shape and merge them with my body." Liu Feng continued to ask, "So how could those clones move?" Callie placed a hand on her mouth and replied, "That brings me to my research from this morning." Callie patiently explained in detail. "I can split my consciousness, parasitically controlling their actions and perceiving my surroundings, kind of like a camera. Of course, the larger the object, the more consciousness I need to split off. If I overuse it, it could lead to schizophrenia." She stated her goal for, "Now, my limit is controlling 2 clones for a short period. I feel that with more training, it won't be difficult to create more clones." Liu Feng's jaw dropped, stunned. More? Doesn't that mean? He imagined being surrounded by 4 callous, his happiness multiplying. 4 callous! Sensing Liu Feng's perverted thoughts, Callie controlled the cube to aim at his groin. Liu Feng's eyes widened as he screamed. She mused, setting a goal. "But I've also thought of the true use for this kind of ability." Callie's pupils lit up as she pointed to the sky and spoke. "This special ability can support you. It has 100% compatibility." Liu Feng looked shocked. "What? Your ability is 100% compatible with mine?" Just then, the voice of the shelter system rang out. "Level 3, upgrade complete, preparing to start construction." Li Xin received a notification that the underground city would begin its upgrade in 10 minutes. Over here, Long Xuan also took notice. "Everyone, please hold on tight to something beside you. Be careful of the tremors." On Liu Feng's end, the system started up, and a bright light appeared. The system announced, "Upgrade beginning." The light from the system was so blinding that it made Liu Feng and Callie cover their eyes. When the light faded, he curiously peeked open his eyes to look. The system displayed a confirmation. "Level 3, shelter upgrade complete." Callie couldn't hold back her curiosity and uttered, "This is..." A vast landscape appeared, and many people below were amazed. "Whoa, it's gotten so much bigger. So this is the upgrade. This is incredible." Li Xin also couldn't help but be surprised. "Wow, the base changes its look every single day." She held her gun, feeling somewhat relieved. Mission complete. "But you're not half bad yourself. The base has leveled up again." Liu Feng waved to her from above, praising, "Li Xin, you did an amazing job." Li Xin's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen something she wasn't supposed to. "Hold on." Her mind focused completely on Callie. Why was Callie standing next to Liu Feng? Seeing the look in Callie's eyes, she felt a bit uncomfortable. That gaze felt like it was taunting her. Li Xin immediately switched to a state of fury, her heart filled with jealousy. "Damn it, I leave Liu Feng's side for just 1 day, and that vixen has already snatched him up." Obi walked around looking at the place, unable to hold back his voice. "Wow, the changes are huge." Mei Mei looked at the vast surrounding space and said, This is the transformation of the underground city." Qian's jaw dropped in amazement. "This base is truly a miracle. I've never seen a base this highly automated." A plan was already forming in her mind. She had to latch on to this big shot. Liu Feng opened the system control panel and requested a report from the system on the changes to the level 3 base. The system showed a simulation of the base, opening up the 2nd underground level. He watched intently. The system presented the infrastructure that could be upgraded, including a level 1 Science and Technology Research Center for 600 points. The Science and Technology Research Center can upgrade the level of various structures and unlock new abilities, but requires the shelter leader to gain reputation. A level 1 Recreation Room, 400 points. The Recreation Room reduces resident dissatisfaction and can generate a fair amount of reputation for the leader daily. A level 1 Underground Water Circulation System, 400 points. It improves the shelter's groundwater, prevents pollution, and increases the stability and happiness of the residents. A level 1 Mechanical Ore Excavator, 600 points. The AI-controlled mechanical ore excavator can mine for ore. It increases resource points and can also help the underground city dig deeper. Liu Feng analyzed everything carefully before making his choice. The first level is full now, so I can only start by building on the 2nd level. Then I'll build the other structures from the blueprints. Okay, system, use the points to build the ore excavator. A simulation of the ore excavator appeared. The system showed the cost of 600 points. Constructing the ore excavator. The system confirmed his selection. Ore excavator construction in progress. Estimated completion time, 2 days. A satisfied look appeared on his face as he said, "All right. The base matters are settled for now. Tomorrow, we head out to the North City barracks to make contact with the military and prepare for the trip to the central city." Stalls began to pop up around the base, making the atmosphere more lively. Finally, at midnight, 2 glasses clinked. Han Tong coldly called Liu Feng an idiot. "Brother, you're just happily raising your glass with a big smile." "Haha, it's been a long time since we've all gathered like this." Yu Xuan also chimed in enthusiastically. "Cheers, big brother Liu Feng." She pointed a finger at him, questioning, "You dare say that? You're busy every day." Completely ignoring Han Tong. "It's a good thing I was here to keep Han Tong company. Otherwise, she would have been so bored." Being scolded, Liu Feng just laughed awkwardly and scratched his head in apology. Ah, my bad, I've troubled you. Liu Feng drank, but many things still weighed on his mind to worry about. He sighed to himself. Sigh, I really am to blame, but Han Tong sleeps for 18 hours a day now. Dr. Chin said it's a way to delay the mutation, and during the rare times Han Tong is awake, I'm always on a mission. Sigh. He then noticed something behind Yu Xuan. Oh, this is... He was lost in thought, not realizing he was staring at Yu Xuan. She's really grown up. Yu Xuan was excitedly lying on the bed, playing on her game console. Han Tong noticed him staring at her and pointed it out. Brother, you're staring at her butt. Yu Xuan immediately turned her head, looking at him, startled and embarrassed. Seeing Yu Xuan pointing at him, Liu Feng flusteredly explained, Sorry, it was an accident. She looked like she was about to punish him for peeking. Big brother Liu Feng you. Her expression darkened, but then she suddenly lowered her voice. If it's big brother Liu Feng. She made a cute face, her cheeks blushing as Yu Xuan stammered, It's not that you can't look. I mean, ever since we were kids, we agreed that I'd become Big Brother Liu Feng's bride when I grew up. Hearing this, he immediately objected. Wait, that was just something we joked about as kids. How can you take that seriously? She puffed out her cheeks angrily. Liu Feng's face went pale with panic. Huh? Wait, hold on. Han Tong added fuel to the fire, stating, Brother is a promise breaker. Yu Xuan walked over and playfully tapped him, whining, Not fair. Back then, Big Brother Liu Feng. You already promised? You can't go back on your word. She accidentally slipped and fell with a yelp. Ah! Liu Feng opened his eyes to find everything was pitch black. Hey, who turned off the lights? I don't know if it was on purpose or she intentionally sat on his face. Yu Xuan trembled and cursed. Damn you, Big Brother Liu Feng! She blushed furiously, shouting in embarrassment. You're the worst, Big Brother Liu Feng! Don't you dare move around! Yu Xuan lunged at him, pummeling him relentlessly. Ignoring the chaos behind her, Han Tong calmly took a sip of her drink and said, Stupid Big Brother. An hour later, Liu Feng, with a girl in each arm, was completely absorbed in the movie. On screen. Ah, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. In the chief's office, Liu Feng thought with disbelief. I can't believe we've managed to survive this long. He patted Han Tong's head, his voice trembling slightly. It really hasn't been easy for us. She looked at him and said softly, Big Brother. Then, she suddenly hugged Liu Feng tightly and made a suggestive proposal. Big Brother, how about when I grow up, I marry you? Hearing this, he was startled and exclaimed, Huh? Then he gently patted Han Tong's head and replied dismissively, Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? But thank you for comforting me. I'm feeling much better now. Liu Feng looked at her, unable to hide his joy. Even without her memories, Han Tong was still a warm and thoughtful little angel. Flashing back to the past, at Han Tong's house when Liu Feng was 10 years old. A sweet voice made the introduction. Liu Feng is here. Han Tong, come and say hello. A man placed a firm hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, Don't be nervous. Starting today, this is your home. We're your adoptive parents. And this. The woman of the house reached out, her voice filled with warmth. Don't be nervous, Han Tong. He's going to be your big brother from now on. Go on, call him Big Brother. Unfamiliar with the situation, Liu Feng anxiously pushed her hand away. But the moment Han Tong sweetly called out Big Brother, his heart felt like it was caressed by a gentle breeze, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. In that moment, his little sister's angelic smile was infectious, and it calmed him down. The next morning, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, looking at Han Tong, and Yu Xuan sleeping soundly, and his heart felt a surge of warmth. He then smiled softly, making a silent vow. Don't worry, I will protect you both. Trust me. Suddenly, Xiao Pu burst onto the scene. An excited, mechanical voice rang out. Oh, good morning, Master. Xiao Pu is fully charged and revived. Liu Feng jumped in surprise. The robot ignored him, enthusiastically pounding on his chest while saying, I could get a charge. For Xiao Pu is all thanks to you, Master. Let me give you a massage. Liu Feng glanced at it, utterly bewildered. You little brat, why have you suddenly started calling me Master? Hearing this, it replied casually. Of course, you can have breakfast first. Or you can have Xiao Pu. Oh, Master. Oh, ah. As it spoke, it suddenly noticed something. When it saw Liu Feng tending to the two sleeping girls, Xiao Pu's eyes filled with judgment as it thought to itself, So, Master is a lolicon. It then waved its hands and quickly said, In that case, I'll activate the program tailored to Master's preferences. Heard this and asked, confused, Huh? Its eyes began to sparkle and its voice turned coquettish. Xiao Pu is ready for you. Do you have any naughty thoughts about me? Liu Feng was so freaked out he screamed, Ah! He shoved it away, warning, Stay away from me. Xiao Pu's delicate maiden heart was wounded by his words, and it said resentfully, But I was here first. Liu Feng finally snapped, roaring in anger. You damn thing you. If I don't show you how formidable I am, you'll never know who's the master. The two girls were woken up by the commotion. Wu Hian complained warily, It's so noisy. Suddenly, they both looked this way, and were immediately bewildered to see Liu Feng pressing Topu's face into his crotch. He had just then noticed Han Dong and Wu Hian's attention. Before anything else could happen, they both shouted in unison, "Big brother, you pervert!" Falsely accused, Liu Feng panicked and shouted, "Wait, you two have misunderstood." Topu put on a bullied act, its voice filled with self-pity. "So mean. That's not what you were saying to me earlier." It didn't stop and continued to tease. "My darling, don't be afraid. You still have me." Liu Feng was about to go crazy. A tormented scream rang out. "I'm so screwed. There's no way I can explain this now." After all the commotion, afternoon finally came, and someone announced, "All right, we're all prepared. Let's move out." Liu Feng loudly declared, "Move out." His voice, extremely dramatic, objective, North City Base, let's go. The next day, at North City Base, an angry crowd was protesting outside the city walls. "Get out of our way, you detestable soldiers." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the soldiers raised their guns and yelled, "Don't move! Line up for inspection in an orderly fashion." But the crowd behind them stubbornly continued to shout, "Move it!" County Head Jian is injured. He's still in the medical transport vehicle. In this situation, Tu Trong yelled frantically, "If anything happens to County Head Qian, can any of you take responsibility for that?" The people inside the armored vehicle witnessed this and began to discuss it. "Looks like there's some kind of dispute up ahead." Meanwhile, led by Tu Trong, the crowd became increasingly agitated. "Let us in now!" Qianji, extremely worried, rushed over and asked, "Tu Trong, why aren't we inside yet?" I feel really sick." Seeing him, Tu Trong replied politely. County Head Qianji was going berserk, his voice turning harsh. "You bastards, let me in! I'm friends with your mayor!" The soldiers saw this was getting out of hand and raised their guns to maintain order. "Don't move. One more move and we'll shoot you dead." Hearing Qianji's defiance, Tu Trong also shouted along, "Did you hear that? That's our county head for you." Suddenly, he clapped the man on the shoulder, his eyes pitch black, and called through gritted teeth, "Little Zhang." Qianji's face suddenly began to distort, his skin sagging like melting asphalt, his voice chilling to the bone. "I'm so hungry, Little Zhang." "You!" Little Zhang screamed in agony as he was pounced on. "Ah!" Two soldiers immediately opened fire, shouting, "Damn it, someone in the crowd is turning." One soldier hurriedly gave an order. "Quick, notify the others." The zombie continuously took the hail of bullets. Seeing this, the crowd panicked and screamed, "Ah, a zombie!" Someone witnessing the scene let out a soft sigh. A familiar voice spoke up again. "Sigh, looks like I still have to step in." Liu Feng, holding his sword, cut through the sea of people, a brilliant aura radiating around him. He let out a cold breath. Over here, the soldiers were still trying to suppress the attack with their guns. "Ah, stay back." Liu Feng was quick to act, decapitating the zombie with a single slash of his sword. The person in front caught the head and screamed in terror. "Ah!" Meanwhile, a soldier from behind asked suspiciously, "You, who are you?" Then he shouted in astonishment, "It's the fist demon, Liu Feng." Hearing this, he looked dumbfounded, completely confused. Where did that title fight come from? But Liu Feng quickly regained his composure and explained, "Ah, I'm looking for squad leader Chu Shanhe. Is he here?" The two men heard him and quickly replied, "Squad leader Chu has been promoted. He's a platoon leader now. Wait a moment, I'll go inform him." "Comrade Liu Feng, thank you for your help last time. You're a celebrity now," he repeated, a little confused. "A celebrity?" The soldier understood and quickly said, "Ah, you don't know Comrade Liu Feng. Right now, in all the cities with survivors across the country, they've made a ranking list of the top mutants." He recalled the ranking and explained, "The list only has 100 people, jointly created by the military and the Mutant Association. It's not based on level or ability, but composed of the most formidable mutants. Because of your outstanding performance in the past few instances, you've also moved up to the 97th position." Liu Feng was a little surprised, but his tone remained calm. "Huh, I managed to get on the list too? Didn't I just complete a D-rank reconnaissance mission in Shinnentown?" Hearing that, he replied, "That D-rank mission. It was later reclassified as S-rank." Recalling what happened, the soldier began to explain. "Normally, an S-rank mission can only be handled by a team led by S-rank mutants. If that hadn't been your trial mission, you might have even been promoted to an A-plus rank mutant. The Research Institute studied the corpses you all brought back last time. They said that if those fused zombies had escaped, it would have been an absolute disaster. Fortunately, you took care of them." Liu Feng finally understood, thinking embarrassedly, no wonder that fused monster leader was so powerful. Then he forced a smile and replied politely, "Haha, so that's how it was." Suddenly, someone called out, "Brother Liu." Shanhei walked over, greeting him cheerfully. "Brother Liu, long time no see. You finally came to find..." Me. The two shook hands warmly, Shanhei unable to hide his excitement. Thanks for saving me again on the last mission. Because of that, I was even able to get promoted. You're truly my lucky star. Ha ha. Liu Feng laughed upon hearing that, clapping him on the shoulder. Ha ha, you're too kind. Platoon Leader Chu, congratulations. Shanhei also took the opportunity to ask, Brother Liu, what brings you here to see me? Let's talk as we walk. I'll treat you to a meal. Hearing the question, Liu Feng replied, Oh, speaking of which, there is something. He began slowly. Didn't I mention it to you last time? I have a large amount of food that I don't want to leave in the North City market. I'm afraid it's not safe, so I wanted to see if I could make a deal with the military. Shanhei nodded, showing he understood. Oh, is it that batch? Of canned goods from before? In that case, we definitely welcome it. He clapped Liu Feng on the shoulder and said politely, Let's go eat. I'll introduce you to my superior, Battalion Commander Guo. The scene changes to a residential area in a district of North City. Shen Qian reached out and covered a man's mouth. She is also Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend. A soft laugh was heard. Ha ha. Li Wei stared at the figure. Before him, his voice dripping with vulgarity. Let's hurry up. I spent 2 cans of food to buy you. It's just a little scratch on your face. He rubbed his hands together, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tonight, I'm definitely going to have my fun. Shen Qian said nothing, simply licking Li Wei's bald forehead with her long, slithering tongue. The man's face immediately turned pale. By the time he realized the horrifying truth, Shen Qian had already taken his little bird in her mouth. In a flash, her mouth split open like a grotesque flower petal, revealing rows of sickle-sharp fangs inside. As a familiar aura quickly enveloped the entire room, inside the North City base, a group of people stood as if hypnotized, thinking to themselves, who are they? When Li Xin and Callie came into view, many people's eyes widened in admiration. So beautiful. Shanhei watched the 2 girls' retreating figures, a sense of admiration stirring within him. Are they Liu Feng's teammates? As expected, none of them are simple. Just then, a stranger walked up, placed a hand on Li Xin's shoulder, and teased loudly, Hey, little lady, why don't you have some fun with this young master? Her face immediately darkened, while Wang Ba, dressed in tattered clothes, shamelessly smirked and made an offer, 2 cans of food for 1 night. How about it? Seeing this, Shanhei immediately shouted, You idiot! But before he could act, Liu Feng stopped him, saying calmly, It's fine. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Xin slapped the hand on her shoulder. With just a single bend of her body, she delivered a blow so powerful that the fat man, weighing nearly 220 pounds, was thrown backward, slamming into the ground like a sack of sand. Before he could react, Li Xin slammed her high heel right into his face, then pulled out a gun, pressing the cold, black barrel against his forehead as a warning. Her voice was devoid of warmth, filled with restrained fury. This lady is in a bad mood right now, so if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll put a bullet in your head. Got it? Sun Ha stood there watching everything, unable to hide his admiration. So impressive. Liu Feng chimed in with his agreement. Meanwhile, the battered Wang Ba scrambled to his feet and ran for his life with his tail between his legs, not forgetting to shout a threat. You just wait. The Poison Dragon Gang won't let you off. Li Xin couldn't be bothered with what just happened or the threats. Her mood had hit rock bottom as she cursed inwardly. Callie is dying. I can't lose to her. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. Hurry and come take a look! Liu Feng instinctively looked up and let out a soft "oh." In the middle of the bustling street, a stall owner was advertising with a wide grin. Hurry over and check out the goods. Come on and see. Props of the fist, Demon Liu Feng. Pre-order now for fast delivery. He grew more excited as he spoke. Come on, come on. 1 can of food for 1 item. The crowd immediately rushed forward in a frenzy, their cheers erupting like a tidal wave. I'll take one, I want one too. It's Demon Head Liu Feng's staff, I'll take it. Liu Feng was dumbfounded, his face turning pale. What is all this? And that's me, my picture. Sun Ha, beside him, chuckled and clapped his shoulder, explaining, You're very famous now. In our North City, only a few people make it onto the ranking list, and you just arrived, and you're already at number 97. Only then did Liu Feng really pay attention, his voice full of curiosity. Oh, so how many people in the city are on the list? Hearing this, the man began to introduce, in our North City military, the first S rank is named Kang Ti Ren, and Li Jianguo is ranked 38th in the entire country. He has completed 2 S rank missions and 11 A rank missions. Basically, anyone who can solo an S rank mission can be in the nation's top 100. You're ranked near the bottom because you're a newcomer with skills leaning towards support. The military has 7 people, the Research Institute has 3, and the president and 2 vice presidents of the Mutant Association are all in the Proxys, top 100. S-rank missions are so terrifying they could destroy an entire city. It always takes a team of several S-rank masters to complete one. Hearing this, Liu Feng finally understood. So that's how it is. It feels like mutants are like super-powered special forces soldiers. He put an arm around his shoulder, grinning happily. That's right, let's go eat and talk. After that, the two of them stopped by a small eatery near the base, happily clinking their glasses. Liu Feng was no longer reserved, laughing heartily. Ha ha, thanks for the meal, brother son. Hearing that, the man put an arm around him, his tone sincere. Not at all. Not at all. This is to thank you for saving my life. Not far away, Li Xin's gaze shifted to the two men chatting animatedly, her voice tinged with curiosity. What are they talking about? Why? Haven't they gotten to the main point yet? Callie, sitting beside her, sneered. What do you know? A lot of intel can only be dug up over a meal. That's just the way things are in this country. Li Xin frowned, slamming her hand on the table and demanding, how can you be so sure he can get any intel? Callie turned, her voice lazy but full of meaning. Don't underestimate our leader. He might be eating, but he's calculating everything. If you don't believe me, just you wait and see. Back at the other table, Liu Feng maintained a humble demeanor. Brother son, if you ever need any help, you can come find me. If I can help, I definitely will. Sun Ha let out a weary sigh. Speaking of which, there is actually something I'd like to ask for your help with. He raised his glass as if to preface a serious proposal. In a little while, the military has a mission to go to the city center to find an item. I hope to invite you to provide protection. The price is negotiable. Would Brother Liu be willing to help? Callie smugly took a sip of her drink, her eyes filled with a triumphant look. See? Li Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Then Callie put down her glass and slowly explained in detail. Everything Liu Feng did before was to pave the way to get closer to the military. It was an investment in a newcomer in the army, namely Sun Ha, and today he's finally getting some returns. That's what an investment is, understand? You pink-haired gorilla, try using your brain a little more next time. Each sharp word was like an invisible blade stabbing at Li Xin's heart, choking her with frustration. A pink-haired gorilla, she stomped her foot, flailing her arms wildly, her voice filled with rage. Who are you calling a pink-haired gorilla? Beside the white-furred fox, the atmosphere between the two men had settled. Liu Feng gently clinked glasses with Sun Ha, a standard smile playing on his lips. No problem. Sun Ha quickly replied, his eyes full of trust. Thank you so much, Brother Liu. He then continued to announce the itinerary. The time. For the mission is in 3 days. As for the material transaction, you can just send someone over. Callie ignored the fuming Li Xin and moved over, proactively bowing to greet them. Platoon Leader Sun, I look forward to working with you. Liu Feng happily introduced her. This is Callie. She's in charge of the transaction. Just then, the system also updated with a notification for a science mission. Nano-core technology. Go to the research institute in the city center to find the nano-core technology. Reward 8,000 points. He nodded slightly, outlining a plan. I'll prepare for a few days. We'll set out in 3 days. Suddenly, a surprised female voice came from behind him. Ah, that's Liu Feng. He turned around, startled, his eyes filled with unconcealed surprise. It was her, memories suddenly flooded back like a film reel. Liu Feng called out softly, and Tian. She also quickly greeted him, her face lighting up with the joy of their reunion. Benefactor Liu, it's been a long time. The light shone down on the eaves. A home in the common dorms. Guli offered him some water, greeting him, Benefactor Liu Feng. It's been so long, she apologized. Supplies are scarce. We only have water. I'm sorry. He replied happily. Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Liu Feng thought of his teammates. Lucky for him, the other 4 were somewhere else. Otherwise, things would have gotten really awkward. He asked, by the way, where are the other 2? Guli answered, they're not off their shift yet. They'll be back soon. She went on to explain. Benefactor, after you rescued the 3 of us, we came to the North City camp to teach children. Our lives are pretty stable now, and it's all thanks to you. Sipping his water, Liu Feng glanced at a cooking pot and suddenly understood. He asked gently, it looks like you don't have much food. Is the salary really low? She opened up. Ah, about that. Inside the city right now, food is being rationed, so we're barely scraping by. Sometimes we even have to forage for wild greens to keep from starving. He thought to himself, if that's how it is, I can recruit these 3 and save them from suffering out here. Plus, the underground city has a lot of kids lately, and they need teachers. He seriously pulled something from his coat pocket. Oh right, Miss Gu, I want to propose something to you. Liu Feng placed several cans of food on the table, causing her to frown in confusion. I want to recruit the 3 of you to teach at my base. You'll get 3 meals a day with rice and meat, plus 10 canned goods as your salary. Do you agree? Guli started trembling uncontrollably. What are you saying? What? Seeing her reaction, Liu Feng got worried. Oh, Is the salary not enough? I can add more. She suddenly grabbed his hand tightly, leaning in, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that startled him. She said, I'm not. Wait. Yes. We agree. Gu Li's face was a mask of pure craving. We haven't been able to eat meat in such a long time. The last time was when we ate with you, benefactor. He rubbed his nose sheepishly. Heh. I never thought canned food would be so powerful. It seems everything's going according to plan. Gu Li then pressed her chest right into Liu Feng's face. Little brother Liu, you've saved us once again, she said seductively. How should I ever repay you? Liu Feng blushed and stammered. What are you trying to do? The door opened, startling Gu Li. Oh no, someone's home. She shoved Liu Feng into a wooden closet. Quick, hide in here. Jiang Qing took off her shoes and called out, Hey, are you home? What are we eating today? Meanwhile, with his face buried in Gu Li's chest inside the closet, Liu Feng thought, I can't breathe. It's way too cramped in here. While she was calling out, things inside the closet were getting very intense. As the cramped space caused Liu Feng to accidentally rip Gu Li's dress. Qing, Jiang Qing muttered to herself. Looks like no one's home after all. He was sweating and blushing. Ah, hold on. Meanwhile, she kept seducing him. Benefactor, why don't we make the most of this moment? Jiang Qing looked toward the noisy closet and shouted, startling them inside. Who's there? She demanded. Who is in that closet? Jiang Qing approached cautiously. Could I have been hearing things? Liu Feng panicked. No, this is not good. He immediately thought of Callie and Li Xin. If they found out about this, Callie would kill me. Pervert! As she touched the closet door, his heart leaped into his throat. I'm screwed. Jiang Qing glanced inside, causing him to freeze solid. Am I busted? She suddenly stopped and looked over at a basket. Oh my gosh, is this? Jiang Qing stared at the food inside the basket. Then bought this? Unbelievable. Liu Feng panicked. Wait, isn't that from the street vendor that has my picture on their products? Why was Gu Li covering her face in shame? Oh my, how embarrassing. I was just really lonely. She stared longingly at a loaf of bread. I can't believe that Than is this kind of person. She glanced at the nearby trash can. Perfect timing, and no one else is home right now. An idea popped into Jiang Qing's head. Since it's new, I get to be the first one to enjoy it. Her face lit up with pleasure. Liu Feng peeked out and watched. This feeling is just like, he compared it to himself in a fight, like a hero stepping into a demon's den. The hero's holy war had begun. After borrowing that weapon, Shui Li immediately put it to use. Her body writhed as she clutched her lower region, a glorious sight for the two people hiding in the closet. Suddenly, the sound of the door pushing open made Shui Li panic. Ying Qian reacted quickly and pulled her inside. Quick, hide in the closet. Confused about what was going on, Shui Li was stunned. Why are you two in here? At that moment, Jia Lei walked into the room. I'm home. She looked around, wondering to herself, that's weird. Are they still not back? And what's that strange smell? Well, I guess. It looks like I'm making dinner again. A dark stare came from behind the wooden door. Even though Ying Qian didn't know what was going on, she muttered, where could those two lazy bums have gone? Liu Feng felt immense pressure from the two women. This is bad. What am I going to do? Facing both of them, he felt like a hero battling two demon lords from hell. The pressure was immense. Inside the cramped closet, the looks on Shui Li's and Ying Qian's faces turned strange. This is the perfect opportunity. Then, they started clinging to Liu Feng. Oh no, they've got me. No matter how much Liu Feng struggled in agony, they wouldn't let him go. The situation was incredibly precarious, and Liu Feng had no way to escape. It felt like a hero being attacked by two demons at once, completely unable to fight back. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the closet, and all three of them tumbled out, giving Jia Lei the shock of her life. What are you three doing? All she got in reply were a few greetings from their devilish faces. Well, hello there. Her face flushed red as she yelled, how dare the three of you? Jia Lei clenched her fists, making Liu Feng afraid. Her face darkened. Doing this behind my back. He quickly raised his hands to stop her. Hold on. Liu Feng's face went pale. Wait, please let me explain. Jia Lei's expression suddenly shifted, and she became bashful. Made him fall over in embarrassment, and they didn't even invite him to join in. Liu Feng sat up, holding his head. What? He realized the three of them had surrounded him. Jia Lei, Shui Li, and Jiang Qing began to tease. Him, benefactor, don't even think about escaping. There was a knock from outside. They replied, annoyed. Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? She walked over and opened the door. Shui Li was startled to realize, Li Wei is dead. He reappeared in a horrifying, bloody state. The man who was bitten to death by Apostle number 6 several chapters ago. His face was deformed, twisted, and covered in cracks. Jiang Qing asked, who's that? Shui Li pointed at him. Oh, that's our neighbor, old Li. Just as she turned away, Li Wei transformed into a monster and prepared to attack as a sudden malicious presence drew near. Li Wei turned into a monster, baring his fangs and claws, about to pounce on Shui Li. A taser shot straight into his face. Nano assault fist. He was sent flying into the wall. The taser smoked. Liu Feng angrily shielded her. Get your filthy hands off her! You idiot! The zombies outside, attracted by the noise, began to swarm in. He reassured everyone. It's okay, you girls stand back, she replied. Zombies? Why are there zombies in the central district? Has the city fallen? Liu Feng stood with his sturdy back to them. Don't worry, I'll handle this. The three of them swooned. So cool. He stood tall, weapon in hand, facing the horde of zombies. Although he had temporarily lent Xiaopu to Callie's group, it wasn't a big deal. Could the central district have already been attacked by zombies? Was this a citywide event or just an incident in a small area? He looked at Li Wei, thinking, that fat guy just took a full-force punch from me and still got up as if nothing happened. It feels like another special type of zombie transformation. A zombie. Liu Feng readied his attack stance, deciding to see what it was capable of first. A powerful blow exploded, sending its head flying. But the zombie's body still moved, and from within sprouted a new head, like a terrifying centipede. It let out a breath and lunged forward, much to Liu Feng's surprise. He drew his sword, his expression calm. Yep, he proceeded to slice its head off again, as another zombie charged from behind. Liu Feng leaped high into the air, a master of combat, dodging the attack while simultaneously counterattacking with a shot. With a dual-wielding move, an arrow struck its head, to the astonishment of the three women, and the zombie's head immediately exploded. Liu Feng thought to himself, it's effective. The exploding flame arrows are a special kind of attack. The zombies swarmed forward relentlessly. What a pain, there's no end to them. He then channeled his power into his sword, causing it to burst into flames. If that's the case, he willed fire onto his blade. Take this! Liu Feng's eyes filled with killing intent. Go to hell! He slashed horizontally through them with his flaming sword. Liu Feng immediately activated the communicator on his wrist to report, Captain Chu, a zombie outbreak has been detected in the central district. Please bring my sister and the high priestess over. Suddenly, he was startled as he glanced at Shen Qian, appearing by the window with a terrifying expression. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stuck out her tongue. The malice of an ex-girlfriend is coming. Liu Feng realized this was the person he was looking for, so he shattered the window and lunged straight out. Found you! However, the scene was not what he expected. Passers-by stared at him in shock, scared to death. What's with this guy? Just jumping out with a sword? Liu Feng's eyes showed a hint of confusion. That apostle seems to be the type that excels at hiding, and it has taken over Shen Qian's body. I have to find it quickly. Meanwhile, in another part of the dormitory area, within the Bamboo Dragon Gang, Xu Gui Xionghu was praising his underling for a job well done. The subordinate, flattered by the praise, eagerly showed off. Boss Xu, there are 3 especially beautiful female teachers here. Xu Gui's mind was filled with strange schemes. If he could just capture them and offer them to the boss, his past mistakes could be forgiven. Half an hour later, Captain Chu's men arrived and cordoned off the scene. Many others disagreed with this unreasonable action. Let us out. On what grounds are you locking us down? This is the central district. Shan He coldly suppressed them. A biochemical infection has appeared here. Everyone is to stay within the residential complex. Not even a bird is allowed to get out. Liu Feng approached as Shan He was brought in to manage the situation. Brother Liu, we were really lucky to have you this time. Otherwise, the city would have been infiltrated and I would have been none the wiser. Liu Feng replied with a cold expression. It's nothing. The problem now is to identify those who are infected and eliminate the source. From what I know, that zombie most likely followed us into the city. It's very likely Apostle number 6 of the Oneness God cult. Its specialty is concealing its tracks. His words didn't sit well with Shan He at all. What? Didn't we already kill them all? Those creeps are as persistent as ghosts. Suddenly, a voice cut in between the two of them. Captain Chu, I'm here. Jilan from the Research Institute arrived to report. Shan He quickly introduced her to Liu Feng. Brother Liu, this is the expert in sensing mutants I invited from the Research Institute. Jilan leaned in to observe him, making Liu Feng blush. Not at all like the rumors. They said he was as tough as steel, with the strength of an ox and a head as big as a bull's. He immediately protested. What? What kind of weird rumor is that? Shan He quickly intervened. Ah, that's just how she is. Not at all like a researcher. She then yawned, covering her mouth. Ah, let's get to work. I don't want to work overtime. I need to catch up on sleep later. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and used her sensing ability. As Jilan sensed for zombies in the area, she became puzzled. This is strange, he pressed. What's wrong? She replied calmly. I can't sense any zombies. Normally she could, he exclaimed in frustration. So, can you do it or not? Someone's footsteps approached, followed by a chuckle. Cecilia spoke to Xin Tong. You definitely can't sense it. The opponent is Apostle number 6, whose specialty is stealth, an elite zombie type that counters psychic-type mutants. Listeners gasped. She was number 6 of the One God cult, a monster created by the cult leader to specifically attack the shelter, a creature specialized in sensing and infiltrating it from within. She raised her hands threateningly, boasting that countless human cities had vanished under the One God cult's attacks, and only they had survived. Her eyes were incredibly vicious. This was the terror of the One God cult. Everyone looked terrified. Han Dong's face darkened. Shut up, she commanded. Kneel. The woman helplessly complied. Liu Feng covered his face and thought, damn, why is my little sister like this? Cecilia was confused and worried. Why? Why did I kneel against my will? She looked up at Han Dong, trembling, her eyes dazzling. She immediately realized and hastily said, of course, she is the true God. I understand now. Please, please. Cecilia acted seductively. Please punish me, great divine messenger. She licked her lips, plotting, I will definitely become the God's servant. She looked towards Liu Feng, determined to steal the divine messenger from the other woman's side. He naively scratched his head, thinking it was strange that she seemed to hold so much malice towards him. Ko Lam glanced at Han Dong, finding the idea of teasing Liu Feng's little sister quite intriguing. She ordered, get to work. The woman obeyed. Yes. Cecilia began to use her power, touching her ears. Her mind scanned for the high priest Jia Ui. Ko Lam crossed her arms, watching Cecilia stand straight and press both hands to her temples. Blue sensory rings radiated out from her in all directions, looking extremely strange. Ko Lam squinted against the reflected light, a question rising in her mind. The feeling of this spiritual power is very strange. It's not like ours. The rings of light reached the area where the people were being held. This strange phenomenon left them bewildered. Someone let out a confused, huh? As the ring of light passed through, the chaotic, shouting crowd. Let us out! Why are you locking us up? Cecilia frowned and reported, I've found them. A total of 46 people are infected by parasitic apostles. Hearing this, Liu Feng's face lit up. He clenched his fist in celebration. That's great. Take us to them, Sun Ha exclaimed. So powerful. Apparently offended by his commanding tone, Cecilia whipped around and snarled, Who do you think you are? To order me around? You even want to sell out your comrades? A cold sweat broke out on Liu Feng's forehead as he panicked. Oh no, I forgot she used to be an enemy. Han Dong appeared out of nowhere and stepped up behind her, ordering, Take us. Blood vessels crept across Han Dong's face, her eyes filled with a deathly aura. She repeated, Do you understand? Seeing that it was Han Dong, Cecilia's attitude changed in a flash. She smiled obsequiously. No problem, great divine messenger. With everything settled, he and Ko Lam went outside to order the squad waiting. All right, squad leader Truong, bring some of your men with me into the residential complex. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Phew, thank goodness for Han Dong, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. Liu Feng then told Sun Ha, this is important, I'm coming with you. Hearing these words, he patted his chest gratefully. My good brother, I owe you one. The two of them, along with the soldiers behind them, marched forward with an imposing air, ready for battle. Sun Ha shouted, Let's move out. The people, who were imprisoned, had complex expressions. Some were apathetic, some worried, and others screamed in panic. They're coming over. What are they going to do? Let us out. In a secluded corner, a man tapped Can Nian on the shoulder. Instinctively, she turned around and asked, Who is it? The sight before her was horrifying. The man's face was no longer human, but was instead a monster stretching, its thorny tentacles lunging as if to devour her whole. Just as Can Nian thought she was about to die, a wooden sword pierced through the monster's foul mouth, splattering blood everywhere. Liu Feng used his sword to shove the monster forward, casually asking, Are you okay? She blushed beet red and stared at him, speechless, thinking, So handsome. Liu Feng swung his sword, slicing the monster in half. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the crowd. Ah, no, there are zombies among us. Help, let us out. All around them, frantic zombies were, chasing and devouring people. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Ha quickly ordered the soldiers, Watch out for the civilians, aim for the zombies and fire. Bullets from their guns tore the zombies to pieces. Liu Feng also fought with all his might, slicing through zombies effortlessly, separating heads from bodies. The situation was quickly brought under control. Cecilia reminded Liu Feng, There are two more over there. Sun Ha, while taking down a zombie, shouted to the people around them, Survivors, get down! We're the zombie extermination squad! Unbeknownst to everyone, their every move was being watched by Tham Thien. From a rooftop, her voice hoarse and heavy, High Priestess. She looked at Cecilia and calmly declared, Traitor. Suddenly, Han Dong walked in through the door, her voice tinged with excitement. Found you, she commented. Trying to hide in plain sight and causing trouble? Han Dong's eyes blazed with killing intent as she cursed, You rotten bug. Thom Thien deliberately acted fragile and weak. Hello, it's so scary outside. She cowered and looked around fearfully. Han Dong coldly exposed her. Stop acting. Your stench is spreading everywhere. Thom Thien was startled, asking a question to which she seemingly already knew the answer. Your larynx, you just usurped it from this body, didn't you? Now that things had come to this, she dropped the act. Her face began to split in two as she sighed with excitement. How interesting. Thom Thien's eyes filled with a deadly aura, and her blood-soaked tentacles whipped up with intent. In that case, I'll just make you my host. With that, she swung her arm, and the dense mass of tentacles shot forward. The razor-sharp monster tentacles were right before her eyes, yet Han Dong remained perfectly calm. A loud bang and a cloud of smoke caught Liu Feng's attention. He squinted up at the rooftop. All this dust is making it hard to see Tham. Shen Qian couldn't see what was in front of her. She grinned from ear to ear, gloating as if she was about to devour her prey. Her tentacles had already pierced Han Tong and were about to turn her into a monster. Suddenly, from behind her, tentacles grew out, wrapping around and stabbing back at Shen Qian. They were like living worms, forcefully sucking the blood from the monster. Seeing the situation was not in her favor, she panicked and asked, What? Is this? What's happening? I'm being absorbed. The tentacles from Han Tong's body grew larger and larger. She grinned. So delicious. As she froze the ground beneath her, she said, I hate clingy people the most. After a pause, she continued, You've already broken up, yet you still hang around my brother. The tentacles on her back lifted Han Tong into the air like butterfly wings. She warned, Don't follow my brother anymore. Shen Qian stared in horror at the scene before her. Han Tong waved her hand, and the tentacles shot towards her, causing a massive explosion instantly. Liu Feng saw a faint figure on the rooftop and commanded his men. There's someone on the roof. Follow me up there to check it out. He strained his eyes to see clearly, wondering who was up there. At that moment, Shen Qian had already broken through the floor to escape to the level below. Han Tong's eyes were now just deadly red pupils as she whispered, Did the bug run away? On the floor below, a large hole was torn in the ceiling, and she frantically scrambled away. She crawled on the floor like an animal, a reptile, terrified, thinking, This aura definitely belongs to a high-ranking being. Her black pupils with blood-red irises showed pure fear. She couldn't win. Shen Qian saw a nearby exit and planned to escape quickly from this place. Suddenly, she noticed thin, razor-sharp threads appearing in front of her. Shen Qian saw the surrounding threads slowly tightening, realizing they were constricting around her wrists and hands. Drawing streaks of blood, she thought in a daze, a spiderweb. Only now did Shen Qian realize Han Tong's terrifying power, and her heart filled with panic. It was true. She felt it was too late. How terrifying. Han Tong sat casually with her legs crossed, declaring her claim, My brother belongs to me alone. From a high floor of the old building, a roar echoed, shattering the silence. Xu Gui yelled loudly, his voice hoarse with anger and despair. Damn it! Why is it all zombies out there? The people around him lost their cool and asked anxiously, What should we do? There are too many zombies outside. He looked like he was about to explode, and spun around, roaring, Shut up, be quiet, we still have a chance. I've already notified the boss. Then he looked towards the corner of the room, a sinister smile on his old face, having captured a few beauties. The boss will definitely come to save us. Ying Qian sat in a daze, recalling Liu Feng's instructions and blaming herself. Liu Feng had told her to leave the residential complex immediately, but she ended up taking time to pack, which wasted time, and these bandits broke in. Qiang Ye walked over, lifted her chin, and licked his lips disgustingly. Heh, boss, since we can't get out right now anyway, why don't we? He moved his face closer, his face filled with filthy desire. I'll start then. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly sensed a figure silently appear behind the door. Before Qiang Ye could even process it, a devastating kick flew straight into his face. From a distance, Xu Gui saw his underling being attacked and roared, Who dares to get in my way? He gritted his teeth, a murderous glint in his eyes. You dare mess with our Zhulong gang? You must have a death wish? As the smoke cleared to reveal Liu Feng, the fierce expression on his face quickly turned to shock. Then Xu Gui was so scared he nearly lost his soul, his voice cracking with fear. Ah! Liu Feng stared at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and then uttered 3 ridiculously simple words. Who are you? The unexpected question left the man stunned. Oh, actually, I don't need to know your name. Liu Feng immediately tied them up with a rope. Just wait there quietly. Xu Gui didn't even struggle, dejected at being so utterly disregarded. Sob, to think he forgot about me. Our boss will definitely get revenge. After being rescued, Ying Qian's eyes were filled with gratitude. Liu Feng, thank you for saving us again. He just shook his head slightly, his voice calm. It's nothing. I just noticed something on the roof, and when I saw you guys hadn't left yet, I came over to check, and sure enough, there was a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng shot off like the wind, leaving only his instructions. Soldiers, I'm leaving them to you. I'm heading to the roof first. Upon hearing this, the soldiers shouted in unison, Yes, sir! In the blink of an eye, he was already on the old stairs. Liu Feng rushed towards the rooftop without hesitation. The door burst open with a bang, and he quickly scanned the scene, but the sight before him made him freeze. His sister was standing motionless next to a blood-soaked corpse. And as Liu Feng shouted in alarm, Han Tong, the system also displayed a confirmation. Sixth apostle of the Guiyi divine cult eliminated. Reward 2,000 points. 100 reputation. His call seemed to awaken her from her trance. She turned around, her eyes immediately locking onto the doorway where Liu Feng was calling softly. Han Tong! The girl ran over joyfully and hugged him tightly. Brother! Her voice trembled. I was so scared. Liu Feng thought to himself, was I mistaken? Han Tong seems a little taller. Afterward, the two siblings left the building. He warned her in a low voice, next time, don't run off on your own. Han Tong nodded. Okay. A figure approached and asked softly, So you're here? Dusu said her farewells. I'm heading back to the research institute first. See you in 3 days. Liu Feng was surprised. Huh? 3 days? He frowned, his expression puzzled. Could it be that she was also participating in the mission to the city center in 3 days? 3 days later, the entire group gathered. Liu Feng gave a clear command. All preparations are complete. Let's move to the assembly point. Target, the city center. Loud laughter echoed inside the refugee dormitory. Ha ha! A pair of twos was slammed onto the table. Obi shouted excitedly. Ha ha, I won. Ziyang clutched his head in disappointment. Ah, I lost again. The winner laughed smugly. Haha, pay up, pay up. After getting the money, he cheered wildly. Man, life after joining. The shelter is great. No more facing zombies every single day. A figure spoke in response, while lifting weights as he lectured. That's all the more reason we should protect this hard-won life. Isn't that right? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yang's faces lit up when they saw who it was. Big brother Kurung. He stressed with a serious expression. If you guys keep being so careless, aren't you afraid something will happen? This muscular body is a testament to our oath. We can't just leave everything to the leader. We're the ones who have to take care of the base's defenses. Da Krung declared, I hate that I'm not a mutant, that I can't help the shelter more. Another person hesitated. Big brother Kuung. Talk about jinxing it. Just as he finished speaking, the loudspeaker blared, Attention, members of the guard team. An unexpected incident has occurred. Please return to your posts immediately. Everyone immediately started running as the announcement repeated. An unexpected incident has occurred. Please return to your posts immediately. Da Gung, while running, glanced to his left and remarked in awe, The drill head is already finished. So impressive. He then pushed a door open and entered. Inside the command center, Long Xuan and the others were gathered, focusing. On a map, they entered and announced loudly, Da Krung reporting in. Xiao Sun has arrived. Sarah gestured. Da Krung, Long Xuan is in command this time. He quickly asked, Long Xuan, Commander, what's happened? He silently pressed a button. See for yourself. An enemy squad appeared on the screen. A 30-man reconnaissance team from the Salvation Army was approaching our base. At the same time, elsewhere at the frontline assembly base, vehicles were rolling in one after another. Shan. He raised his hand to direct them. Mutant vehicles! Park over here! Then loudly gave instructions. You can head to the barracks on your own in a moment, but some scoffed at the reception. We came all this way to help this military trash, and they dare stick us in a barracks like this? This is a total power trip. The C-rank mutant, who wasn't even on the master list, had his subordinate beside him fawning over him. That's right. Our hunting dog gang has never been treated this way before, Jiao An continued, sucking up. Based on your reputation alone as the mutant Kang Quan boss, you should be staying in the command headquarters. The guy wasn't stupid enough to fall for the flattery and punched his subordinate right in the face. Idiot. After that, he analyzed the situation with a clear head. Open your eyes and look at what kind of people are in this base. 4 of the city's 6 great guilds are already here. The vice president of the Mutant Association has also arrived. Over there is one of the 6 great guilds of North City, the vice president of the Sacred Fist Guild, Li Hong. The guild full of muscular women, also one of the 6 great guilds, is led by the head of the Rose Guild, Huang Li. Another group carrying giant polearms is also one of the 6 great guilds, the Sangzi Gang, led by Zhang Sha. They walked over to greet each other. Oh, so the Sacred Fist Guild also came to join this operation? Yo, it's been a while, leaders. Let's look out for each other this time. Huang Li spoke up. I even heard that the leader of the Bamboo Dragon Guild is personally leading his team for this. Operation. Shan he stepped forward and ordered, "Raise the barrier! It's his convoy! He's here!" Everyone was surprised. Who could have so much pull? A vehicle screeched to a halt with a thunderous roar. Liu Feng and his teammates stepped out with an air of confidence. "We're here. What a crowd. Han Tong, you and the High Priestess stay in the car. I'll be back when I'm finished." Li Xin sniffed the air and complained, "Ugh, this aura feels so familiar." The men around them looked on in admiration. Who are they? Their gear is top-notch, and the women are so hot. Wow, they look powerful. Kang Quan swaggered over and slapped Liu Feng on the shoulder. "Hey kid, your women. And your car. Sell him to me." Startled by the hand on his shoulder, he asked, "Huh? Who are you?" The man pointed to himself and introduced, "I'm Kang Quan, leader of the hunting dog gang, a C-rank master." Jiao An gestured respectfully and chimed in, "Lord Kang Quan is the C-rank master of our hunting dog gang." Liu Feng deadpanned as he watched the two of them put on their little show. "He can single-handedly take down a mutant-class zombie, so know what's good for you." "Ha ha ha, that was nothing, just a bit of luck." The man leered at Callie. "Hey, little lady, why don't you come fall into my arms?" Liu Feng's face darkened. This guy is courting death. Kang Quan swung his fist forward. "Humph, you're choosing to do this the hard way." Suddenly, a hand stopped his punch. Huang Li raised her hand and said, "Yo, men shouldn't be fighting. You could both be my wings, you know." The two men turned pale with shock, then yelled out her famous title. "The leader of the Rose Guild, A-rank mutant, Iron Barbie Huang Li." She pointed a finger delicately. "If you've got some steam to blow off, you can take it out on me, Kang Quan." Then, she slung an arm around the person beside her and introduced him. "This is Liu Feng. He's the same rank as me and just made it onto the master list. So, do you really want to fight him?" This shocking revelation made the man stammer as he pointed. "He's the raging fist demon, Liu Feng, from the master list?" Liu Feng leaned in close and grabbed his shirt. "Get out of my sight. Understand?" They immediately turned tail and fled. "Our apologies." This display of dominance made Huang Li blush as she thought to herself, "He's so cool." Just then, Shan, he waved him over. "Liu Feng, it's time to go to the meeting." He turned to reply, "Oh, all right, I'm coming." She suddenly leaned in close and whispered, "Be careful. The leader of the Bamboo Dragon Guild is a big shot too." Liu Feng replied coolly, "Got it. Thanks, Sister Li." Callie walked closer and urged him, "Let's go. Show them what you're made of." Just those few simple words made him blush. "Oh, okay." The entire team entered the tent as Shan, he said in a friendly tone. "Everyone, please take your seats." Then they sat down. "Sit here." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. Everyone looked towards the door in surprise, and at the same time, Shan He announced, "Everyone is here. So, let's begin the meeting." A tough-looking gang blocked the doorway, led by the Bamboo Dragon Gang's leader, the A-rank mutant, Zhao Feng. The crowd started murmuring, "Zhao Feng, the top A-ranker, is here too." He brazenly sat down next to Liu Feng. Then his face darkened as he demanded, "Are you the Liu Feng who's been messing with our organization?" Shan, he immediately pointed a finger and warned, "Zhao Feng, don't cause trouble." The man's face was filled with killing intent as he assessed in a low voice, "Very good, a promising young man." His subordinate suddenly drew his sword, but Liu Feng showed no mercy and slashed out, sending blood flying. This startled the Bamboo Dragon gang member. He pointed his sword straight at Zhao Feng's face. "You!" His expression turned terrifying, and his voice was a deep, hoarse threat. "If you dare move an inch, I'll cut down every single one of the Bamboo Dragon gang members here." These words successfully made them turn pale with fear. Liu Feng aggressively pointed his blade at Zhao Feng, warning, "If you move, I'll kill every single one of you here." A deathly silence fell over the hall, and the man sat down as meek as a lamb. Callie opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Shan He stepped down, patting his shoulder to calm him down. "Don't mind the ignorant one. He's a mercenary hired by the Research Institute." Zhao Feng glared at the back in front of him and gave a savage smile. "Kid, don't you dare cross us." Shan, he returned to the podium and raised his hand to continue the briefing. "This mission's objective is to escort and protect the Research Institute to the city center and investigate a target building. The military has dispatched 2 teams to provide protection for this mission. The pair, Liu Feng and Callie, tried to focus on what was being said. During the mission, all mutants are under the jurisdiction of the Mutant Association." Suddenly, the clicking of high heels cut through the atmosphere. He curiously raised his eyes to look. It was the Vice President, Huang Bing, cheerfully raising his hand. "Hello, greetings everyone." Walking beside the boy was a mysterious, cool beauty, who looked like a ninja with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring her face. She coolly began her introduction. "Hello everyone, I am the Vice President of the Mutant Association, Kawas Minai. I will now explain the mission objective." Mission. As all eyes focused on the map of the city center, Her steady voice rang out. We will travel with the military convoy through a small road to enter the city center. Your logistics will be handled by the military, so there's no need to worry. Through her mask, Seisuna's voice rose in a warning. I know some of you here have conflicts with each other, but before, the mission is complete. Please set them aside, or else. Her sharp green eyes swept across the room. You will have to face the wrath of the Mutant Association. Liu Feng calmly crossed his arms, sensing the turbulent undercurrents around him. It's finally starting, he thought. The system promptly popped up with a new mission. Go to the Fresh Research Institute in the city center and find the science and technology of nanotechnology. Reward, 8,000 points. Half an hour later, everyone had dispersed. He was strolling towards his car when Huang Bing stopped him. The boy waved and stated his purpose directly. Hey, Liu Feng. Big bro, long time no see. I came to hitch a ride, he replied politely. Oh, it's you, Huang Bing. Then, he leaned on his car and asked, why not take the association's vehicle? The boy scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. The vice president told me to come here to be your liaison. My special ability is communication. Hearing this, Liu Feng didn't hesitate to accept. Then get in the car. At the forward assembly base, countless rows of military vehicles, tanks, and logistics trucks were lined up. The sound of hurried footsteps rustled closer. Shan He led a group of soldiers who shouted in unison, Captain Guo has arrived. Salute! Guo Wei stood tall and returned the military salute. Greetings, everyone! He quickly got down to business. You all probably have questions. Why does our North City need to expend so much effort? To go to the dangerous city center? Isn't it better to stay safely in the base? Regarding this, I want to say that we cannot retreat. Guo Wei stood before all the soldiers, growing more emotional as he spoke. We are the army, and our purpose is to protect our country and our people. Therefore, we must shoulder our responsibilities, so cowering like turtles in. The safe zone is not an option. He clenched his fist. We need to end this apocalypse. Finally, he shouted. And the city center has what we need to end this chaotic era. Liu Feng watched, completely stunned. So this is the Captain Guo we're cooperating with? Guo Wei waved his hand, giving the order to move out. The fully armed soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. The convoy rumbled forward with a clear objective. Target, the Fresh Research Institute in the city center. Near the refugee shelter, the atmosphere outside was like the calm before the storm. The squad leader of the National Salvation Army, a C-rank pyrokinetic named Wang Zhen, carried a great sword on his shoulder and laughed reassuringly. Ha ha ha. Everyone, rest assured, the purpose of our National Salvation Army is to save people from suffering. We treat everyone the same. A group of raggedly dressed refugees huddled together, asking fearfully, Is that true? The man lied without a shred of conscience. Just come back to the barracks with us later. There's plenty of food and drink. Wang Zhen looked at the prey before him, his eyes glinting. Ha ha, looks like we won't be short on food for a while. He suddenly turned his head back and gave a friendly greeting. Yo, my friend, you're here too. Faceless stood with her hands on her hips and also spoke with false sincerity. That's right. She shot him a calculating look, continuing in a coquettish tone. It's been too long since we've seen each other. Yin Li curiously asked his comrade. That woman, who is this? Do you know her? Quan Tui was just as clueless. I don't know. She seems really close to the boss. Faceless suddenly turned to stare them down, silencing their chatter completely. Amluk awkwardly raised his hand as a greeting. Oh, so it's you. Long time no see. She didn't respond, just turned away with a scheming smile, ignoring him as he continued to blabber on behind her. So it was her. It really has been a long time. Quan Tui pushed all his questions aside, approaching a trembling beauty and licking his lips despicably. Hey, beautiful, we've taken such good care of you all. Shouldn't you repay us a little? Before he could even get an answer, a powerful beam of light pierced through his body, sending him to his grave. Amidst a blood-curdling scream and Vuong Chan's stunned gaze, Long Hien held the walkie-talkie and gave the cold command, begin the attack. His opening shot was the signal for the destructive operation to commence. Vuong Chan whipped his head around in shock. What? He asked, completely bewildered. Where did that shot come from? Then he quickly gave an order. Quick, fire! They're on the upper floor! There's a sniper up there! It was unclear if they hit anything, but his lackeys were definitely getting hit. Ah! They continued to fire relentlessly at the enemy. Dai Kuang decisively ordered, Give them everything you've got! Screams of terror echoed as bullets rained down. Ah, help me! Vuong Chan dodged, furious. Damn it, where did these bastards come from, daring to look down on me? He channeled power into his fist, arrogantly yelling, This great one is a noble mutant, take this. Flame! When he had gathered enough power, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a pillar of fire. Ha! Take this! Dai Kuang and his comrades jumped back to dodge. Vuong Chan laughed arrogantly. Ha ha! How's that for this great one's power? You're all dead for daring to provoke me. The moment he finished speaking, a single bullet from a high floor shot straight down and took his life. The dark barrel of the gun was still emitting a thin wisp of smoke. Long Hien coldly clicked his tongue. Times have changed, you fool. Afterward, Dai Quang stepped forward and reported formally, Report, the National Salvation Army squad has been completely eliminated, awaiting orders. He replied curtly, Understood. Someone stepped forward and said softly, Then let's go. Faceless smiled and gave the order. Back to base. Dai Quang complied. Yes, understood. Let's go together. Long Hien reached out to his comrade, Dai Quang. Give me the personnel roster. After carefully reviewing it, he questioned, Strange, the mission roster is short one person compared to who's actually here. Dai Quang was also surprised. What? Long Hien snapped his head. Towards the strange woman. And you are? Her eyes glowed red as she thought to herself, So vigilant. My ability is to erase all memories of myself from the world. I can't believe he figured it out through logic, she quickly replied. Hey, I set out after you all left the base. I'm a friend of yours. Dai Quang was clueless. Oh, okay. Long Hien firmly told Dai Quang, Note the extra person in the report for the base. Something feels off. Move out! At the same time, elsewhere, on the road to the zombie-infested city center, a giant tank was plowing through. They took turns ramming through the zombies with loud laughter. Ha ha ha, the convoy sped forward, annihilating those mutants. The soldier driving the vehicle was ecstatic. Ha ha, these zombies are hardly a challenge. Let them witness the power of technology. He then shouted for the machine gunner to open fire. The state-of-the-art guns unleashed a constant barrage. The zombies were wiped out in an instant. Liu Feng, sitting in the vehicle, suddenly felt that something was strange, that something wasn't right. This observation surprised Callie. Oh, he remembered images of evolved zombies with various forms. But now, all he saw were normal zombies. The greatest threats, the evolved and mutated types, were nowhere to be seen, not a single one. Suddenly, a piercing scream made him look over. Ah, even the most disciplined soldiers couldn't help but panic. On the right, just then, the mutated zombies appeared, charging straight for the army. Mutated zombies! The disgusting horde of mutated zombies rushed forward. The soldiers screamed in terror. We're screwed! A large number of evolved zombies have appeared on the right flank. One of them leaped onto a tank and attacked, making the soldier cry out, in pain. Ah! Liu Feng opened the door and yelled, Take the wheel! I'm going to the roof! On the other side, Sasuna was already on the roof of her vehicle. He turned and teased. Looks like the Vice Guild Master had the same idea. As me, she replied coldly. Yeah, then she crouched down, drew her sword, and prepared to attack. You take the left, I'll take the right. The evolved zombies suddenly charged from behind, but in a flash, sword strikes severed their limbs. Sasuna unleashed a flurry of slashes on the slimy horde. Cries for help echoed from all around. Ah, help me! Sasuna didn't hesitate to charge into the heart of the danger. In her wake, not a single zombie was left standing. Just as a zombie was about to crush a soldier's head, she swept past with her sword, and the creature's body was instantly sliced in two. Liu Feng watched in admiration. So powerful. He stood, tall and fought, prompting one of Liu Feng's subordinates to yell, Guildmaster, that Liu Feng guy is trying to hold off the zombies by himself. The man replied arrogantly, Humph, he's got a death wish. Even I wouldn't dare face so many. Evolved zombies at once. His face lit up with schadenfreude. He's definitely a goner. Hoang Lei, inside her vehicle, desperately called out Liu Feng's name. In the midst of the battle, he took a stance with his sword, one slash like a dragon biting the zombies in half. Everyone shouted in excitement, Look quick! That guy is so strong! He killed so many with a single strike! Even Liu Feng felt a prickle of unease. What? Hongla couldn't contain her emotions. One strike. This power made him wary, and he thought to himself, Damn it, this guy can't be left alive. Liu Feng immediately gave the order. Truong Ho, find a chance to kill him. He's just a support guy, nothing to be afraid of. The person next to him immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Liu Feng looked at the surrounding scene and sized it up arrogantly. Humph, a piece of cake. Suddenly, an explosion sent rocks flying everywhere. Everyone looked up in shock, and even he yelled in alarm. What? I don't know if it was an accident or planned, but a boulder crashed down right where he was standing. At the same time, a horde of giant mutant zombies appeared. They worked together to push aside the barricades, throwing the soldiers into chaos. Ah, the tank is about to be overturned. Everyone began to panic, screaming. So many strength-type mutant zombies. We've been separated. The soldiers did their best to unload their guns into the creature. But it didn't even flinch. Just then, in the distance, the figure of a strange zombie appeared, watching the scene. Liu Feng looked up into the sky as the boulder hurtled down towards him at a dizzying speed. Everyone around, noticed this and immediately evacuated the impact zone. In the blink of an eye, the collision created a terrifying explosion that shook the ground. Liu Feng shouted, "Damn it, the fire is huge." Lai Hin, Han Dong, are you two okay? She was protecting her younger sister and turned to answer, "We're fine, but we can't get through. Let's regroup at the city center up ahead." He agreed. "All right, you two be careful," Callie warned in a low voice. "Liu Feng, this is bad. Look." Only then did Liu Feng notice they were surrounded by a horde of zombies. "We're surrounded." Every single one of them looked monstrous and was incredibly tough to deal with. He confidently charged forward with his sword, saying, "No problem, leave it to me." Liu Feng slashed at the shield of a nearby zombie, but unexpectedly, his sword cracked in two. He stared in disbelief at his weapon. My blade broke." Xiao Pu was just as panicked. "Ah, the blade broke!" Just as Liu Feng was lamenting. "Damn it, for this thing to break at such a critical moment." Callie chimed in. "I have an idea," she calmly asked him. "What kind of weapon do you want?" Liu Feng wasn't picky and said, "An axe, a hammer, something to break shields." Callie raised her hand and began to use her power, grasping the form. Looking at what she handed him, he asked uncertainly, Is this a baseball bat?" Callie explained without any embarrassment. "My ability can transform the shape of objects, but it's only a simulation. Ultimately, it still needs you to modify it." As he examined the weapon in his hand, he wondered, "Besides making clones, you can also create weapons?" Liu Feng realized he had hit the jackpot, thinking to himself, "This means with Callie by my side, I have the raw materials to create any weapon I want." He gripped the bat tightly, activated his power, and used his points to upgrade it. In just a moment, the baseball bat was upgraded to C rank with a kinetic drive. Callie congratulated him. "It's a success," Xiao Pu chimed in. "Wow, what an awesome weapon." With a new weapon in hand, Liu Feng calmly faced the attacks of the surrounding monsters. He swung the club and smashed it into a zombie's face, deforming it and sending teeth flying as it coughed up blood. Liu Feng continued to attack the monsters, then squinted and shouted confidently, "Let me take care of you one by one." 10 minutes later, Liu Feng stood victoriously amidst the scattered remains of the zombies and let out a soft snort. Callie walked over and asked for his opinion. "What should we do next?" Liu Feng didn't answer right away, just sighing to himself. He never thought he'd one day return here, to the university he had dropped out of. At the same time, a voice echoed from class 356 inside the school. Ju sat with her legs crossed, looking at two male students and laughing. "Haha, my cute little boys." The feeling of having them grovel at her feet was exhilarating. "Haha, our next meal is all up to you," one of the guys replied respectfully. "Yes, of course." Over at the shelter, Lord Kimensu's subordinate, Sarah, was looking at a screen and asked, "Commander Long, you're back." She looked up and reported, "I've looked over your report." Watching him lead the group inside, Sarah continued, "The head count is correct. Welcome back, Commander Long Hien." In front of the secret base, two massive, heavily guarded steel doors slowly opened. Faceless, blended into the crowd, watched the scene and marveled inwardly. Oh, how grand. Once inside the base, everyone around them shouted in unison, "Commander Long is back!" Long Hien checked on the situation. "I've sent the report to headquarters. Are there any issues?" His subordinate replied, "No issues." The surveillance system also didn't detect any extra personnel. Faceless stood to one side, observing the surroundings and thinking, such sophisticated technology. Since when was there such a high-tech shelter deep underground? She smirked, "Then after I gather some intel, I'll just blow this little shelter up." At the same time, a tense Long Hien rested his chin on his hand, thinking, strange. He put a hand to his forehead, feeling that something was wrong. Damn it, what in the world? Went wrong? I can't shake the feeling that there's one extra person. Suddenly, as if sensing something ominous, Long Hien's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. He questioned himself. Are the hallucinations back again? Could that feeling just now have been my own illusion? But then he suddenly remembered. Wait, to counteract my hallucinations, I developed a habit of writing reports by hand. Thinking of this, Long Hien waved and said, "Dai Quang, let me see the mission report." He quickly replied, "Oh, okay," he mumbled as he read the report in his hand. "Departed with 13 people, returned with 14, and I wrote this myself. A huge logical error. How could I have made a mistake like that? And to get back into the base? Unless an ability user snuck in, one with an ability that can fool our base's computer systems." Immediately, Long Hien ordered, "Sarah, sound the base alarm immediately. There's a problem with the report. I suspect an ability user returned with us and has infiltrated the base." His words shocked her. "What?" Sarah tried to remain calm, confirming, "Commander Long, are you sure? Neither our computers nor our personnel have detected any espers," he explained in a low voice. "Due to personal reasons, I write everything down by hand. When we mustered the team, I I clearly recorded 14 people, which is one person too many. That means Long Xuan's eyes sharpened as he continued with conviction. Someone has an ability that makes the world forget about them. This type of ability automatically makes their presence seem logical to us when we encounter them. Furthermore, it can corrupt computer data, but it can't alter reality. Even though we can't remember them, the data I wrote on paper still remains. Sarah listened as he continued his analysis. The effect on me is weakening now, which probably means they've moved away from my position and gone deeper into the base. Sound the alarm quickly, if anything happens. I'll take full responsibility. Although she was skeptical, she quickly complied. Yes, sir. She operated the screen, activating the alarm mode. Immediately, the system's voice echoed throughout the base. Warning, warning. An Esper has infiltrated the base. All combat squads report to the command area and await orders. At that moment, Faceless was infiltrating deeper inside, and she heard the announcement. She just scoffed. What? I was discovered after all? Don't tell me there's someone here with a sensory ability? Impossible. An ordinary Esper can't detect me unless someone found a bug in the system. Everyone quickly followed the orders. This is Commander Long Xuan. From this moment on, the shelter is on lockdown. All non-combat personnel are to return to their quarters immediately. Over here, the combat soldiers also rush to prepare. All teams, execute Action Plan B. Move to your positions immediately. Long Xuan issued clear orders for critical locations like the command center, the power room, the dormitories, and the water pump room, and set up defenses because the enemy has a cognitive contagion ability. The moment you see anyone unfamiliar in your line of sight, regardless if you think you know them or not. He paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Shoot to kill on sight." Faceless also heard these words and commented disdainfully, "He's pretty capable, using a non-Esper's method to solve the problem." She narrowed her eyes and thought sinisterly, "That voice belongs to that male officer. I really should have killed him and started using my power." Faceless actively triggered her ability, simultaneously muttering arrogantly, "If it's the power of the Faceless, it won't be that easy to solve." Streaks of blue light spread throughout the base, reaching De Chiang's area and disrupting everyone's minds. Not even Long Xuan could escape. The effect. He froze for a second. Xiao Zhang looked at the phone in his hand and asked in confusion, "What are we doing right now?" Long Xuan felt something was wrong. "What am I doing? It seems I've forgotten a person and the events related to her." His memories were erased. Meanwhile, at H City University, the panic was just as intense. Down the hallway, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Zhang Yu was running for his life from the monsters behind him. Yu Wen called out helplessly, "Zhang Yu, save me!" He looked at his friend in terror. Unfortunately for Yu Wen, just as he finished speaking, he slipped and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Ouch!" A monster appeared behind him, opening its massive, bloody maw. He screamed, "Ah!" Suddenly, a backpack flew straight into the zombie's mouth, saving Yu Wen's life. Zhang Yu urged him, "Get over here, quick!" Seeing there was no time left, he grabbed his friend by the collar and quickly flew up. Flight! The two of them flew swiftly towards a classroom up ahead, where two classmates were yelling, "Zhang Yu, over here!" He immediately rushed into the room. The two students used all their strength to slam the door shut. Shui Wei and Si Ping feigned concern. "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" Zhang Yu was panting heavily but still managed to say, "No, I'm fine." Just then, Shui Wei got straight to the point. "Did you bring back all the food? We're starving." Her whiny tone made him blush. "Ah, about that. Sorry, I only brought back one backpack. I had to ditch the other bag to save Yu Wen." The others started to complain. "What? Seriously? This is all you brought back?" Yu Wen didn't know what to do and could only stammer, "Sorry." At that moment, a pair of slender legs in high heels walked over. "What do you think you're all doing?" Kim Jensu, the Black Gold Witch, chairman of the Hang Yuan Group, admonished them. "Is this how you treat the benefactor who risked his life to find food for us?" Zhang Yu quickly brought the bag of food over. "Miss Kim, here's the food and water you wanted." She happily took it, not forgetting to thank him. "Wow, thank you so much. You not only saved my life, but you also brought me food." Inwardly, she didn't forget to curse the other kids. These students are so brainless. Complaining about the Esper who goes out to find food in times like these, they must have a death wish, Jensu thought to herself. "Just watch my technique. I'll have him kneeling at my feet." Then she caressed Zhang Yu's face and asked, "Should I give you a little reward tonight?" He looked completely smitten. Ah, well, Shui Wei took in the whole scene and thought angrily. The day Zhang Yu went out to find food, he came back with this vixen, and as soon as she arrived, she charmed all the male students, and now she wants to steal Zhang Yu, my replacement boyfriend. I only have one. Replacement. Back in freshman year, my other replacement, Liu Feng, was also stolen by Shen Qing. Zhang Yu didn't care. He was too busy drooling and thinking to himself, "Ah, Miss Kim Jensu has such an amazing aura. She's so warm." kind, and understanding, and she's a chairman too, so much better than the campus belle. He replied, Okay, great, I'll come find you. Jensu crossed her arms and praised him. Such a good boy. She thought to herself how easy it was. Dealing with these little girls is a piece of cake. She felt a bit nostalgic for her old rival, that white-haired vixen, when suddenly Si Ping shouted, Look quick, there are people outside. He looked down at the campus grounds and continued, They're walking around the campus. These two were none other than Liu Feng and Callie. Jensu turned her head away, feigning indifference. To be walking around outside at a time like this is... Are you trying to die? That noise will attract the zombies. Trong Vu was still looking down at the courtyard. Ah, there really are two people. Vu Van panicked and pointed as he saw Liu Feng and Callie in danger. We're screwed. They're surrounded by zombies. Truong Vu climbed onto the windowsill. No, I can't just watch people die. I'll use my flight ability to save them. His classmate tried to stop him. Truong Vu, Jensu sneered to herself. What? This Truong Vu guy is such a saint? Doesn't he know that more people just means another mouth to feed? But that also makes him easy to control. Down below, Liu Feng was single-handedly tearing through. The zombies. The people above started buzzing. Whoa, he's incredible. That guy is so strong. Vu Van was wondering if there were any other people around when something landed on his head. Huh, he said, looking up in surprise. What was that? A two-headed evolved zombie appeared, making him scream, Ah! This is... Suddenly, its tongue shot out, piercing through Vu Van's head in an instant. Everyone shrieked, Ah, Vu Van! The horde of zombies swarmed inside. The window. Liu Feng slammed his mace down. Hearing the noise, Callie looked up. I think there are people on the second floor over there. He turned to ask her, Callie, what is it? She pointed toward the screams. A mutated zombie. Trong Vu's group ran for their lives, pursued by the zombie. A team member was impaled through the stomach, startling Jensu. She thought to herself, this damn apocalypse, my company, my fortune, it's all turned to dust, and now I have to rely on these students to survive. This is so messed up. Up ahead, their path was blocked by boulders, stopping them in their tracks. What? We're done for. The way forward is blocked. We're cornered. Jensu schemed internally. There's a male student here with superpowers. I have to stick close to him. He's my ticket to survival. Tuyet Vai said to her classmate. Trong Vu, go lure it away, quickly, or we're all dead. He hesitated. Al. All right. Seeing this, Jensu thought, these students are truly vicious, sending Trong Vu to be the bait. It was basically a suicide mission. He ran out to lure the evolved zombie, shouting, Over here! Suddenly, Liu Feng flew in, kicking the zombie right in the face. Trong Vu's group stared, their mouths agape in shock. He raised his mace and swung it straight down. Into the zombie, creating a shockwave. Blood splattered everywhere, terrifying everyone. Liu Feng's expression was cold as he said, You people! His gaze made Jensu sink to the floor in awe. The others were all overjoyed. We're safe now. He's incredible. We've been saved. Suddenly, Trong Vu pointed at Liu Feng. You're Liu Feng, aren't you? The one who dropped out during freshman year. He approached him, saying, I never expected to run into you here. It's been almost 3 years since you dropped out, right? He recognized his old classmate too. Hey, Trong Vu, long time no see. Tuyet Vai and Jensu thought to themselves, Liu Feng is that guy who got screwed over freshman year. This is perfect. It seems they know each other. I need to find an opportunity. Callie walked over, but stopped short when she saw who it was. She leaned against the wall and spoke. I didn't expect to see you here. Jensu was startled and couldn't help but blurt out. Callie, Liu Feng, and Callie went with the group of students to the cafeteria, where he began. To summarize, the outside has already fallen. The cities are fighting on their own, and they can barely manage. Liu Feng explained. The military has given up on rescuing survivors in the central city. I was on a mission with them, but we were ambushed and I got separated, which is how I ended up at this school. This news left them stunned. What? Tuyetvi called his name hesitantly. Liu Feng? She put on a cute, kitten-like act. Then, can you take us to North City? You're so strong, after all. But Liu Feng was the type of person who prefers dogs, so he bluntly refused. I'm afraid I can't. His expression darkened as he explained. I have to go towards the city center. I'm not turning around. Tuyet Vai was annoyed. That's your answer? She thought to herself. How dare he ignore me? Damn him, he used to be nothing but my lapdog. Jensu calmly accepted the situation. So we really have been abandoned. She pointed out that it was the 71st day of the apocalypse, and that recently, there was the sound of artillery, but no army ever charged into the school. Did they fail to reclaim the city? Then she slammed both hands on the table and shouted, And that explosion this morning nearby, that was you! Jensu leaned in close to her old rival. I'm not wrong, am I, Callie? Liu Feng wondered to himself. So they know each other. Callie replied instantly. I'm surprised you're still alive. The Black Gold Witch, Kim Gu, she sneered. If you're still kicking, how could I possibly be dead? Tuyet V was stunned. I can't believe it's her. She was like a background character, there only to provide exposition. She's the chairman of Hang Vien, they say her company, is on par with Callie's Litian Group. The two are business rivals. Both are powerful women in their own right, but they have a bad relationship. Trong Vu was surprised, thinking, I had no idea, miss. Kim was that incredible. He said aloud, oh, that's right. Then he turned to make a suggestion. Liu Feng, since you're so powerful, you should come with me to find food for them later. That way, no one will have to go hungry, he coldly asked. Find food? Are you telling me you're the one who finds all their food? The other guy explained. Mostly it's just me, though sometimes a friend helps me look, because food is so scarce. Everyone hasn't had a proper meal in days. Liu Feng's face was impassive. I refuse. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What? Jinsu watched silently as he began to preach to them. I'm not interested in playing the hero. There are this many of you. If you want food, go find it yourself. The people around them started to criticize him using morality. What? Do you have no sense of responsibility at all? Aren't we fellow students? They shouted. How can you be so cold-blooded? Are you even human? With so many zombies out there, how can we possibly go outside? That's right. Liu Feng gripped his weapon and slammed it onto the ground grimly. He stated seriously, I'll say this one more time. I refuse to help find food, or you can try to take it by force. Effort to convince me. If you want food, organize your own people to kill zombies and get it. The supermarket is right next door. They were stunned when they heard this. There are so many of you, so many male students, and you're all relying on a single mutant, Trong Vu, to find food? Are the rest of you completely useless? Callie stepped forward to de-escalate. It's not that we're being selfish, but right now, outside. It's all zombies. They're even eating each other because they can't find food. Tuyet Vi bit her sleeve in jealousy. Damn it, another vixen. Callie completely ignored her and continued with her suggestion. We'll rest here tonight, and tomorrow we'll go to the supermarket to find food. If you want food, then come with us to kill zombies. Jinsu thought to herself. Their relationship seems very close. Heh. Looks like I'll have to use a little strategy. Time passed, and in a temporary break room next to the classroom, Liu Feng voiced his earlier question, since Kim Jinsu was her close friend. Callie took a sip of water and answered thoughtfully, not a close friend. Then she frowned and explained, my family and hers have a long-standing connection, so I've known her since I was little. This person wants to compete with me in everything. The memory of her made Callie nauseous, and she loves to use all sorts of dirty tricks to achieve her business goals. Her personality is a bit dark, which is why they call her the Black Gold Witch. Then she warned him, also, you should be careful too. Ever since we were kids, she's loved to steal the toys I like. He became wary. Is her personality that vicious? She wouldn't even spare toys. After saying that, Callie said her goodbyes. You've worked hard. Liu Feng also left. Okay, you get some rest. I'll stand guard outside. We lost our bag of food, so we'll have to find more tomorrow. He sat pensively, staring at the fire. Kim Jinsu likes to steal toys. It's not that kind of toy, is it? Haha, I never expected to meet my old crush in Trong Vu here. What a coincidence. Liu Feng stroked his chin, pondering, but people grow up. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached. Jinsu stood with her hands on her hips and greeted him. Hey, handsome, let's talk. Liu Feng spoke up. Kim Jinsu. She waved her hand. Hey there, good looking. Jinsu sat down and said quietly, this must be tough for you. Still on watch in the middle of the night. He replied nonchalantly, oh, it's fine. She said sarcastically, being Callie's bodyguard must be hard. Her personality isn't easy to get close to, and she's full of schemes. Just watch me use my tricks to snatch you away from Callie's side. You're the perfect toy. Liu Feng calmly retorted. I don't think so, I feel like. Callie's personality is actually great. His words made her spit out her water. Damn, I'm being force-fed their PDA. Then she frowned and thought, for Callie to fall for this commoner, she must just be feeding you a little honey. That's all it is. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort. Jinsu immediately moved closer, acting seductive. Say, Mr. Liu Feng, can you help me find some food tomorrow? He crossed his arms decisively and replied, disappointing her, no. Jinsu persisted, poking his chest. I don't believe Callie would go with you to find food. Liu Feng retorted indignantly. Don't be ridiculous. And don't insult Callie. She will use her own abilities to find food. Jinsu was surprised. You can't be serious? Is Callie really that strong? She thought to herself. Damn it, looks like I still need to try a little harder. Neither of them noticed a shadow flit past them. Jinsu took off her outer jacket, playing her final card. Watch me conquer this pure, innocent boy. The sight before him made him gasp. What is this? Suddenly, Liu Feng pinned her against the wall. He gestured for her to be quiet. I think someone's coming. Unexpectedly, even this simple act made the experienced player blush. Instantly, Jinsu frowned, composing herself. You, are bold! Just as she shouted, a zombie lunged at them from behind. Liu Feng whipped out the weapon on his arm and sent it flying with a painful punch. Get lost! Jinsu was frozen for 5 seconds. Liu Feng looked so cool that she was mesmerized. Be careful, she was stunned. I was saved by this man. She looked at the flying zombie, thinking this man repeatedly exceeded her expectations. Jinsu gritted, her teeth trembling. He's just a commoner for me to conquer. How dare he? But then she couldn't stop her face from blushing with shyness. I've been conquered by him instead, in his arms. It feels so safe. Is this what a man is? He must be mine, No. Wait, what? Liu Feng was startled and scared. Huh? What's wrong with this woman? Jinsu quickly realized, oh no, I lost my composure. Control your expression. Control your expression, she stammered in reply. Nothing's wrong, he responded. Oh, okay. Tuyet Vai, standing nearby, bit her nails in anger. Damn it, I was clearly here first. And she swooped in and stole him. She left in a huff. Damn it, I'll remember this. Jinsu also clutched her aching back. I'll be going now. Ugh, my legs feel like jelly. Liu Feng waved confusedly. Just then, Callie opened the door and asked, what's with all the noise? He recounted what happened. President Kim came to talk to me, and a zombie jumped out. She asked strangely, what was Kim Jinsu doing here? Never mind. You should get some rest. We have to find food tomorrow. Liu Feng activated the communicator on his wrist. Chief, something's happened at the base. An urgent notification appeared. Something has infiltrated the base. We are currently tracking it. He was shocked. Huh? What is it? Long Hien stroked his chin and explained, based on the combat logs, I've determined her ability is to disrupt memories and perception. She makes people forget that they've ever met her. Her mutant ability must be so powerful that it's even disrupting the base's computers. Liu Feng replied urgently, what? Then I'll return to the base immediately. But the other person replied, Chief, no need to rush. I've thought of a solution. Liu Feng pressed. What kind of solution? Let us come back, and then we'll talk. Callie patted his shoulder reassuringly. Liu Feng, don't be hasty. According to Long Hien, he was just the commander you appointed, she emphasized. Don't tell me you want to be a second Trong Vu. Her words were a wake-up call. That's right, the underground base can't rely solely on me, or else I'd just be like Truong Vu, with everyone depending on me. Afterward, Liu Feng decided to clarify the situation first, then ordered in a low voice, tell me your plan, Commander Long. Understood. Long Hien immediately presented his idea. My plan is that you two can't return. This thing will interfere with anything seen, noticed, or heard about it. I won't describe what it is to you two, but the range of its ability isn't very large, and it can't affect reality, he continued. Who in the base do you have high-level control over? I need you to initiate every 5 seconds. A kill order broadcast. The content doesn't need to be related to that thing. Liu Feng was stunned. What? While Long Hien was planning, knife stabs rained down, forcing everyone every 5 seconds to remember the mission objective. Faceless smiled while carrying out a massacre, completely unaware that a net was being laid. We can create a trap. The capture plan begins. The steady voice of Long Hien continued. Only then can we catch that thing. Then he immediately added, no. I also need Callie to initiate the forced contingency plan to coordinate with me. Liu Feng was surprised, but she herself agreed. Okay. He turned and asked, so, will that project even work? Of course, nothing is guaranteed, so we have to try. Long Hien explained seriously. I have a method to keep remembering it, pinpoint its location, and then coordinate with the forced project to kill it. Scene change. Someone's footsteps are heard. Faceless is startled by a broadcast announcement. Attention all personnel. Open fire immediately on any unfamiliar person in sight. Non-combat personnel are on lockdown. She closes her eyes. Using her ability, a broadcast is made every 5 minutes, with unrelated content. To me, so I can't influence it. It seems they've figured out a way to counter me. Then she takes down all the soldiers with 2 knives and walks away nonchalantly. But it doesn't matter. I'm almost at the command room. Tsk! A bomb drops, startling Faceless. Then it explodes, filling the area with thick smoke. Even though she can't see, she can still sense movement. 2 figures, with eyes full of killing intent, appear behind her. Long Hien draws his knife and stabs, but she blocks and counters. He grabs the target's elbow. Got you, you rat! Suddenly, Long Hien freezes. What am I doing? Faceless looks on arrogantly as her opponent collapses, trembling. I thought you had some kind of method? I didn't expect you to come at me so recklessly. She lunges to attack, seeing. My true form purges all memories related to me every 2 seconds. This is the power of Faceless. Long Hien suddenly turns the tables and restrains her, forcing Faceless to back away and keep her distance. Shocked, and shouting, "How are you not affected?" Her eyes flash with surprise. Long Hien arrogantly holds out his hand. I wrote on my hand. I see it every time I make a move. He holds out his other hand. It's not just this one. The other hand has it too. Faceless praised. A clever trick. You must be from the special forces. Long Hien takes off his jacket, revealing his rippling muscles, his silence confirming her words. The 13th soldier, Wang Long Hien of the Purple Eagles. Am I right? The scene shifts back to the school. Liu Feng is gathering everyone to make an announcement. All right, I'm only saying this once. If you want food, you'll have to go with me and get it yourselves. And if you encounter a zombie, kill it yourself. The students were terrified. That's horrifying. We'll get bitten to death, but there are so many zombies outside. He silently turns to Trong Vu. I remember you. You're the sports representative, aren't you? You're strong and able-bodied. The guy was startled. Huh? Liu Feng's face darkened. If you won't save yourselves, then why should I care about whether you live or die? Anyway, he turns to leave, ignoring their attempts to hold him back. These students are completely useless. Jensu hesitated, thinking, these students can't be relied upon, so should I go with him? The door opened, and light flooded in. If you want food, then come along. We'll kill zombies and find food together. Liu Feng's team was formed, and they set out. Jensu followed behind, blushing, feeling a great sense of security. Liu Feng said to his companion, Callie, make a bow. I'll modify it. Standing on the street, she touched a utility pole and immediately manifested a weapon from her own ability. After the weapon was finished, Liu Feng handed the weapon to Callie. The modifications are done. Callie, use this for self-defense. Only Miss Kim and Trong Vu will come with me, Jensu thought to herself. Callie has a special ability too. The powers of these two seem really powerful. Liu Feng looked at the zombies ahead and spoke coldly. The rest of you don't need to worry about them, he shouted to get their attention. Hey, you stupid zombies! The zombie horde. Mutations heard him? Come and get me, you idiots. They seemed to have some pride as they all charged at once. Liu Feng didn't hesitate, attacking relentlessly and creating a bloodbath. Back to the scene of Long Hien confronting. Faceless, the 5th-generation soldier king. He frowned and pressed. Where are you from? She tensed her wires into a stance and replied arrogantly, you should call me senior. Long Hien suddenly clutched his head, dizzy. Ugh, it's happening again. Tisk. His opponent's knife was right in front of his face, startling him. He reflexively leaned back to dodge, but Long Hien still got a scratch on his face, feeling bewildered. So fast! The sudden backward movement caused him to lose his footing, making him unable to dodge Faceless's continuous attacks. Both his hands were severely injured, bleeding profusely. Suddenly, Long Hien turned and ran. She remained calm, as if she had her prey in the palm of her hand. Go ahead and run. It's fine. You've already fallen into my trap. Standing at a corner, he trembled as he looked at his bloody hands. What am I doing here? Is someone chasing me? Faceless slowly approached. You will once again forget everything related to me. The words on his hand had been blurred by the liquid. This was her plan. My every move was aimed at the writing on your hand, to let the blood blur the words you wrote. Faceless appeared from behind, stabbing the knife into Long Xuan's shoulder. With no reminder. What will you do now? To face the memory corruption every 2 seconds? She laughed cunningly, slowly following him. Ha ha ha, since it has come to this, I will give you a 5-minute head start. Long Xuan was like a prey caught in a spider's web. Watching the Soldier King fall step by step into hell, she spoke arrogantly. The cruel expression on Faceless's face was truly a delightful sight. 5 minutes. Later, in the underground city, the system continued to announce. Attention all combat personnel. A non-combatant has been detected in sight. Shoot to kill immediately. I repeat, immediately shoot. To kill. Faceless stopped, looking at Long Xuan slumped against the wall. You ran right into a dead end. How foolish. Then she mentioned contemptuously. You are the 4th Soldier King I have hunted down. Faceless spun her weapon, assessing it. Actually, you are all so easy to kill. It seems every villain loves to show off before they strike. Did you know? The 2nd-generation Soldier King also died at my hands. Long Xuan's eyes widened in horror, but he could only powerlessly accept Faceless's finishing blow. Ha ha, go meet your maker. A clash rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, at the school, Liu Feng calmly announced, we need to leave now. A student responded, what? He explained, we have finished our preparations. If you want to leave, you can come with us. They immediately started complaining, you are just making things difficult for others. Don't you have any sense of public duty? That is right. I can't believe Lin Zhen ran away. He has no sense of decency. Shui Wei spoke in a whiny, coquettish tone. Can't you stay and protect me, or at least leave the food behind? Zhang Yu was stunned. What? Liu Feng replied coldly. Sorry, I can't. This attitude made her clench her trembling fists. You Then, her fake sweet facade shattered, and a torrent of curses flew out. How dare you, a poor nobody like you, defy my wishes? Shui Wei criticized as Liu Feng's face darkened. Back in freshman year, if I had not taken pity on you, I never would have accepted you as a backup. It seemed the more she spoke, the more worked up she got, as if her brain had checked out. My family background is so superior. How could a poor kid like you ever be worthy of me? Where is Shen Qian? Did she cheat on you and dump you? The other students chimed in. That is right, he is just a broke loser. Stay away from our campus belle. Liu Feng was silent, but before he could say anything, Callie decisively stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face. Everyone was stunned in disbelief. Shui Wei touched the handprint on her cheek. She was dumbfounded by the scene before her. Callie intimately linked her arm with Liu Feng's. It only took a few words to take down this little brat. If you have no taste, then shut your mouth. You have no idea how outstanding this man is. Liu Feng shivered with pleasure. Ah, Callie spoke softly. She had no idea her next words would make Liu Feng blush. Just how amazing this man is. She gently caressed his face, praising him. He came for me with just one phone call, traveled thousands of miles to save me, protected me until now, and gave me a position and special abilities. Everyone blushed, listening to that heartfelt confession. Strong, skilled, and has great stamina, truly a girl's best friend. Her mischievous hands caressed his body, gentle and kind. Jensu covered her eyes, not daring to look, but she could not block out those words of praise, invincibly strong. She thought to herself, this vixen is really bold. Callie emphasized her retort. A man like him is something you children would never understand. Shui Wei was so angry she was speechless. You, she retorted without a care. I should even thank you and that Shen Qian for giving this good man to me. She suddenly became a picture of fury, screaming. Then she ordered the students. She humiliated me. Get her. Some brainless guy also reached for Liu Feng. Hand over the food. But he was not one to be bullied, immediately giving the guy a punch as a refusal. This brutal scene made the rest of them scream and cover their heads. He lowered his eyes and warned, anyone who dares to touch me, I will kill without mercy. Tears streaming down her face, Shui Wei screamed, he is a murderer. Help! Suddenly, something startled her, and she glanced at a mutated zombie frantically breaking the glass. In the blink of an eye, it succeeded, and at the same time, it quickly bit a female student next to her. She only had time to scream 2 words. Useless! Help! Everyone screamed and ran away. They are inside, run! At this moment, the system panel also took the opportunity to announce a mission. Save humanity. Save 1 person for 100 points. 1 elite, 3 mutants. Rescue difficulty high. This information infuriated Liu Feng. What? Damn system, and I was just about to leave. On the other side, Shui Wei started clinging to her remaining spare tire. Zhang Yu, save me. He did not answer, only giving a half-hearted reaction. Shui Wei. But in his heart, he had an epiphany, it turns out. She only ever saw him as a backup. Meanwhile, Callie pressed, Jensu, we need to go. What is your choice? She nervously clenched her fists. Is it time to choose already? Her eyes shut tight, in deep hesitation. But choosing to leave meant giving up a peaceful life where someone else found food for her. Callie did not rush her, observing in silence, indecisive, just like before. No wonder she could never win against me. At the same time, Zhang Yu's compassion stirred. Shui Wei, we should still join them. Do not worry, I will find food for you. Desperate to live and terrified of dying, she was resolute. Sob, I don't want to. It's too dangerous. This attitude made him lose his patience and shout, Do you see what time it is? You're still hesitating. We can't stay at the school anymore. Tuyet V's eyes welled up with tears. You dare scold me? The beauty's tears made him hesitate. Just then, a zombie ran over and interrupted them. Trung Vu held his club in a defensive stance. Be careful, it's here. She fearfully clutched his shirt. I had just finished speaking when she decisively pushed this scarecrow of a hero forward. Trung Vu was caught completely off guard, only managing to hear the cruel words of the woman he once loved. I don't want to die, he froze. What? The approaching horde of zombies wasn't as terrifying as the reality before him. The woman I had always protected actually treated me like this. Then, his eyes started to lose their sanity. And then, finally, Trung Vu unleashed his power and attacked the zombies. What kind of twisted logic is this? He single-handedly smashed the surrounding monsters and screamed, Arr! Liu Feng, standing nearby, turned in surprise. This power, his ability is definitely not flight. Tuyet V froze, stiff as a board. Trung Vu collapsed to his knees, mustering all his strength to speak. Liu Feng, I want to leave with you, he calmly replied. Oh, his face was filled with determination. I want to become a powerhouse like you. Liu Feng happily agreed. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, Callie said to Jensu, If you're not coming, then goodbye. She laughed loudly. Haha, let's go. No matter how hard it gets, nothing can defeat us. She thought to herself, If I keep traveling with these students, I might get sold out one day. Tuyet V was caught by the zombies and cried for help. Trung Vu, save me! He coldly refused to even look as Liu Feng's team killed the zombies to clear a path and leave. Move out! Elsewhere, at the underground city's command center, a woman's astonished voice cried out. What? Vo Dian stared in shock at the person in front of her. You are? Long Hian's form had changed, and his killing intent was so terrifying that she could only stammer. Mutant awakening. Long Hien caught Vo Dian's 2 daggers with his bare hands. She asked cautiously, So, you've had a mutant awakening? He gritted his teeth and thought, This awakening is still up to me. Then, quick as lightning, he threw a punch. Vo Dian leaped back, dodging the blow. She watched him being forced to his knees by her special ability and breathed a sigh of relief. My ability still works. It seems he only caught my daggers by chance. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock at the incoming attack. She was stunned as she dodged. He remembers me. What is going on? Vo Dian watched her opponent stand up straight and strong, utterly confused. What kind of ability did he even awaken? In reality, Long Hien hadn't remembered anything. He just looked at the scene before him and wondered, What's happening? Who is this woman? Why is there someone next to me pointing at her? In his eyes, he could see it was a little girl, but why did she turn into that? Long Hien's head throbbed as if it were being split open, but he still tried to figure out why the little girl was pointing at that woman. Could it be that she's the problem? Not giving him enough time to remember, Vo Dian stamped her foot and shouted, That's enough! She raised her gun and said calmly, I didn't want to use a gun, but my patience has run out. The gun barrel was only a few inches from Long Hien's forehead. As Vo Dian declared, Although I don't know what your ability is, for the sake of the mission, I still have to kill you. These words confused him, and he repeated, Ability? He slightly clenched his palm, coldly, replying, Although I don't know who you are, my plan has succeeded. Long Hien opened his palm, revealing some writing. Vo Dian's jaw dropped as she thought in a panic, There's writing on his hand. I'm screwed. He always kept his hand in a fist, so the blood couldn't wash the words away. While she was stunned, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Being restrained, she panicked even more and yelled, Who is it? The woman behind her was Callie. She held her hands tightly while scolding. For someone who makes others forget them, the only way is to build a cage to trap you. Vo Dian felt humiliated and turned her head angrily, asking, What? Who are you? She was extremely puzzled. Why can you remember me? Callie didn't answer but asked back, How do you feel? With things having come to this, Vo Dian was so scared she was trembling. Another person immune to my ability. This is too terrifying, but they are still too careless. She fired a shot at Callie, then immediately sneered. Haha, although I don't know how you are immune to my ability. You dare to get close to the Soldier King. You're really asking for death. A voice rang out, startling her. Oh, is that so? The bullet just now pierced through and left 2 holes. On Callie's face, her cold eyes staring at her opponent. Do you think this little toy can kill me? Then she melted her hands into wires that bound Vo Dian tightly and said, I am just a clone. This is an emergency response plan. A forced awakening metal clone that Callie left at the base. Vo Dian, both confused and terrified, asked, What kind of ability is this? Callie gave her a sharp look. Of course, your ability has no effect on a non-living thing. She informed Long Hien in advance. Commander Long, I'll leave the rest to you. After I freeze her, this clone will disappear. He agreed. Got it. As soon as she finished speaking, Callie disappeared, leaving Vo Dian encased in metal, unable to move. Arr! Tears welled up in Vo Dian's eyes. She tried to struggle free but failed. Sob. Then her entire body was hoisted up. Long Hien watched the person hanging in midair and exclaimed, So this is a special ability? It's too terrifying. Then he glanced at Long Na and muttered to himself, Do hallucinations come with these abilities? Didn't they say only patients with the black blood disease could awaken? At the entrance of the subway station leading to the city center, Liu Feng and 3 others were talking happily, their laughter echoing around. He analyzed the information on the screen. Kim Jensu is basically the evil version of Callie, just as the dark events in the underground city unfold. Let her handle it. The screen displayed Zhang Yu's information, and he figured it out. So that's it. This character card with this ability was meant to be drawn? As I thought, it's not flight. The power to punch zombies into dust turned out to be gravity. A future warrior? I've hit the jackpot. This is the strongest ability I've encountered in this apocalypse, aside from antis. Liu Feng was somewhat impressed. Zhang Yu really was something else. A gravity ability is just too cool. He looked at his old classmate sitting cross-legged and thought to himself, Looks like I've really found a treasure. Afterwards, he called out to Zhang Yu, wanting to test the limits of his power. Come on, use your ability to open the subway station gate. Zhang Yu grabbed the iron bars of the subway gate and asked in confusion, What? Open. Open the lock? He reminded him. But my ability is flight. Liu Feng smiled with narrowed eyes and patted his shoulder. Hey, you're underestimating yourself too much. He leaned in close and whispered, I'll teach you. A method. Liu Feng's voice carried over to Jinsu. Just imagine this lock is the person you hate the most, she wondered. Callie, what are they doing? Callie sneered. What? Regretting it now? Callie looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Don't be fooled just because he was also a reserve. He's very careful and ruthless when he acts, she declared seriously. There's no need to doubt how he'll act. Just watch. He's a man who can create miracles. Liu Feng didn't know the two women were talking about him and asked curiously, How is it? Feeling anything? Zhang Yu tried to imagine someone hateful. His eyes shut tight as he concentrated. Someone hateful. Gradually, Shui Wei's face appeared in his mind. Hateful. I've got it. Instantly, a whirlwind of energy appeared, bending the iron gate frame. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah! Callie and Jinsu were just as surprised. The subway tunnel rumbled loudly as dust flew everywhere. Zhang Yu trembled in fear, not believing the scene before him, and mumbled, Oh my god, is this my ability? Liu Feng cheered happily. This is great. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Callie said definitively. See? Another miracle. Seeing this, Jinsu could only cover her mouth. Oh my god, she just realized now, after all this time, none of them had noticed. This Liu Feng discovered his true ability in an instant. Could it be? A thought crossed Jinsu's mind. He really is a miracle worker. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was overjoyed, thanking Brother Liu for his guidance. That was really amazing. Liu Feng scratched his head and replied modestly, It was nothing, really. After speaking, he turned and patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, advising, What's past is past. Liu Feng taught him earnestly, This is the apocalypse. As long as you have power, you don't need to care what anyone else thinks. His expression was very trustworthy. On the contrary, by losing her, you'll meet someone better. And with a true friend like me, you're bound to shine. The two clasped hands like sworn brothers. Zhang Yu replied loudly, I get it, Brother Liu. But his next words left Liu Feng speechless. I'll definitely make you my idol and find a foreign wife. These foolish words startled him. Ah! Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was feeling moved, thinking Brother Liu was right. It wasn't his fault, but the world's. What's done is done, and there are plenty of fish in the sea. Just like Brother Liu, who could make foreign girls fall for him, was his new role model. Liu Feng was speechless and asked himself, Sai, is this what you call guidance? He couldn't help but clutch his head and shout, But why did it go in such a weird direction? However, this was just a minor issue. Liu Feng led the three of them down into the tunnel and shouted, Forget it, let's move out. Target, the city center. Xiao Pu whined, Wah! Xiao Pu hates the dark the most. Is going into a tunnel just like this? Liu Feng comforted her. It is really dark, but luckily we have Xiao Pu. Just as the group started walking, someone appeared at the tunnel entrance. He was Zhang Hu from the Zhu Long Shadow King Gang, a level 8 wall. Then, he followed them without hesitation. The group had descended to the basement level. It was pitch black all around, with only light shining in from the entrance. Liu Feng turned his head and asked, Callie, which way do we go? Down to the subway tracks? She asked Xiao Pu to light the way and then replied, Let me check the map. Callie pointed to the Azure Bay area and said, If we take this route, we can reach the city center. No one had any objections. Liu Feng jumped down onto the tracks, deciding, Then let's get going. After walking for a while, he shone his light ahead, feeling a strange suspicion. Zhang Yu asked cautiously, Brother Liu, what's wrong? He stroked his chin, thinking, Something's not right. Callie rechecked the map and inquired, What is it? Did we take the wrong path? At this moment, he voiced his suspicion. We came down here from the surface, and we haven't seen a single zombie or corpse the entire way. Callie also agreed. That's right. On the other side of the subway, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed. A male voice rang out, all clear. This was the Azure Bay Combat Squad from the Earth Iron clan. Their daily patrols were boring, and they had no idea what the vice commander was thinking. Sending our squad to patrol here is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Hong Mao also said with annoyance. What? That bastard was hitting on the boss, and after getting rejected, he started making things difficult for dating. Our squad. The moment he finished speaking, a fist cut through the air towards him. Hong Mao was punched so hard he coughed up blood, and his mask flew off. Next, his face was stomped flat against the ground, accompanied by a female voice. Angry. Don't you dare mention that pig-faced bastard in front of me. Toxin, captain of the Azure Bay Combat Squad, threatened furiously, or else I'll kill you right now. Hong Mao was in excruciating pain, shouting, Boss! Toxin kicked Hong Mao straight in the face. Get lost! She questioned. What the hell were you guys talking about? He clutched his cheek and hurriedly replied, Boss, you can't let that bastard off easy. Shouted, Be boss! Do, to kicked Hong Mao right in the face. Get lost! She demanded. What the hell are you all talking about? He clutched his cheek and hurriedly replied, Big sis, you can't let that bastard. Fine. Then he sat up and tried to persuade her. Come on, be more open-minded. Make it easy for the brothers, will ya? Zhang Fa chimed in. Yeah, that's right. She was exasperated. What? Immediately, she landed another kick. Get lost, you idiot. To emphasized, let's focus on our mission, the area. We're supposed to patrol? Zhang Fa reported. According to intel from the clan, people frequently go missing here, but no bodies are ever found. His face fell, thinking about his clanmates who had. The 12th squad came to investigate, and the entire team vanished. She held the paper with amusement. How interesting. It seems quite a few things are hidden here. Hong Mao rushed over and hugged Duto's leg. Chief, you can't. Just give in to that pig. Despite his swollen face, he continued to beg. If it's really not an option, that guy from the harbor last time wasn't bad. He already got with that other girl, and his power is impressive. He's much stronger than that pig-headed guy. Blushing with anger, Duto slapped her subordinate. In your dreams, shut up. She pointed at Hong Mao and declared, I have absolutely no interest in him. None at all, understand? He hesitated and pointed back at her. Boss. Duto's nose was bleeding profusely, shocked by his subordinate's observation. You've got a nosebleed. She furiously dragged him away. Shut up, come patrol with me. Then, trying to regain her dignity, she pointed forward. Next time I see that guy from the harbor, I'll definitely kill him. Zhang Fa agreed. Ah, right. The sound of someone's footsteps, running at high speed. Liu Feng's group appeared as if from thin air, rushing in from the distance. Ah, run. The moment Duto saw him, blood streamed from her nose. It was that guy from the harbor. The scene shifts to the interior of the base, of the North City Research Facility. A deep, hoarse voice echoed. Zhuangzi said, Once upon a time, I, Zhuangzhou, dreamt I was a butterfly, fluttering hither and thither, a butterfly to all intents and purposes. I was conscious only of my happiness as a butterfly, unaware that I was Zhuangzhou. Tianxiong's subordinate was at work, amidst the director's incomprehensible ramblings. Suddenly, I awoke, and there I was, veritably myself again. Now, I do not know whether I was then a man dreaming I was a butterfly, or whether I am now a butterfly dreaming I am a man. The man clasped his hands and spoke seriously. Zhou and the butterfly both have their part. This is the transformation of things. Ha ha. From Zhuangzi's On the Equality of Things. A mysterious figure asked, Director, what does it ultimately feel like to dream? He seemed to find the question quite interesting. The man smiled and replied, A dream? Inside one, you can do anything. He then curiously asked the one beside him, Why? Do you wish to become human? Zero, his AI adjutant, answered decisively. No, I am merely curious. Tianxiong turned on the screen. All right, let's get to business. What are your thoughts on Faceless's signal disappearing? It began its analysis. A single leaf can block the view of a mountain. Based on the last activity report she sent, we now know who the enemy is. It's an organization with a shelter named L. The man repeated thoughtfully. Shelter L. Zero presented its opinion. According to our intelligence, they defeated the Iron Clan's mission to retrieve Callie, which you commissioned, as well as the search for the Crimson Queen, a black blood patient. When they entered the city, they severed the arm of our institute's director Huang, made a massive food deal with the army, and purchased a group of slaves. Moreover, their leader brought Callie with him on this current operation, heading to the city center. Based on the intel, I believe, it said, pointing to the screen and continuing. Their leader, Liu Feng, has the same objective as us. He's also looking for that thing. Tianxiong folded his arms. Impressive. How can it so clearly analyze the future consequences from mere details in the intel? Sacrificing one faceless for this information was certainly worth it. What is your recommendation? Adjutant Zero. It coldly presented the information. Inform the Iron Clan and the National Salvation Army to launch a joint attack on Shelter L's front line. Contact Zhu Longban and the vice commander of the Iron Clan. Wait for the matter of the unification cult to succeed, then regroup to encircle and assassinate their leader, Liu Feng. The probability of success is 73%. It then proposed, I request deployment to cooperate with squads 4 and 5 of the External Operations Unit. The success rate would increase to 92%. This figure did not please the man. Only 92%? That's not like you, Zero. Tianxiong's face darkened as he said, You've heard the saying, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Deploy the Institute's entire security force. Zero listened in silence. Then the man gave a decisive order. I am authorizing the deployment of the Valkyrie. Issue a kill order for Liu Feng. It responded, with some hesitation. That would bring the success probability to 100%. But the Valkyrie is still a prototype. Is it wise to deploy it so suddenly? The man dismissed the concern confidently. It's fine. This is a good opportunity to see its performance. Then he turned and added, "One more thing, bring her back to me." Zero was slightly surprised. Oh, after seeing Callie's photo on the screen, it remembered, that's right. She is your fiancée. She's had enough fun playing around. It is time she returned to her rightful place. Not far from the Vin Bich High subway station, the sound of constant gunfire echoed. A soldier collapsed to his knees, terrified of the approaching figure. He tried to fight back with his gun. "Stay back." A member of the ghost squad tried to call for help, his voice filled with despair. "We're being hunted by a zombie, requesting immediate backup." He fired continuously, but the opponent was completely unfazed. He screamed in terror, "Ah, don't come any closer!" The robot's high-tech weapon shot out, precisely grabbing the soldier and clamping down on his head like a claw machine. Instantly, the soldier's head was crushed. Simultaneously, a notification was issued. Objective complete. Special Forces Combat Squad eliminated. New objective acquired. Attack the shelter leader, Liu Feng. The Valkyrie. Activated. It targeted Liu Feng, its searchlights cutting deep into the tunnel. Zhang Yu looked around, puzzled. "This is weird. Haven't we been walking for a long time? Why is it so dark?" Suddenly, Jensu came closer and grabbed Liu Feng's arm. The softness of the contact made him blush. She, however, acted coyly as if nothing happened. "Oh my, I was so scared." Then she turned to taunt Callie. "I touched your man. Won't his girlfriend be mad?" Inside, she smiled sinisterly. "Heh, watch me use my tricks to snatch this man." Suddenly, a long tongue appeared and licked her face. The wetness made her feel shy. "Oh my, you naughty thing. So bold. Callie is right here watching." Liu Feng, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" His attitude baffled her, and she replied, "Huh?" Then she looked up with a start, her pupils contracting. An evolved zombie was hanging upside down, drooling. Jensu screamed in terror. "Ah!" A hand appeared just in time, grabbing her shoulder. Liu Feng quickly leaned away to dodge. That disgusting hand. She shyly leaned against his warm chest, thinking to herself that he had saved her again. The zombies dropped down with thuds, and everyone panicked. What are those things? Just then, the system activated. Pseudo-elite, water leech zombie. Be careful, they are very tough. It then continued with an announcement. Optional mission. Escape or eliminate the water leech zombies. Reward, 3,000 points. Zhang Yu was a bit panicked. A mission has appeared. On the other side, they began to open their mouths, lashing out with their terrifyingly long tongues. Liu Feng used his dagger to parry the blow and then quickly shot out an iron fist. Unexpectedly, the creatures dodged it with ease. Liu Feng retracted his weapon and then gave an order to everyone. "It's too dark here. We can't see clearly. First, let's lure them to a brighter area, then we'll eliminate them." Zhang Yu quickly replied, "Oh, okay." They immediately turned and ran. Light appeared at the end of the tunnel. The exit to the next station was ahead. "Run!" Suddenly, Liu Feng stopped short. Toxin's group appeared in his line of sight. She spoke up, startled. "The guy from the harbor! You look just as surprised." "Toxin!" Suddenly, her body trembled. "Damn it, the guy from the harbor." Then, she excitedly swung her weapon and charged. "Go to hell!" Red Hat sighed. Ha, women. The evolved zombies behind them had caught up, leaving Liu Feng no choice but to run. He closed his eyes and charged straight at her. "Watch out!" Instantly, he scooped her up into his arms. Everyone around them was in an uproar, but perhaps the heavens are jealous of those with beauties, so they placed a rock in his path. It was hard to say if it was good luck or bad. As he fell, he coincidentally dodged a zombie's attack. Due to inertia, Liu Feng landed on top of Toxin. Red Hat raised her weapon and shouted, "Damn it, get off our big sister." She trembled. She thought to herself, "I'm being crushed. I can't breathe. This feeling." Then an ecstatic expression appeared on her face. "Harder. Use more force." "This is amazing." Liu Feng was startled. "Huh?" He quickly scrambled away. "Sorry." At this moment, more and more of those monsters arrived. The zombies were here. Toxin ordered her subordinates, "Open fire." The creatures on the other side didn't even try to dodge and took all the bullets, but surprisingly, they immediately stood back up. As if they were completely unharmed, Tianzheng cursed angrily, not noticing a figure behind him. "Damn it, why won't they die?" Zhang Hu appeared and stabbed straight into his vulnerable abdomen. This situation left everyone frozen and speechless. Everyone was now completely stunned by what had just happened. Zhang Hu quickly withdrew his blade, and Tianzheng fell, caught completely off guard. Seeing the newly appeared figure, Liu Feng swung his sword. Toxin realized things were getting out of hand and quickly shouted a warning. "Brothers, be careful! Getting run through by these zombies is a horrific way to die." Zhang Hu landed lightly and laughed. "Ha ha ha." He raised his knife with an extremely confident look. "Liu Feng, this place will be your grave." He had a vague idea of the opponent's identity. "You're one of Zhu Longpeng's subordinates." Liu Feng gritted his teeth, silently assessing him. His ability seems to be another tough one. He can hide in the shadows. Zhang Hu saw the expression on his opponent's face. He became even more amused. Haha, killing me won't be that simple. My ability is 100% invisibility in places with light. Liu Feng shouted an order to his group. You guys go reinforce them and hold back the zombies. Toxin, furious at his side, held a grudge. You dare touch my people? You're dead. He wasn't the least bit scared and taunted them. Humph. You all better watch your own shadows. He had barely finished speaking when a robot's arm appeared behind him, quickly reaching out to grab Zhang Hu's head. Su Wen appeared in a massive suit of armor. Liu Feng. He looked at the thing in front of him, stunned and in disbelief. What is this? She began scanning the area. When she got to him, a warning message displayed. Target, Liu Feng. Danger level, high. Su Wen crushed Zhang Hu's head, confirming the target. Instantly, that small head was crushed into a bloody pulp. She slowly announced, Valkyrie commencing pursuit. Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock as Su Wen threw a punch. It was so powerful it sent him flying straight into a wall. Toxin witnessed this, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he couldn't stop wondering, why hasn't the Kung Fu Master System reacted yet? However, his brain quickly came to a different conclusion. No, something must be interfering with the Kung Fu Master System's judgment. Just then, she rushed forward once again. Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock, unable to dodge in time. It's coming again, too fast. The Kung Fu Master System isn't reacting at all. At the critical moment, Su Wen's arm was stopped by a cord. Toxin held it tight, reminding her, don't underestimate me. Damn it, you guy from the harbor, the tentacles behind it are strange. Watching the pincers that were continuously attacking, she added, its tentacles can shoot out gas for acceleration. Be careful. It's changing its speed. Hearing her say that, he finally realized. Was the change in speed the reason why the Kung Fu Master System couldn't keep up? At that moment, she used her hand again, lunged forward. The agile Du-Tu swiftly dodged as arrows from an unknown source rained down on the robot. Callie, holding her crossbow, spoke seriously. Zhang Yu locked down her mechanical arms. He heard her and immediately complied. All right, Kim, give me your weapons. Zhang Yu glanced at the two clubs studded with screws and nails, muttering, you hateful woman, you hateful woman. Immediately after, Zhang Yu hurled the weapons at her. The nails dug into her body, making a chilling scraping sound. Liu Feng, seeing an opportunity, praised him without hesitation. Great job. He then immediately shouted a command. Xiao Pu. It immediately switched to destruction mode and merged with Liu Feng. Together, they generated an immense surge of power. He concentrated the powerful energy to deliver a blow. Nano-shock fist. Su Wen collapsed, groaning in pain. Ah! Liu Feng couldn't relax yet, frowning as he thought, that's it? A shock fist powerful enough to damage an elite tyrant's body only managed to crack her mechanical arm. What level of monster is this? He finally gathered his momentum and leaped forward, deciding to change his strategy. To her astonishment, Liu Feng charged in again. Cover me! Over here! Su Wen reacted quickly, her sharp metal hand preparing to lunge forward. But fortunately, Zhang Yu managed to restrain her just in time. Brother Liu, hurry up! A system notification appeared. Nanotech weapon tentacle detected. Absorb. Liu Feng, who was about to attack, froze in confusion. What? The system repeated itself. Orange-grade nano-core weapon detected. Wish to absorb? Liu Feng frowned and dodged an attack, wondering. What weapon? Just then, Su Wen unleashed her power. Rawr! He placed the Omni Gauntlet on his opponent. Absorb. A blinding flash of light erupted, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Liu Feng turned around and realized something behind him had changed, and with the appearance of two futuristic tentacles, he let out a cry of surprise. Nano-octopus arms. The system provided the details. A rank, nano-octopus arms, grants proficiency with all types of weapons. At last, her arm dropped down, powerless. Having used too much of his strength, Zhang Yu was weakened, blood trickling from his nose. Suddenly, a zombie appeared, and he had to use all his might to shove it away. With no other options, he reported the situation. Brother Liu, we can't hold them off much longer. Just at that critical moment, he found a solution. I've got it. Liu Feng jumped up and climbed onto Su Wen's head, using his tentacles to wrap around her tightly as she screamed. Hiya! She struggled with all her might to escape, forcing him to warn the others. Get back! Nearby, Gensu was trembling while fending off a zombie. Ah! Even at a moment like this, she wasn't taking things seriously, and turned to ask a question. Callie, I'm about to die and I'm still a virgin. Tell me what it's like to be with a man. Instead of helping, Callie just joked back, it's very exhilarating. Hearing that, Gensu thought regretfully. If I had known, I would have just found some random guy. That Liu Feng fellow wouldn't have been a bad choice. At that exact moment, he used Su Wen to attack the other zombie. Her eyes widened and her heart fluttered. He saved me again. From on top of Su Wen, Liu Feng cut down several more zombies and then finally dealt her a fatal blow. He turned and called out to Callie. She instantly understood and activated her form control. Liu Feng then looked back and signaled, Zhang Yu. He was slightly taken aback but reacted immediately. Oh! Zhang Yu instantly used his power to send the weapon flying forward. Liu Feng reached out and caught it cleanly, and without a second's hesitation, he plunged it deep. Ah! Su Wen used her remaining strength to raise a hand to fight back, and seeing this, he quietly cursed, Damn it! Fortunately, another hand slammed a knife into her arm. Dutu held it down with all her strength and yelled, Liu Feng! With her help, it was much easier for him to press the attack, accompanied by Su Wen's screams. Thanks. He continued to stab her relentlessly. A system notification rang out. First defeat of an elite-level female war god from the Research Institute. Achievement reward 1,000 points. Su Wen's body fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was completely stunned by Liu Feng's strength. Callie couldn't believe it, that she was taken down so easily. It's over. She hurried forward and asked, Liu Feng, are you all right? He turned and quickly replied, I'm fine. Zhang Yu ran over excitedly. Brother Liu! Dutu smiled cheerfully but couldn't resist teasing him. Tsk, we've let his ego get even bigger now. That cocky bastard. Nearby, Chang Fa, who was on the phone, suddenly exclaimed, Big sis, I've received a report from headquarters. The vice commander has arrived. She was stunned. What? The sound of heavy footsteps drew closer, and the voices of subordinates announced clearly, The vice commander has arrived! The tall man walking towards them was Bi Jian, the vice commander of the Great Emperor clan. When Dutu saw who it was, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Liu Feng glanced over with a frown, wondering to himself, Who is this? Bi Jian was radiating killing intent as he growled, Dutu, but a moment later, his face broke into a radiant smile. I've come to save you. She quickly pulled Liu Feng towards her and announced, Save my foot! This lady has already been saved by him. Bi Jian's face immediately darkened upon hearing that. Oh, and who is this? Dutu pulled Liu Feng's face into her chest and declared, This hero who saved me is my man, Liu Feng. They paid no. On patrol, a voice rang out introducing the place. All right, this is the branch headquarters of the Great Emperor clan, and it's also where I'm stationed. Dutu led Liu Feng and the others inside, remembering to give them a reminder. You all should be careful that Vice Commander doesn't pull any tricks. He thought back to that guy, and a cold sweat trickled down his face. That Vice Commander, rewinding to a few minutes earlier in the tunnel. Tat Tian couldn't believe his ears and shouted, What, your man? Seeing her grab Liu Feng and pull him forcefully closer, Callie radiated a dangerous killing intent. He tried to pull his arm away, stammering, glancing over at Callie, but he couldn't stop Duto from staking her claim. That's right. The man's eyes grew cold and cruel, his voice low as he growled, What did you just say? Without giving. Tat Tian any face. She swung her club right at him and commanded, Shut your mouth! The situation instantly tensed up. Subordinates from both sides aimed their guns at one another. The man clutched his cheek, in disbelief. You dare to hit me, and now you want to have a shootout? The beautiful woman faced the fat man and said bluntly, I'm hitting a bastard like you, who only acts this way because your younger brother is the commander, and thought you could lay your hands on me, you bastard. Tat Tian covered his stinging cheek, glaring with resentment, but he knew he couldn't do anything to her now, so he suppressed his anger and turned to walk away. Let's go. His eyes gleamed with a despicable lust, as if he were plotting something. Just you wait, soon you'll be kneeling at my feet, begging me to let you go. Back at the base, the Blue Sea Bay combat squad looked at Liu Feng's group, as Duto loudly questioned them. All right, you guys from the harbor, state your purpose for being here. She sat commandingly on her chair, her posture arrogant as she looked down and said, Speak. If you people from the harbor can't give me a good reason, I'll just kill you right here. A flash of bloodlust emanated from her. He wasn't intimidated by her presence, just coldly frowned and stated his request. I want to go to the city center. With a mocking and playful attitude, the woman gestured to herself without a hint of seriousness. Oh, and what's that got to do with me? Liu Feng knew she wouldn't agree so easily, his mind quickly working to find a solution. He calmly made his offer, as long as you can take me to the city center, I'll help you take care of that vice leader from before. Hearing this, Trung Fat, who was standing behind her, lost his cool and shouted while pointing, How dare you? Dutu gritted her teeth, trying to hold back her anger. Her eyes filled with disbelief and contempt. Relying on you? Do you have any idea how many men that deputy leader has? It doesn't matter how many men he has. You just need to tell me if you'll cooperate or not. Afterward, you can absorb his troops and expand your own power. Under the astonished gazes of the two women behind him, Liu Feng calmly accepted all responsibility. Just blame everything on me later. Hearing this, Jensu bit her lip and remarked, setting a wolf to catch a tiger. What a vicious plan. This way, you can break the enemy from within. This Liu Feng guy is pretty sharp. Callie also gave a slight smile, praising him silently. Killing two birds with one stone, A win-win strategy? Truly impressive. Her words seemed to hit the mark for the leader of the poison. Her hands, which were toying with a weapon, moved with clear intent. Then, as if reaching a compromise, she ordered her subordinates. Take them to rest, tomorrow. We act. Zhang Fa quickly complied. Yes, ma'am. Inside the base of the Earth Emperor clan, in the room serving as the base for the Azure Bay squad, a curious face leaned in and asked, Brother Liu Feng, how did you manage to win over the boss lady? He was so stunned by the man's ridiculous expression that his jaw dropped, quickly pushing his face away, even as Redcap kept repeating the question, Brother Liu Feng, how did you win over the boss lady? Seemingly done with the jokes, he pointed to the surrounding doors and announced, Haha, you guys will stay here, each of you. Gets one room, tomorrow the boss lady will lead you all into action. Liu Feng entered his room thoughtfully, leaning on his hands, reflecting on what had happened. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Phew, it's finally over. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door behind him. A little confused, he cracked the door open to see who it was. Jinsu, with her seductive figure, was standing outside smiling. Hi, can we talk for a bit? Liu Feng looked at the woman before him in disbelief. As Boss Kim stepped inside, he quickly asked, It's so late. Is something wrong? She gracefully approached him, her voice a little coy and hesitant. The thing is, as a suggestive scent filled the air, her bright red lips parted as she lightly licked them. Then, the woman suddenly shoved him hard against the wall. I want to thank you for taking care of me. Liu Feng never expected her to do this, not knowing where to put his hands. What? Jinsu's face was slightly flushed. Her gentle eyes gazed at Liu Feng before her. Just accept it for me, okay? He couldn't help but be shocked, only able to repeat one thing. What? Just then, the door suddenly echoed with another knock, interrupting the heated atmosphere. What is Liu Feng doing? She broke out in a cold sweat and whipped her head around. Oh no, it's Callie. She quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The light from the warm hallway spilled in. I want to discuss our relationship with the poison. Callie, standing alone at the door, was confused. The empty room made her wonder, where is he? She then glanced around and guessed aloud. Did he go out to shower? Her alluring figure quickly sat down on the bed. Whatever. I'll just stay here. She sat in a rather forward manner, spreading her legs, and wait for him to return, completely unaware that a man and a woman were hiding secretly right under the bed. The atmosphere under the bed grew incredibly tense. Jinsu was so scared she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I'm screwed. This must be Liu Feng's 82nd tribulation. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hiding under the bed, he peeked out, deep in thought. If I get discovered, he shivered just thinking about the scene. Callie would definitely kill me, right? He squeezed his eyes shut, his brain working overtime. No way, I absolutely cannot be discovered. Jinsu suddenly looked down as if she was plotting something. Maybe now's the chance. Callie, I'm sorry. It's unclear what she did, but Liu Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wait, President Kim, don't. In his mind, a clear blue sky suddenly appeared, with a pair of strong legs constantly running away. Liu Feng, in the form of a little chick, frantically picked up speed, but unfortunately tripped on a rock. His entire body tumbled to the ground, crying out, Oof! The poor little chick was overshadowed by a large bird and cried out in fear. The eagle, with a seductive figure and giant wings, smiled. Haha. The female eagle eyed her delicious prey with obvious craving. Little rooster, you can't escape. Be a good boy and let big sister eagle eat you. As soon as she finished speaking, she arched her body and swooped down. Ha ha ha, give up. The little rooster was powerless to resist and was slammed down. Liu Feng cried out in shock, I'm done for. Looking at the hot Jinsu pinning him down, he was screaming internally. In this cramped space, I've definitely fallen into her trap. His face practically screamed SOS as conflicting thoughts warred in his mind. If I move even a little bit right now, I'll attract the attention of Callie. This feeling was like seeing her satisfied smile. The little chick could already guess his fate, like prey falling into the hands of the hunter, the man who was always in another world. At this moment, it was as if he suddenly snapped awake. Am I just going to give up? Jinsu's eyes widened in stunned disbelief at what was in front of her, her whole body trembling violently in alarm. What? Since when did Liu Feng's arms get so ripped with bulging muscles? Damn it. She stared at the transformation, her jaw dropping in astonishment. What? The scrawny little chick had suddenly become muscular, his entire body seemingly enveloped in a powerful energy. Damn you, don't underestimate this Manhwa K from the Golden Clan, which I obtained from the Thursday Purgatory sale. He raised his enormous hands. Prepare to face my attack. The stand's attack was instantaneous, unleashing dozens of consecutive punches. The female eagle, completely caught off guard, froze and screamed, I'm screwed. The chick's fiery eyes locked onto his opponent and unleashed the eagle fist technique. Unable to dodge, she was thrown back by the impact. Ah, I've lost. The scene grew quiet again, both of them seemingly exhausted from the fight. Liu Feng, still somewhat conscious, sighed, It's finally over. Taking this chance, he carefully poked his head up, looked at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out Callie was already asleep. No wonder. She didn't hear us under the bed. Coming up with a plan, he quietly snuck out to find something to carry Kim Jensu away. Suddenly, Callie's voice came from behind, making him jump. Liu Feng, you're back? She was sprawled on the bed, not yet fully awake, but still managed to ask. Are you and that toxin girl very close? Since you're already lovers, get up here and explain things clearly. To me. Hearing this, he was stunned and hurriedly tried to defend himself. Callie, wait, can you let me explain? She pulled him onto the bed and calmly ordered, then you can spend the whole night explaining it to me. They had no idea that Jensu, underneath, had heard everything. The violent shaking of the bed made her tremble, tears streaming down her face as a million questions flooded her mind. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I under the bed? I was clearly here first. Time passed quickly. 4 hours later, in the Earth Iron Clan's morgue, 2 medical examiners were preparing to analyze the large object on the slab. My God, what on earth is this thing? One of them exclaimed, while pushing a rather modern-looking device. I can't believe there's a mechanical arm with such advanced technology. They stood with their backs to the corpse, casually chatting. Quiet down and give me a hand. We still have to dissect this monster tonight. Oh, all right. Suddenly, something sharp like a claw pierced through the medical examiner's body. A pained scream immediately echoed. Ah! The other examiner was powerless to defend himself, standing frozen as the thing drew closer. Ah! A sharp hand ruthlessly impaled him, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Su Wen, looking crazed, held up her impaled victim and screamed, Liu Feng, die! At the same time, a system notification panel appeared. Elite plus rank Valkyrie, talent, Undying King, possesses extremely strong regenerative abilities, evolves and becomes stronger after each time she cheats death, the invincible hunter. Back at the headquarters of the Earth Iron Clan, the sound of footsteps grew steadily closer. Everyone moved to the sides to make way for this important person. Toxin and Liu Feng's group appeared, walking with an air of confidence. Bijian sat imposingly on his throne, looked at the new arrivals and said in a low voice, Toxin, you've arrived. The woman, with a cold expression, showed him no respect and said, Hua Dabian, why did you summon me today? My patrol mission was completed perfectly, wasn't it? Hearing her tone, his expression turned dark and unreadable, and he lowered his head slightly. What did you just call me? His underlings were terrified, whispering to each other with their jaws agape. We're so screwed. The boss hates it when people call him Da Bian. Contrary to their expectations, Bijian wasn't the least bit angry. In fact, his face lit up with joy like a new father. I love it. Toxin, my dear, what can I do for you? His expression left Liu Feng's group utterly astonished. They never expected this fatso could make such a face. Shameless. The subordinates guarding the door glanced over, their minds in turmoil. If we're not careful, he's showing his true colors now. Bian quickly regained his composure and coughed lightly to make an announcement. Ahem, I've called you here this time because headquarters has issued a bounty. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he pointed at Liu Feng and announced loudly, a reward of 100 tons of food supplies, 100 guns, and ammunition for their capture. His aged face twisted into a lecherous, perverted smirk. So, Dusuo, let's join forces and capture them. If you come into my arms, I can share the reward equally with you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Dusuo's whip coiled around his head. She bound him tightly, paying no mind to his fear, yanking him closer threateningly. You want to lay a hand on my man? Her sharp high heel stomped forcefully onto his chubby cheek, as if to release her frustration. And you dare lust after my body? Her alluring, rosy lips parted slightly, her nimble tongue licking them as she smirked. Ha ha! With a scheming look on her face, she said in a low voice, I'm raising the price. Everyone was stunned by her words, their jaws hanging open. Bion's subordinates were indeed loyal, and seeing the scene unfold, they quickly raised their guns threateningly. Damn it! Release our vice commander! Dusuo, are you trying to stage a rebellion? Zenu, standing behind him, whispered to add fuel to the fire. Well now, looks like your little girlfriend has quite the wild side. The thought of the bed shaking late last night made her even more irritated. You dared to make such a racket, all the way until morning, forcing me to hide under the bed all night. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll be failing my title as the Black Gold Demoness. Liu Feng suddenly turned back and threatened in a suggestive tone, if you make any more noise, I'll spank you with my rod. Hearing those words, Jenu felt a strange clenching in her lower abdomen for some reason, her legs trembling so much she couldn't keep them together. Recalling the scene of the intense battle with the little chick yesterday, she blushed, her expression a mix of addiction and embarrassment. What? Spank me? Liu Feng stood silently amidst the crowd of men aiming their guns at his group. Release our boss, now. Suddenly, he glanced over and called out to Zhang Yu, who responded immediately. The young man quickly donned his cloak, preparing to charge, and glanced at Callie, who was powering up herself and her suit. Thanks, Callie. It's all on you now. Seeing that their threats were useless, the henchmen opened fire relentlessly on the group before them. Bang! The clash between the two sides quickly escalated into a fierce firefight, with smoke and dust billowing everywhere. They paused for a moment to assess the situation. A giant sphere emerged from the smoke, enveloping Liu Feng's group. Spend points on reinforcement. Increase hardness! There was an unspoken synergy between them. A single shout from him was all it took. Zhang Yu immediately acknowledged the command. Yes! From his seemingly frail body, he somehow launched countless darts forward. Yeah! Bion's lackeys couldn't dodge the attack, watching helplessly as the projectiles pierced right through them. Arr! Left flank, right flank, the entire unit was annihilated. Another group standing nearby saw the tense situation, cursed, and opened fire to provide backup. Damn it, fire! Suddenly, a massive claw, like one from a crane game, descended from above and snatched the blue-haired man by the head, causing him to stare wide-eyed in panic. Huh? Liu Feng, with his 2-meter-long legs, shot upwards, clad in incredibly cool armor that featured 2 tentacles. They looked up and yelled a warning, "Look out above!" But they were powerless to resist, standing frozen as he took them all down. Ah! A pincer slowly approached under Bion's astonished gaze and clamped down. He lifted the fatso up and calmly announced, "Your men have been completely wiped out." Liu Feng shot him a cool glance and ordered, "Surrender." The man let out a dark, inscrutable laugh, showing no sign of fear. Ha ha ha. His expression turned cold, as if he were still hiding some sinister plot. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. You want me, Bion, to surrender? Bion gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Our Earthrail clan has its own ideals and organized power. You want me to surrender? Not a chance. Liu Feng probably didn't expect the fatso to still be so tough-mouthed at this point, feeling a bit helpless and unsure of what to say. Du Suo, at his side, had lost her patience. She cracked her whip forcefully. What was that? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Seeing this rather undignified scene, Liu Feng's sense of manly honor kicked in, and he reached out to stop her. Du Suo, don't do that. He's still a man after all. Bion cradled his swollen cheek, his voice low, as if he were enduring great humiliation. As the vice commander of the Earthrail clan, he never hit me once my entire life, yet you dare strike me with a whip? This kind of feeling? Every roll of fat on his body jiggled as he writhed. Oh, this feeling is incredible. My lady Du Suo, I surrender. Please hit me a little harder, and I'll give you the key. Liu Feng and his group stared, their faces completely dumbfounded, while Du Suo was even more disgusted, wanting to send the creep to his next life right away. Ugh, you're disgusting. I'm gonna beat you to death. Time flew by. And 3 hours later, on an Earthrail train, Liu Feng and Du Suo sat in the front car, observing the scenery outside. He seemed quite impressed by how advanced the place was. Wow, I never expected you guys could still run the subway trains. The woman next to him heard that and smiled smugly. Heh. With her alluring figure, she crossed her arms and boasted, when the apocalypse began, we seized control of the subway's central command, using the train system to extend our influence to various places throughout the entire city. Liu Feng looked around and came to a realization. No wonder you call yourselves the Earthrail clan. The train continued to pick up speed, gliding smoothly along the rails, as she explained. Moreover, possessing this train is the symbol of leadership for this branch of the Earthrail clan. This train will now take you to the city center. It reminded him of what had just happened back at the base headquarters. No wonder. He recalled Bion's lecherous, perverted face as he offered up the item with both hands. This is the key to the clan branch's train, at Bish High Bay. Now that I've given it to Lord Du, please hit me with all your strength. Back in the present, Liu Feng pushed those thoughts aside, his mind on something else. No matter what, they could finally head to the city center. Glancing at Du beside him, he voiced his concern. By the way, after what we did, won't the leader of the Earth Iron clan come after you? She looked down on him with a haughty gaze, as if no one was worth her attention. In our Earth Iron clan, the strong rule. All you need are enough guns and enough people. With a train, you can have your own clan. As long as you acknowledge the rule of the Earth Iron clan, the headquarters won't bother me. He felt as if he could see right through her, his tone firm as he promised. Du, don't worry. As for your payment, I'll give you double the reward. Tempted but feigning indifference, Du turned away as if she desired nothing. I don't want your filthy stuff. Liu Feng looked at this woman and couldn't help but smile to himself, still so proud. Suddenly, a voice came from the radio in his hand. Li Xin was requesting contact. He quickly connected. Li Xin. The connection is back. What's your situation? Looking at her image on the screen, he repeated, Li Xin, what's your situation over there? Callie jumped up and came closer to report. We're about to reach the city center. On Li Xin's end, things weren't looking good. She glanced at her teammates who were still fighting and hastily explained, we're blocked by a tide of zombies. 3 kilometers from the city center, and we're clearing them out. It seems like someone is commanding the zombies. The situation was unusual. A shocked voice came through the radio. What? Suddenly, right behind them, a massive explosion erupted. Liu Feng heard it and anxiously asked, what happened? A pair of strange, enormous feet stepped out of the flames. A colossal, warlord-class zombie appeared with immense power. Seeing the massive creature before her, Li Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling as she recalled the past. This was the giant zombie that commanded the horde that attacked the army back then, and the oppressive feeling was terrifying. Guo Wei reacted the fastest, standing before a tank and shouting an order. It's one of the 5 warlord zombie leaders of H City. Concentrate all firepower and stop it. His brows furrowed as he roared, fire! A barrage of cannons immediately unleashed their full power on his command. The radio signal was distorted by the noise, and her voice came through urgently. I'll meet you at the next 2 stations. Boom, crackle. The signal died before Liu Feng could get a clear picture. Hey, Li Xin, what happened? Suddenly, on the roof of the train car, a dent appeared with a loud thud, making him look up. Huh, what's that sound? His pupils dilated, his mind racing. Could it be? The man immediately spun around and shouted, you guys go to the front of the train and wait for me. Callie quickly ran off, not forgetting to add, you be careful. Du too, worried, rushed from the front car. To his side, what happened? Liu Feng turned, startled by her sudden appearance. Du tu, why are you here? They both climbed onto the roof to assess the situation. It seemed like something was on top of the train. A loud crash echoed as the sturdy roof was forcefully pierced. An arm with sharp claws stabbed down right in front of her face, drawing a spray of blood, making him scream in horror. Du tu, he then unleashed iron tentacles, preparing to fight. Damn it, who are you? 2 tentacles immediately wrapped around the giant hands. With a yell, Liu Feng pulled it down with all his might. Get down here! Su Wen landed slowly. In front of him, now possessing the Undying King talent, he could feel the shift in energy. His mind filled with questions. It's her again, and she's gotten stronger. Suddenly remembering his companion, he turned to check on her. Du tu, are you okay? Seeing her bleeding arm, he knew the situation was bad. Damn it, Du tu is injured. I need to inject her with the vaccine quickly. Su Wen wasn't foolish enough to give them time to heal and seized the opportunity to attack. Liu Feng watched her movements, shocked. In disbelief, so fast, she delivered a powerful, decisive punch straight at him. The wall behind him instantly cracked from the impact. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of the blow, spitting blood from his mouth. He instantly assessed his opponent's strength. This monster's speed and power have increased. The robotic arm slammed into him with more force, sending Liu Feng flying through the wall. Callie, worried about the situation, had returned and now stood at the doorway, anxiously calling out, Liu Feng, are you okay? He suppressed his pain and shouted back, stay away, it's gotten stronger, even though he couldn't get up. He didn't want anyone else to get hurt. You guys go and regroup with Li Xin first. A tentacle from his body slammed down on the coupling between the cars. Xiao Pu detached the train. His car was quickly separated under Callie's worried gaze. Fearing she would linger, Liu Feng reassured her, don't worry, I can handle this. Su Wen's sharp claws slowly pierced through Liu Feng's armor, lifting his entire body off the ground as she repeated robotically, attack target, eliminate Liu Feng. Covered in blood, Liu Feng spoke with a calm expression. Du tu, I was infected with the zombie virus while protecting you, she exclaimed in disbelief. Huh? He maintained his serious expression, holding up a sharp knife. In a moment, when I turn into a zombie, use this knife to take my head. Du tu panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat as her eyes widened and she screamed, you bastard! Xiao Pu's face appeared with a somewhat perverted expression, its plump lips puckered for a kiss. Good morning, miss. The ghostly thing flew in front of Toxin, acting mysterious. Xiao Pu was charging last night, but Xiao Pu heard everything. She was startled by that round object and jumped back in shock. Whoa, who are you? Turns out the previous scene was just a dream. The smart robot was reenacting the steamy scene from yesterday. You fiend, choke me harder. A little harder. Toxin, looking somewhat familiar with it, asked in shock, Then she grabbed its head with both hands, trying to shut it up. Shut your mouth right now, you idiot. But Xiao Pu continued to tease her relentlessly. Ah, why didn't I meet you sooner? You beast, you're just too amazing. Just then, Liu Feng appeared, shirtless and showing off his 8-pack abs. Oh, you're awake. Toxin was flustered by the sight, blushing and covering her mouth in shock. You brute. Toxin suddenly remembered something and stood with her hands on her hips, asking seriously, let me ask you something. Why didn't I turn into a zombie? I've never seen anyone get infected and not turn. He stopped what he was doing, looked up, and hesitated slightly. His handsome face broke into a smile as he pointed up, because I gave you the vaccine. A panicked voice immediately cried out, "What?" She completely froze, and after a moment, snapped out of it and asked urgently, "Doesn't that mean I gave it to you for nothing?" Liu Feng ignored her question and handed her a weapon. "These are the dual blades I helped you modify. They're much more powerful now." As she took them, he seized the opportunity to make an offer. "I'll give you more supplies. So, Toxin." His face suddenly turned serious as he said in a low voice, "Join us." She was admiring her new blades and was stunned to hear this. "What?" Toxin calmly replied with a stoic face. "Fine. You've helped me so much, I'd feel bad if I didn't join." Liu Feng was overjoyed to get the answer he wanted. He was just short of celebrating. "This is perfect." But she had great ambitions, immediately stating her condition. "But I want to be a mole in the Earth Iron clan. That way we can work from the inside and out to take them over." Her brows furrowed, envisioning a bright future where she would become the queen of the Earth Iron clan. He was taken aback by her fiery ambition, sweating nervously and scratching his face as he stuttered. Yeah, that's you all right. Totally awesome." Then he looked at Toxin's card and was impressed. This character card isn't bad at all. Her detailed information was clearly displayed, especially her B+ rank ability, Psionic Electric Ring, a sharp, long-range attack that can affect the emotional judgment of living creatures. Just then, a notification screen popped up, grabbing his attention. The second level of the base has been successfully constructed. A schematic of the base appeared with a prompt asking if he wanted to spend 2,000 points to build a science and technology research institute, a recreation room, an underground wastewater recycling system, and a mechanical drilling machine. He looked at it and quickly made a decision. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Feng turned to Toxin and revealed, "Oh, right, you don't know yet, do you? This vaccine can also help you awaken an ability. Go on, try out your new power." Her excited and urgent voice echoed from the lounge. "What? Get over here quick, and let's research it together." Inside the modern elevator speeding down to the lowest level, he clenched his fist, seemingly having made up his mind, and stepped out with heavy feet. Xiao Pu was beside him, and quickly introduced, "Here we are. The core area is just over there." Liu Feng and Toxin looked on with serious expressions. He remembered what happened earlier and cursed internally. Damn. When she first tested it, he discovered Toxin's ability was disgusting. Could it be related to her personal preferences? They walked towards what looked like a control room, his hand tightly gripping the weapon behind his back. A smug look appeared on his face. Now that all his equipment was upgraded, he was itching to kill something to test it out. Suddenly, red alarm lights flashed, and a mechanical announcement blared everywhere. "Beep, beep. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Initiating Protocol 32. Countless gun barrels aimed directly at the two of them. Red lights flashing a constant warning. "This is a private research facility. Visitors, please leave immediately." Liu Feng stepped forward, glanced at her, and said, "Damn, hold on." He pressed his modern gauntlets against the wall, creating sparks of modification. A rumbling sound followed the man's actions. Suddenly, the red lights vanished, and the room fell silent. An announcement from the local system rang out, identity confirmed. "Welcome back, Master. Would you like to take a bath, have a meal, or would you like to have me?" It treated the newly authenticated person with friendly reverence. "Master's identity confirmed. Please enter." Liu Feng acted as if he had done something exhausting, closing his eyes and wiping sweat from his brow. Phew. All flash and no substance. Lucky for them I can modify it. I'm truly the bane of all AI. Xiao Pu, surprised that this thing was so easily manipulated, chimed in with flattery. Wow, this system is becoming just like Xiao Pu. They continued deeper inside, and what they saw ahead made both of them gasp in astonishment. Toxin stammered, "This is..." They were overwhelmed just by standing at the entrance. "What is this place?" A vast room filled with countless pieces of equipment appeared. "Welcome to the main hall of the Freddy Research Institute." Complex monitors displayed incomprehensible data. Liu Feng walked closer to observe, unable to help but wonder, is this where they create nano-core technology? He frowned in annoyance and asked, "What exactly is the nano-core system? Anyway," it quickly answered its master. "The full name is the Nano-Core Science and Technology System." A long-winded introduction promptly appeared on a blue screen. The Nano-Core Technology System consists of advanced micro-robots that can be used in military and civilian projects to produce crafting materials, and all items modified by it are one level stronger. You can absorb this technology to further strengthen your underground base, which will unlock new blueprints. He stood there reading it all, a bit skeptical. Is it really that powerful? The sphere was spinning, and along with it, the system's stiff voice suddenly announced, "The nano-core technology virus in the research facility has been leaked. The laboratory's test subject has been sealed, warning that the Freddy research facility will self-destruct in 2 hours." He was stunned after hearing the long announcement. What? Over on the side, Dutun saw something and cried out in shock, "You blockhead!" A pair of feet with strange claws, dripping with a milky white substance, was approaching. Amidst her terrified scream, a horde of grotesque figures appeared. "Zombies are coming!" They were nanovirus zombies. The zombies emerged from nowhere, swarming forward. Dutu blocked the way, swinging her whip, ready to fight. "Blockhead, leave this to me." The weapon she held was both sharp and highly lethal. The Soul Judgment Whip. The skill description quickly appeared. After binding an enemy's neck, the Soul Whip will initiate a judgment, and the whip itself is also very sharp. The woman, radiating power, lashed her whip forward. "Even with a whip, I can slice you to pieces." They couldn't react in time and were struck right across the face. "Do." Two coldly lashed out again and again. The scene was absolutely epic. The long, sharp whip instantly wrapped around a zombie's body, and with a powerful tug, she immediately turned it into smithereens. Dutu flashed a sinister, bloodthirsty smile. Hehehe, Liu Feng, who had been watching from behind, shivered, his mind reeling. He knew he could never cross her in the future. Even her superpower was torture by whip. Those zombies suddenly seemed to melt, then gradually reformed into a pile. He watched it slowly take shape and rise, so shocked that he jumped back, in surprise. They opened their mouths wide and roared, wanting to devour people alive. Just then, a system notification appeared, reminding him that their bodies contained a nano core that allowed them to continuously regenerate. After shattering them, he could use his absorption skill to modify them. Liu Feng's face went blank, his jaw hanging open. They're alive again. He raised his high-tech gauntlets, along with his main character Aura, and smiled. "If that's the case, then I'll use this move." Each finger popped out, forming a large opening like the barrel of a kung fu qigong cannon. The system displayed a prompt. "Please enter the firing command." Liu Feng closed his eyes for some reason, looking a bit embarrassed as he stammered. The 18 dragon subduing palms." A massive energy source materialized, followed by a dragon's head lunging forward. "Flying dragon in the heavens." The horde of zombies, unaware of their impending doom, just stood there roaring. A loud explosion erupted, accompanied by a light so bright you could see your past lives. The screen displayed an explanation. Each time the Kung Fu Qigong cannon fires, you need to call out the name of the move. Different names produce different effects. For example, Flying Dragon in the Heavens is a long-range, large-diameter incineration blast. He held his pose, pursing his lips slightly, thinking awkwardly. The power is immense, but it's just a little embarrassing to shout the name every time. Little Pooh, behind him, watched the spectacular scene and cheered excitedly. "Master is so amazing." Seeing the zombies blown into multiple pieces, Liu Feng quickly seized the opportunity. "All right, now's the time to shatter their bodies." The omnipotent gauntlets activated once again, emitting a blue light, absorbing. After it was complete, a system notification appeared. Successfully absorbed 1.2% of the nanocore atoms. Liu Feng looked down, his expression dark and unreadable. "Where's the rest of the nanocore atom system?" He glanced over, following its directions. On the other side, a futuristic door opened, revealing a cool-looking man with a smirk, when suddenly something made Liu Feng stare with wide-eyed astonishment. It was a vast room with the most advanced equipment, with engineers bustling about on every level, a sight that made the two newcomers exclaim together. "Wow." It took him a moment to snap out of his daze. It seems this is where the nanocore technology is stored. Dutu, standing beside him observing everything, couldn't help but marvel. Is this what we went through all that trouble to find? It turned out that everyone here was already infected. Liu Feng glanced at their bloody, contorted bodies running towards them. It seems the virus originated from here. These zombies were all research staff. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Ha ha, isn't this the fist demon?" Zhao Feng and his group of underlings appeared out of nowhere. "Looks like your goal is the nanocore technology too, huh?" He looked at the hostages they were holding, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Zhao Huang, the boy, and Huang Li were tied up, but their gazes remained resolute as they looked up. "Brother Feng." Liu Feng hated being threatened more than anything, gritting his teeth as a murderous aura flared up. Zhao Feng sensed the danger and slowly began to threaten him. "Hey, don't move! I've strapped bomb collars on them. If you move an inch, I'll blow their heads off." Huang Bing closed her eyes in determination and shouted, "Don't worry about me, Brother Feng." The guy had clearly come prepared, clapping his hands together mysteriously. "And to deal with you, I even found myself an assistant." The sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by an introduction. "Come on out, everyone." Red hat, demon, and long hair, the big shots of the Iron Clan. The inexperienced underlings behind them whispered amongst themselves. "It's the Iron Clan, one of the top 5 powers. On the wasteland charts, not some small city gang we can compare to. I heard they have tens of thousands of members." "Oh, He's a famous big shot from the Earth Iron clan, and I hear they work under a formidable female captain. Zhao Feng smiled smugly, gesturing as he introduced them. Ha ha, Liu Feng, see that? The people from the Earth Iron clan just happened to be nearby, and to invite them, I spent countless resources. The guy, completely overconfident, declared, "You're all dead meat." Hong Mao looked grim and dangerous, growling, "So you're the ones causing trouble for my big bro from the Poison Dragon gang?" The moment he looked up and clearly saw the two people in front of him, he froze solid, barely able to speak. The alarming situation left them both gaping, their minds reeling in shock. Big sis Dusu. Looking at these familiar faces, a deadly red glint flashed in her eyes as she sent a telepathic message. "Have you decided how you want to die yet?" Their faces twisted, unable to speak. They could only use frantic hand gestures to explain. "Big sis, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't know we were capturing you." She gave a half-joking, half-serious smile and issued a command. Then in a little while, "Bring the hostages over to me, and I'll forgive you." The expressions on their faces couldn't have been uglier as they gestured in unison. "Okay." Zhao Feng, in the back, had no idea he had picked the short straw and was still acting arrogant. "Haha, look at them. They're so scared of the Earth Iron clan they can't even move. Aren't they just surrendering obediently?" Huang Li, despite being tied up, spoke up to warn him. "Liu Feng, be careful. They're under orders from the Research Institute to capture you and take you to Callie." He kicked her hard in the face, looking down on her arrogantly. "Shut up, you idiot. Dealing with gangs like yours is too easy." Zhao Feng started taking out all his toys. "All I have to do is press this button." As he spoke, the collars flashed with a dangerous red light, and the bombs on their necks will be detonated. Liu Feng looked from the front towards Dusu urgently. "Aren't those two your subordinates? Is there a way?" Before he could even finish, she cut him off. "Yeah, I've already contacted them. Don't worry." Zhao Feng's group, thinking victory was certain, raised their guns and opened fire. "Shoot them down now." He looked at his companion beside him and ordered, "Xiao Pu, combine." It understood the command. Yes. Alloy tentacles quickly shot out, ready for action. Liu Feng, in his white armor and red cape, looked like a superhero as he shot forward, octopus bullets, firing. Ha! The sharp weapon tips twitched slightly, then began to spin rapidly. The tentacles split into four, and on his command, each one fired a laser beam. Octopus reverse. Ya! Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Feng raised the detonator, still spouting threats. "Looks like he doesn't care if his comrades live or die, so I'll just blow them to bits." Suddenly, his facial features became hideously twisted, and he jumped up screaming, "Oof, oof!" He glanced in shock at the person jabbing a stick into his backside. "What?" As fresh red blood gushed out, Hong Mao made a teasing, devilish face. Hey, the gang leader's hand slipped. The controller in his hand was suddenly snatched away. Chang Fa held it, waving it in front of his face like he was teasing a child. Taking this chance, he tucked the two hostages under his arms and made a run for it. "Ha ha ha! You fell for it!" Zhao Feng furiously tried to catch them, but it was too late, and he could only curse. "Damn it!" He then decided to use his advantage in numbers, waving his hand to order his remaining underlings. "Quickly, shoot them down!" Liu Feng quickly stood in front, using his octopus arms to shield them. "Run! Quick!" Chang Fa picked up the pace, not forgetting to thank him. "Thanks, harbor guy." The spinning tentacles, driven by momentum, blocked all the bullets. Zhao Feng's group stared at the scene, their jaws hanging open. All the bullets were blocked. How is that possible? Liu Feng looked at his new gear and couldn't help but exclaim. The scientist's technology combined with the nano core is incredible. Chang Fa dashed over to his big sis and handed over the item. "Here's the bomb controller." She took it with one hand and praised him. "Good job." On the other side, Hong Mao was still holding the two hostages, showing off his prize. "Boss, we've arrived." His sharp, handsome, and proud face appeared. "Gang leader, you won't be able to detonate it this time." Even so, the guy had another trick up his sleeve, and a savage laugh rang out. "Ha ha, you think I'm that stupid, do you?" As Zhao Feng spoke, the collars on the hostages immediately activated a countdown. Even without the detonator, the bombs will automatically explode in 2 minutes. The veins on his neck bulged, acting on pure recklessness, truly wanting a life or death battle. "This is the price you'll pay for underestimating me. Now disappear." Even though the situation was tense, he still had one. Move, using his Omni Gauntlet to modify the collars on their necks. To everyone's astonishment, the system's voice rang out. Beep, self-destruct sequence cancelled. Zhao Feng never expected his opponent could pull a move like that. "Ah!" Huang Bing, standing nearby, cheered wildly. "Wow, Brother Feng, thank you." Seeing this, Huang Li also quickly joined in. So amazing. Only Liu Feng stood in the middle, looking incredibly smug, his nose growing a mile long. Humph, now you know. The guy was so annoyed he couldn't bear to watch any longer when he was suddenly snapped out of it by a subordinate's panicked scream. "Boss, this is bad. Zombies are coming." Zhao Feng's face darkened as he stood still, not even bothering to look despite their cries. Boss, be careful. He used his sharp blade to slice through them effortlessly. The sharp weapon was quickly covered in fresh blood. His underlings looked up at him with worshipful eyes. Oh, that's the Gale Sword, the strongest A-rank weapon. I heard the boss used it to kill an S-rank mutant. A bloodthirsty expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face. His brows narrowed dangerously. Very good. You've succeeded in pissing me off. It looks like I'll have to deal with you myself. A notification window explained, strongest A-rank, guild master of the Poison Dragon Gang. He paid his opponent no mind, landing a blow right in his midsection, nano shockwave fist. The underlings who were still cheering hadn't even lowered their hands before they were frozen in shock, witnessing the full scene of their boss flying straight into the wall. Liu Feng looked coolly over, glancing at him with contempt. What are you pretending for, idiot? The entire group of Bamboo Dragon Gang underlings were completely stunned. Song Zhong dazedly cried out, huh, while Xin Rong frantically narrated the event. The guildmaster was sent flying into the wall with one punch, but Liu Feng, still holding his previous pose, spoke with disdain. With just that little bit of power, you dare to act all high and mighty? Zhao Feng gritted his teeth as he emerged from the rubble, stepping on the broken concrete on the floor while offering a compliment to his opponent. Very good. Then he picked up his weapon, casually admitting, very good, I misjudged. It turns out you were hiding your true strength, Song Zhong stammered. Unable to finish his sentence, the boss was taken down in one move. The sword radiated a red light, illuminating Zhao Feng's arrogant face. To be able to force me to use. This move means you're quite impressive. The underlings roared as if they were on steroids. That move has finally appeared. The boss used that very ultimate skill to kill an S-rank mutant. He sprang forward to attack, arrogantly warning, watch out, port boy. Then he tightened his grip on the sword and shouted again, Gale Tyrant Slash. At the same time, Zhao Feng proudly declared, even a god would die from this one strike of mine. Meanwhile, Liu Feng calmly gave an order to his smart robot, Xiao Pu, enhance the nanokinetics of the gauntlet. Unfortunately, his hand was a bit relaxed, so he hit the guy a little too hard and sent him flying a bit too far. This scene made the underlings scream in horror. Toxin was just as surprised. What? They immediately ran to where Zhao Feng had landed. Boss, even though he was beaten so badly he couldn't stand up on his own, he still refused to accept defeat and cursed, damn it, you don't know your own limits. Before roaring, you'll regret this. The wall behind him suddenly exploded. As a warning, he turned in terror, seeing Su Wen standing imposingly in the middle of that hole. She robotically spoke a pre-programmed command, target locked, kill. Liu Feng felt extremely annoyed. It was that war goddess again. Still not willing to let him go? Zhao Feng was stunned and fell backward. What is this thing? Before he could understand what was happening, a spray of red blood shot up. The answer for him was Su Wen crushing his head. The entire Bamboo Dragon Gang turned pale with fear. Their boss was killed by the monster in one blow. Then she continued to advance, making Liu Feng even more certain the oppressive aura is too strong. Has she become an abyss, S-rank, or even a lord-level being? No matter how strong the opponent, he wasn't afraid. A bullet gradually formed in his hand. Damn it, you keep chasing me. Do you think I'm a pushover? Liu Feng didn't hesitate to fire the Atomic Heavenly Mountain Six Suns Palm at Su Wen, which was a gauntlet kung fu technique. It can fire 5 energy blasts a day, and you need to shout out the name of the palm technique, and its power depends on the name. Although it sounded cool, he was actually screaming for help inside. God, this is so embarrassing. But he said it correctly. The Six Suns Palm is a very powerful long-range attack, but outsiders wouldn't know that. Red Hat's jaw dropped in admiration. It's a direct hit, while Toxin couldn't help but exclaim, this port boy's firepower is insane. But then Liu Feng seemed to be hit by a technique. 2 figures flickered behind the hazy smoke, revealing half of a woman's face with white hair. Before he could get a better look, Liu Feng was sent flying by a palm strike from the war goddess, then quickly landed near the underlings of Zhao Feng. He felt like he'd hit the jackpot of bad luck, exclaiming in disbelief, this is... Her face was now fully visible, confirming what Liu Feng had just seen, a woman. Meanwhile, his opponent's mouth was still muttering, kill. A red light radiated from the war goddess as she looked down at the target below and exhaled sharply. Liu Feng readied his stance to fight at any moment, thinking to himself, this biogiant has to be over 6 feet tall, right? The oppressive feeling is too strong. Su Wen seemed not to understand what was happening, staring blankly at her own hands, before she suddenly clutched her head in pain, her eyes flashing with a strange red light, and her vision was filled with red error messages. The opponent's condition helped Liu Feng notice something. Wait, she seems to be in great pain. Is the helmet a restraining device? Could there be something inside her controlling her? Maybe I can. With that thought, he quickly ran towards Su Wen with an electric current prepared in his hand, or maybe I can free her from this suffering. But the war goddess detected his movement, causing a slightly panicked Liu Feng to freeze. Even though one hand was clutching her head in agony, her other hand could still attack in Liu Feng's direction. No matter how fast her arm was, he still easily dodged it. The opponent's arm was no longer wrapped in white bandages, but instead revealed raw, red muscle tissue. Thanks to this, Liu Feng realized it was a mutated arm. As he thought to himself, I can't wait any longer. He pushed off and rushed towards Su Wen. It didn't take much. Time for Liu Feng to get behind the war goddess, where he discovered what was hidden. I can feel it. There's a chip behind her neck. Liu Feng hurriedly transferred energy into Spirius, her to modify it. Su Wen couldn't help but scream in pain. Modification progress at 56%, but he didn't falter, resolutely declaring, soon you won't have to obey the Research Institute's orders anymore. Suddenly, she noticed a commotion getting closer and closer. At the same time, the wall behind Liu Feng was shattered by a considerable force. It turned out that the force came from a battle between Li Xin and another man. He attacked while laughing maniacally. Ha, traitor Li Xin, you're not dead after all. Of course, she wasn't one to back down, quickly delivering a kick straight to the guy's face. Get lost. At that moment, Liu Feng's hand was still on Su Wen's chip, and seeing her lose balance and fall towards him, he shouted, Li Xin. Then she suddenly turned around. Liu Feng, you're here? He was just as confused. Why is it you? Then they both noticed Su Wen clutching her head in pain. Liu Feng sensed trouble and said, this is bad. The chip's modification was only halfway done when it was interrupted. On the other side, the strange man landed smoothly. He sneered condescendingly. Ha, you actually want to modify Master Zheng's pet. It seems I've arrived just in time. The opponent is the captain of squad number 4, the S-rank Kuang Xiao. He arrogantly pointed at her and declared, Reaper, you're a dead woman. Do you know the consequences of being a traitor? Liu Feng still didn't understand what was happening. Li Xin, where are the others? Who is this guy? She immediately replied, the others are in the back, fighting, against squad number 4. She then calmly explained the situation to him. The army was pinned down on the road by a monster. We broke away from the main unit, and after rescuing Callie at the entrance of the Research Institute, we were ambushed. The memory of everyone dodging relentless gunfire still exhausted her. Li Xin continued to explain. I lured this S-rank squad number 4 captain, Kuang Xiao, away, and was forced all the way here. You need to be careful. He's Zheng Tiansheng's dog. Hearing himself mentioned, he let out a sinister laugh. Heh. She even brought up his battle record. Legend has it he can kill dozens of mutants by himself, which is how he became famous. Kuang Xiao was extremely pleased to be praised. Ha, get on your knees and beg me, traitor, and maybe I'll grant you a swift death. Suddenly, Su Wen clutched her head and screamed, and Liu Feng realized something was wrong. This is not good. Du Su had just thrown her iron chain, wrapping it around the war goddess's neck, eagerly taking on the task. Getting some screen time made her very excited, finally a chance to use her ability. It was the soul judgment skill, which, when wrapped around the neck, causes the opponent to fall into a state of judgment. During that time, the war goddess seemed to see fragmented memories of her past. She too was once like a normal person, practicing her marksmanship. Then Su Wen collapsed to her knees, completely drained of strength, and Du Su confidently declared, it's done. The opponent has completely lost the will to fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Kuang Xiao immediately issued a warning. You bastards, do you dare touch the Research Institute's property? Before he could finish his sentence, just wait until I deal with you one by one, something powerful burst out, shattering the wall behind Kuang Xiao. The cloud of residual dust and smoke left him unable to comprehend what was happening. What? A sharp claw piercing through his chest served as a clear answer, and Kuang Xiao only had time to scream, Ah! A giant monster, covered in sharp spikes, appeared. A system notification followed. Lord-class zombie overlord, a lord capable of commanding zombies, high danger index, recommends the host to flee immediately. This shocking event was spiraling out of control. 1 month after the apocalypse began, zombies quickly overran the entire city, forcing the government army to retreat to the northern suburbs. Not only that, but the power of the leading zombies also caused the city to be divided into 5 territories, with the city center occupied by the genius-class Red Star Queen. The west city was an unnamed forest, the south city belonged to the Church of Divine Unity, and the north city was the Overlord's territory. The east city remained unknown. Thus, they became the highest-class food predators in this city, competing with each other for humanity, while the major human factions were relegated to a second-tier status, struggling miserably. Back in the present, Liu Feng witnessed the sight of Kuang Xiao coughing up blood from the stab wound through his chest. He could only choke out, What? The Overlord? the Lord-class boss of the East City is actually? It continued to crush him. As soon as she got a clear look at its appearance, Li Xin immediately recognized it. It's him. He's the one who's been commanding. The zombies chasing and trying to kill us. How did he follow us here? Witnessing its terrifying appearance, Liu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "It's huge!" Luckily, Guangxiao wasn't dead yet, despite spitting out a mouthful of blood. He still wouldn't give up. Damn it. He then decisively pulled the claw out of his body to counterattack, roaring defiantly, "You dare look down on me!" Just as the Overlord opened its mouth, Guangxiao was gathering all his remaining energy to take it down. But in the end, he couldn't escape death, as hot blood sprayed out with a tragic scream. Ah, that brutal scene made Liu Feng tense up, his scream still echoing throughout the room. He couldn't take it anymore, immediately drawing his weapon and saying, "This is my first time facing a Lord-class zombie." Liu Feng unflinchingly chose a direct confrontation. Then he called out, "Li Xin, cover me." The plasma baton in his hand was quickly charged, creating electric sparks. Next, he got into an attack stance and declared, "Then I'll use the anti-zombie weapon I specially crafted to face you." Liu Feng deftly used an octopus grappling shot to approach the Overlord more easily. Just as planned, in the blink of an eye, he launched himself into its blind spot. Taking advantage of its delayed reaction, Liu Feng charged his weapon again and shouted, "Electric baton." With that, he swung it high with all his might, yelling the skill name, Blaze. But unexpectedly, the Overlord managed to block the full force of the attack. Of course, Liu Feng was utterly astonished. It actually blocked a full power strike. Luckily, he had already prepared a backup plan. He decisively twisted the handle of his baton. "No problem, eat this." The true power of the plasma electric baton was an A-rank weapon with a double plasma shock and a skill cooldown of 5 minutes and 1 second. Because of this, he was very confident in the plasma shock. But before Liu Feng could get close, its claws suddenly shot forward. "What the?" Its sudden appearance forced him to struggle to dodge, leaving him stunned. So fast! Even so, one of his cheeks was still hit, but he felt lucky. I was almost sliced in two. It was because of that incredible speed that Liu Feng urgently called for help. "Li Xin." It seemed as if she had been waiting for this very moment. The moment he called, she quickly picked up her gun. Then, she got into a ready stance and replied firmly, "Yeah, I've been waiting." Li Xin began to unleash the first volley of bullets. The Overlord was put on the defensive by her counterattack. His two proud mechanical tentacles immediately wrapped around the staff, seizing the opportunity his partner had just created. Liu Feng urgently roared, "Take this." He then used supercharged plasma to split the energy weapon in two. Thus, the four-sword style was unleashed, an incredibly powerful electric current arcing between the terminals. The process sounds long, but in reality, it only took a few seconds. He took advantage of its distraction to strike the Overlord's head with the Buddha's massacre. Meanwhile, the tentacles that Liu Feng was equipped with also followed up with a strike. Octopus barrage. The Overlord was gradually obscured by the dust cloud created from the high-speed attacks. However, experience told him that he couldn't let his guard down. Was it finished yet? And yet, its body was completely unharmed. This made Liu Feng freeze up completely, not even a scratch. At the same time, the Overlord's sharp claw suddenly aimed for his neck and lunged. But just then, something unexpected happened. Su Wen flew out of nowhere, successfully pinning it down. "He is my prey." Su Wen grabbed the Overlord's hand and continued, "Only I can kill him." Faced with this situation, Liu Feng couldn't help but take a step back. He gaped in astonishment. "What is this? Why?" He turned in surprise and asked, "Toxin, was this your doing?" She was also startled by this turn of events. It seems my whip skill restored her emotions. Just then, the Overlord furiously swung its fist, and Su Wen couldn't react in time, sent flying backward by the Cupin blow. After steadying herself, she suppressed the pain and returned the favor right to its face. This unexpected situation made Liu Feng's face go blank, and he blurted out, "What the?" On the other side, Su Wen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, unwilling to accept it, gritting her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a massive hand grabbed her face tightly and then mercilessly slammed her into the floor, causing the ground to crack and dust to fly everywhere. In the Overlord's eyes flashed furious flames as it relentlessly pummeled her with vicious blows. In this situation, Liu Feng tensed up, thinking of a way to deal with it. The war goddess was taken down in an instant, and his own techniques couldn't do a thing to it. A Lord-class zombie is too terrifying. This is bad. I have to save her, or our whole team will be wiped out. He calmly gave orders, "Li Xin, Toxin, move in," to save the war goddess. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, "Gauntlet cooldown is over." While the Overlord was focusing all its attention on Su Wen, he grabbed his weapon and charged forward, enhanced nano-poo gauntlet. When it was hit, it turned to glare, its pupils constricting sharply. Just a single glance was enough to affect the advanced weapon. Damn it, the gauntlet exploded. Hearing the loud noise, Toxin immediately shouted worriedly, Liu Feng. At the same time, Li Xin's bullets hit the Overlord, making it roar. Despite the pain, it didn't stop moving, restraining the annoying machine while opening its mouth wide and sticking out, its tongue to wrap around its prey's neck. Seeing it get closer and closer, he grew more anxious. This is bad. Suddenly, from behind, Toxin's figure rushed forward with her weapon. The Overlord just swung its arm once, and she was sent flying. At this moment, Su Wen struggled up from the ground, rushing to grab the Overlord and push it off Liu Feng. He was stunned. War goddess. She grimaced, using all her strength to squeeze the opponent's soft abdomen. It was taken aback, and shrieked, immediately lunging at her with its other hand. Realizing the urgent situation, Liu Feng immediately gave an order. This is bad, little Pooh. Use that move to save her. Magma Diamond Laser. Cut her! A beam flashed by, severing the Overlord's attacking arm. It screamed in pain, watching the blood flow endlessly from its severed arm. The octopus-like robot arms also fell to the floor, having run out of energy. He was tense, sweating profusely. After using the cutting laser, little Pooh would run out of energy. The Overlord was enraged. With a single blow, it sent both him and Su Wen flying into a wall. The powerful impact made him cough up blood. Leaning his hand against the nearby wall, Liu Feng struggled to call out, Qing Xiao. From where his hand rested, a light flared up and connected to a device. Damn it! The system's voice rang out, absorbing. Nano-nuclear technology. Cannot move during this process. Progress. 5%. Hearing this, he frowned slightly in annoyance and complained, Why is it absorbing right at this moment? Behind him, the Overlord was rushing over. Despite Toxin and Li Xin's constant efforts to hold it back, Liu Feng, be careful, it's coming for you. Even with danger so close, he couldn't do anything else. His hand couldn't move. It got very close and roared as if it wanted to tear its prey apart. Suddenly, a splash of liquid startled him. Unexpectedly, Su Wen had taken the blow for him, a claw piercing straight through her body. She couldn't bear it and spat out blood, trying to snap him out of his shock. The target, the system announced. Nano-absorption at 52%. Liu Feng anxiously urged, Damn it, hurry up, I need to use that skill. The Overlord opened its horrifying maw, about to finish off its opponent, when a sudden sound made it freeze in alarm. The distinct click-clack of gilded high heels echoed. The two people and the monster all turned towards the sound. The newcomer. It was the figure of a majestic woman, clad in battle armor with shimmering silver hair, none other than the Crimson Star Queen, Han Yan. Han Yan looked down from above through the opening, causing everyone to be stunned. Liu Feng's jaw dropped in shock, thinking to himself, Auntie Li, why are you here? Just then, the system's voice rang out, Nanotechnology absorption is 100% complete, receiving a reward of 10,000 points. Other rewards will be unlocked upon returning to the base. Her fiery red eyes made him feel uneasy. Something was off about Auntie Li's state. Han Yan was like a supreme being looking down on mere mortals. Then, wherever her perfect feet stepped, a staircase of blood formed. She carried an air of authority, looking down, her red eyes seeming soulless, which made him think, it seems Auntie Li has lost consciousness. Under that immense pressure, the Overlord shrieked. As she walked past it, its arm miraculously began to regenerate, leaving it stunned. Then, in just an instant, the arm was fully restored to its original state. It seemed the monster had no gratitude, as it immediately swung its sharp-clawed arm to attack Han Yan. Liu Feng shouted worriedly, Auntie Li, be careful! Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the Overlord's body. The attack was too fast to see, and blood splattered everywhere. She retracted her hand after the lightning-fast strike, her face showing annoyance at its insolence, then immediately reached out, condensing blood into a sharp scythe. Without hesitation, she threw it, piercing through its head and causing the creature even more pain. Witnessing the fight, everyone was stunned, especially Liu Feng, who was completely floored. She did it in a single move. The Overlord clutched its wound, writhing in agony, its feet involuntarily backing away until it hit the glass barrier. Due to its immense weight, the railing couldn't hold, and it fell straight down into the abyss. After dealing with the troublesome Overlord, Han Yan turned and walked towards Liu Feng. At the same time, the system issued an urgent warning that the base would explode in 10 minutes. He backed away in fear, but the system ignored him and continued its announcement. With the help of others, defeated a Lord-level zombie, rewarding 3,000 points. Facing the threat of a Calamity-level zombie, it is recommended that the host flee. Survival probability. Her long, slender hands gripped the face in front of her tightly. He had to speak up. To warn them. Don't shoot, you'll be killed. He kept rattling on without noticing she was getting closer. Auntie Li's condition isn't right. but she still recognizes me. You guys retreat to North City first. After I escape, I'll use the teleportation gate to come back and find you all. The situation in front of him was confusing. Oh no! The cape on Han Yan's back began to transform, enveloping them both. Liu Feng quickly reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then, they only saw the blood cocoon shoot upwards, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment. Liu Feng suddenly opened his eyes and woke up to find himself lying on a soft bed, completely speechless. He looked around, wondering, where is this? The surrounding colors suddenly sparked an idea. Could it be the blood tower, situated among massive skyscrapers? His doubtful voice echoed, could this be the tallest building in the city center, Auntie Lee's lair? Suddenly, the door opened, and Han Yan's leg stepped inside. She walked closer, unexpectedly placing a hand on his shoulder, and before he could react, he was pushed forcefully onto the soft bed, her expressionless face staring down at him. Liu Feng, on the other hand, was blushing and flustered. What? System, what is this situation? The system then provided information. The Blood Essence Queen has entered her heat cycle. In her unconscious state, she will bring the person she has marked you back to her lair. It seems she marked you as a contingency for this very situation. As he tried to endure, the system continued to announce a mission. Awaken the Queen's consciousness. Complete the mission. Reward 10,000 points. Failure will result in the punishment title, 5-Second Man. Liu Feng only had time to utter a few curses before his mind drifted into a dreamscape. Damn you, you bastard of a system. This new role made him break out in a cold sweat. What? A kiddie ride this time? The attached toy machine continuously called out, Hey handsome, come and play. Han Yan walked over, using her long, slender legs to step on his head. She arrogantly declared, I'm not in a good mood today, and you've been captured by me. He was utterly confused. Then she lowered herself to his level, using her hands to push his head down and command, Get ready. He had no idea what she meant by that. Huh? Then, a coin was gently dropped into the slot, making the machine chime. 1 coin for a 1-minute ride. She happily sat on him and started rocking, unable to hold back a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun, all while Liu Feng screamed internally, Ah, so heavy. She just kept rocking back and forth with joy. Ha ha, how amusing. She bounced up and down relentlessly, the joyful kiddie ride making him feel like crying his eyes out. No, this is bad. At this point, Liu Feng could only grit his teeth and endure it. Is this really Auntie Lee? This is too terrifying. Han Yan wrapped her arms around Liu Feng's neck, then pressed her ample chest against his back. How's this, little bro? It's not over yet. Take this. The soft sensation made Liu Feng's face flush red with excitement. In the next moment, Han Yan applied a cross-face chokehold and continued to bounce, bringing waves of intense feelings that he couldn't resist. The overwhelming stimulation made Liu Feng feel so good that the world started spinning. He was about to lose it. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared as the ride time ended. Hope to see you again soon. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Just when he thought it was all finished, Han Yan raised her hand with a mischievous smile. You think it's over just like that? Look what I have here. Then she gleefully took out a pile of gold coins. There's still plenty of money. Each coin was inserted into the machine amidst his feeble protests. I don't want to. Then she hopped onto Liu Feng's back. I can ride all day and all night. Ha ha ha. He burst into helpless tears, left with no choice but to accept his fate. The next day, Han Yan looked as fresh as a blooming rose. In stark contrast, after a vigorous night of work, Liu Feng was exhausted and fast asleep. Her plump, seductive red lips curved into a satisfied smirk. Afterwards, she casually threw open the door and sauntered away. Outside the window, a figure appeared, slamming against the window pane and causing it to crack. A long while later, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes. As he fully awoke, he was shocked to realize something was off. Looking at his surroundings, for a second he thought he had died and gone to heaven. This is... It turned out to be Su Wen, clinging to the window frame with one hand while grabbing him, still wrapped tightly in a blanket, with the other, all while screaming in terror. This is the open sky. Liu Feng looked up at the war goddess, but before he could even ask a question, she grabbed him by the shoulder and took off at lightning speed. She carried Liu Feng as she leaped across several skyscrapers in quick succession, then dragged him into a dark room. Liu Feng was unceremoniously thrown against a wall by her. Ouch! Before he could even curse her for being so rough, she buckled at the knees and slid to the floor. As Liu Feng got closer, he noticed blood. Was she seriously injured? By now, he was properly dressed, and while holding on to Su Wen, he turned his head to survey the area. Who knows what Liu Feng saw that made him so utterly astonished. The display before his eyes indicated that this place contained 60 sets of TH-1 police power armor. His astonished shout echoed through the space. Where in the world is this place? Why is there so much armor? He walked around, examining it carefully, then thought, Excellent. This stuff can definitely enhance the armament of the troops at the underground base. Liu Feng reached out a hand to touch them, his heart pounding with excitement. I've hit the jackpot. Then, the specifications of this equipment were displayed. This power armor can withstand normal attacks from light firearms, but it cannot withstand damage from heavy weapons like sniper rifles. Plasma guns, once the analysis at the underground base is complete, can be used to upgrade and produce this type of armor. Like a distracted child, he only now remembered his companion. Oh, right. Liu Feng looked at the battered armor on her body and thought, maybe I can help her. With that, he turned his back and shouted, modify. While Su Wen was unconscious, distant memories flooded back. Soldiers coldly ordered, hurry! Separate them! Ignoring the two children screaming themselves hoarse. Sister Wen, save me. Little brother! The memory jumped to another time, a doctor reported. Director Zheng, the mutation has stopped. It seems to be lacking some kind of stimulus. Hearing this, Tianxiang smiled. A truly grotesque smile, then used her little brother as a catalyst. Afterwards, someone brought out a transparent glass case containing the little boy's head and cruelly explained, look, Su Wen, your brother's body, has been made into a serum and injected into your body. Her face turned pale as she snapped out of the traumatic memory. Liu Feng heard the sound and asked with concern, you're awake? His next words made Su Wen look down at her body in astonishment. Your equipment was destroyed. I helped you make a new suit. What do you think? He explained cheerfully. I've helped you break free from your shackles. Because of this, she heard Liu Feng's voice echoing in her ears and was deeply moved. You're free now. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Liu Feng frantically tried to console her. Hey, don't cry. I didn't do anything to you. Seeing Su Wen try to push herself up, he quickly warned her. Hey, don't move. The chip in your body isn't fully modified yet. It's only at 50% right now, which can only help you temporarily suppress the commands. From Zheng Tianzhong, Liu Feng impatiently raised a hand to stop her. Hey, are you even listening to me? Whether by fate or the author's design, his hand landed precisely on the forbidden garden in front of him. Liu Feng's thoughts and actions were at odds. Inwardly, he was ecstatic. Hehe, but his mouth just babbled. Sorry, you're just too tall. Suddenly, she moved slightly, startling him, and he balled his hand into a fist, raising it above his head defensively. But unexpectedly, she just turned to leave, surprising Liu Feng. Wait. Suddenly, Su Wen turned back and hugged the young man. Thank you for saving me. She hesitated before speaking, but I have a reason I must leave. I need to get my revenge. After that, Su Wen lifted him up and then set him back down. Liu Feng slowly placed his feet on the ground. She offered a few last words before saying goodbye. The chip can help me infiltrate the research institute. After it's all over, I'll come back to repay my debt to you. Liu Feng stared blankly at Su Wen. What? But she didn't respond and turned on her heel and walked away, leaving only a single sentence before she left. Goodbye. Still in shock, he blurted out, she's leaving just like that? He then gave a command. System, contact the base for me. Sarah anxiously looked at the person on the other end of the line. Chief, we finally got in touch with you. He made up an excuse to explain. Things are all wrapped up over here, she reported with a bright smile. The others have already retreated to the North City barracks. Now that you're safe, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Feng replied briefly, his eyes fixed on the pile of equipment. As long as everyone's okay. I also made some gains over here, got my hands on quite a few sets of new armor. He smugly announced his plan. It's a huge score. I'm opening a portal to head back home. A group of people landed softly. On the ground, led by Liu Feng. We're back. Everyone happily came out to greet them. Chief, you're back. He replied softly. Yes. This mission was completed very well. Long Xuan admitted his fault. With an extremely apologetic look. I'm sorry. Because of my carelessness, I let the enemy infiltrate and put the shelter in danger. Liu Feng bowed and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Brother, it's okay. You can't help it when it comes to special abilities. Besides, isn't the shelter all right? Then, he eagerly showed everyone the advanced equipment. These are the 60 sets of power armor I brought back. Go ahead and change into them later. The three of them were stunned by the amazing gear before them. This is... Obi was constantly yelping while his wounds were being bandaged. Ow, ow, ow. Chinmu didn't stop his hands, only gently advised. Just change the dressing a few more times and you'll be fine. He chatted for a bit. That damn Zheng Tiansheng, a single faceless one, can turn the whole base upside down. Everyone around him scowled, trying to hint. To him, boss, shut your mouth. There are people behind you. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. The director is back. The director is back. Obi emotionally ran outside. Director! In response to his call came the sound of measured footsteps. A squad in sturdy armor marched forward imposingly. The sight left OB in complete shock. This is... They started by looking at the helmets. The one wearing an iron mask let out a soft exhale, looking incredibly imposing, then observed the sturdy chest plate of the armor. He couldn't stop chattering with praise. Whoa, whoa, could this be the rumored new type of power armor specially designed for the police? That's under development? So cool. Chin Mu, standing nearby, made a few remarks. Humph, it seems he's gotten a lot stronger. Truly a formidable character. Mei Mei sighed softly as the group walked past. That's the director. Looks like this trip's haul was quite significant. Qian also commented, the gear has evolved again. As a true fan, Liu Feng recognized his idol in the crowd with just a glance. They were both here too, so he struck a cool pose at them, thinking he should say hi, since they were his idols after all. Who knew that his showy gesture would cause a misunderstanding, making Qian think the hand sign meant two of them. Meanwhile, Mei Mei mistook the hand sign for a second outfit. They bit their hands, pondering whether to offer themselves to please him before making a firm decision. Damn it, for the sake of survival, at least he's handsome enough. What are you two imagining? Liu Feng walked with a serious face, silently calculating. This trip was a huge success. I upgraded my talent, harvested octopus tentacles, and gained 2 potential assets, Zhang Yu and Kim Ju. Obtaining nanotechnology also indirectly foiled Zheng Tiansheng's plot. Unsealing the war goddess was truly a massive gain. First, let's see what this nanotechnology is all about. Just then, Callie made an excuse to leave. You guys go rest first. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. I still have some things to take care of. He generously replied. Okay. Oh right, wait a minute, I have something to discuss with you. Liu Feng put his hands on his hips and returned to the director's office, sighing in relief as he reached his desk. Phew, finally. I'm back. While charging Xiao Pu, Liu Feng asked, I've finished absorbing the nanotech system. How do I upgrade it next? It analyzed thoroughly and then requested input. Upgrading the nanotechnology requires 10,000 points. Does the host wish to upgrade? He agreed without hesitation. Yes, upgrade. A cold, mechanical voice sounded out. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade will be complete tomorrow. Liu Feng happily stretched and then wondered, oh yeah, finally home. I wonder what Callie wants to see me about later. The system announced that the Gemini stars wished to see the host. He gave it an order. Oh, let them in. Mei Mei greeted him while the two of them struck a seductive pose at the door. Director, we're here. He was so excited he almost had a nosebleed. It was his favorite idols, Mei Mei and Qian. So exciting. But he was also just as confused. What the hell? Qian felt wronged upon hearing his brusque rejection. What do you mean? Weren't you the one who held up 2 fingers, telling the two of us to come? Mei Mei also added fuel to the fire, and you told us to change into our second outfits. Their wild assumptions shocked him so much he grabbed his head and yelled, what on earth are you two thinking about? Then Liu Feng panicked as he remembered the impending danger. Oh no, Callie is coming later. What do I do? Liu Feng frantically tried to figure out a way to handle this. Oh no, Callie will be here soon. I can't let this happen. I have to get them to leave. He gave Mei Mei and Qian a reason to go. You've misunderstood. Callie is coming over soon. You two should hurry up and leave. They must have misunderstood him again, as both of their faces immediately turned pale. What? 3 of us? Mei Mei bit her lip in resignation. All right, I guess we have no choice. Qian, on the other hand, seemed to agree with the more the merrier idea. She spoke up. Then let's just talk while we wait. Liu Feng couldn't keep up with their train of thought and was horrified. Huh? He was caught off guard as the 2 girls pushed him back. Then the scene changes. The 3 of them are in an intense battle with bombs and bullets exploding everywhere. The 2 of them, playing the role of infiltrating spies, are sprawled on the floor. Qian said with a resentful voice, Damn it, you found us. Liu Feng, playing the role of a domineering CEO with a sly smirk, taunted them. I can't believe you dared to infiltrate my Black Fox a Feng company to gather evidence. You've been caught, haven't you? Ha ha ha. The 2 of them were not only unconvinced but also filled with a competitive spirit. Don't be scared. Let's go together. Each with their own moves, they attacked in concert. Liu Feng nimbly blocked every blow. 1 against 2, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Their combination attack is too powerful. I'm about to lose my defense. Mei Mei and Qian, thinking victory was within their grasp, unleashed their final moves. Gemini star combination attack. They used their bodies to pin him down, simultaneously grabbing his arms and flipping him over, leaving him sprawled out. On the ground, the Gemini grappling technique. Liu Feng was completely exhausted, but still gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. This is bad. I'm about to lose. Their combined attack technique is too strong. But then, he unexpectedly launched a counterattack, striking back, relentlessly poking the 2 girls. Don't underestimate me. Take this. Crow rides the plane. After a successful counter, Liu Feng went for a quick victory. Take this next move of mine! He pulled out something he called his dual-wielding style, preparing to attack. Mei Mei and Qian Qian were flustered, unable to think of a counter and could only dodge. "Oh no, it's that thing, run!" Liu Feng completely cut off their thoughts of escape. Trying to run? Too late. Ha ha ha. He pressed the stun baton, which was crackling with dangerous sparks, against Mei Mei, the bane of all infiltrators, and at the same time, he zapped Qian Qian's body with an electric shock. The numbing currents running through their bodies made them unable to resist, and they waved the white flag. Ah, we surrender. In the end, the two beautiful female infiltrators' invasion failed, and they had to surrender. Back in reality, after his victory in the general offensive, he was dazed and confused. Although I don't know why, they suddenly, while I wasn't paying attention, it ended up like this. Though his face was still covered in sweat from exhaustion, Liu Feng quickly moved to solve the problem. I have to get them out of here quickly. Wait a minute, Callie? Before he could clean up the scene, a knock on the door made him jump. Realizing the situation, Liu Feng frantically started pulling on their legs. "Oh no, Callie's here, quick, hide them!" After opening the door, he greeted her warmly. "Ah, Callie, come in." But another surprise caught Liu Feng completely off guard. Li Xin leaned against the doorframe and said sarcastically, "Heh, Director Liu Feng, you can't possibly have forgotten your Callie so easily, can you?" Faced with the impressive mountains on the woman before him, he couldn't help but blush, slowly saying, "Li Xin." She brazenly pushed her way in. "Move it, I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk inside." Seeing Li Xin plop down on his bed, his heart sank. "I'm screwed." She looked at him, puzzled by his strange, trembling appearance. "Hey, Liu Feng, what's wrong with you? Sit down, I have something to tell you." Then she urged him, patting the mattress next to her. "Hurry up and sit. Hey, are you feeling shy?" He was so panicked he broke out in a cold sweat. "How could I dare to sit down? There are two women under the blanket behind you." At the heavily fortified North City base, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Oh, they failed." A subordinate stood with his hands behind his back, his voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, I failed." Tian Xiongji laughed coldly. "Haha." A young boy on the operating table asked him, "Old sir, can my illness be cured?" The man picked up a syringe and assured him, "Don't worry, you'll be better soon." As the liquid was injected, the veins on the boy's body bulged. In an instant, his face swelled up and red worms began crawling. On the surface of his skin, emerging from his ears and mouth, the man stood with his back to the victim and gave a callous order, "Dispose of it." The subordinate behind the operating table replied, "Yes, sir." Someone entered the lab with a mocking tone. "Yo, Director Zheng, I told you long ago, these intelligent workers are all useless trash." It was Zhao Feng, leading a group of fully armed men. "Leave it to my third squad." Liu Feng's face turned pale, and sweat started to pour down. "This is bad." Li Xin sat comfortably on the bed, her eyes twinkling as she teased him. "Oh, what's wrong? Feeling shy?" He started to move like a zombie, his performance worthy of a movie. "If she finds out, we're all done for. I absolutely can't let her find out." Li Xin stretched and fell back onto the soft blanket. I'm so tired. I'm just gonna lie down for a bit." He snapped back to his senses, glancing at this troublesome woman. "Oh no." Then he moved in close, his face blushing, and gave her a seductive look. "Li Xin, you look so beautiful tonight." His words were sweet, but his mind was racing. "I have to stop her, or I'm dead." She seemed captivated by his sweet words, her eyes half closed. "Why are you suddenly so close?" Suddenly, something moved under the blanket, making them both jolt upright. Liu Feng lunged forward, using both hands to turn her face a full 180 degrees. Li Xin, her beautiful face now contorted, was completely bewildered. At that moment, he felt the danger double, so he had to distract her, and then forced himself to put on the face of a domineering tyrant. "I have a surprise for you." Li Xin curved her lips into a slight smile. "Oh, then I'm very much looking forward to seeing what this surprise is. The reason I came to see you this time is because I have something to ask you." Feeling that his goal was achieved, he relaxed a bit. "Oh, what is it?" Li Xin propped herself up on the bed and slowly began, "You and Callie." The words hit Liu Feng like a bolt of lightning, and he jumped in a panic. "What?" She didn't seem to notice his strange reaction and continued to speak slowly. "Are you?" Liu Feng froze, his pupils shrinking as cold sweat poured down his face. "She found out." But then Li Xin unexpectedly changed the subject, lowering her head and murmuring, "Never mind, what I actually wanted to say today was..." Liu Feng's eyes lit up with hope as the girl shyly covered her mouth. I really cherish what's between us." Hearing this, he screamed internally as a suspicious pink blush bloomed across his face. Could this be? But he didn't notice. Could this be because of her own personal preferences? His arm was grabbed by her, and before he could react, he was pulled close. A movie-like kiss unfolded, and the air filled with romantic pink bubbles. When the kiss ended, Li Xin gave him a seductive look, her index finger, beckoning him. Come on. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered the charming atmosphere. Liu Feng quickly lifted the blanket and threw her under it. Oh no, it's Callie. You have to hide first. She felt incredibly wronged. What are you afraid of? This is the perfect time for me to clear things up with her. Liu Feng ignored her and flew to the door. Oh, you're here. Callie smiled, her hands clasped behind her back. Hi. Under the fateful blanket. The perfect trio. All cursed in unison. You beast. The moment they finished, the three of them looked at each other, stunned, their jaws dropped. Li Hin glanced at the pair, silently cursing to herself that there was someone else under the covers, hiding a beauty in his golden house. The pair, Tian and Mimi, seemed to have been hiding under the blanket from the start, so they accepted the reality more easily. This must be the third person the director mentioned, Li Hin thought with a touch of embarrassed vanity. Could the surprised Liu Feng mentioned be? Before she could finish her thought, the two sisters closed in on her from both sides. Liu Feng's voice drew her attention. Ah, Callie, let's go. Talk in the main hall. He still couldn't hide his clumsy panic. My room is a bit messy. She readily accepted his flimsy excuse. Oh, okay then. Ignoring the two of them pushing and pulling, the pair of sisters, Tian and Mimi, giggled and touched her, making Li Hin completely terrified. Ha ha! Isn't this the great lady Li Hin? I didn't expect you to have a relationship with the director too? Since that's the case, let's get started, she yelped in surprise. Ah! The cry reached Liu Feng's ears. Callie heard it too. What was that sound? He screamed internally, needing to drown them out, and frantically improvised. It's nothing. Let's play a game. He immediately pulled out a game disc and held it up. Then let's play Ace Pilot T. The battle in the game quickly grew fierce. Mayday, mayday, I have been hit by an enemy plane. They're hot on my tail. Li Hin was also frantically controlling her plane, gripping the joystick with both hands, but any attempt to escape was futile, as she was continuously pummeled by relentless fire from the two jets, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut and scream, Ah! Tian and Mimi sat in their cockpit, laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha, don't even think about running. Li Hin glanced behind her, sweat dripping down non-stop. I'm done for. They're stuck to me. Callie's long, slender fingers danced skillfully over the game controller. She focused on the screen in front of her, but she didn't forget her own position. I have a suggestion for you. This recent infiltration crisis at the base is a wake-up call for us. Trint Thien Hung won't let us off the hook. Liu Feng agreed while handling his part of the game. As for Li Hin, she was struggling even more as one of her plane's wings exploded, forcing her to bite her lip and deal with the malfunction. The wing's been hit. Callie continued to discuss the future of the shelter. I suggest that from now on, the base should have at least one light warrior and one mutant on guard. For light warriors, we have Li Hin and Long Hien, and for mutants, there's Truong Vu, me, or your sister. We can split into 3 teams. One team to guard the base, one team to go out and gather supplies, and the main force led by you, handling the main quest line outside. Suddenly, Callie crossed her legs, causing the slit on her short skirt to stretch to its limit. She repeated the question, what do you think? Those supermodel-like legs made Liu Feng lose focus. Oh, I feel it's really soft. No, that's not right. I mean, it's perfect. The battle on Li Hin's side was also coming to an end. The sister pair took turns bombarding her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, unable to fight back. No, the plane is about to be destroyed. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she had to scream. Ah! Her attention caught. Callie turned her head. There's someone in the bedroom. Liu Feng shot up from his seat like a spring. Oh no! In the shelter's cafeteria, Trung Vu stared at the glistening plate of rice on the table and exclaimed, Whoa! This is curry pork chop rice. He reverently clasped his hands together, his big round blue eyes sparkling with happiness. Is this heaven? There's even hot rice and a hot meal. I haven't had hot food in a month. I'm digging in. His hands moved nimbly at full speed, bringing food to his mouth as he devoured it. So delicious, so delicious. Vu Hien crossed her arms, her entire being exuding the aura of a queen. You should see who made it. She glanced at the woman in front of her. So, is the situation outside that bad? Jensu met her sharp gaze and tried to choose her words carefully. How should I put this? She recalled the sight of a swarming horde of purple-skinned zombies on the streets, each one bearing its fangs with bulging eyes. Jensu crossed her legs and gave a truthful account. Right now, the undead are running rampant outside, and they've even evolved to the point where they can dodge bullets. Food is scarce. At the school, if Trung Vu hadn't gone out to find food, we would have starved to death by now. Trung Vu, hearing his name, nodded in agreement, though his hands and mouth never stopped moving. Vu Haiyan's face was blank as she asked dryly, Is it really that scary outside? The other woman replied succinctly, Yes, it is. Suddenly, Exclamations of awe made her eyes widen in surprise. Whoa, this underground city is amazing. 3 stunningly beautiful and well-endowed women appeared, exclaiming one after another. This is Director Liu Feng's underground city? This is so much better than the slums of North City. I feel like we've come to the right place. Wu Hian frowned slightly, exchanging a look with her companion. Who are they? Jinsu sneered contemptuously. What? More people here to fight for scraps? Suddenly, an announcement blared through the hall. In 12 hours, the base will undergo a major upgrade. At that time, all residents are requested to remain safely inside their rooms and do not go outside. As Wu Hian was returning her plate, she cried out, "No." Jinsu seemed quite interested in the announcement. Does this base do this often? How impressive. She rested her chin on her hand, a calculating look on her face. Impressive, but it also has its hidden dangers. If everyone's relationships are exposed, Jinsu's emotionless voice continued, it'll be like lighting the fuse to a powder keg. Suddenly, the plate slipped from Wu Hian's grasp. The crisp sound of it shattering echoed like a period at the end of her social commentary. Someone's relationship had just exploded. Back with the awkward couple, Callie narrowed her eyes suspiciously toward the bed. Liu Feng was more flustered, his eyebrows arching like a parabola. What they both saw was a crumpled bed. The messy blankets and pillows were bundled up on one side, revealing a corner. The bed was suspiciously soaked. Callie didn't hesitate to step forward, reaching out to touch the puddle of liquid. She held her hand in front of her face and lowered her head to examine it. Warm! While Callie silently wondered if someone had been sleeping here, the truth was right beneath her. The 3 beauties panicked in silence under the bed, especially Li Xin. She clamped a hand over her mouth, Callie's alluring face flashing in her mind. This is bad. Even though being with the girls is thrilling, getting caught like this by that vixen would be so embarrassing. Liu Feng scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Ah, I was just resting on the bed before you came. Callie flicked the liquid from her index finger, a knowing smirk on her face. Are you sure about that? After a pause, she shoved her hand right in front of him. Then what is this on the bed? Liu Feng's heart went wild, his face turning pale as a ghost. I'm screwed. That's Li Xin's. Under the bed, things were just as tense. She covered her mouth, scolding herself. I'm screwed. We got too carried away. Callie gently placed a hand on his shoulder, slowly leaning close to whisper in his ear. Or should I say, this liquid is. Liu Feng froze up, his mind a complete mess. I'm screwed. Did she figure it out? He felt like he was walking the Green Mile, gasping for breath. I'm screwed, but it seems even death doesn't want me. Callie offered her own explanation. Don't tell me this is from you playing with yourself. Every single one of her sharp words weighed down on him, making him look strangely pathetic as he cowered. A rush of emotions left him with a dazed and foolish expression, uglier than crying. Liu Feng mechanically pulled at his hair and forced a smile. It's me. He was completely relieved, thinking he'd finally fooled her. But Callie tightened her grip, her eyes suddenly darkening. Then she turned to face him, her words carrying a hint of seduction. Why didn't you come find me? I'm the manager of this base. Even the director's desires are my responsibility. With that, she grabbed Liu Feng's collar tightly, making him truly panic. What? Even the 3 bros under the bed agree. The vixen Callie sprawled out on the bed, extending an inviting hand. Come, I have some things to report. To you. Liu Feng gritted his teeth, feeling like he wanted to cry, his mind quickly shifting to a battlefield of love. Then, Callie appeared in gold-trimmed armor with a cape fluttering behind her, raising her hand in challenge. Surrender. Goblin King, the holy knight Callie has come to vanquish you. Liu Feng's goblin form was even more ferocious, his sharp gaze looking like it could slice his opponent to pieces. Hey, so you approach me instead of running away, you noble holy knight? Near Refuge L, at a high-end vehicle manufacturing plant. Stumbling, he tried to speed up on the road. Xiao Yuan pulled his little sister, Xiao Lan, forward. Xiao Lan ran quickly, her eyes still wet with tears. Her voice choked with sobs. Brother, I can't run anymore. The red-haired Chu Lin peered through his scope and said in a taunting voice, Run, little rabbits, run. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery bullet slammed right into Xiao Yuan's leg. Ah! The boy collapsed onto the pavement, and Xiao Lan saw the bloodstain spreading on her brother's leg. With fear. Brother! She tried to pull her brother up, her voice stammering. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Yuan tried to suppress the pain and urged her. Run! Don't look back! But before she could react, the group with green and red hair, armed with firearms, approached from a distance. Oh no, they're here. The blonde-haired Junhao began to threaten them. Where do you think you're going, you 2 little lambs? Legs? He frowned in annoyance. Get a little exercise, you'll taste even better then. The 2 brothers' eyes widened helplessly, and they cowered in fear. Suddenly, Tuanhao looked up, his scarred face filled with astonishment. Seeing Han Dong mistaking Xiao Yuan's shiny bald head for a ball and patting it repeatedly, Tuanhao shouted with excitement, Ha ha, this is a buy 2, get 1 free deal. At the outer perimeter of the base, Shelter L, the sky was clear blue with a few wispy clouds, and a pair of combat boots marched in a steady rhythm. Long Xuan sat in front of Da Qiang, lowering his binoculars and giving the all-clear signal. His brow furrowed, so tightly he could crush a fly between them as he endlessly blamed himself. Long Xuan, oh, Long Xuan, you're such a disgrace. His gaze gradually sharpened. He recalled the last massacre by that cruel woman. How strange. The image of little Long Ya holding a bright yellow flower, its radiance piercing the gloom in his heart, made him wonder. And another thing, what is she exactly? An ability user? Long Xuan's face hardened. Without turning his head, he gave an order. We can't make the same mistake as last time. Everyone, watch over your comrades. Move out. Da Qiang looked around in disbelief. Report. Ying to Commander Long. The little girl Han Dong. Da Qiang's last few words trailed off, like a demonic whisper that pierced Long Xuan's ears and froze his thoughts. His face turned pale as he asked for confirmation. What? Then he immediately lost control and screamed, Go find her, now! Ah! Meanwhile, Han Dong was still fascinated, manhandling Xiao Yuan's head with both hands. Ooh, so smooth and shiny. Tuan Hao raised his hideous hands, approaching the bargain he had stumbled upon. Little girl, come over to Uncle. We have food to fill your tummy. Han Dong looked up at him like he was an idiot. Xiao Yuan grabbed her hand, trying to warn her. You need to run, quickly. There. Tuan Hao's face contorted, the scar across his right eye looking even more ferocious, as if to confirm Xiao Yuan's description. They treat people as livestock, two-legged. Sheep. He couldn't wait any longer and placed his disgusting hand on Han Dong's shoulder. Little girl, let me ask you something. Before he could finish his sentence, he asked, Do you know of a place called Shelter L? Han Dong suddenly swung and lopped off the hand on her shoulder. His pain receptors couldn't keep up with the speed. He only managed to let out an ah. Tuan Hao dazedly held up his severed arm in front of him, and the surrounding air grew thick. A blow landed, and a piercing scream tore through the air. Ah! All shocked gazes turned to the gruesome arm bleeding black blood. The three men reacted instantly, simultaneously raising their dark gun barrels towards Han Dong. Damn it, just die already. The moment he spoke, a hail of bullets rained down. Amidst the gunfire, Han Dong's afterimage effortlessly closed the distance. As the gap between them shrank, her eyes evolved into a golden color, and 4 blazing red tentacles erupted from her back like a storm. 2 tentacles, moving at the speed of light, shattered the heads of Sun Lam and Duang Ya. Tuan Hao could only stare, frozen, as his comrades were wiped out right in front of him. But before he had time to grieve, Han Dong's hand was already gripping his neck, twisting it at an odd angle. He stared in terror at the girl before him, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, only able to stammer out, Ha, ha. The rest of his comrades must have been eager to go chat with their friends in hell. A ring of gun barrels surrounded Han Dong from behind. Hold it! She shot them a contemptuous, fiery glare as another set of tentacles erupted from her back, piercing all of their hearts in one swift motion. Tu Vien and Tu Lan sat on the ground, watching the horrific scene in stunned silence. Long Hien finally appeared and managed to calm down the killing machine, Han Dong, leaving one man alive as a prisoner. He calmly explained, I have a few questions for him. Meanwhile, in the illusion of Liu Feng, in a forest somewhere, Callie was stepping on his crumpled face, taunting him. Well, if it isn't the Goblin King. Long time no see. What's wrong? His eyes flashed with fire, turning his humiliation into strength. Damn it! Liu Feng roared and knocked Callie's foot away, shouting, Get off me! His expression turned serious and dangerous, his eyes filled with resolve. Hiya! Take this! My attack. Liu Feng gripped a spiky club that was swirling with a golden external force, the great mace of the Goblin King. Callie's expression changed instantly as she stammered, This is. Having regained his confidence, Liu Feng arrogantly declared, Just take my attack and become my prisoner. Unfazed, she swung her hand to create a protective circle of light in front of her. Not a chance, Holy Shield. Liu Feng swung his weapon once more, shouting, Great mace of the Goblin King, attack! Instantly, Callie's shield shattered into a million pieces. Callie peeked an eye open after the aftershock. Damn it, don't think you can beat me that easily. She frantically swung her arm to activate a new skill. Don't think I've surrendered, Holy Healing Art. Let's continue this fight. The two then rushed at each other again, beginning a new round of battle. They went back and forth, unleashing their skills. Take this, great mace of the Goblin King, Holy Light Art. Another battle began, and as a result, the 3 people under the bed had to listen to them playing games all night long. Ahem, just playing games. Don't let your mind wander. Li Hin covered her mouth, too terrified to comment, while Mai Mai shivered and said, That's just too terrifying. Thien Thien, on the other hand, stiffly stated the shocking figure. 5 hours. At the massive base in the northern city, inside the Research Institute's conference room, and Nuuk announced, "The signal from the National Salvation Army has vanished." Her fingers moved non-stop across the screen. The last signal from the Faceless was 2 kilometers away before it disappeared, so we can basically determine the base's perimeter. Dean Hung sat with his hands clasped, lost in thought. "So we've basically confirmed the enemy's position, right?" The location of that director, Liu Feng, standing next to him, laughed heartily in response. "Got it, no problem." Dean Hung quickly assigned the mission to his subordinate. "You'll be in charge of this operation." He carefully laid out the mission objectives. Trong Tiafeng, destroy the shelter, kill Liu Feng, retrieve the nano-technology, and bring Callie back. His subordinate cheerfully agreed. "All right, old master. You just wait and see." Then he clenched his fist, a menacing grin on his face. He actually dared to touch the old master's woman. "I'll make him regret being born into this world." Dean Hung immediately shot back. "That woman is a trivial matter." Tu Feng's group of 3 immediately departed. "Haha, that's our old master for you. So cold when it comes to women. Let's move out and deal with that shelter." When he was the only one left in the room, Dean Hung turned his aged gaze to a photograph on the desk. He lifted the picture, softly whispering her name, Callie. Then, his fingers suddenly crushed the frame, his eyes blazing with rage as he ground his teeth, hissing through clenched teeth. "Callie, you will forever belong only to me." Meanwhile, Liu Feng was lying in bed, slowly blinking himself awake. He saw the back of a girl cooking in the kitchen and called out, "Callie?" The girl, whose long legs were on full display beneath a thin, oversized shirt, turned her head and smiled gently. "Oh, good morning. I'm making breakfast. Just wait a minute." But that word seemed to unlock something in his mind. Breakfast? Then, his jaw dropped in shock as he remembered. Oh no, Li Hin and the other 2 were probably still under the bed. He flipped over and dove headfirst towards the floor, worried sick. "I'm screwed, I'm totally screwed." But to his surprise, what greeted him was a clean, empty space under the bed. They already left? Callie walked over with a plate of food, recapturing his attention. "What are you looking for?" She leaned down slightly, giving him a generous view of her ample soul, and offered him the plate. "Eat breakfast first." Liu Feng stared at Callie, mesmerized, his face flushing as he daydreamed. Wow, to have a girlfriend like this? What more could anyone ask for? He immediately grabbed the pancake with both hands and began to wolf it down. So delicious, so delicious. Callie's cooking was incredible. The beautiful girl in front of him advised, "Eat slowly. We have a meeting in a little while. Don't forget." Just then, an announcement over the loudspeakers echoed from the main hall into the bedroom. "Nanotech system upgrade complete." Liu Feng forgot all about eating, exclaiming, "Ah!" The sound of high heels clicking rapidly down the corridor was followed by a clamor. The entire underground city has received a major upgrade. Han Dong's and Tan Muk's groups excitedly rushed toward the main hall. "Hurry, hurry! I heard the underground city got an upgrade. Let's go to the main hall and check it out." Liu Feng led his harem and opened the door. The crowd below roared with praise. "Wow, the shelter is beautiful. I can't believe it's this amazing after the upgrade." Oh, in the middle of the hall, the information pillar was still broadcasting announcements. "Nano-core technology upgrade successful. The nano-core has appeared in the main hall. A new map has appeared, please check." Mixed in the crowd with Zhang Yu, Jensu exclaimed, "It's a miracle. Is this his true power?" 2 rows of elite armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Callie announced, "The guard room at the main gate has been upgraded too." The robotic announcement continued steadily. "This upgrade will also advance the technology of the entire underground city, upgrading and strengthening all defenses. Of course, at the same time, power consumption will also increase. Specifically, the core energy unit can be developed, and the power plant will also be upgraded. Host, please search for more nuclear energy sources." Callie crossed her arms, not holding back her praise. An underground city of this scale being upgraded overnight, no matter how many times I see it, it still feels like a miracle. Anne Thien covered her mouth, overcome with emotion. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. As for OB, even though he had known Liu Feng for a long time, he still found it hard to believe. The underground city's efficiency has increased by 20%, and the power supply has increased by 10%. This is just terrifying. Everyone was focused on assessing the situation. Although they didn't know how Liu Feng managed to upgrade it as if by magic, this place was truly a city full of miracles. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards that miracle worker. Zhang Wen's bright eyes widened. Haha, as expected of Brother Feng. In the end, everyone looked admiringly at Liu Feng's back as he stood on the railing, the creator of all these miracles. The great man was focused on reading the notification from the fully updated shelter system. A new reward map has been sent. Please check. Because of the nanomask technology in Yuan's hands, he has made more deployments to deal with you. Main quest update. Defeat Zheng Tiansheng's Research Institute. Reward 20,000. Side quest. Obtain more energy cores, reward 5,000. He clenched his jaw, his mind drifting away. This Zheng Tiansheng captured Callie, led to the anomalous mutation, shamelessly experimented on human bodies, and has been opposing me at every turn. The image of Xin Tong appeared in his mind, causing Liu Feng's expression to darken, and even more despicably, he wants to capture my adorable little sister. Callie looked over, her gaze seeming to anticipate his next move, and as expected, he began to speak. I know many people don't believe my slogan about saving humanity, but I still have to say it. He raised his right fist high, shouting with great spirit, humanity will prevail, we will live on. The crowd below erupted, and everyone cheered in unison. Zob laughed heartily. Well done. A single slogan can unite everyone. After the rally, Liu Feng turned his attention to Callie. She never held back her praise for him. You already have the makings of an elite leader. Liu Feng didn't seem to care much, walking away decisively, summoned the officers for a meeting. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Long Xuan, who was standing alone in the path. But surprisingly, that cold man gave him a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Liu Feng felt a bit awkward for a moment and walked past. In the command room, he began seriously. All right, this strategy meeting will now begin. He sat in the center, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at the group before him. I've summoned all you officers here to discuss the coming crisis. We've been targeted by Zheng Tiansheng of the Research Institute. Liu Feng, sitting in the commander's seat, started the meeting. Before we discuss this matter, let's have each department report on their current status first. As he spoke, images of new, state-of-the-art weapons appeared. After the upgrade, besides increasing production efficiency, due to the upgraded AI, the shelter can also produce new bases and automated defense weapons. These have all gone through simulations and possess outstanding advantages. The weapons can automatically distinguish between friend and foe and open fire automatically, which can greatly enhance the base's defensive capabilities. Liu Feng's sharp gaze narrowed slightly as he mentioned the armed forces. Currently, the shelter can support about 1,000 people, produce weapons and armor to equip 100 soldiers, and can withstand most light arms fire. After hearing the report, those in the meeting were all astonished. Wow, that's incredible. Has the base really developed to this level? Not stopping there, he continued to speak slowly. In addition, the nanotechnology also brings a new category of new tech. Nanotechnology can absorb a massive amount of energy from the sea. Currently, this technology cannot be unlocked because the base is not near the sea. Li Xin, who had been listening silently and intently, upon hearing this, thought to herself admiringly, no wonder Liu Feng was so insistent on finding this nanotechnology. Science and technology are truly profitable. As soon as the chairman finished speaking, Callie gracefully placed her curvy rear on the table. Well then, it's my turn to report. Her attitude was a bit hard to read as she brought up this issue. Our current population greatly affects the shelter's development. At the moment, our food supply is sufficient, so it's time to expand the base. She clapped her beautiful hands together and made an introduction. For that reason, I'd like to recommend a talented individual to become an officer and assist us. The Black Gold Witch, Kim Gensu, who specializes in manipulating people's minds, appeared with a seductive and noble air. She waved and smiled warmly. Hi. Hello, everyone. From now on, we'll all be colleagues, huh? The whole group. They never expected this person to be the one nominated. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. What? Callie calmly addressed the concerns of her former colleagues. Gensu has extensive experience in management. I've already discussed it with the director. There's no problem letting her handle personnel recruitment. She maintained an indifferent attitude, a scheming smile appearing along with her thoughts. Very good. The first step is complete. Next, watch me devour Liu Feng step by step. Zob didn't seem too pleased with this woman, his face hidden behind his arm as he secretly assessed her. Did Liu Feng recommend this woman just to recruit people? He looked at their harmonious scene and had to admit it was interesting. In this underground city, everyone seems united, but each person has their own faction. But this Liu Feng united everyone based on his strength. Her sharp gaze swept over them, assessing. Li Xin and Sarah were the first ones to enter the underground city. They already have a small group around them. Next, the two strong men in the team didn't escape her observation either. After that was his senior brother, the military faction. Da Qiang was originally one of Callie's people, but after joining Liu Feng, he was placed under Long Xuan's management. Gensu's mind raced, so Callie wants to drag me into this. Her fingers gently touched her plump lips. Her eyes, unable to hide her infatuation, able to make a group of geniuses obediently submit. Her thoughts paused as she looked at this man, this leader of ours. Liu Feng had a clueless expression. He waved his hand to move on. All right, next topic. He was completely unaware that Gensu had secretly sized him up from head to toe. She's truly not simple. This time, it was OB's turn to report on the situation. There was too much information, so he had prepared it on paper. Currently, the population of the underground city is 231 people. The efficiency of the underground city has increased by 20%, and the power supply has increased by 10%. At present, the power station can only provide power for half a year. We need to find a new energy core. His hand pointed to the design schematic beside him as he announced. In addition, the 3 lower floors have also been completed. As he spoke, detailed, images appeared. 3 projects have been completed. The research department can now research new items, and the entertainment area will be put into use later. The underground sewage circulation system can help improve sanitation and the reservoir system. He seemed to be almost finished reading the 2 papers in his hand. He lowered his head and stated his suggestion. Currently, the research department doesn't have a research team, so we need to recruit this type of talent as soon as possible. Liu Feng wasn't tired at all from listening to the long report and quickly turned to the remaining man. Great, you've worked hard. Let's move on to the next topic. Long Xuan pointed to the display screen, mentioning the information he had gathered. I rescued 2 children while on patrol. According to them, the National Salvation Army received orders from the North City Research Institute to find our base. An image of their den appeared as he spoke. They are occupying a nearby military base, and at the same time, capturing a large number of survivors to serve as military provisions. Hearing those last 2 words, Liu Feng froze, shocked to his core. Military provisions? The Qiang couldn't even keep his composure, jumping up and raising his fist. Damn it, those beasts. I have to kill them. Liu Feng frowned and called out in a deep voice. Da Qiang! He was pulled back by Callie's words. Calm down. It seemed the information from Long Xuan didn't faze her. Her calm state helped stabilize everyone. Then she began to slowly analyze the situation under Liu Feng's inscrutable expression. The director is not wrong. There is a trap here. Don't let your emotions take over. Zheng Tianxiong clearly sent them to probe the shelter, and they can use this missing squad to determine the general area of our base's location. Her words were a wake-up call for everyone, and they suddenly understood the problem. Oh, so this was the director's strategy? That's brilliant. She crossed her legs, looking down arrogantly as she asked, I'm not wrong, am I? Director Liu Feng was bowing his head, looking pensive, but in reality, he hadn't thought that far ahead at all. His mind was filled with 10,000 question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What are you people talking about? How did they imagine all that? Meanwhile, OB's group was still continuously praising their leader. Wow, as expected of the director, he's so brilliant. Those words only made him more confused, and he silently cursed, What the hell are you all chattering about? Liu Feng's lips parted as if he was about to say something earth-shattering, his expression dark and cool. Yes, that's correct. Internally, another conflict raged. How could he sit here and pretend this was all expected? What if they asked me for a strategy to deal with it? Speak of the devil. Sarah raised her hand to speak. So, how should we handle this? He jolted, his thoughts racing chaotically. It's here. It just happened. I told myself not to show off. Beads of sweat broke out as he forced his brain to work at full capacity. What should I do? What should I do? A thought quickly flashed through his mind. I've got it. The great buck-passing technique. Without hesitation, Liu Feng threw this hot potato to someone else. Long Xuan, what do you think? It seemed the other party already knew this man would do this. His brows furrowed as he thought to himself. As expected, he won't let me off the hook so easily. I must perform well to atone for my mistakes. An image of the National Salvation Army's base appeared, and Long Xuan, with a serious expression, raised his hand and made a proposal. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We must take the initiative and attack, taking down this stronghold and cut off their lackeys. His calm and steady voice laid out the necessary actions. We need to recruit a large number of troops in the near future. At the very least, we must. Increasing the guard detail to 60 people, he sealed the deal with a flawless statement, saying that he would personally lead the team, and with the addition of the mutants, they could wipe them all out. The man let out a sigh of relief as if he had just dodged a bullet. It worked. Liu Feng's earlier decision was indeed the right one. He jumped to his feet in praise. Commander Long Xian, well said. I will divide the soldiers into 3 teams. 1 to defend the base, 1 to go out on security sweeps, and 1 to carry out missions with me. The other departments should complete their own tasks. His eyes radiated a deadly killing intent. He raised his fist, showing his determination. But we don't need the full 60 people. I'll take a few into North City to gather intelligence first, then I'll personally lead a team with Long Xian to annihilate the National Salvation Army. In the imposing director's office, Liu Feng was diligently crafting something. The process seemed to be draining a lot of his energy, leaving the man panting heavily. It turns out he was upgrading his armor and weapons. The modifications were complete, featuring state-of-the-art police armor, plus 4 mechanical octopus arms. A notification appeared on the screen. Scientist level has reached level 9 and intellect +1. Liu Feng rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. This time, he only leveled up once, so he didn't get many skill points. He added points to technology and intellect to make it easier to control the octopus arms. He reached out and pulled a cover off of something. The advanced tentacles floated around him as if eager for action. The remaining task was to craft weapons for the 4 arms. As he pulled the cover away, a pile of mysterious items was revealed, and Tian brought the children to the entrance of the room. Xiaolan hid fearfully behind the teacher. "Miss, where are we going?" The teacher's slender hand pressed the button for the 3rd floor, gently reassuring them. "You'll see in just a moment." The elevator quickly shot upwards. As the doors slowly slid open, something made Xiao Yuan gasp in shock. His round eyes widened completely. The vision of a giant monster appeared, causing the boy to clutch his head in fear. Ah! The sight was too much to bear, and his horrified face let out a loud scream. Ah! Liu Feng, who was standing with his back to them, hadn't noticed their arrival and glanced behind him. It turned out Dr. Qin was testing the new functions and effectiveness of the octopus arms. Xiao Yuan stared at the tentacles in front of him, scared, stiff, and kept muttering, "Ah, ha." Only then did Liu Feng notice they had arrived and turn around. He greeted them warmly. "Oh, you're here?" Then he turned and slowly introduced them. "Dr. Qin, these are the 2 children I told you about. Please give them a checkup. If there are no issues, they can start school." Liu Feng then casually announced, "I'm preparing to build a school in the underground city." Xiao Yuan, who still hadn't recovered from the earlier scare, couldn't help but tremble when he heard the man's next words. "And when I return to North City this time, I plan to bring back the other children too." To Qin Mu's astonishment, he suddenly turned and asked, "Is that a problem, Dr. Qin?" She closed her eyes and smiled happily. He still remembered about this? Thank you so much. Then, wanting to contribute, she made a suggestion. "I heard that the underground city is in need of a scientist. I happen to know someone you could look for." And Teen, who had been listening from the back, raised her hand to make a request. "Dr. Qin, the children need to get a checkup. A full-body one. Could we trouble you for some of your time?" Liu Feng suddenly remembered they hadn't been introduced and quickly said, "This is one of the teachers." Qin Mu wasn't a difficult person, so she waved warmly. "Hello." Suddenly, the child's skinny legs gave way, and he knelt on the floor. "Director," Xiao Yuan pleaded with the imposing man, "please help me avenge my parents." Tears and snot streamed down the boy's face, his eyes filled with utter resentment. "They were protecting us siblings, so those animals, they..." A large hand gently touched Xiao Yuan's shaved head. I know." His face was expressionless as he said, "Be patient and wait a few days." Suddenly, Liu Feng's gaze turned serious, his demeanor becoming reassuring as he affirmed, "I will personally send every last one of those bastards to hell." This was all Xiao Yuan was waiting to hear. Tears still streamed down his face, but now they were tears of joy as he thought, "Mom, Dad, this is great. If it's a promise from this director, he can definitely do it." The 2 children threw themselves into his warm embrace. The boy's heart was filled with an indescribable joy. Why didn't we meet him sooner? In a corner above, a soft voice spoke out. "Had enough of a look?" Long Xuan stood arrogantly, looking down at the scene with a sneer. "Look at what the lackeys of your research institute have done. You are a soldier of Guangrong. Are you just going to let others trample all over you like this?" Wu Dian frowned and looked away, clearly affected by the words. At the same time, a system notification popped up. "The prison effect is active. Wu Dian is wavering and is about to join our side." Long Xuan seized the opportunity and called out, "Come work with us. Wash away the shame." Meanwhile, as Liu Feng was saying goodbye to the children, he was interrupted by a voice. Liu Feng. The stunning Li Xin appeared, waving cheerfully. "I heard you were looking for the 2 of us?" Seeing that they had arrived, the director gave a slight smile. "Oh, you're here." She wasn't too happy about the previous scene and pointed, "Why is this vixen here too?" Liu Feng didn't know how to explain, so he quickly changed the subject. "To reward you 2 for your achievements, I have something for you." His powerful hands reached to the side mysteriously. "Take a look, 1 box for each of you." With that, he opened one himself to search for something. Various modern weapons that looked incredibly powerful appeared, accompanied by excited cheers. "Whoa!" Its information was displayed on a screen. Kinetic Rifle 100, exchangeable in the store for 18,888 reward points. Kinetic Technology, Power, Extreme. Chief, just 1 shot. Li Xin was completely smitten with this thing. Her eyes turned into hearts. It was truly wonderful. Liu Feng used his Omni Gauntlet to channel energy into the gun. Using 200 modification points, the system quickly displayed a notification that the modification increased the power of its charged shot. Not stopping there, he also took out another gun. And this one, based on the displayed information, was a High-Fire RX-60, exchanged for 2,000 accumulation points. It was an extremely powerful revolver with a 6-shot capacity, modified to use explosive charge rounds for even more power. Even so, Liu Feng still bent down and rummaged through the crate. Of course, there's still this. With a satisfied expression, Li Xin hugged her two new items tightly, smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, Chief. It turns out, the item he took out this time was a backpack. It was placed perfectly on her back. Callie and I collaborated to create a jetpack for you. It allows for short-duration flight. Li Xin blushed, gratefully hugging her beloved chief. Thank you so much, Liu Feng. He didn't expect her to express herself like that and was a bit stunned and embarrassed. Ha ha, it's nothing. You deserve it. With Li Xin taken care of, Liu Feng then turned to the other person. Your turn, Callie. She thought she wasn't getting anything and was quite surprised. Me? The lid of the box was opened once more. He looked down into it. This is what I spent 10,000 accumulation points on for you. Callie followed close behind, her voice slightly hesitant. Suddenly, a call interrupted them. The lovely Sarah appeared to relay a message. Chief Shan He of the North City base is contacting you. Liu Feng frowned slightly but quickly composed himself. What a hassle. Please connect me to him. Looking at the man on the screen, he greeted him politely first. Brother Shan. He crossed his arms, happy to see his old friend again. Brother, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Thanks for your help on the last mission. Liu Feng still felt bad about what happened before and said apologetically, it's a shame we couldn't help the army find the item they needed. I'm truly sorry. He didn't mind that at all. Suddenly, his voice grew serious. It's fine. Helping us reduce our losses was already a great help. By the way, our brigade commander Guo wants to see you. To discuss what? Shan He's face revealed a deadly killing intent, as he announced, it's regarding the Zheng Tiansheng issue. Liu Feng was startled to hear that name, his eyes darkening in disbelief. What? Arriving at the North City base, the headquarters of Brigade Commander Guo, Liu Feng's group walked confidently inside. Shan He seemed to have been waiting for a long time and quickly came out to greet them. Brother Liu, you're here. Let's go. Along the way, he was continuously polite, expressing that although the last mission wasn't entirely successful, he was grateful for their help. You saved quite a few of our brothers, thank you. Walking beside him while observing the situation, Liu Feng casually replied, There's no need, Brother Shan. You're being too formal. The soldiers on guard saw Shan, he approaching and saluted sternly. Greetings, platoon leader. He straightened his back and returned the salute. Arriving in front of the constant barracks building, Shan He announced softly, Brother Liu, we're here. Following his lead, everyone quickly went inside. Our brigade commander, he wants to see you. Liu Feng looked at the imposing figure before him and was impressed. What a powerful aura. The broad-shouldered man was the brigade commander of the North City base's 2nd Brigade, Guo Wei. He stepped forward to shake his hand, his voice deep, as he asked, You're the berserker fiend, Liu Feng? He seemed affected by the man's aura and stammered slightly. Yes, that's right. Guo Wei raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of approval. I heard you all put in quite a bit of effort in the city center, and even saved little Shan several times. Gently stroking the beard on his chin, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. Truly, a promising youth. I see great potential in you. Ha ha. Little Li saw the once-in-a-thousand-years smile and was stunned. Commander Guo actually smiled. Little Wang next to him was no better. His jaw dropped. What a rare sight. Perhaps Guo Wei heard their whispers, and his expression immediately changed as he turned to them. They were instantly frightened into stammering. Sorry. He had no intention of punishing them and gestured for Liu Feng to follow, inviting him inside. Liu Feng didn't waste words and got straight to the point. I heard from Captain Shan that Commander Guo had something to discuss with me. The matter seemed to be lengthy or required secrecy, so the commander wanted to invite him somewhere else. No problem, Chief Liu, let's talk in the meeting room. This way. They were completely unaware that a mysterious person was secretly watching them from nearby, when suddenly, that person lifted their leg, seemingly about to strike. Liu Feng reacted the fastest, glancing over. He didn't dodge, simply raising his hand to block the attack. The situation left Guo Wei astonished. Chief Liu. A girl flew in from behind and landed in front of them with a word of praise. Chief Liu, not bad skills, Mr. Berserker Fiend. He looked at the person before him, his brow furrowing in anger. You. What in the world are you doing, Guo Yishen? It turned out the fiery girl who had just appeared was the commander's daughter, Guo Yishen. She didn't feel like she had done anything wrong, smiling nonchalantly. I just wanted to see if this Chief Liu is as formidable as the rumors say. You don't mind having a little spar with me, do you? Guo Wei was infuriated by his daughter. Seeing the tense situation, Liu Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. It's all right, Commander Guo. He quickly raised his gauntlet, ready to activate Kung Fu Master. A powerful energy radiated from Liu Feng's movements. The soldiers behind them needed no command, automatically stepping back to make room. He struck his coolest pose and arrogantly declared, If Miss Guo wishes to see my abilities, then I can't possibly let. It seems Miss Guo is no longer in a pleasant mood. Then please, enlighten me, Miss Guo. Her eyes lit up with interest in this man. Liu Feng shot up, deftly dodging her kick. Her high heels were no hindrance to Yishen, who spun gracefully and announced, "This isn't over yet." Pivoting on her right leg, she unleashed a powerful kick forward. That fierce kick whizzed right past his head. She was truly astonished by this man's speed. What? All of a sudden, Liu Feng was behind her, binding her hands above her head, leaving her stunned. He's so fast. He also had no intention of harming her, simply stating, "Your attacks have too many openings. You lose." Miss Guo Yishen glanced over, still stubbornly wanting to continue. It's not over. Before anyone could clearly see what was happening, they saw the pair fall to the ground with a cry. Ah! His wandering hand accidentally landed right on her ample chest. She looked down, unable to believe he had just copped a feel. What? Not only did Liu Feng not remove his hand, he even leaned his face closer. Yishen, blushing and flustered, stammered, "Let go, you pervert." Guo Wei, watching this scene, frowned in annoyance. "That's enough, Guo Yishen. If you continue to cause trouble like this, I'll put you in confinement." He approached the guest he had invited to apologize, truly embarrassed. "Director Liu, my daughter is usually too spoiled and a bit headstrong. Let's go to the meeting room to continue our discussion." He didn't seem to mind what had just happened and let it slide. "It's fine." Guo Wei gestured to the side. "The meeting room is right this way." Ahead, Liu Feng followed his gesture and walked forward. All right. Inside the closed meeting room, he sat at the head of the table and calmly introduced Director Liu to explain, "This is my daughter, who is also our military strategist. The other two are Infantry Corps Commander Xiao Li and Armored Vehicle Battalion Commander Xiao Chen." They acted as if the fight had never happened, all being polite to each other. "Hello, hello!" Guo Wei held a remote in his hand, his expression serious. "Director, this time I have something I need your help with." Liu Feng didn't agree hastily, asking about the situation first. "What is it? May I ask what it's about?" He slowly turned on the screen, wanting to introduce something. "Before we discuss that, let me first introduce Director Liu to the various factions of our North City base. Director Liu, please take a look." No one knew what the TV was showing, but it left the entire room stunned, with jaws dropped. It turned out to be showing an rated scene. Guo Wei turned his head and was so startled he spat out the water in his mouth, accidentally crushing the remote. He quickly shifted the blame. "Hey, Xiao Li, you! What kind of material did you prepare? Here?" The man, suddenly caught in the crossfire, stammered, Right." Guo Wei feigned a cough and pretended to reprimand him sternly. "As a commander, I'm ashamed of your actions." Liu Feng, who was beside them, had seen it all, breaking out in a cold sweat and feeling secretly uneasy. The way he's shifting blame is so obvious. Is it really okay to cooperate with this kind of person? He seems a bit unreliable. Yishen, seeing the awkward situation, stood up to smooth things over. "Ahem. Perhaps I should be the one to introduce the factions of North City base." That's what she said on the outside, but inwardly, she was cursing nonstop. This old man can never get rid of his lecherous nature. A detailed diagram quickly appeared on the TV. Yishen, showing her competence, slowly introduced each area. North City base consists of 5 main factions. The central base is the Provisional Government and the Research Institute. To the east is the Mutant Association, and to the north is our military. To the west is the city's anti-government organization. They are hostile to the Mutant Association, and to the south are 6 neutral factions. They are in charge of all sectors of the city. Finally, she frowned, her face turning serious as she announced, "We suspect Zheng Tiancheng of the Research Institute is involved in some shady activities and would like to ask the director to investigate him." Liu Feng was now full of questions. "Help the military investigate the Research Institute?" Guo Wei's eyes were serious as he turned to him and confirmed, "That's right. We discovered a problem with the Research Institute's last operation. They've been doing things behind our backs." Suddenly, his brows knitted together, his expression turning grave. "A few days ago, we captured an employee from the Research Institute. After interrogation, we discovered that Zheng Tianxiong is looking for a certain research facility. It seems he wants to retrieve an item from inside that facility." As Guo Wei spoke, an image of a person tied tightly to a chair gradually appeared. His eyes were full of expectation. "Director Liu, are you willing to accept this mission?" Liu Feng replied instantly, without a hint of hesitation in his voice. "We'll take this mission." As he spoke, various calculations ran through his mind. His main purpose this time was to investigate Zheng Tianxiong anyway, so this was a good chance to have the military owe him a favor. Hearing Liu Feng's answer, Guo Wei's expression brightened. "Excellent. The vice president of the Mutant Association has some information on Zheng Tianxiong that might be useful to you, Director Liu. I'll have my daughter take you there." Without hesitating for even a second, he immediately stood up. "All right, we'll be on our way then." Over in the civilian sector of North City Base, makeshift buildings patched together with corrugated iron sheets stood crowded together. An armed convoy, passing through caused a commotion in this impoverished area. Outside the vehicle, filthy children in tattered clothes gathered, with one little girl holding her brother's hand. "Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Nearby, another child was kneeling beside a woman's body. "Mom, wake up." Elsewhere, a scantily clad girl clung to a fat man's arm. "Give me some steamed buns. Eat." Hearing this, the man replied shamelessly, "Wait until you've satisfied me, and you won't be short on food." Watching the scenes pass by the car window, Liu Feng revealed a hint of sorrow. The situation here is still just as tragic. Just as he finished his thought, a massive explosion erupted from under the vehicle. The medic inside, her hand still gripping the steering wheel, couldn't help but let out a scream. The car was thrown by the impact. It skidded across the ground, leaving a distinct trail. After the car came to a stop, the medic finally managed to crawl out of the driver's side with great difficulty. Her face was slightly scratched as she looked up, her eyes filled with rage. Who dares to attack a military vehicle? On the other side was none other than the Demon Serpent organization, a Fen and a Kwang. The two strutted forward arrogantly, a look of smug satisfaction on their faces. "We are the Demon Serpent organization, here on orders to deal with you. Prepare to be punished." Heh. Hearing the words Demon Serpent, the medic gritted her teeth, her eyes widening. It's that Demon Serpent organization that escaped from prison. With that thought, she lowered her body and dashed towards the two men opposite her. "There's a mutant among them. I have to eliminate this mutant. Quickly." Suddenly, the sound of a finger snap echoed, followed by an incredibly mocking tone. "Calm down, young lady." At the same time as the snap, the medic sensed something, her eyes widening in complete shock. A circle of blue light appeared, and the Demon Serpent members looked incredibly pleased. "Don't bother with useless resistance." The medic fell backward as if she'd lost control of her body, managing to cry out, "Despicable bastards." Seeing the medic completely immobilized on the ground, they approached her, their eyes glued to her body. "I've heard for a while that Commander Guo's daughter is exceptionally beautiful. I've long wanted a taste." As he spoke, a Kwang raised his hands, his face shamelessly showing his lustful expression. "I love this feisty type of woman the most." As he brought his hand closer to the medic, he taunted her. "I won't be gentle." The medic could only tremble helplessly. Suddenly, something flashed by, and a Kwang's indecent hand was sliced clean off, blood splattering from the wound. He clutched his bleeding wrist, kneeling on the ground and screaming in agony. The surrounding men were thrown into a panic. Suddenly, two figures appeared through the smoke. Seeing them, he snarled aggressively at the two silhouettes. "Who's there?" It was none other than Li Xin and Callie. Li Xin was wearing a suit of heavy armor. "These guys are perfect for testing out my new weapon. I'm enough to handle this alone. You don't need to interfere, white-haired fox." Hearing Li Xin call her a fox, Callie couldn't help but snort. Across from them, a Kwang's eyes bulged, and his mouth opened wide as he roared. "You bitch!" With that, he pointed his remaining arm at Liu Feng's group and ordered his men, "Kill them for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers beside him aimed their guns where he pointed and opened fire. Callie instantly created a shield, blocking the entire hail of bullets. Li Xin in the back wasn't idle either. She began to move. She raised the gun to her eye, and powerful blue electrical sparks shot out from its barrel. Bullets carrying an electrical charge shot out, embedding themselves directly into the opposing soldiers, sending blood flying everywhere. Watching his henchmen fall, a Kwang was so furious his whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth. He suddenly charged towards Li Xin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Go to hell!" The armor on Li Xin's back reacted instantly. A fist slammed down right where she was standing. "Go to hell!" Thanks to the armor, she quickly dodged the blow. The moment the fist hit the ground, the spot immediately shattered. Seeing Li Xin dodge his attack, a Kwang sensed trouble. Not good. A handgun was drawn without hesitation. Li Xin aimed straight for his head and fired. The gunshot rang out, and a large hole appeared in his head. Over on the other side, a Fen approached Callie from behind. Circles materialized in the air from his hand. "You were careless." Ha ha ha. Her mind felt like it was under attack, and she began to lose consciousness. From behind, his hand, holding a pistol, waved in front of her as he pressed himself close. Not good. I fell for his trick. A Fen used one arm to lock both of Callie's hands. His gun barrel was now pressed against her temple. He gloated, "Drop your weapon, or I'll." Before he could finish his sentence, an ivory-white sword pierced through him from behind and through the Callie in front of him. He turned his head in utter shock, as the one who stabbed him was none other than another version of her. His blood-stained lips moved. Why didn't my ability work?" "On you?" Callie's face was expressionless. "The thing you attacked was just a clone I created with my ability." She leaned in close to a Fen's ear. "Go to hell." With every word that left her lips, his face grew more and more distorted. Watching this scene, Liu Feng, from a distance, couldn't stop marveling. Callie's ability is truly formidable. After taking down the enemy, Callie turned to the block of metal and, using her ability, she began to create mechanical tentacles. This display astonished Liu Feng, who was standing beside her. Octopus tentacles can be made so easily using nanometal? Hearing Liu Feng's question, Callie didn't stop her work. This is just a basic application of my ability. As long as it's within the scope of my understanding, I can create it. That's why I've been frantically studying all sorts of knowledge lately. After the mechanical tentacles were attached to him, Liu Feng was completely in awe of Callie's ability. Amazing, thanks to you, these octopus arms. In the future, combined with my modification ability, we could even create an Iron Man suit. Seeing his comrades defeated, the last remaining soldier from the demon serpent side turned pale, backing away repeatedly. I'm the only one left. I have to try. Run. If I don't run, I'll die. With that thought, he turned and bolted. Seeing this, Liu Feng, who was behind him, shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't even think about escaping!" Suddenly, a green flash of light shot across, slicing right through the fleeing soldier's neck. Where did Sasuna come from? She was still holding her signature sword. Vice Guildmaster. Behind her, the soldier's body and head were sliced in two. The head, still hovering in midair from the momentum, Sasuna's figure gradually appeared, a hood covering her head. Kawa Sasuna, the current patriarch of the Neon Ka clan, leader of the organization. Reverse bred, famous for assassinations and well known before the apocalypse. An image of Sasuna, sword in one hand, slicing an enemy in two, also came into view. Someone who had once assassinated 124 members of the Shimaki clan. She stood on a mountain of piled-up corpses, holding a severed head in her hand. While being pursued by enemies, she was saved by the current guildmaster of the Mutant Association and then joined the association. Since the apocalypse began, she accidentally acquired a mutant ability, Shadow Witch. This power made her a monarch of the night. At this moment, Sasuna looked at Liu Feng with a serious gaze. "Brother Feng, the situation is urgent. I've received intel that they are heading for your base." Hearing this, his expression became extremely grave, his eyebrows knitting together tightly. "What?" Liu Feng at this moment was like, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Are you serious?" Sasuna urged. "This way to the Mutant Association." A while later, at the mutant headquarters, a wooden house gradually came into view, and from inside came the sounds of discussion. Everyone knows the situation. On the second floor of the Mutant Association, 4 people sat around a large table, with Sasuna speaking from the center. "We have a spy in the research institute." According to the intel he received, a screen next to her displayed an image of Truong Tufong as she spoke. S-class researcher, ranked 51, power unknown. Sasuna pointed with one hand and continued. Truong Tufong has led his 3rd squad to the base of the National Salvation Army. Liu Feng's eyes turned cold on one side, and he brought a hand to his chin. Who is this person? As he spoke, questions raced through his mind. Are they going to the army camp that Long Xuan had his eye on? An image of Tufong appeared, carrying a large weapon on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth curled into a scheming smirk. Truong Tufong, captain of the Research Institute's 3rd squad, the 51st ranked mutant in the country. His external operations squad is brutally murderous, and all information about his entire squad, including himself, is a mystery. Their abilities are also unknown. Hearing this, Lai Hin, who was beside him, seemed to remember something. "I know this psycho. He's become a mutant too?" Liu Feng let out a complex "oh" as an image. From the past resurfaced with her every word. In the past, she had stood with him on the battlefield, having collaborated with his squad on a previous mission. He's an inhuman madman. Uncompromising. The image of him became clearer through Li Hin's account, one hand holding a gun, standing defiantly in the rain to face the enemy. He once massacred an entire village just to vent his frustration. Tufong's mouth twisted into a wicked smile, blood streaming down from his head. He didn't even spare a 3-year-old child. Hearing these words from Lai Hin, Liu Feng fell silent, his heart filled with a flicker of doubt. Is that so? I just got here and already received this information. It feels like something is off. With that thought, he turned to Sasuna opposite him. Is there any information about the children near the clinic? I'm planning to bring them with me. She didn't hesitate for a moment. Wait a second, my subordinate is making contact. As she listened to the words coming through her earpiece, Sasuna's expression grew serious. Is the news real? After confirming its authenticity, she relayed the information to Liu Feng. My man says the children were taken away by people from the Research Institute not long ago. Hearing that, he shot up from his chair, his whole body standing erect. What? Images of the poor children flashed through Liu Feng's mind. His eyes widened in horror, not believing what he had just heard. You're saying the kids were taken away? His face was filled with anxiety as he raised his voice at Sasuna. Going into the Research Institute is a death sentence. I want to go and save them. Seeing that he was too hasty, she held up a hand, signaling him to calm down. Don't be rash. Dr. Chin's clinic is under our protection. We also bear responsibility. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she continued with her plan. Tonight, I will launch an operation to rescue the people inside. We will go together as reinforcements then. Over at the North City Research Institute, a building, made entirely of glass, stood tall. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed intermittently. Dai Fuk held Tin Ni's hand, surrounded by other children, all rushing forward, their faces etched with panic, while he continuously shouted, "Run!" Dai Fuk was sweating profusely, the image of a tightly shut door flashing in his mind. Damn it. The main gate of the research base is closed. There's basically no way to get out. That vice guild master actually told me to wait on the third floor. Looking at the turn ahead, his mind was a mess. It's just past that turn. There's no other way, I just have to reveal myself. Seriously, is there any other agent like me? Beside him, Tin Ni looked up at him. Grandpa, where are we going? Suddenly, at the corner, a pair of legs stepped out. Seeing the silhouette of someone appear, Dai Fuk instinctively spread his arms to protect the children behind him, shouting at the dark figure, "Who's there?" The dark figure trembled as it approached, revealing a young boy, but his eyes now seemed lifeless. Recognizing the familiar figure, Tin He looked over and asked loudly, "Hyo-min, is that you?" Seeing the little girl's reaction, he asked with some surprise, "You kids know each other?" The kid quickly answered, as happy memories from the past flooded back. "He's a friend from our neighborhood who went missing a while ago. I can't believe I ran into him here." Meanwhile, La Hung had run up to Hyo-min, shaking his friend with his small hands. "Hyo-min, let's go." The boy had no idea that a mouthful of had appeared behind his friend, sharp teeth, from which tentacles constantly wriggled out. In an instant, Hyo-min lost his human form, his entire body transforming into tentacles. Seeing his friend transform, a horrified La Hung backed away as sharp tentacles lunged towards him. Just in time, Dai Fuk ran over, grabbed the boy, and shouted, "Watch out!" Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, filling the air with dust. A mechanical arm shot out, pinning the mutated Hyo-min's head firmly against the wall. Liu Feng appeared heroically, turning towards the kids with concern. "Is everyone okay?" Dai Fuk, still in shock, raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight streaming through the hole. After composing himself and looking at the familiar figure in front of him, he couldn't quite believe his eyes. "You're Liu Feng." Recognizing the man, Liu Feng's face lit up with joy. "Oh, is that you, Uncle Fuk?" The other three also came through the newly made hole and entered. Looking at the dark tunnel ahead, Callie couldn't help but frown as a thought unconsciously crossed her mind. Is this Trin Thien Hung's research facility? A gloomy voice spoke. To Liu Feng, "We found the kids. Let's retreat quickly." Suddenly, Humin's head, still pinned to the wall, began to split apart, its mouth full of sharp teeth opening wide. Seeing this happen, Dai Fuk frantically shouted to Liu Feng, "Be careful. This is a new living test subject, not like the normal zombies outside. It was injected with the latest D10 virus. It's tough." Before he could finish speaking, Liu Feng had already crushed the zombie's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. Nano shock fist. This scene left Dai Fuk and Tin Ni completely stunned. Liu Feng only then noticed what the man had said and asked, "What did you say?" Dai Fuk, dumbfounded by the display, stammered, "Huh? It's nothing now." Nearby, Susuna's face remained expressionless, but her tone was a bit urgent. "Let's go." Suddenly, a pair of feet approached, followed by a smug voice. "Oh, leaving so soon without even saying hello?" The newcomers were none other than the S-rank captain of Squad 5, Nin Kwang, and the S-rank vice captain of Squad 5, Q Nam. Q Nam wore an exaggerated smile. "We've been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, you might as well stay here." Looking at the two who had just appeared, Dai Fuk's voice trembled slightly. Who are you?" Behind him, Seisuna silently observed the situation. After a long moment, a name escaped his lips. The captain and vice captain of the mysterious Squad 5. Seeing the fear in the man's eyes, Ku Nam was delighted, flashing a sinister grin. Suddenly, Nin Kwang, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Target acquired. Seeing the dire situation, he hurriedly turned to Liu Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "This is bad. We have to run. Now, they are two S-rank captains under Trin Thien Hung. I personally worked on that vice captain. If he makes a move, we're dead for sure." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "I've never seen the other captain before. She must be even more terrifying." The smile vanished from Kunyam's face, his voice dripping with provocation. "Hey, old man, thinking of running. Now? Isn't it a little too late? Besides, you're a valuable asset to the research institute." As he spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by shouting, "Quick, surround them!" A squad of soldiers with modern armaments appeared, aiming their guns at Liu Feng's group and yelling, "Don't move!" The entire space seemed to freeze. No one at the scene moved. Suddenly, Vuong Loi appeared out of nowhere, bowing low with one hand on his chest. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Vice President Ka Sasuna. Sasuna was a bit surprised that he knew her name, and looked over. Squad 5 member, the A-rank sealer Vuong Loi, remained in his bowing posture, a smile in his eyes. Do you like the gift we've prepared for you? Looking at the scene before him, Dai Fuk pointed. Forward, trembling uncontrollably, his face a mask of panic. The sealer Vuong Loi, wasn't he sent away on a mission? No, was this information deliberately leaked to me? Liu Feng's face was grim as a thought silently ran through his mind. Could it be? He stood quietly, looking at Sasuna's imposing figure ahead of him, continuing his analysis. The target of this ambush is Ka Sasuna. I've been underestimated. Meanwhile, Sasuna's eyes remained fixed on the enemy before her mind racing with her own calculations. So, that's it. I'm the target. I have to protect everyone so they can retreat from here. Seeing that, Sasuna stood still without responding. Kunam glanced over. The Research Institute knows you're very powerful, which is why they dispatched us to deal with you. A sinister smile spread across his face, his voice filled with menace. You should know that when we make a move, we're stronger than even an SS-rank powerhouse. Hearing this, Sasuna quickly drew her sword and held out an arm towards Liu Feng. You guys go first. I'll hold them off. Nin Kuang's face remained completely expressionless. As for this other trash, dispose of them as you see fit. Move out. Hearing her command, Vuong Loi swiftly swung his arm. Yes, Captain. Following the movement of his arm, a block of stone suddenly erupted from the wall, cutting across the hallway. The stone pierced through from one side and embedded itself firmly in the opposite wall, separating Liu Feng and Sasuna and the others. Peering through the remaining gap in the rock wall, Liu Feng shouted towards his teammates, Li Xin, Callie. Seeing the worry clearly written on his face, Li Xin yelled back, reassuringly, Don't worry about us. Just as she finished speaking, the gap was sealed shut. Staring at the solid rock in front of her, she couldn't help but blurt out, This is bad. It's completely sealed. Suddenly, a laugh rang out, as a foot stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. The laughter startled Liu Feng, making him instinctively turn towards the sound. After the bout of laughter, another voice boomed. The trash is over here. The brawny figure of Zhu Yan suddenly lunged forward, one hand clamping down on Liu Feng's neck. Let's go play somewhere else. Liu Feng was shoved from behind by Zhu Yan, crashing into a wall, creating a large hole through to the other side. Sasuna's gaze darkened. You intend to? Before she could finish, Ling Guang confirmed. That's right, you're too fearsome. We had to create an environment for a one-on-one fight to prevent you from escaping. Liu Feng was pushed through countless walls, leaving a trail of massive holes behind him. The image of the muscular Zhu Yan, clad in a full suit of crimson armor, stood blocking his path. From behind came Ling Guang's voice. The vice captain will quickly dispose of all the trash, then join me to deal with you. His gaze remained fixed on Liu Feng as he deliberately revealed, I suppose Zhang Xiaofeng is about to start on his end, right? At the same time, a silent night enveloped the National Salvation Army camp. A soldier, holding a pair of binoculars, was observing intently. They're not making any moves for now. Long Xuan, gripping his gun, was crouched on the ground, facing the troops behind him. Everyone, stay sharp. If they know the exact location of the shelter, they will definitely make a move. We have to watch them closely. The soldier from before, his eyes still glued to the binoculars, replied, Roger that. The National Salvation Army camp remained dead silent when suddenly the sound of wheels in motion was heard. Hearing the movement, the soldier kept his eyes on the binoculars. Captain Long, they're on the move. Long Xuan had now propped his rifle on a rock ledge, his eye looking into the scope. Yeah, I see them. Through the scope, countless fully armed military vehicles appeared, kicking up a thick cloud of dust behind them. He couldn't help but remark, that's a lot of armed forces. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted as countless people on those vehicles were hit by gunfire. Shouts broke the silence. Ambush on the right! We need fire support! Everyone, retreat to the west! Abruptly, a bullet whizzed out of nowhere, striking the vehicle's armor with a harsh clang. A hail of bullets flew in, and successive explosions lit up the area, the flames reflecting on Long Xuan's face behind his sniper rifle. Cheng Dian's eyes flashed with panic. There's an ambush in the west, too. Just then, something landed on the cliff behind Long Xuan, but he was still focused. On his scope, completely unaware that a figure had appeared behind him, watching silently. Suddenly, the dark figure lunged, aiming a blade straight at Long Xuan. Only then did he startle in realization. The figure brandished a sword, aiming it directly at Long Xuan's back. Without hesitation, the cold blade thrust forward. In the night, the piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, sending sparks flying. Long Xuan was now using his rifle with both hands to block Yemo's sword strike, a look of astonishment on his face. Who are you? He asked, then quickly swung the rifle forward forcefully. She gracefully dodged, her body arching in midair. Before Long Xuan had a chance to strike again, Yemo unleashed a barrage of throwing knives, sending them hurtling straight towards him. Just as the knives were about to hit his face, they suddenly slowed down, a surprised look in his eyes. Where did Zhang Yu come from? He was using his ability on the knives suspended in midair. That was close. I made it in time. Hearing a familiar voice, Long Xuan glanced over, a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhang Yu, why are you here? Hearing his question, Zhang Yu answered without hesitation. Da Qiang was worried about you being here alone, so he sent me to help. As he spoke, he exerted his power, gritting his teeth, and the knives shattered into pieces. He then sent the sharp fragments flying towards Yemo in the distance, shouting, "Take this!" Suddenly, a figure dashed forward from behind. Xiao Feng, holding a weapon in one hand, stood protectively in front of her. He rapidly spun the weapon in his hand, creating a solid shield that deflected the incoming shards, protecting Yemo behind him. Looking at the two opponents before him, his lips curled into a smirk, his eyes flashing with a spark of amusement. Mutants? How interesting. Back with Da Qiang, plumes of smoke rose continuously from the explosions. Bullets rained down from countless directions, piercing the overturned armored vehicles. The soldiers aimed their guns forward, continuously pulling the trigger while shouting, "Fire! Fire!" Watching the successive volleys of bullets fly by, Junrui could only take cover behind a vehicle that had been flipped over, repeatedly exclaiming, "How are these guys doing this?" Da Qiang and his soldiers, their eyes filled with determination, fired straight ahead, seeing their bullets hit the fully armored soldiers, but they didn't inflict any damage at all. The soldiers were completely bewildered. Why won't these guys go down? Cheng Nian's eyes widened, in disbelief at what he was seeing. What kind of armor are these people wearing? Suddenly, a streak of light shot past Da Qiang's face, sending a soldier flying backward. Seeing the soldier lying motionless on the ground, Zhang Yu rushed over in a panic. Lu, wake up!" Witnessing this scene, a thought suddenly struck Da Qiang. They have a rocket launcher. At this realization, he couldn't hide a panicked expression on his face. He turned his head toward the source of the flash of light. This guy! On the other side, the A-class cannon had one foot propped on a rock, a smug smile playing on his lips. A bunch of useless people. It's still up to me to charge in. At the same time, a delighted smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face, his eyes filled with joy. Looks like the plan was a success. Hearing this, Long Xuan, whose forehead was now drenched in sweat, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "A plan?" Hearing his question, the man, still looking smug, looked down on him condescendingly. "To have the research institute over there hold back your forces, while I lead a small team to destroy your underground base. From now on, your underground base is no more." Behind him was the A-class Yemo, a sharp sword held menacingly in her hand. Over on the other side, the Daki Cortigo. Test subjects were still floating in containers filled with a green liquid. Liu Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at the person opposite him. "Are you talking about Zhang Xiaofeng?" Zhu Yan at this moment was standing in the very hole he had just created, his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. "Haha, you still don't know? This is a two-pronged plan, to eliminate you here." Liu Feng at this time was still kneeling on the ground, listening in silence. "Zhang Xiaofeng will infiltrate your base over there and then come here." A scheming expression appeared on the man's face, his eyes radiating killing intent, kill everyone, and steal the nanotechnology. Hearing those words, Liu Feng couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened in a stunned expression. Zhu Yan continued theatrically, "If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for crossing our director Zheng." As he spoke, he gestured towards the rows of containers nearby. "But it's okay. Very soon, you'll also become a specimen just like these kids." Liu Feng was dealt another blow, cold sweat trickling down his face. "Are all these test subjects children?" In response to his question, Zhu Yan's voice held not a shred of sympathy. "That's right, didn't you know? These were all brought in by the slum dwellers in exchange for a piece of bread." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at Liu Feng with a suggestive expression. "Oh, that's right. I remember your little sister also participated in this kind of injection experiment, didn't she? So what? Is she dead too?" Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand grabbed his head, the sudden attack leaving him no time to react. Zhu Yan kept a tight grip with one hand, using all his strength to shove Liu Feng's head backward. At this moment, he could only flail his hands helplessly. His body slammed straight into the wall behind him, pieces of it shattering and flying everywhere as the impact echoed. Zhu Yan's muscles bulged, veins popping out continuously, and a red glint full of killing intent shot from his eyes. Not giving Liu Feng a chance to recover, his entire body was covered in red filaments. He delivered a kick that drove him even deeper into the wall. Looking at Liu Feng standing motionless, he looked contemptuous, turned his back and walked away. "Get lost, you piece of trash." Suddenly, a voice from behind made him freeze. "Hey!" Liu Feng's facial muscles tensed up, his teeth clenched tightly together, his eyes turning a dark, ominous black, his rage erupting as if a dragon's reverse scale had been touched. Feeling someone staring at him, he found the gaze strangely familiar, and at the same time, he stepped out of the rubble and shouted, "Hey!" Despite sensing the immense danger of losing, Zhu Yan tried to remain indifferent, then angrily clenched his fist and laughed grimly. Ha! Then, as Zhu Yan activated 70% of his god-slaying armor, he had to acknowledge his opponent's strength. Looks like you're not just a piece of trash after all. He quickly resumed the fight, throwing a powerful punch towards Liu Feng. Disappear. It seemed the barrage of punches had hit him, even causing the floor around them to crack. Even so, he didn't stop, continuously unleashing forceful, explosive punches. Then, the badass Zhu Yan ended the fight with a finishing blow. Sigh. He hadn't savored his victory for long when Liu Feng immediately threw cold water on him. Are you done yet? It turned out that from the very beginning, his tentacles had been able to easily block those punches. This left Zhu Yan completely stunned. At the same time, he manipulated the machinery to form his desired weapon, then clenched his nano-attack gauntlet, aiming it at his opponent. At such a close range, it was difficult for Zhu Yan to dodge, so he had to take the full force of the ruthless blow, a significant force sending his body flying into the wall behind him. After hitting the arrogant guy, he stated nonchalantly, "Idiot." But Zhu Yan wouldn't give up so easily, still having the strength to laugh mockingly. "Ha." Then he rose from the rubble. He immediately got into a fighting stance with 100% of his god-slaying armor. Very good, I have to get serious now. In the next room, where sharp black rocks had pierced through the walls, its master excitedly revealed, "Oh, looks like the fight has started over there too." Meanwhile, Li Xin and Callie were being threatened at gunpoint by his subordinates. Wang Lei put on a boastful air. Ha, this obsidian wall of mine is incredibly sturdy. They can only die inside this cage. Who had time for this nonsense? Li Xin placed her hopes on Callie. "Hey, foxy lady, do you have a plan?" She quickly replied. "I've thought of a plan. Wait for my signal." On the other side, he continued his speech with a dramatic pose. "I'll only count to 5. If you don't surrender, we'll open fire. 5. At that moment, Callie thought to herself, if the obsidian he created is really as strong as he says, maybe I can. Wang Lei, still holding his strange pose, finished his countdown. 1. Open fire! Elsewhere, a questioning voice rang out, "Hey, you guys are from Shelter L, right?" It turned out to be Xiao Feng. He condescendingly made an offer. "I'll give you a chance to surrender to our research institute, and I won't." Squabbling about the past. He was holding something that looked like a gun, enough to threaten his opponent. So what now? But the other side just listened in silence, not responding. Long Hian began to instruct. His subordinate, Trung Vu, "Cover me, create some distance. We don't know the enemy's ability, so be careful." And he quickly agreed. Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Liu Feng also gave an order to Jamak Yu. "Keep that guy with the ability busy." She immediately complied. "Understood." When Long Hian shouted, "Move out," Trung Vu rapidly concentrated energy in his hand. "Got it." Suddenly, Tiofeng noticed something. Almost unbelievable. It turned out the guy was being pressed down by some kind of force, so immense it was cracking the ground beneath him. This sight made him exclaim, "It's not psychokinesis. This ability must be S rank. I have to crush him before he fully develops." Then a sinister smile spread across his lips. Luckily, Damak's ability counters his. After hearing that, Trung Vu realized something was wrong. When did she get behind him? Just as he was about to take a hit, Trung Vu realized, when did the opponent appear? Teleportation? A piercing clang from the clash of two. Weapons rang out. Damak's sword attack had been blocked. This life-saving grace was thanks to Long Hian's shot. He thought to himself, the distance is just right, I'll provide cover for Trung Vu from here. Then, he continued to analyze in his head. That assassin didn't attack me, the bigger threat, but chose Trung Vu instead, which proves her teleportation has its limits. At the same time, I noticed the other guy uses a melee weapon, which is countered by Trung Vu's gravity. From that, Long Hian figured out what needed to be done first. Next, all I need is one shot to. As he was about to take aim, he suddenly discovered something unbelievable. What? His position on the cliff was suddenly blown to bits by something. Trung Vu could only call out in panic, "Long Hian." That shot was fired by Tiofeng. He sneered contemptuously. "Please, you didn't really think my weapon was just a sword, did you?" Elsewhere, massive tubes were nurturing strange spores. The sound of Kutnam's roar echoed. Arg! He flexed his inner power, causing a large chunk of the floor to crack and lift. Ha! Ku Nam's imposing body was enveloped in crackling electricity, posing a potential threat. God-slaying armor. At 130% power, Liu Feng stood frozen, watching his opponent's power surge thanks to the new armor. His fierce face, with its wrinkled, bulging veins, looked just like a gangster's. You've got some talent, enough to make me use my full power. Look, even the captain would avoid a direct confrontation with this attack. Seeing his enemy get so serious, his own fighting spirit flared up. In that case, I'll have to get more serious, too. At the end of each octopus-like arm was a cluster of sharp little blades, and his cold eyes radiated killing intent, waiting to smell blood in the air. Kung Fu Master, Nano Longsword. Kunyam's fierce eyes had some machinery implanted, such as the mechanical velocity boosters that activated to let him charge at the boy, a biochemical thruster. His murderous expression was followed by a punch carrying both rage and insane power, while his mouth uttered horrifying words, "Die, you brat." The boy's eyes flashed with anger, maybe because he was annoyed or maybe because he felt underestimated. 4 blades struck out at once, and with the attached arms, they looked like 4 menacing whips, a technique called four-sword style, ascending dragon slash. Kunam's face was cut in several places, bleeding, and the one who was so proud of his speed was now starting to feel fear. How is this possible? Ignoring the man's breakdown, Liu Feng looked down on the loud-mouthed pest. Nearby, hundreds of bullets were fired under the command of Vung Loi. Fire. Callie deployed a simple shield to block the bullets, not forgetting to remind those around her. Get down. The screams of the children mixed with the sound of gunfire, creating a scene of both chaos and tragedy. Ah. Vung Loi's crazed face was filled with a punchable, mocking look. Ha ha ha, a pretty good ability. Too bad it's just a support type. Ability. This is a 2-pronged plan. We're keeping you here. His voice cut through the battle and reached her ears. Trung Liu Feng will go and destroy your base. Those boastful words helped Callie put the pieces together. We fell for it. I have to get this information to Liu Feng. Her spirit became even more unsettled by the problems before her. How am I supposed to save them? Although Callie appeared calm on the outside, she was panicking internally. Liu Feng, we need you. As her emotions overflowed, Vung Loi immediately pressed his advantage, rambling on, ha ha ha, all of you can just die right here. Before he could finish laughing, the wall behind him was smashed to pieces. Liu Feng entered like a savior, grabbing the loser by the head and muttering disdainfully, "So this is your plan." At the same time, in another place, the once peaceful land was now trembling continuously from a series of falling bombs. Trung Vu anxiously searched for his teammate, Long Hian. Liu Feng scoffed at the display of camaraderie. Hit by one of my energy cannons. He's definitely dead. Hearing his vile words, Trung Vu gritted his teeth, trying not to do anything foolish. What did you say? The man's half-joking voice rang out again. Don't tell me you guys thought I only knew how to use a sword. Thinking of himself as a superpower, he arrogantly showed off his skills. My special ability is weapon manipulation. I can freely use all sorts of weapons, and my weapon device is a multifunctional gun developed by the Research Institute. It can transform into any form of weapon. Combined with my special ability, you guys have absolutely no chance of winning. The massive gun charged up with ambient thermal energy, and it seemed as if his gun and mouth worked in tandem. As the gun fired, his mouth became a loudspeaker to support it. Just die for me! Zhang Yu quickly used a skill to create a protective barrier, saving himself from the hail of bullets. Before one danger passed, another arrived. Yimo swung her sword in a sneak attack from behind. Luckily, he sensed the danger. In the moment just before death, the blade struck something. It was Zhang Yu, using both hands to split his power and block the 2 different attacks. The effort made him gasp for breath. Ah, Yimo, seeing she was only a few centimeters from her prey, fell silent with regret. Xiao Feng noticed his allies had arrived to help and became even more arrogant. Kid, I admit your talent is amazing and your ability is powerful, but unfortunately, I'll have to deal with you now. Knowing he had reached his limit, Zhang Yu's eyes reddened as he cursed. Damn it! He mustered all his strength, struggling as his hope dwindled, unable to hold on any longer. The veins on his face bulged, reflecting his seething will. I refuse to accept that this is how my life ends. As if sensing these were his final moments, he suddenly recalled the old days. At school, he was like an invisible person. No one cared about him. The love letter he had painstakingly written was thrown away like a piece of scrap paper. No girl liked him. His lonely and lost life passed day by day, while the handsome boys and beautiful girls in and out of school all paired up. Then, just when he thought things were turning around, the apocalypse arrived, and everything turned to ash in seconds. He had finally awakened his ability after so much difficulty, thinking his time had come, but in the end, he was still just a spare tire. A spare. Zhang Yu slumped onto the bed, as if giving up on life. Xiao Feng saw that his enemy had lost all will to fight and snorted coldly. He emptied his entire clip. It's over. The strong man from moments ago, now, was wearily letting go of everything, only wishing for a quick end in this life. This life is such a failure. At that moment, a different thought suddenly struck Zhang Yu, reviving his spirits. He kept thinking, is it wrong for me to want to be more liked? An image of Liu Feng appeared in his mind. An ability user? Not bad. Want to join our shelter, L? We need talented people like you. Finally, Zhang Yu's will to fight was rekindled. No, Brother Feng's story taught me that I'm not the one who's wrong. It's this world. He tilted his head back and roared, then unleashed a blast of energy with all his might, sending his opponents flying. His eyes turned completely white, and he began to use his power to control the bullets. Zhang Yu growled, "Here's a taste of your own medicine." Then he focused all his power, sending the bullets flying toward Ye Mo. She was shocked by this sight and exclaimed, "What?" He didn't stop there and continued his attack, sending his opponent flying even further away. After that, Zhang Yu pushed the bullets back at his opponent using the skill Gravity Expanse. While his opponent was weakened, he gritted his teeth and told himself to press the advantage. He pushed both fists forward, using all his strength to activate the skill, Gravity Crush. Yimo's arm was instantly deformed. Unable to bear it, she collapsed to the ground, crying out, in pain. Ah! Xiao Feng witnessed this and immediately became enraged. "Don't get too cocky, you little brat." He pulled out a heavy weapon to deal with Zhang Yu, a quantum cannon. But at that moment, another bullet came flying. Unexpectedly, that tiny thing made his weapon explode. Xiao Feng turned toward the direction of the attack and growled, "Who's there?" He got a clear look at his opponent's face. Said, "So, you're not dead yet." That person was none other than Long Xuan. He thought to himself, "I was almost killed. It was thanks to that little girl that I was able to dodge in time. I can't believe she." Mysterious Kid appeared again. Now that she's pointing at him, does that mean my shot is guaranteed to hit? Meanwhile, at the science base, Lin Kuang's long hair had completely filled the room. Sezuna didn't let her guard down, still holding her sword defensively. Seeing this, the woman slowly spoke, "Stop struggling." Then she continued confidently, "You don't know me. Once my vice captain is done, that trash will arrive with Vico." Lin Kuang arrogantly announced. At the same time, Captain Zhang Xiaofeng has attacked Refugee Station L while your main forces are away. This is the plan to destroy Refugee Station L with a 100% success rate. Hearing this, Suna's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" Her opponent didn't hesitate to explain, "This is an unbreakable plan devised by our Commander Zero." Devised. Sasuna looked towards the black marble, thinking to herself, "This can't be. I have to find a way to save them." She relentlessly struck the black marble with her sword. Lin Kuang said with a bored tone, "It's useless. His ability is an ultra-hard black obsidian, so tough that even I can't break it." Sasuna thought helplessly, "It's too hard. I can't slash through it." However, a surge of electrical energy appeared and effortlessly sliced through the marble, stunning them both. Liu Feng casually walked over, holding the heads of those two guys, and struck up a conversation. "Heh, am I interrupting your chat?" Lin Kuang exclaimed in surprise. "How did you break the black obsidian, and what did you do to them?" Seeing him return, Sasuna said softly, "Liu Feng, you took care of them already?" Liu Feng glanced at her with contempt. "Your plan is as fragile as this black obsidian. I have plenty of time to deal with you and still get back to base. But in reality," he was thinking, "I just have to act calm. It's a good thing I have little Zhishi's laser." Lin Kuang was so furious she was speechless, cursing to herself, "Damn it, I underestimated him. I never thought this Liu Feng guy was strong enough to defeat both vice captains." But soon, she let out a wicked laugh and began to transform. "Excellent. It's been a long time since anyone forced me to use my second phase." After that, Ling Guang attacked them by unleashing her technique, the Eye of Death. Sasuna charged forward and said, "Let's go." Liu Feng, beside her, immediately agreed. "All right." That eye of Ling Guang's was bloodshot. She growled, "You'll all die here." The Eye of Death technique was now at its full power. Sasuna then realized with horror, "Crap, my body won't move," and watched helplessly as the tentacles shot straight towards her. The woman moved closer to them and let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, once I use the second phase, it's irreversible. For you." Dying to this technique can be considered a meaningful death. At the crucial moment, Su Wen smashed through the wall and gripped Ling Guang's head tightly. A loud crack tore through the air. With one hand, Su Wen held Ling Guang's head, while her other hand clenched into a fist, ready to give her opponent a welcome gift. Liu Feng saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "It's her!" She went berserk, landing every single punch on Ling Guang. Powerful blows rained down, beating the woman until she coughed up blood and cried out in pain. Liu Feng rushed towards them. "Let me help you!" But Ling Guang suddenly turned to stare at him, and an unknown power surged forward, making him cry out in alarm. "What?" Then suddenly, his consciousness sank into darkness. Liu Feng was slowly awakened by someone's voice. "Hey, wake up." His surroundings had changed into a classroom. Sasuna pinched his ear, scolding, "You little punk, how can you fall asleep when your seniors are giving you special tutoring?" Su-wen also slammed the table angrily and ordered, "Study. Get to it!" Suddenly, Liu Feng remembered something. Wait a minute, weren't we just in a fight? Could this be her illusion technique? His nose was bleeding as he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Liu Feng could only cry on the inside. This illusion was way too realistic. They're too huge. Assets were pressing in on him, and he thought blissfully, the senior's knowledge is powerfully penetrating my mind. With such dedicated teaching, I absolutely can't let them down. I have to get a perfect score. Meanwhile, in reality, Liu Feng had fallen into a dangerous illusion. At the same time, up above, where Long Xuan was, Xiao Feng let out a wicked laugh. Heh, run faster, that's what makes it fun. He fired relentlessly at his target, as if playing a game of chase. Long Xuan cursed under his breath as he tried to dodge. Damn it, that last shot didn't even damage his weapon. A blue light flashed in his eyes as he calculated, I have to find a chance to destroy it. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, let me. Add some fun to this little hunting game. This little toy is a smoke bomb. He then threw it towards Long Xuan, stunning him. He understood immediately. He wants to use the smoke to mess with. My vision? But wouldn't that mean he can't see either? Just then, a bullet whizzed past, successfully grazing his face. Long Xuan froze, his brows knitting tightly. What? It turned out the weapon he was using was an ion gun. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately turned and ran. Countless bullets continued to chase after Long Xuan from behind. He agilely dodged through the rain of bullets. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't escape. This is bad. The situation is completely against me. Just then, he was startled to notice something. Long Ya suddenly appeared, pointing at an empty space. He thought to himself, it's that little girl again. She keeps pointing in that direction. Long Xuan decided to take a chance, raising his gun and aiming where she pointed. What if he used his demon eye technique to predict the position she was indicating? That's it. He finally decided to fire. Screw it. I'll bet it all on this. The bullet shot towards the empty space. Just as predicted, it directly destroyed the hand, holding Xiao Feng's gun. Xiao Feng was shocked. I can't believe he hit me in all this smoke. At the same time, Long Xuan decided to fire another shot, which barely missed Xiao Feng, but luckily, he managed to dodge it. He then scrambled behind a large rock for cover, thinking suspiciously, was that a coincidence? Whatever, even if he can pinpoint my location. He was confident he was safe. Hiding behind a rock this thick, there's no way he can shoot through it. But nothing escaped Long Ya's eyes. The little girl pointed her hand. Guiding Long Xuan, he frowned, thinking, that position? Then, trusting her, he took careful aim and fired. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in shock as the bullet pierced through the rock and hit its mark. He gritted his teeth, thinking, so it really wasn't a coincidence. This guy can actually pinpoint my exact location. Looking at his bloody arm, he broke into a cold sweat. Lucky I dodged in time, it only hit my arm. Long Xuan had overused his eye power and began to pant heavily, his eyes bleeding non-stop. He clutched his eyes in pain, trying to catch a moment's rest. Over on the other side, Zhang Yu was still, using his power to attack Ye Mo. Seeing his comrade in pain, he grew worried. Long Xuan! He then rushed over anxiously. Long Xuan, are you all right? He helped him sit up and asked, can you still hang in there? Long Xuan immediately replied, I'm fine. At the same time, Xiao Feng had already regenerated his broken arm and laughed loudly. Heh, I have to say, you guys are stronger than I thought. Tentacles grew from the wound, reattaching the limb. He arrogantly remarked, to think you could force me to use my second form, but this is as far as you go. Long Xuan frowned at his opponent, who suddenly pointed straight up at the sky, as if showing everyone a particular star. Heh, did you really think that by destroying my weapon, you had already won? You probably don't understand the meaning of a weapon ambassador. The satellite in the sky is following Xiao Feng's command, and after receiving the order, it unleashed a massive stream of energy. It shot straight towards Long Xuan's group. That weapon is a spatial energy cannon. Xiao Feng arrogantly declared, the ability of the weapon ambassador is to control all types of weapons. His attitude made him furrow his brow in anger. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Liu Feng's side at the Research Institute's base. Su Wen and Liu Feng were restrained by Ling Guang's hair, unable to fight back. Sasuna urgently called out to Liu Feng. Just then, she noticed the woman's bloodshot red eye. She finally understood everything. I get it now, it's because of her eye. Before, after I looked directly into her eye, my body couldn't move. After figuring out the enemy's attack method, she closed her eyes to use her other senses to attack and locate her. Without looking directly into her eyes, I can end this quickly. Ling Guang looked at the two in front of her with a smug smile. I didn't expect the war goddess to betray us. Ha ha, the cunning woman continued. Well then, I'll just have to take care of both you and Liu Feng. She then rushed forward to attack them. It's over. But at that moment, Ling Guang suddenly froze. Sasuna had lunged forward, attacking her with the lone light strike technique. Liu Feng, just coming to his senses, cried out in confusion. Huh? Just then, Ling Guang's head fell off, and Su Wen caught it, pulled out Ling Guang's brain, and then began to devour it with relish. Su Wen chomped down on the parasite inside Ling Guang's brain. Witnessing this, Sasuna drew her dagger. Without hesitation, the blade whistling through the air as she slashed straight at her opponent. The attack was useless as it was blocked by her. Seeing this, Sasuna gritted her teeth, wanting to strike the monster. From this research institute even harder. In Liu Feng's eyes, the two were chatting animatedly like classmates, his dazed eyes unsure if what he was seeing was real. Huh. In the blink of an eye, the brutal reality quickly reappeared. He stared blankly as they fought to the death. The war goddess, the vice president. Liu Feng sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing through his eyes like a passing breeze. So it was an illusion. Wife number 2 and wife number 3 have met happily. So shouldn't wife number 1 also appear? Liu Feng, Li Xin has already taken the children away. We're also taking this chance to teleport. Callie looked at the dusty image ahead and wondered. Huh? Liu Feng hesitated, not daring to speak as boldly as before. Beads of cold sweat silently dripped down his face. This Shura's field is really something. But thinking about the good points, what's a little Shura's field? You've come at the perfect time. You are all my wings. Lewd thoughts took over the mind of this tripping guy. Ha ha ha. At the same time, the system had a notification. For him, Sarah from the refugee station sent a message. Liu Feng snapped back to reality and immediately responded, Sarah, what do you need from me? Unfortunately, what she was about to say was bad news. Station Chief, Long Xuan's group, is in trouble. It felt like all the bad news was coming at once. We received a signal requesting reinforcements. They're being ambushed near the National Salvation Army's barracks. The truth was revealed too late, making his heart feel like it had been deeply scratched. This was their scheme all along. Callie frowned and urged, Liu Feng, we have to go back immediately. Having just been tricked himself, his face was dark and full of killing intent as he said to Long Xuan, We're coming back right now. You have to hold on. From high above Long Xuan, a massive stream of energy was about to hit the ground, annihilating everything where it landed. Long Xuan was choked up, unable to do anything. Damn it, I can't dodge this. The energy beam shot straight down to the ground without any resistance, creating a huge explosion. Xiao Feng's hair fluttered in the wind generated by the impact. Strangely enough, the energy seemed to target only one side of the battlefield, forming a large mound of earth from which human voices echoed. Hearing that the other side was still alive, he sneered at the lucky bastard. Oh, you managed to block it? Not bad. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, pushing away the scorching hot rocks with all his might. Thanks to his protection, Long Xuan, despite being scuffed up, was much better off. Zhang Yu, thank you. His body was exhausted, but his eyes stubbornly held a final shred of hope. I'm sorry, brother Long Xuan. I've reached my limit. The rest is up to you now. Seeing his comrade collapse right in front of him, Long Xuan cried out in shock. Zhang Yu. Xiao Feng reached out and activated his armor's upgrade mode, spitting out each word slowly, emphasizing them like a prelude to a death sentence. Heh, I'm surprised you guys are still alive. But next, from top to bottom, his body completely transformed, starting with his armored hands, which could now flex freely. A special layer of armor wrapped around his chest to mitigate physical impact from the environment. His words rang out like a broken cord. It won't be so easy this time. The complete set of armor was incredibly menacing, sparking with electricity as if to show off. He had never spoken with more confidence than at this very moment. This is the result, the second form developed by the Research Institute. Its effect is a biological armor. It can maximize our mobility and combat power. Long Xuan was already surprised seeing this, but hearing the detailed description made him 10 times more shocked. What? Enjoying his enemy's faltering expression, Xiao Feng made 2 conduits emerge from his shoulders. He took a stance as if channeling the suit's energy towards the 2 glowing barrels. Go on and have a taste of the terror of the second form. Long Xuan, fearing unnecessary casualties, secretly plotted, I have to lure him elsewhere. I can't let him attack here, or Zhang Yu will get hurt. A man high on the thrill of killing quickly fell into the trap. Trying to run, the 2 barrels were continuously loaded to, unleashed everything on him. Fortunately, Long Xuan was a few yards faster than the bullets. Thanks to that, he also realized another upgrade in his suit. It had become more powerful. Like a hunter, enjoying the sight of his prey running around before the kill, the guy smiled disgustingly. It wasn't over yet. A golden rain of bullets flew at close range towards Long Xuan. In that moment, his brown eyes flashed. With a mixture of surprise and despair, a massive explosion lit up a large patch of the sky, drowning out his plea. Liu Feng, get over here now. On Dai Kuang's side, Thunderous explosions echoed all over the place. Cannon continuously fired a rain of bullets at his opponent. Ha ha ha! The guy looked at the tragic scene and taunted, "Come on out, you little brat!" Dai Quang, hiding behind a boulder and full of anxiety, had already sent a signal for help. Why hadn't Zhang Yu arrived with reinforcements yet? The fully armored guy standing next to him was panicking. Could their side have also encountered enemies? Damn it! In the middle of the battlefield, scorching hot, Dai Quang's distressed expression was further illuminated. Suddenly, the radio on his hip crackled to life. Dai Quang, where are you? The comm screen appeared in the midst of the crisis, like a lifeline. He joyfully shouted, "Station Chief!" Before he could even report anything, he received a new directive from him. "Thank goodness, Dai Quang. You guys open the teleportation gate quickly, right now. We will teleport over immediately. The mission has arrived. Follow orders at once. I get it. I can't just hide anymore." Dai Quang rallied his spirits and commanded his subordinate, "I'll buy some time. You go open the teleportation gate for the station chief." His teammate ran off after replying, "Roger that." He stayed behind, planning how to distract Cannon, needing to find the right moment. After a long hesitation, the opportunity finally came. A good chance! Dai Quang charged forward on a suicide run, only for Cannon to turn his head and casually say, "I knew you were there." He pointed the gun barrel straight at his face, and Dai Quang's body slammed into the boulder he had just been hiding behind. Seeing his wretched state didn't please the guy much. "You think you can sneak attack me looking like that? I can read you like a book." Cannon aimed the barrel, as large as a normal person's head, towards the loser, declaring one last thing, "Have a safe trip, little brat." Out of nowhere, a mechanical arm with a pincer whipped out from thin air, targeting Cannon. It quickly took him down with a simple sideways swipe. Only his heavy, massive build helped him stay on his feet after taking such a blow. Who's there? The four-person dream team appeared as if making a grand superhero debut. Liu Feng looked at the troublemaker and hissed in annoyance. "You're from the Research Institute's Squad 3? Seeing that only Dai Quang was left on the battlefield, he wondered, "Dai Quang, why are you the only one here? Where's Long Xuan?" Having his life saved, he knelt down in exhaustion. "They went west, but I can't contact them right now." This was exactly the kind of bad news that hit him like a ton of bricks. What? True to the spirit of a brilliant commander, he quickly issued orders to his two support members. "Callie, Li Xin, you two stay here and help Dai Quang deal with the National Salvation Army. I'll go save Long Xuan's group." They agreed immediately. All right. Although he appeared calm, his mind had been in turmoil for a while, so he didn't even notice someone's hands reaching out. What's the next step? To get there the fastest? Su Wen, not caring much about personal space, pressed her massive assets against his head. "Valkyrie, what are you doing?" Not only did he not get an answer, but he was also grabbed and flown away at lightning speed. A guy with original human DNA couldn't handle the pressure of this situation. "Hey, wait, ah!" The two of them maintained this bizarre posture as they flew straight up into the sky to go somewhere. On Long Xuan's side, the fierce battle raged on, shrouded in smoke and dust. The group was beaten and sent spinning on the ground like dry tumbleweeds. He himself was so severely injured that he coughed dryly. Haha. With professional diligence, he still remembered to turn on his comm speaker. "Captain Long, the station chief has teleported to Dai Quang's location. Please hold on." Xiao Feng, of course, overheard those words and commented arrogantly, "Looks like Squad 5 couldn't handle him. What a bunch of useless eaters. Too bad it's too late. That place is very far from here. And besides, there's a heavy cannon blocking the way. Over there." The guy's treacherous face twisted as his long-suppressed, sick pleasure was about to be satisfied. "By the time they get here to save you, I'll have had enough time to whip your corpse 10 times over. You shouldn't hold on to any illusions. At all." Before his arrogant words could be acted upon, a brilliant light crashed down right behind him. Xiao Feng turned around in bewilderment. What the hell is that? In the end, he only saw two people standing there alone, and heard the calm tone of his voice. Still, not quite used to using this white tribe arm. After remarking, Liu Feng looked up. But still, we're lucky we made it in time. The vast battlefield fell silent, with only the footsteps of the two newcomers audible. Like an immature punk, it's a wonder what Xiao Feng had to brag about at this moment. Heh heh, if you were one step slower, I would have already finished him off. But even if you're here, what the hell can you change? However, he was taken aback by the attitude the person opposite him showed. Liu Feng walked right past him, as if he was just a redundant pocket of air in this vast universe. Long Xuan saw him arrive, but couldn't greet him properly. He was kneeling on the ground, unsure if his comrades were dead. Long Xuan? Long Xuan? He heard an indistinct reply from him. Cough, cough. But that still lifted a bit of a burden from his shoulders. "You're still alive? Thank goodness." The other man, panting in pain, apologized to him. "Sorry, Liu Feng, we couldn't take him down. Are the kids okay?" But this was still far better than the scenarios that had played out in his head earlier. "It's all right. You all did your best. Don't worry about the key." Asterisk asterisk. Kids. To help him rest easy, Liu Feng tried to wrap things up in just a few sentences. The kids have already been rescued. The vice president of the Mutant Association will take care of getting us back. He thought of the young lives tormented by these scumbags and channeled his hatred into strength. His clenched fists symbolized Liu Feng's determination to see this through. You guys, get some rest. Leave the rest to me. With that, Longshuan finally let himself relax. All right, the other side spoke up. Quite the big talker, aren't you? Xiao Feng added in a menacing voice. Don't tell me you think you can beat us just because you got lucky against Squad 5. Then he glanced over at Su Wen, his tone becoming even more aggressive. Even with the war goddess on your side, you're still no match for us. Faced with that threat, Li Xin and Callie readied their weapons. Su Wen made her move, shattering the tiles with a stomp of her heel and decisively charging forward, straight for Yemo. Her fierce expression and decisive aura showed just how long she had been waiting for this moment, and she quickly unleashed her grand tyrant-rending blast, forcing Yemo to muster all her strength to defend. Despite the attack's immense power, it failed to take down her opponent. Yemo's fit and toned body didn't show a single sign of weakness as she retorted, "Not bad power, too bad it's useless." Against me. Su Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly speechless. Liu Feng was also shocked, thinking to himself that she was completely unharmed. At that moment, Xiao Feng taunted them. This is the battle armor, the second-generation scientific armor developed by the Research Institute. Although it's still in the experimental stage, the technology has been perfected, unlike the first generation where one couldn't revert to human form after entering Phase 2. It's a huge improvement. Its defensive capabilities are on a whole other level compared to the first generation. As he spoke, the Ju Yan form appeared, looking as ferocious and brutal as the research described. While he was monologuing, the battle raged on. Yi Mo was just waiting for an opening to unleash a move to annihilate them all. She unleashed a special technique that threw everything into chaos, catching even Su Wen off guard. But she wasn't about to let her enemy run wild, countering with her own signature move, the blade dance, which escalated the tension. Yemo's strike landed unexpectedly, causing Su Wen excruciating pain. Su Wen was still reeling and couldn't grasp the situation. And the onslaught wasn't over. Yemo pressed her advantage with a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Su Wen with virtually no way to escape. Xiao Feng sneered tauntingly. Aren't you going to help her? The war goddess can't defeat Yemo by herself. Liu Feng remained cautious, but a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. There's no need. On the other side of the fight, Yemo had nearly won. How foolish, you treacherous woman. Now watch as my final blade takes your life. Su Wen was cornered. The sharp sword pierced through her body. This result left Liu Feng utterly stunned. Even after being hit in a vital spot, the war goddess still had enough strength to grab her opponent's shoulders, then pull her into a tight embrace, ignoring her struggles and screams. You crazy psycho! What the hell do you think you're doing? Let me go! Anyone would suffocate if their face was shoved into a pair of mountains like this. A thought flashed through her mind. This is not good. I can't break free. If this keeps up, I'm going to suffocate. Yemo started to lose consciousness. Damn it, these damn mounds. And just like that, Su Wen used her natural advantage to defeat her opponent. Ah, Xiao Feng never would have imagined that his teammate would be suffocated to death by a pair of watermelons. Liu Feng clicked his tongue in admiration. She did it. That was awesome. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed through the air, and he was hit with another unforeseen surprise. Robotic. Legs materialized in an instant, giving him the momentum to jump and dodge the bullets. Xiao Feng kept firing the machine gun on his shoulder. Heh, go to hell. But Liu Feng wasn't just going to keep dodging. A blade extended from his robotic arm, and his gaze sharpened. He executed the nano-long-saber master technique, then charged toward the man with the master of four-bladed style kung fu. Xiao Feng was as shocked as Yemo had been when Su Wen made her move, exclaiming, "What?" A moment later, a sinister smile spread across his face as he slammed his fists together and activated a skill. The kinetic chest cannon. He aimed it at his charging opponent and cackled. KKK, you fell for it too. Liu Feng was now too worried to speak, finding himself on the defensive in this fight. Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat facing this sudden, charged counterattack. I'm screwed. I'm too close. A terrifying scene erupted before his eyes as everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Xiao Feng appeared with his armor tattered, gloating over the success of his move. I gotta say, for a savage like you, your combat skills aren't half bad. I underestimated you. He gloated smugly while judging Liu Feng. To think you could shatter my energy cannon with your gauntlets at the last second and avoid getting killed. His bloodshot eyes glared menacingly as he spat out more provocative words. But I'm guessing those gauntlets of yours are busted now, right? Liu Feng's combat gauntlets were sparking dangerously. On his display, a choice mission appeared. Defeat Zhang Xiaofeng. A 50% chance of survival. with a reward of 10,000 points. He had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. Damn it. The gauntlets are broken. But even so, his rage wasn't quelled. Shut up, I'm going to kill you. Liu Feng continued his menacing taunts. I'll admit, I'm starting to fear your potential. Same goes for that Longshuan guy, and that brat Zhang Yu, one with the death demon eyes and one who can control gravity. Given enough time, you all could easily become SS rank. Liu Feng radiated killing intent as a thought crossed his mind. It looks like I have to use that new move. It's just, he only had one chance to strike. He gathered all his strength, building momentum for a determined charge straight at the guy. Deep in his subconscious, Liu Feng always had a fighting spirit that told him he had to get close. Liu Feng was gloating, his eyes wide with an arrogant laugh. Heh heh, I was just waiting for you to get close to me. Just like that, in a flash, the weapon was completing its morphological transformation. Thank goodness it even developed a mask to hide his bizarre expression. The entire mech suit formed a giant space electron cannon. Liu Feng roared as he charged forward. Boo, small in stature but incredibly brave, responded, here he comes. Then it quickly performed a nano-ion hypersensory fusion modification. After receiving the buff, Liu Feng lunged forward with his nano-ion steel fist. Liu Feng brazenly fired his cannon to counter his opponent, but the master-level kung fu move easily split the energy beam in two. Liu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at this outcome. Before he could react, the punch of destruction pierced straight through his mech suit and his body. In the final seconds before death, his brain only managed to stammer a few doubtful words. Splurt! How could this be? A small object appeared in the palm of Liu Feng's hand. The screen displayed a notification. Mission complete. Repelled the invading enemy. Reward 10,000 points. Detected nanotech from Zhang Xiaofeng. Do you wish to fuse? He immediately and decisively spoke two words, fuse. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, was this the Research Institute's secret? Suddenly, a mysterious and terrifying dark figure appeared behind Liu Feng. He hurriedly exclaimed in a panic, What? You're still alive? Liu Feng grabbed him tightly, growling in response. Die with me. The man held Liu Feng tightly, looking up at the sky, where a halo of light appeared. Long live the Research Institute. That's the orbital strike weapon. Liu Feng seemed to realize something and exclaimed, We're screwed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, causing everything to be engulfed in smoke and dust. That explosion came from high above Callie's battle. Li Xin, the treacherous cannon, flashed a savage smile. Haha, this B times ch is pretty fast. Li Xin dodged while not holding her tongue. Damn it. Then, she struggled to activate the rockets on her back to launch away, successfully escaping to safety a few seconds later. She quickly conferred with Callie, the weapon in that dog's hand. Is really tough to deal with. Following that, several more explosions continued to go off nearby. Li Xin turned to ask her friend for advice. Callie, do you have any way to deal with him? Callie always maintained her composure in all situations, so we can only use a feint attack. In a flash, her perceived appearance changed, becoming both elegant and equally sharp and fierce. Li Xin still didn't expect this move. A feint attack? Li Xin deftly swung her spear to block the enemy's attack and repeated blankly, What's a feint attack? Callie immediately rushed over and placed a hand on her waist, using her other hand to restrain their opponent, then said in a dangerous tone, The feint is. Li Xin stared blankly at the person behind her. What are you trying to do? General, don't. This expression seemed to pique Callie's interest a little. A feint attack is to hide your true intentions behind your actions. You use a superficial action to deceive the enemy, giving them a false impression and making them overlook our true objective, thereby securing victory. With that said, she pressed the control panel on her back. Like this. Only then did Li Xin realize something was wrong. Wait. Before she could even react, she was launched away. Helplessly, she yelled, You'll remember this, you damn vixen. Seeing this, Cannon watched as if it were a comedy, laughing with delight. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you guys would even sell out your own teammate when you're about to die. Then, he aimed the gun in his hand and said with a contemptuous tone, Ha ha ha, don't you worry, ladies. I'm going to turn you into collectibles. After that, his bullet shot swiftly toward its target. Luckily, thanks to her quick reflexes, Li Xin managed to dodge the attack. Suddenly, a blurry image appeared before Cannon's eyes, leaving him a bit confused. And then Callie suddenly appeared, quickly lunging in to attack, but Cannon wasn't scared at all. Trying a feint attack? How naive. As he finished speaking, he transformed his arm into a drill. Then a squelching sound was heard as drops of blood splattered everywhere. Cannon had used his drill to pierce straight through Callie's body, a triumphant look now clear on his face. Da Qiang and the troops behind him were completely stunned by the scene. Callie! This effect made the man laugh heartily. Ha ha ha! You were really asking for it! Li Xin screamed in disbelief. You rotten vixen! But then, The body on the drill began to disintegrate. Now, a look of confusion appeared on Cannon's face, and then he was surprised to see tendrils wrapping around his body. What's going on? No, I can't move! The dust gradually settled, and a pair of red high heels appeared. Callie coolly said to Li Xin, "Thanks for your concern." Cannon was startled and glanced behind him. "Why are you behind?" "Me?" She pointed the barrel of her gun straight at her opponent and replied coldly, "The thing you attacked was just my clone. It's over." Cannon's body went rigid, trembling with fear as he said, "Wait!" Without letting her opponent say his last words, Callie delivered a direct headshot. The bullet pierced through his head, sending him straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, back with Liu Feng, it seemed that Battlefield had just experienced a massive explosion. Xiao Feng's body was blown into many pieces, while Liu Feng was being shielded by Su Wen. After that explosion, Xiao Feng seemed to have breathed his last, and Su Wen's back was heavily injured. Liu Feng's eyes widened as he looked at the girl in front of him, the Valkyrie. Shame and confusion appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "She saved me." Suddenly, Su Wen let out a yell, then scooped Liu Feng up like a princess. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" She didn't answer and just took off running, causing him to hug her tightly in fear. "Ah, somebody help." So, ignoring his pig-like squeals, Su Wen deftly leaped over large boulders and carried him away. The next morning, in some civilian's house, Liu Feng groggily opened his eyes. Is it morning already? But he immediately woke up when he discovered Su Wen, the Valkyrie, lying next to him. Su Wen stirred slightly on the bed. Liu Feng reached out, gently trying to wake the Valkyrie, but she didn't respond, which made him sigh. Phew, is she asleep? Liu Feng tapped her shoulder one more time, then turned his attention elsewhere. "System, help me check the Valkyrie's physical condition." The system immediately ran a check. Due to the previous interruption, the current modification progress is at 56%, and a manipulative command has been detected. Kill them all. He broke into a cold sweat reading it. Could Zheng Tianzhong have used this command? To control the Valkyrie? He silently thanked his ancestors. That was a close call. Lucky he discovered it in time, or he wouldn't have known what killed him. Then he pointed towards Su Wen and issued a command. "System, I want to modify the control command within the Valkyrie. Change it to the new command, love yourself." A mechanical voice responded to him. "Understood." A notification from his communicator then caught his attention. Of Liu Feng. Ping asterisk, you have a call from Li Xin. He was surprised to see Li Xin's name, then quickly answered the call. "Li Xin, are you all okay?" The voice on the other end spoke at the same time, asking in return, "Liu Feng, where are you?" He quickly explained his situation. "I was saved by the Valkyrie, but I'm pretty far from you guys now. You should go back to the base first." Hearing that, she immediately agreed. "Okay, we'll head back to the base first. You be careful." After receiving the beauty's advice, Liu Feng lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I will love myself. I'll be fine." Li Xin bluntly threw out one word, "Yeah." The whispering sounds made Su Wen frown slightly, then she immediately rebooted with an unusual flash in her eyes. Liu Feng's last words entered her ears. "Love yourself." She mechanically sat bolt upright, her lifeless eyes focusing on the man still chattering in front of her. "Sigh, with you girls gone, there's no one to serve me. It really doesn't feel like I'm a leader at all. I have to do everything with my own hands." Two concepts continuously entered her brain, causing Su Wen's eyes to flash red. Serve, receiving command, now executing. She suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, which startled Liu Feng. "Oh, you're awake?" It all happened in a flash. Su Wen pounced on him, pinning him down. "Whoa!" Hearing the unusual sound, Li Xin cried out, "Liu Feng!" At this point, her eyes had regained focus, but the mechanical voice in her head continued unabated. Downloading knowledge on serving skills from the database, practice will commence in 3 seconds. Liu Feng was a bit surprised and awkwardly wondered, what is happening? Then it hit him with a shock. Could it be that when I was on the phone, I mentioned love yourself, and it activated? The command template? Why does this feel like the plot from some trashy romance novel? The scene suddenly shifted to a vast rose garden. A clear singing voice lingered over each blossom. "Where is the sunshine? Where is the sunshine? The sunshine is in the clear blue sky." Liu Feng's face finally bloomed in the literal sense. He had turned into a beautiful, vibrant red flower. "So it's a fresh flower this time?" Queen Bee Su Wen covered her mouth and giggled. "Such beautiful weather today, my little flower. I want to gather some nectar from you." Liu Feng's own flower face lost all its color when he saw her. "Huh?" Su Wen leaned in close to his paling face and pointed a warning finger. "Be a good boy and stay still, little flower." Then she let out an excited laugh and lunged. "Let me come and get it." Liu Feng panicked and resisted. "Stay away from me." Despite his half-hearted, playing hard to get refusal, the busy bee still approached aggressively, ignoring the protests on his lips. "No, the bee is going to take all my pollen." Liu Feng's face tensed up from the pleasurable stimulation. "Ah, damn it. I lost this round." The long silence on the other end made Li Xin anxious. "Liu Feng, are you all right?" He weakly tried to reassure her. No, I'm okay, she continued to ask. What's happening on your end? Why is there a slurping noise? He panted, weakly explaining. Ha, I'm just drinking some milk, for the calcium. Her eyes widened in surprise. You're getting winded just from drinking milk? He quickly made an excuse. I just went for a run. I'm exhausted. That's why I'm panting. Callie walked over, interrupting their conversation. Li Xin, she continued to stare at the communicator. I can't believe you're so young, yet so weak. You really need to take better care of your health. Liu Feng bit his lip in silence, as if accepting his own frailty. At that moment, Callie brought over a green canteen. I found this military-issue water bottle over there a minute ago. I thought you might like it, so I brought it here. Li Xin was pleasantly surprised, feeling a bit shy but still, reached out her hand to accept it. Oh, thank you. At the same time, at the North City Research Institute, Tianxiong pensively rested his chin in his hands as he listened to Zero's report. The missions for Squad 3 and Squad 5 were a failure. They failed to eliminate Shelter L. Additionally, both the military and the Mutant Association were involved in this operation. He opened his mouth to remark, so the damn military has started to openly oppose. Me now, have they? Zero silently waited for the next order. Just as I predicted. Tianxiong's eyes narrowed menacingly. It looks like I need to teach them a lesson. Go find Squad 4 for me. The silhouettes of those villains appeared in Zero's mind. He was stunned by the decision. What? Sir, are you sure you want to recall that crazy bunch from Squad 4? The next day, at Shelter L, Liu Feng stepped. He returned to the base with powerful strides. With a determined gaze and a smile on his lips, OB and everyone else joyfully welcomed him right at the gate. Station Chief, you're back. In Callie's eyes, it seemed there was only him. She called out softly, Liu Feng. Liu Feng's happiness was undeniable as he cheerfully waved, Everyone, I'm back. Callie came closer to ask a question with concern. Where's the Valkyrie? Didn't she come back with you? This very practical question made Liu Feng's expression change colors like a chameleon. The Valkyrie, huh? He couldn't help but recall that wild time. In the room with the Valkyrie, Liu Feng was completely stunned by her top-tier service. The suggestive command was just too powerful, but once the dizziness faded, he allowed himself to dream of a blissful life. In the future. Doesn't this mean I'll be able to control her from now on? But the memory of her decisively turning her back and leaving made Liu Feng press his lips together tightly. Unfortunately, in the end, she still left, believing their next meeting would be completely different. Inwardly, he was blooming with hope, but his spoken reply remained perfectly proper. It seems she had some personal business and left ahead of me after saying goodbye. Let's go to the main hall and see everyone. Sarah immediately replied. Okay. With that, he led the group forward with a swift pace. Enthusiastic greetings followed them everywhere they went. It's the station chief. It's our big brother. The station chief is back. In the main hall of the shelter, Liu Feng stepped onto a raised platform to face everyone. He coughed lightly into his fist, as if composing himself for a heartfelt speech. Ahem, in our fight against the North City Research Institute, we... Then he powerfully raised his fist high in the air, declaring what everyone was waiting for. Have won. Liu Feng's gaze was sharp. His every word of confirmation met with an eruption of cheers from the crowd. We defeated the Research Institute and successfully prevented them from attacking our shelter. A man, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Great job, kid. And Thien couldn't contain her emotions as her eyes filled with tears. He's so incredibly strong. Even the Research Institute that completely dominated North City was defeated. The others also smiled with radiant relief. Great job, Brother Feng. The announcements continued with more sweet praise. The heroes this time also include the squad, led by Long Xuan, in command. But it seems the one being praised wasn't as excited as the speaker. They managed to hold their ground even when heavily outnumbered. The crowd started buzzing again. Wow, the legendary awakened ability. Is that right? As expected of the stone-faced judge, Captain Long Xuan. Captain, marry me, you're so cool. Someone else whispered privately. That newcomer, Zhang Yu, isn't half bad either. Looking at the pair, Liu Feng didn't hold back his praise. And that's not all. Long Xuan has awakened his ability, and Zhang Yu's ability has evolved a step further. The strength of our shelter is growing every day. While Long Xuan's gaze remained sharp, Zhang Yu's face was streaked with tears, though inwardly he felt like dancing. Finally, I'm being recognized. I must become even stronger. Finally, Liu Feng clenched his fist to conclude. In short, we won. Callie stood nearby with her arms crossed, a gentle smile on her face. His leadership skills were becoming frighteningly effective, easily able to stir up the emotions of the entire crowd. While everyone was reveling in the joy of victory, someone stood in the distance, silently watching Liu Feng's tall back. Their lips were pressed tightly in a calculating manner, and it seemed a shocking event was about to unfold, one he would never forget. A few hours later, in his bedroom, Liu Feng sat before a screen to review his battle achievements. Okay, time to begin. The point allocation. System, display my stats interface. But the system detected someone standing at the door. Host, someone is outside to see you. Right after that, Liu Feng heard a knock. Who is it? A soft voice entered his ears. Liu Feng, it's Qin Mu. Are you free right now? Hardly believing his ears, he immediately confirmed, Dr. Qin. She appeared in the doorway looking absolutely captivating. May I come in? I hope I'm not disturbing you? Liu Feng quickly played the part of a perfect gentleman and welcomed her. Not at all. Please come in and sit down. She was more than happy to accept. Okay. As he led her in, he turned and asked, Dr. Qin, was there something you needed? She confirmed softly, Once they were both settled, it was time to get down to business. Qin Mu crossed her legs confidently. Liu Feng, thank you so much this time. Her eyes sparkled like 97 stars. Thank you for saving those children and bringing them here. She paused for a moment before making a serious proposal. You helped rescue the children, and I am deeply grateful. I agree to officially join the shelter. The moment Qin Mu finished speaking, Liu Feng sat up straight and issued a command. Base has acquired new talent. This pleasant surprise delighted him. With Dr. Qin joining us, I can confidently entrust all future research for the underground city to her. The system immediately popped up to register her. All of Dr. Qin's information began to stream out, especially the general evaluation. In the apocalypse, food and medicine are equally important. A professional doctor can greatly reduce the number of accidents. However, one must be cautious of this doctor's personality. Liu Feng suddenly recalled a regret from the recent battle. I'm sorry, I arrived too late. There was one child I couldn't save. The image of that monster on a rampage was deeply etched into his mind. As Liu Feng was still lamenting, if only I had gotten there sooner. Qin Mu abruptly stood up. Her eyes seemed to lose their focus, yet her steps remained precise as she walked forward. Her actions startled him. Dr. Qin, she didn't seem to hear him, and Liu Feng grew more urgent. More. Dr. Qin, what are you doing? Qin Mu lunged into Liu Feng's arms, placing her index finger on his lips to silence him. Her voice became soft and coy as the suggestive atmosphere thickened. Don't blame yourself so much. Qin Mu's face flushed shyly, her eyes locked on Liu Feng. Shh, don't say anything. His cheeks burned hot as well, and just as he was about to speak, she stopped him with her finger. Dr. Qin. She brought her beautiful face close to his and whispered, just leave everything to me. Liu Feng was so tense he broke out in a cold sweat, shutting his eyes tight. Ah, this feeling is so familiar. His mind suddenly drifted to the Golden Mountain Temple. He was now wearing a 5 Buddha crown, sitting properly on a meditation cushion, his hands clasped reverently before his chest, endlessly chanting a mantra. In his drifting consciousness, he recalled the moment he was constricted by Li Xin's snake tail. That previous encounter with the green snake was truly dangerous. I almost lost, but luckily, this old monk's skills were a level higher. While Liu Feng was lost in thought, Qin Mu, in the role of Xiao Bai, spoke gently. Oh my, is that Abbot Fahai? She was dressed in a flowing white robe, covering her mouth with her hand as she giggled. Last time, my little sister took care of you. But this time, let me personally test the abbot's kung fu. Liu Feng's eyes snapped open, his brows furrowed in anger. Daring demon, how dare you trespass in the Golden Mountain Temple? Xiao Bai took the initiative, immediately waving her hand to use the skill. Water floods the Golden Mountain, creating a torrent of white water that surged forward. He rose to his feet and coldly issued a command. Holy monks, follow this old monk to vanquish the demon. Following the incantation, the bronze men charged out one by one. Yes, sir. 18. Identical bronze men with muscular builds and shiny bald heads appeared, calling themselves the 18 bronze men. They took their stances in a circle and activated their skill, Indestructible Golden Body. A ring of light immediately blocked Xiao Bai's torrent of water. She hadn't expected this defense, her eyes widening in surprise. What? One of the bronze men stared at Xiao Bai with a sharp gaze. Humph. We fell for this trick last time. Did you think we wouldn't learn our lesson? She quickly understood and didn't hold back her praise. The abbot is so skilled. Well then, how about this? A dual elemental orb of fire and ice was launched. She aimed it straight at the 18 bronze men, a heaven of ice and fire. The bronze men were immediately trapped, half in ice and half in fire, each one writhing in agony. Liu Feng gritted his teeth, cursing in anger. Damn it, a mere little white snake dares to show off in front of an expert. His face hardened as he clasped his hands before his chest, loudly chanting an incantation. Om Amitabha Hri. Xiao Bai on the other side turned her back to dodge. Liu Feng showed no mercy and attacked. The white snake's torrential discharge. She widened her eyes in fear, begging, no, stop. But a skill once launched cannot be recalled. He unleashed his power. Tearing apart his Kasaya robe, great mighty Zen dragon, a powerful fire dragon lunged forward, attacking her head-on, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut and cry out, Ah, I surrender, I surrender. Everything began to fade away. with Xiaobai's pleas. Liu Feng smiled gently at Qin Mu, who was sleeping on the bed, feeling satisfied. This kung fu master is damn good. It can even be used for this. At the National Salvation Army's camp, someone whispered, almost out of breath. Is this their outpost? It's too quiet. In the desolate and cold scenery, groups of people in ragged clothes were languishing on the filthy ground. Zhang Yudong and Bing Xianglian looked at them. The eyes of these people were all lifeless. When the crowd saw Long Xuan's group appear, they raised their heads. Has a new team arrived to take over? This place, seeing the refugees before them, the soldiers couldn't help but feel compassion. Are all these survivors being treated as two-legged sheep? This scene is truly tragic. From a distance, soldiers brought over Ye Liang, who was tightly bound. Reporting to the captain, we've captured the leader of the outpost, a soldier shouted. Kneel! He was quickly forced to his knees on the ground, his face contorted in pain. My lord, spare me. Facing the trembling Ye Liang, Long Xuan just glanced at him indifferently. Pull him down. He trembled even more, his bony face wrinkling. Up! Ah! He frantically kowtowed in apology, crying his eyes out as if his death was imminent. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me. Xiao Yuan's eyes filled with tears, so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged. You demon who killed my parents! The boy didn't hesitate, grabbing the nearest large rock. His eyes burned with hatred. I'm going to kill you. Long Xuan quickly grabbed Xiao Yuan by the collar, stopping the boy from doing something foolish. With tears still in his eyes, the boy turned and questioned him. Why are you stopping me from getting revenge? Obi seized the opportunity to speak up first. You little brat! In our shelter L, it's not a child's turn to get their hands bloody. A stir went through the crowd. They whispered to each other. Shelter L. Some of them, terrified, thought they were about to be butchered. Are they here to eat us? Obi heard everything. He raised his fist and shouted, Everyone, we are from Shelter L, and we're here to save you. We welcome all of you to join our shelter. We guarantee that as long as you work hard, you will have food to eat. We will put this cannibalistic leader on trial and bring justice to everyone. Before their wide, staring eyes of surprise, his voice continued to ring out. I don't think any of you want to be fattened sheep waiting for the slaughter anymore, right? As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted with life. Everyone loudly agreed. I agree to join. We don't want to be eaten anymore. Long Xuan gently placed a hand on Xiao Yuan's shiny head and patted it. He sincerely advised the boy, he can't die just yet. All right, but after we interrogate him for intel, we'll deal with him. You're still a child. It's not worth getting your hands dirty over this kind of scum. Xiao Yuan immediately burst into sobs, her tears flowing like a broken dam. Asterisk sob sob asterisk dad, mom. Long Xuan witnessed the heartbreaking scene, a deep sense of empathy welling up inside him. It was just like him. Once your hands are stained with innocent blood, you can never wash them clean. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and raindrops began to fall, mingling with everyone's tears. His heart felt heavy with emotion in this goddamn apocalypse. In Liu Feng's bedroom, he asked about the situation. Has Long Xuan rescued all the hostages yet? He appeared on the communication screen and, without preamble, immediately reported that a total of 400 hostages had been rescued. On Long Xuan's end, the soldiers were currently stabilizing the refugees. Not only that, but we also confiscated a large amount of food supplies, 1 fuel tanker, and 5 brand new vehicles. We've also captured the leader of the National Salvation Army and are preparing to bring him in for interrogation. Liu Feng was very pleased with these results. Before ending the call, he made sure to add, All right, be careful on your way back. Long Xuan replied coldly, Roger. Outside in the hallway, the sound of someone hurriedly clacking in high heels echoed. A few seconds later, Qin Mu burst through the door and yelled in a panic, Liu Feng, we have a problem. He had just hung up and looked at her, startled. Qin Mu, what's wrong? She was so frantic she could barely speak, delivering the terrible news. Something's happened to your sister. The color instantly drained from his face, his eyes wide with panic. What? With that, he bolted towards the medical bay. They both arrived at the doorway at the same time, anxiously calling out, Xin Tong! She was lying on the bed, convulsing non-stop, her eyes bloodshot as her illness flared up, and whimpering sounds escaped her mouth. Arg! While Liu Feng stood frozen at the door, still in shock, Qin Mu approached and gave an order. Hold the girl down immediately, so I can give her the injection. She tried to remain calm, syringe in hand, her face already slick with sweat. Xin Tong's body thrashed, her convulsions growing even more violent. Qin Mu instantly sensed danger. This is bad, she's about to sit up. Liu Feng immediately rushed forward, hugging his sister tightly and calling her name, Xin Tong. He lowered his voice to soothe her. It's okay, Big Brother is here. Xin Tong opened her vacant, blood-red eyes and lay quietly in his embrace. No one can hurt you, don't be afraid. She suddenly looked up at him, her left eye having reverted to its original blue color. Brother, just 2 hours completely drained all my strength. She quickly lost consciousness again. Liu Feng carefully laid her back on the bed. The frightening red veins had all vanished. He turned and gave Qin Mu a signal. Qin Mu understood immediately and sprang into action. She swiftly gave Xintong an injection in her upper arm, explaining to Liu Feng as she did, "My current medicine can no longer suppress her power's growth." Supporting Xintong's head with one hand, she continued to explain the dire situation. "Your sister's black blood disease has relapsed. The early-stage drugs developed by the Research Institute grant powerful mutation abilities, but they're extremely unstable." Looking at the unconscious Xin Tong, Qin Mu hastily wiped the sweat from her brow. "If this keeps up, she'll gradually lose her consciousness for good." The doctor in charge, Da Fu, anxiously stepped forward to face Liu Feng. "The early-stage virus serum isn't produced anymore." Hearing this, Liu Feng lost his cool and demanded, "Uncle Fu, is there anywhere else we can find the serum?" Amidst the murmuring voices, Xin Tong's eyes fluttered open. Answering his question, Da Fu chose his words carefully. "The only place that has it is laboratory number 4 in the Research Institute, but that place is under heavy guard. It won't be easy to get in and retrieve the serum." Xin Tong heard his answer but chose to remain silent, while Liu Feng clenched his jaw, unable to accept this harsh reality. Damn it! Back in his room, Liu Feng decided to check his current ability level. "System, show me my attribute system. I want to level up." His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The recent enemy taught him a valuable lesson. One trump card is never enough. While his nanopunch was powerful, it wasn't sustainable, revealing major flaws against a formidable opponent. Liu Feng stroked his chin, looking at his information panel and planning his level up. "First, I'll add 4 points to strength and 4 points to intelligence. That should raise strength to A+ and intelligence to B-." He reached out and pressed the confirmation button on the screen. "Kung Fu Master level 16, Blacksmith level 4, Scientist level 13+, Superman level 4, Perception 1. Liu Feng was quite satisfied with these results. To face the special mutants created by Zheng Tiansheng, he needed to further enhance his scientist talent. "I want to try out this idea." The system promptly displayed a notification. Intelligence leveled up, skill selection appeared. A. Intelligence +1. B. Acquire Flash of Inspiration. C. Acquire Neural Link skill. D. Modification level +3. He concentrated hard, analyzing the options like he was picking lottery numbers. These skills weren't bad, but what I need now is to make my ideas a reality. Liu Feng's finger moved toward the option he wanted. This one. Modification level 3 becomes level 6. Just as he finished the important upgrade, there was a knock on his door, followed by a sweet voice. "Brother, I brought you dinner." Liu Feng immediately answered his sister Xin Tong, "Come on in." Her lovely, graceful figure appeared in the doorway, holding a plate of colorful, appetizing food. She walked cheerfully toward her brother. "I made stir-fried pork with peppers for you." She chattered away while holding the plate. "You like spicy food, so I added lots of peppers. I'm sure it'll be super spicy." Liu Feng sat down with his sister, looked at the plate of food in front of him and said softly, "Thanks, Han Dong. Let's eat." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, as she quickly picked up her chopsticks and fed Liu Feng a piece. Han Dong was feeding him. He puffed his cheeks, munching on the generous piece of meat from his little sister and mumbling with a full mouth. Han Dong seemed very happy, smiling radiantly. "Is it good?" Liu Feng gently placed his hand on her head. "It's delicious. Thanks, Han Dong, for cooking such a wonderful meal for me." A moment later, the food on the plate was completely gone. Liu Feng gently ran a hand through his hair, watching Han Dong sleep-talking on the chair. "Wash the dishes. Wash the dishes." Quote, "To think she's still so diligent even in her sleep. This silly girl fell asleep already." He cleared the dishes from the table, stood up, and quietly left. He quickly began scrubbing everything, under the cold tap water, but Liu Feng's expression was even icier than the water itself. His bangs hung low, hiding his eyes. Suddenly, he shattered the plate in his hand, screaming internally, "How can sweet peppers be spicy? Have you lost your sense of pain?" His emotions erupted in the small space as he gritted his teeth in fury. "Zheng Tiansheng, you've pushed my sister and me to this point, and you still want to destroy our shelter, don't you?" Liu Feng slammed his fist down, obliterating what was left of the plate. His eyes blazed with fury, his hand clenched so tightly that blood began to seep out. "If you want a death wish, then I'll make the very heavens and earth tremble for you." At the National Salvation Army headquarters, the fortress looked even more magnificent, bathed in the bright sunlight. The leader, Mike Jackson, sat imposingly on his armchair, with Ziya kneeling before him. "What did you say? Say that again." Ziya fearfully looked up, his face twisted as if he were about to cry. "Yes, all the scouts we sent out have all been killed." Mike's expression darkened as he raised a hand to stroke his chin, calculating. The entire scout post was wiped out? His eyes narrowed dangerously. "It was that crew from Shelter L, wasn't it?" A voice from under a cloak cut through his anger. It seems Shelter L's power is growing stronger and stronger. Mike whipped his head toward the source of the sound. The man casually began to remove his hood. Leader Mike, how about you cooperate with me? The hood came off completely, revealing his impressively long, honey blonde hair. The Holy Son confidently made his proposal. Before their power fully matures, he paused, a vile and cunning smile spreading across his face. Join us, the Gui divine cult, and we will eradicate them down to the very root. In the familiar classroom, the one they always used to devise their top-level plans and groundbreaking strategies, the sound of firm footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Liu Feng surveyed everyone in the room and announced, "Is everyone here? Now we will begin the meeting." He turned to the person next to him and commanded, "Long Xuan, report to everyone on the situation at the National Salvation Army's camp." He quickly complied. Understood. Then, based on the data he had prepared, he reported in a serious tone, "This time, we raided the National Salvation Army's camp, rescued over 400 hostages, confiscated a large quantity of supplies, and over 100 firearms of various types, and captured the leader of their camp." Long Xuan also added other accomplishments. Not only that, but we also clashed with the Research Institute this time, successfully killing many of the Research Institute's elite soldiers. Liu Feng said with satisfaction, "Good. This time we've managed to wear down Zheng Tiansheng's morale. I need to upgrade the underground city. Again, to guard against another attack from Zheng Tiansheng." He narrowed his eyes, seriously laying out his plan. "I want to expand the underground city to 4 levels. Among the hostages we rescued, there are many children. I want to open a school for them, to give them a chance to learn." He continued his announcement, "And I'm preparing to upgrade and overhaul our weapons manufacturing system to further enhance our combat capabilities. Our current arsenal can rearm 200 people." Finally, Liu Feng proposed his plan. "In addition, I plan to lead a team to raid the Research Institute's Laboratory Number 4. Long Xuan immediately objected to this idea. "Isn't this too hasty? Our forces are still recovering. After their recent defeat, Zheng Tiansheng will probably be more on guard against us." Liu Feng recalled the faint blood vessels on his sister's sweet face and the pain she was enduring, explaining grimly, "I know, but Han Dong's illness is spiraling out of control. The medicine no longer works, so our only option is to steal the serum inhibitor produced at Laboratory Number 4. He had an even greater ambition. I don't just want to steal the inhibitor, I also want to get my revenge on the Research Institute and Zheng Tiansheng." Seeing how determined he was, Callie knew she couldn't stop him and readily agreed. "In that case, let's carefully discuss our response plan." He immediately agreed. "All right." Just then, the warning alarm suddenly blared, flashing a blinding red light. Everyone in the meeting room shot to their feet in shock. Liu Feng hurriedly ordered, "Sarah, go see what's happening." Hearing her name snapped her back to reality. Right. After checking for a moment, she screamed in shock. "This is bad," he asked anxiously. "What is it?" Based on her observations, she reported hesitantly, "To the north of the shelter, a massive zombie horde is swarming towards us." Hearing this news, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Elsewhere, inside the Research Institute's Laboratory Number 4, a place enclosed by transparent glass, someone was holding a book, called the 3-Character Classic. In the middle of a small garden, enclosed in glass, a person was explaining the contents of the book to a group of children. Men at their birth are naturally good. Their natures are similar. Their habits, far into the distance. At the same time, outside the glass cage, an old man was watching intently. One child found the saying too difficult to understand and asked, "What does people are born good mean?" Zero gently explained. "People are born good means that when humans are born, their nature is inherently good." Just then, a man walked over to them. Tianheng flashed a forced smile, opening his arms to welcome the children. "My children." The kids ran happily towards him. Director. One of them approached and hesitantly asked, Director, when will our sickness be cured?" "We really want to go outside and play," he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. With the director here, your sickness will be cured in no time." Then he added with another smile, "Go wait for me in the treatment room, kids. I'll be there after I talk with little Tule." The blue-haired girl named Tule approached Tianheng and asked curiously, "Director, what did you want to talk to me about?" He didn't answer and quickly picked her up. Seeing him walk towards her, Zero greeted him, Director Trin. He gently set the little girl down, patting her head warmly as he asked, "Tule, did you know?" Tianheng placed a hand on the girl's head. "Actually, sometimes the ancient texts aren't necessarily right." Tule looked surprised. "Huh." Without another word, he decisively slashed her neck. Zero was utterly shocked. The little girl, even at that moment, still didn't understand what was happening. Tule's eyes welled up with tears. Director Trin watched her collapse onto the grass. Then he ordered, "Take these children to Laboratory Number 3 and begin the experiment. No need to spare any consumables." Then he grinned from ear to ear, his eyes flashing with cruel killing intent, finishing his earlier thought. For example, people are born evil. He wiped the blood splatter from his face while talking to Zero. Your plans have failed repeatedly. The deaths of these children are your punishment. He glared and threatened in a cold voice. If it happens again, you yourself will be directly disposed of. He turned to announce his plans. In addition, I'm about to head out to find a shelter. In my absence, the Research Institute's defense is in your hands. I'm giving you a mission. She asked back. What about Shelter L? Thien Hung quickly replied. I've already found an opponent for them. If we're lucky, they'll wipe them all out. His voice turned dangerous, his eyes as sharp as blades. The Church of Oneness. In the mountain range near Shelter L, a man's voice rang out, Ah, come here, my good little pets. Looking at the writhing crowd below, the saint raised both hands, exclaiming with delight, what a truly beautiful sight. But below were not ordinary people, but hundreds and thousands of disgusting, screaming zombies. He smirked confidently, Ha ha ha, it's about to begin. Looking down at them, he arrogantly declared, The grand performance is about to start. The horde of zombies swarmed into the base. In the shelter's control room, the emergency broadcast blared. Warning, warning, a horde is approaching the shelter from the north. Everyone prepare for defense. Prepare for defense. Liu Feng raised his hand and commanded loudly, Shelter L is now entering. The military is taking over. A squad equipped with protective gear and modern combat rifles ran out on command. The troops moved by unit to the combat zone and began to set up defenses. The broadcast gave further instructions for different groups. All non-combat personnel proceed in an orderly fashion to the safe rooms. Next was the order for the defense forces, secure all main entrances. Once the zombies are in firing range, eliminate them all. Liu Feng monitored the situation from the control room. He was furious. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging in. He gritted his teeth and angrily declared, I'll show you the true power of Shelter L. On a cliff near Shelter L, the saint stood alone, on the high precipice. Looking down at the swarm of undead writhing before the wall, he laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, Shelter L located beneath the hospital is quite well hidden. Just then, a man with a burly physique and a large axe approached him and called out, Hey, Saint of the Church of Oneness. Hearing someone call him, he glanced back. Oh, Mike, what is it? The man lowered his voice and suggested, Leave the frontal assault to you. We're preparing to circle around to the back. The saint readily agreed. No problem. Hearing that, the man turned and left without another word. Suddenly, the saint smirked mysteriously, then used his power, spreading it far and wide. The zombies under his control became even more ferocious, surging forward. Dai Quang quickly gave the order and opened fire. Instantly, all the soldiers fired in unison. The sound of gunfire was so dense it was deafening. The shots continuously hit the zombies, but for every one that fell, 2 more would climb over it from behind. The numbers were staggering. At this point, there was no choice but to use stronger weapons. Dai Quang gritted his teeth, pulled the pins on 2 grenades, and threw them into the zombie horde, along with a continuous hail of bullets. He yelled, Take this! Watching his good little pets get blown away by the 2 grenades, the saint suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Is the shelter's firepower this strong? He closed his eyes, using his mental senses. Let's probe a little. Shelter L must have a weak point. At that exact moment, Long Hien, from another location, took aim and fired a powerful shot. The saint sensed the danger, stopped his reconnaissance, and his eyes flew open. He decisively jerked his head to the side, just as the bullet slammed into his wrist. Immediately, he quickly took cover behind a large nearby rock. He cursed inwardly in anger. There's a sniper, and the shelter's firepower is this strong too. It's a good thing I had my senses active to dodge that fatal shot. If only the high priest were still alive, she could have her control the mutated zombies to attack the damned city. But then he grinned from ear to ear, his face looking incredibly sinister. But luckily, I still have an ace up my sleeve, the leader of the National Salvation Army. Elsewhere, in the base's control room, Liu Feng finished observing the battlefield and turned to ask Cecilia, Is this person also an apostle of your unification church? She obediently replied, Yes. She gave a brief introduction about him. He is apostle number 5 of the Unification Church, codenamed the Holy Son. He politely asked further, Can you tell me more about him? She honestly revealed everything. She knew. His ability is zombie control. He can command large numbers of normal zombies to form a zombie wave. She also added, His ability and mine are complementary. When I was in the Unification Church, I often worked with him. Liu Feng was about to say something when a tremor shook the entire station, interrupting him. Ah, what's happening? Obi's face appeared on the screen. He panicked and called out, Station Chief, it's bad. Liu Feng calmly waited for the report. Obi, what happened? He anxiously reported, Ah, the wall in the direction of the break room has been blown in. This news made him gasp in shock. What? Indeed, behind OB was a huge gap in the wall, which had been blasted into a hole wide enough for several people. Mei Mei and Qian Qian were also in the break room, witnessing the whole event, but couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "What's going on?" A second later, a series of people standing near the hole in the wall were riddled with bullets. Ah, a man wearing a red rag slowly walked in. He smirked with amusement as someone hurriedly shouted a warning. "We have enemies!" Obi trembled in fear upon seeing them. The leader stepped on a robot lying on the floor. "This is the leader of the National Salvation Army, Mike Jackson." He boomed out an order. "The map the Iron Tribe gave us works like a charm. Brothers, loot all the money, food, and women." His underlings cheered enthusiastically. "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Then Mike yelled, "Let's get to it!" Mei Mei and Qian Qian, terrified, trembled on the floor. Who are these people? The man's interest was piqued when he saw the two beauties. "Oh," he laughed lewdly and called to his men. "Heh, look what I found here." Obi quickly stood in front of the two of them, trying to growl out a question. "Who are you people?" The man didn't hide his identity at all. "I'm Mike, leader of the National Salvation Army." After his introduction, his demeanor suddenly changed, and he ordered menacingly, "Get the hell out of my way, don't block the path." Threatened like that, his face turned pale with fear. He still didn't have the guts to face them, so he quickly stepped aside. Mike praised him with satisfaction. "At least you know your place." Now, with no one to help, Mei Mei and Qian Qian were face to face with the man. "Yo, isn't this the pre-apocalypse female star?" With that, he reached out his filthy hand, intending to grab both beauties. "They're both gorgeous. You two darlings, come along quietly with me." Obi stood to the side witnessing this scene, his mind flashing back to the days before. Can I really just stand by and watch my friends get taken away? As if having made a decision, he smiled and let out a sigh. "Ha," followed by a long laugh. "Ha ha ha." Mike was slightly surprised. He looked at his underlings and ordered with a disgusted tone, "Someone, take care of that noisy, annoying pest." They obeyed, aiming their guns straight at him. "Yes, boss!" Suddenly, OB grabbed a mysterious black object, turned around and shouted, "Station Chief, I've completed my mission. Long live the shelter." With that, he decisively threw it towards Mike's group, causing them to scatter in panic. The man yelled a warning, "Damn it, get out of the way." But when the black object hit the ground, nothing happened. He looked back in confusion. That's when he got a clear look. The thing on the ground wasn't a grenade or a mine, but a hot dog. He cursed in anger, "Son of a gun! We've been tricked!" Meanwhile, OB had already escaped with Mei Mei and Qian Qian long ago. "Run! Quickly!" Mike, furious from the embarrassment, ordered his men to aim at the three of them. "Kill them for me!" He looked at the path ahead and calculated their escape route. If they could get past that turn, they could dodge the bullets, since bullets can't curve. But a second later, he was filled with regret. Why did I jump out? They clearly didn't notice me. He cursed himself as he ran. Why didn't I just stay put and wait for the station chief to arrive with reinforcements? At least my life wouldn't have been in danger. Was it because I was so useless before, unable to do anything? But watch my friends be taken away. The more he thought, the crazier he felt. Although running away was shameful, the opponents were butchers who killed without blinking, and I'm just an ordinary person. Finally, with tears welling up, he blamed himself. I really screwed up. As soon as the order to fire was given, all the enemy gun barrels flashed. Obi closed his eyes, waiting for death in despair. I'm about to die, trying to be a hero without any power. I really am an idiot. But before the Grim Reaper could claim his life, he was stopped by Liu Feng. The spinning tentacles formed a shield, blocking the bullets. Obi looked over in astonishment as all the bullets were caught by them. He shouted with joy, "Liu Feng!" He smiled and praised, "Obi, you did great. Are you guys okay?" A system notification appeared. Quest: defeat the enemies invading the shelter. Reward 10,000 points. Suddenly, an arm hugged his leg tightly. Obi hugged him while crying, snot running down his face, and complained tearfully, Station Chief, you're finally here. I thought I was going to die." Liu Feng was awkward, shooing him away with a slightly disgusted tone. Hey, what are you doing? You're getting your slobber all over my pants." A moment later, he frowned and questioned them. "Who are you? Why did you invade our shelter?" Mike didn't seem to pay him any mind. Eyes, and commanded contemptuously, "Oh, so you're the leader of Shelter L? Hand over all the pretty girls in your shelter to be my playthings, then get on your knees and beg. If you do, maybe I'll spare your life." His underlings chimed in, "Boss, when you're done playing, how about you reward us with a few of them, especially that woman in red?" The man agreed cheerfully. No problem." One of the henchmen seemed to recognize her. "She's Callie, a CEO from the top 10 on the billionaire list." Hearing this, Liu Feng's killing intent flared, his voice as cold as an asura emerging from hell. "What did you just say?" Callie also smirked in disdain. Scum like you thinks you can touch me? But the man paid no attention to her words. He licked his lips with a shamelessly greedy expression. You little punk, your biggest mistake was standing in front of me. With that, he hefted his axe and charged at Liu Feng. Everyone on the boys' side watched with worry, while Mike's men cheered confidently, "Boss, tear them to shreds." When he was just a short distance away, the man suddenly leaped high into the air. Go to hell! Liu Feng wasn't one to just stand and take it. He gritted his teeth, channeling energy into his fist, then landed a devastating blow to the man's stomach, causing him to cough up blood before everyone's astonished eyes. His men cried out in shock, "Boss!" Seeing Mike sent flying, his underlings were stunned. Ha! Both Callie and Li Xin showed a flicker of relief. The henchmen, finally coming to their senses, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He sent the boss flying with a single punch. Liu Feng pointed at the man and arrogantly laughed. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, an object sped towards him, making him look over in confusion. Mike lunged at Liu Feng, but the boy dodged nimbly, taking a few steps back. He was a bit surprised by the man's strength. You managed to block that? The man touched the crack on his chest plate and praised him. You're pretty strong, aren't you? Without this armor, you would have punched a hole right through me. But then his tone turned threatening. However, your main forces are at the front lines, and I've already breached your shelter. You should just obediently wait to die. But Liu Feng wasn't scared at all. He laughed dismissively. Ha, I was already prepared. I was just waiting for you idiots to try a sneak attack. Suddenly, rows of modern guns were revealed. He crossed his arms arrogantly and commanded, activate the defensive machine guns. Seeing the ceiling covered in guns aimed directly at them, Mike's group was shaken. He stared, unblinking, at the array of weapons, exclaiming in shock, defensive machine guns. Liu Feng yelled the order, shoot all intruders! As he finished speaking, the sound of gunfire erupted in unison, sparks flying continuously. Under the intense hail of bullets, Mike's men were riddled with holes. They screamed in agony, Arg, we're done for. Mike had already ducked into a corner, dodging the bullets. Damn it, what level is this shelter? How can it have such high-powered defensive machine guns? He peeked out to observe, feeling frustrated. This was too passive. He had to think of another way. This couldn't go on. To catch the bandits, you must first catch the king. With that thought, Mike used his armor's ability to overload its nuclear core, generating an electric current around his body. Empowered, he charged forward, thinking to himself, after I kill you, this shelter will be mine. He was very proud of his suit. This armor of mine, a specialized suit for underground operations, was developed for excavation work and can achieve a super overload of power for a short period. He charged madly towards Liu Feng. Go to hell! The boy turned his head to the beautiful girl behind him. Callie, I need a shield. She quickly replied, got it. Immediately, she used her morphing control skill to create a metal sphere. She called out to him as she sent it over to Liu Feng. Catch! He took it politely. Thanks. Then he whispered, reconstruct, and the sphere gradually transformed into a sturdy shield. Mike was very confident in his strength. He brought his axe down hard towards Liu Feng. It's over! But the boy blocked it with his shield. The impact was so strong, it created sparks. After taking the blow, the boy shouted, my turn! He raised the shield to meet the man's axe blade and yelled, take this, bomb shield of 3,000-fold death. This move was called the bomb. Shield of 3,000-fold death, meaning it had been enchanted with an explosive spell, giving the shield's surface an explosive property that detonates on strong impact. Seeing the shield begin to ignite, Mike was utterly shocked, his jaw dropping so wide it looked like it might fall off. Ah! A long, agonizing scream followed as he was cooked by the flames. Ah! Ah! He coughed up blood in pain, his screams turning into hoarse cries. Ah! It's so hot! Ah! As he could clearly feel the heat inside his armor, he was terrified. This suit doesn't have a cooling system. I'm about to be roasted alive. Plus, the super overload will explode when it meets heat. Sure enough, a second later, his entire body exploded into pieces. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, Liu Feng triumphantly shouted with vigor, the enemy is annihilated! We've won! The two girls, Mei Mei and Qian, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. The leader is so cool. Our choice was definitely not wrong. Obi grinned and praised him. So awesome! Even Callie had to acknowledge his ability. He's gotten stronger again. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, the fierce battle raged on, with explosions going off everywhere. The sound of gunfire was incessant. The squad of soldiers continuously fired at the horde of zombies. The saint, seeing that so much time had passed with no progress, grew impatient. Damn it, we still can't break through, he frowned, thinking of his so-called ally. What the hell is that bastard, Mike? Liu Feng's troops enthusiastically rained bullets down on the zombies below. Light 'em up, brothers! Don't let a single one get through! The zombies tried to push forward, but they were completely unable to. Mean nothing against the rain of bullets hailing down on them. Seeing this, The saint cursed in frustration. Damn it, we can't break through. How is this shelter's firepower so insane? That useless. Mike said he would raid the shelter from the inside, but there's been no word from him. Just then, a heavily cloaked person carrying a gun ran up. The subordinate approached him, and behind him was a cage covered by a black cloth. Boss, I've brought the package. The man asked for the saint's opinion. Should we release it now? He stopped him and analyzed the situation for the man. Wait a bit longer. We don't have the priestess here right now. To us, this thing is like a one-time use nuke. The cage seemed to sense something, shaking violently and letting out rattling sounds. As the two were talking, someone suddenly opened fire on them. The noise startled the saint, who quickly turned around. The sight of zombies being flung into the air caught his eye, and he exclaimed with a glimmer of hope, a military vehicle from the Salvation Army. But when he recognized who was on the vehicle, the saint's eyes widened in shock. That's not right. He could clearly see it was Liu Feng's group inside. Liu Feng leaned out of the window, using his tentacles to kill any zombies that dared to approach. It wasn't the Salvation Army. Liu Feng's firm voice rang out, Saint of the Church of Unity, come out and surrender. Now, after witnessing the scene, the subordinate speculated worriedly, Sir, they've broken out of the shelter, which means Leader Mike. The saint simply said coldly, that Mike failed. He's completely useless. Faced with this situation, he laughed excitedly, exclaiming, Ke, very good, you've got guts. The saint's face was filled with malice, but just because they were in a military vehicle doesn't mean they can just charge into a horde of zombies looking for death. The saint raised his hand and ordered the zombies, Kill them for me! Seeing the zombies swarming in like a flood, Da Qiang quickly reported to Long Xuan, This is not good. The military vehicle is surrounded. We need to provide cover immediately. He replied calmly, Don't worry, just watch. A figure with a jetpack on their back zipped by in a flash. I'll take the fight from the air. Amidst the scene of zombies surrounding the military vehicle, a few were shot down as a figure with vibrant red hair soared into the sky. It was Li Xin. She fired relentlessly, down at the zombies on the ground. Every single one was shot dead by Li Xin. Down below, Zhang Yu was using his ability to twist the zombies, stopping them from climbing onto the vehicle. Liu Feng got back inside and requested, Assistance. Callie, I need hard blade-like metallic materials. While driving, she replied, Okay, leave it to me. As she spoke, she pulled metallic materials from a container and covered the vehicle. Liu Feng placed his hand on the roof and yelled, Modify. Next, form control. Instantly, countless sharp spikes sprouted all over the vehicle. The ordinary military truck had now transformed into a war machine, charging forward with immense force. With the vehicle's new form, it left a trail of zombie corpses in its wake, cut down like trees. Liu Feng gritted his teeth in rage. Zheng Tiansheng, I haven't even settled the score with you for my sister's sake, and now you dare to attack us. The saint witnessed all of this, frozen in terror. He had to resort to his last resort. We have no choice. Open the cage. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, sir. As soon as the cage door opened, the creature stuck out a paw covered in sharp claws. It turned out this creature was a two-headed zombie dog. Indeed, its appearance was as ferocious as its name. The saint commanded the beast, Go, two-headed zombie dog, kill them. Receiving the order, it dashed forward like the wind and leaped onto Liu Feng's vehicle. He exclaimed in shock, A mutated zombie. Cecilia, who was next to Liu Feng, removed her hood and blindfold and prepared for battle. Let me handle this. Hearing this, he quickly turned around. Priestess. She took off her cloak, closed her eyes, and raised her hands near her temples and began to activate her ability. The saint trembled so violently that he stammered, Priestess. In contrast to his panic, Cecilia remained highly focused, and around her forehead appeared blue, radar-like waves of light. The radar's detection radius expanded until it reached the two-headed zombie dog, which froze in place as if hypnotized. At that moment, the saint and his subordinate were trembling with confusion. Why did it stop? Has the two-headed zombie dog's mind been completely taken over? Its gaze shifted towards the two of them. He trembled as he tried to call out, Good boy! But now, it no longer recognized the saint as its master and immediately pounced on the two, leaving only their blood-curdling screams behind. The two-headed zombie dog began to ravenously devour the bodies of the saint and his subordinate. Liu Feng was just as shocked, witnessing such a horrific scene. This thing, fortunately, it stopped its advance at that moment. One of its heads even turned to give Cecilia a fawning smile. It turned out that it had accepted her as its new master. She praised it. Such a good boy. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. That scared the hell out of me. After that heart-stopping experience, Liu Feng remembered the true mastermind and began to plan their next move. Zheng Tiansheng definitely won't expect us to win. While they still haven't had time to react, we'll raid Laboratory Number 4. In a small alley at the North City base, The sky was clear, and someone was strolling casually nearby. It turned out to be Liu Feng's group. They had arrived, but there wasn't a single person in sight. He wondered aloud, strange, brigade. Leader Guo said he sent people to the gate to meet us. Where is everyone? As Liu Feng's group walked on, they didn't notice a girl hiding behind a wall. He continued to wonder, they're still not here. Yet, whoosh, something flashed by. He immediately sensed something behind him. A girl with orange hair leaped up and kicked him hard in the back. Liu Feng retaliated with his tentacles. A sneak attack. He then quickly spun around, extending his tentacles toward the opponent to return the favor. Gotcha! The tentacles grabbed the girl and tightened around her several more times. The opponent was bound around her body, hovering in midair, which sent her into a momentary panic. Hey, wait a minute, she quickly explained. It's me, Station Chief Liu. Only then did Liu Feng get a clear look at who it was. Adjutant Guo. So it was you? The medical saint explained her motive for attacking them, saying her power had grown much stronger, and at least now she was qualified to break into Lab 4. He immediately wondered, is Lab 4 really that formidable? Hearing this, Han Dong seemed completely entranced, her eyes staring blankly, lost in thought. The medical saint was slowly lowered to the ground by Liu Feng, and she answered his question in detail. Lately, tensions between Zheng Tiansheng and our military faction have been very high, and his Squad 4 has already returned to the North City base for defense. The medical saint crossed her arms in front of her chest with a casual air. But luckily, Zheng Tiansheng is away on business, so now is the best time for a sneak attack. We just need to get past Squad 4. Liu Feng asked doubtfully. Squad 4? She continued to brief him. They are the most uncontrollable research institute squad and also one of the most powerful killing machines under Zheng Tiansheng's command, but no one knows their abilities, or what their specific abilities are, because everyone who has encountered them is already dead. Hearing this, a contemplative look appeared in Liu Feng's eyes. Unknown abilities, huh? Then he clenched his fist, showing his determination. No matter how strong they are, I have to get in. My sister's illness can't wait any longer. The medical saint frowned curiously. Your sister? Liu Feng gestured towards where Han Dong was standing and introduced her. Oh right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my sister, Han. But there was no one there anymore. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze with his jaw dropped, while she was at a loss for words, unsure what expression to make. Liu Feng panicked, his mouth hanging wide open. Han Dong, where did you go? His shout echoed through the area under the blazing sun. Meanwhile, Han Dong was in the processing chamber of Lab 4, where dozens of people were lying scattered on the ground. Li Zhen was squatting, his whole body trembling as he observed the situation. That thing was outside. He saw it extend its claws to pull tumors out of human bodies. It seemed to be collecting those tumors. It moved from one target to the next. He then looked towards the children whose bodies were covered in tumors, their faces expressionless, and came to a conclusion. Could it be that black blood disease patients like us are their food? Suddenly, a Ling coughed, scaring Li Zhen out of his wits. He quickly covered her mouth and whispered a reminder, "Shh, be quiet, don't make a sound, or they'll hear us. Those are the devils from Squad 4. The little girl's face immediately turned pale with fear. Just then, footsteps approached their hiding spot. A large body glowing green appeared, its eyes like terrifying headlights. Although his body was shaking, he still held the little girl tightly to protect her. The opponent suddenly rushed forward, stabbing straight through Li Zhen's stomach, and fresh blood gushed out in an instant. Then, the creature dragged his body away. A Ling watched helplessly, crying and pleading. "Oh, God!" the little girl sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "God, I don't want to die. Somebody save us." She trembled and squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again, she saw a person. Han Dong had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, silently sitting in front of A Ling, startling the little girl into exclaiming, "You are?" A Ling immediately recognized that the scent on her was the same as theirs. "You're a black blood disease patient. From which processing chamber?" Han Dong didn't answer. The little girl continued to wonder, how come I've never seen you before? But then she was left speechless when she saw the other girl staring at her with a ravenous look. Just then, the sound of a door echoed. A Ling turned her head in fear and warned her, "This is bad. We have to run." With that, the little girl grabbed Han Dong's hand and pulled her into a run. To escape that thing. "The devil from Squad 4 has found us." A Ling led her until they reached a fork in the path. "There's a ventilation duct up ahead. Let's get in there quickly." The little girl hastily reached out to open the vent cover. Once it was open, she urged Han Dong to hurry. "Let's hurry and get inside." The two of them fumbled in the dark as they crawled forward. Even though they had just met, for the first time, A Ling was providing her with a lot of useful information. This is a passage that we survivors found while looking for food. It connects to the inside of several facilities in Lab 4. The little girl continued to explain in detail. "This corpse processing plant is just one small facility. Around here there are all sorts of rooms. research rooms, labs, and specimen preservation rooms. After crawling out, she revealed more to Han Dong, who was crawling towards the vent opening. There are a few other survivors hiding in this room. A Ling felt her way along the wall, leading the way for her. Let's go this way. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got out, they came face to face with a horde of hideous zombies, startling the little girl. They rushed towards the two of them amidst horrified screams. From the little girl. Immediately after, Han Dong lunged forward and knocked the zombie to the ground. A Ling watched this scene, her eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment as another wave of zombies swarmed in to attack. Her expression immediately filled with murderous intent. Han Dong didn't hesitate to use her powers to decimate them. The little girl trembled as she witnessed this spectacle, and a suspicion suddenly formed in her mind. Could it be? You're a mutant too? She immediately looked at Ailing with her crimson eyes, which seemed to be shooting out laser beams, terrifying the other girl so much that tears welled up in her eyes. But before they could even fall, was stunned to hear Han Dong's stomach rumbling loudly. She clutched her stomach to muffle the sound, and casually admitted, I'm hungry. The little girl was speechless. Alin quickly forgot her earlier fear, and she began to rummage around. Here, I know you're hungry. Just wait a second. The little girl gently pushed a moldy green loaf of bread towards Han Dong. Here, a moldy loaf of bread. Han Dong held the bread, which was emitting a rancid smell. Her hand hesitated, unsure whether to bring it to her mouth or not. The little girl urged her, hurry and eat. I had a really hard time finding this food. She stood still with the moldy bread but still hadn't taken a single bite. Alin shared the origin of the bread with sad eyes. This is food that my brother A-chan traded his life for. The little girl sadly recalled her brother's death and despondently uttered some ominous words. Maybe I'll be next? Hearing Alin mention her brother made Han Dong freeze for a moment. She suddenly remembered Liu Feng's advice. Never carelessly accept things from others, and if you do, you must give something in return. Thank them. So she knelt down and quickly rummaged through her bag. My brother said, you have to give something in return. Then Han Dong took out a pastry, a food container, and 2 bottles of milk for the little girl. Alin was startled. So much food. Is this all for me? The happy little girl excitedly grabbed Han Dong's hand. Thank you. Only then did she realize that after all this time, she still didn't know the other's name. Oh, right. What's your name? She replied, Liu Han Dong. Alin praised her and suggested they become friends. Your name is Liu Han Dong? That's a really nice name. From now on, let's be friends. Han Dong dazedly accepted. Friends. On the other side of the hallway, that demon followed a faint scent wafting through the passage. He chased it to its source and exclaimed, so fragrant, I've found it. Another vent cover fell off. Alin landed on the floor. She waited for Han Dong to crawl out so they could head to the next location, the gathering place for lab number 4. When they both emerged, the little girl said to the children in the room, everyone, I found a friend who was lost. The whole group jumped and looked at the two of them. Alin held up the bag of food. The food she gave us is enough to last for several days. The little kids were so excited that their eyes lit up. Really? I've been eating rotten meat for months. Seeing this, Han Dong sadly pursed her lips. The little girl distributed the food to each child. The kids joyfully took it. It's meat! Wow! It's a vacuum-sealed pastry. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the wall cracked and sent debris flying everywhere. The children jumped in fear. The one who stepped out was the gluttonous member of Squad 4. He entered the room with a swagger and a gleeful smile. Ha ha ha, I've found you. Gluttony stared at Han Dong with a ravenous look, as if he hadn't had a delicious meal in a long time. Elsewhere at the Research Institute, lab number 4, 2 guards were chatting while on patrol. One sighed. This is so boring. The other reminded him, get serious. But he ignored the warning and said lazily, our Research Institute has such a high status. Who would dare mess with us? Besides, the legendary Squad 4 is personally guarding lab number 4. We just have to look the part. The other guard, seeing his partner's point, agreed. True. Anyone who attacks this place must have a death wish. Before he could finish his sentence, a foot with sharp claws emerged. The 2 guards became alert, and in the smoke, a figure riding a monster appeared through the thick haze. The 2 men immediately raised their guns. Who's looking to die? Something lunged at them, making them scream in terror. A 2-headed zombie dog. It sent the 2 guards flying. Liu Feng warned, anyone who stands in my way dies. Then, his group stormed into lab number 4. The beast carried them at lightning speed, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Gluttony moved his massive body closer to Han Dong, his voice booming. Hehehe, I've found you all. Every word he spoke etched the faces of those around him with extreme fear. We're doomed. We've been discovered. He stopped in front of Han Dong, his eyes filled with desire. So you're the one giving off that sweet smell. She stood still without replying, a look of disgust clear on her face. Losing patience, Gluttony grinned triumphantly, opening his palm to snatch Han Dong. You will surely taste exquisite. Faced with danger, she struggled to control her black blood disease. Red veins began to appear and spread across her face. Before he could grab her body had completely transformed, ready for battle. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed Han Dong's wrist and pulled hard. She immediately returned to her normal state and looked over at Aylin, who was pulling her away while explaining, "He's one of the demons from Squad 4. We have to run." Seeing the little girl's urgency, Han Dong was a bit surprised. Gluttony watched the tiny human scatter around him with great excitement. "Ha ha ha! Run faster! I've already memorized your scents." His bloodthirsty eyes scanned the area, filled with satisfaction. "This entire Lab Number 4 building is my hunting ground. Let the hunt begin." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, reports came one after another. Lord Gluttony has discovered a group of live test subjects in a room near the corpse disposal workshop. In response to those words, there was only silence. Silence. Inside the room, the figure of a powerful woman sat supervising the operators who were constantly updating the situation. Ni Trang's eyes never left the screen in front of her. System, they must be the test subjects that went missing before. Beside her was Lust, the S-rank captain of Squad B, ranked top 31. Her face was focused and expressionless as she watched the developments closely. Lord Gluttony is hunting them down. Hearing this, she quietly looked at the image on the screen and quickly recognized a familiar face. "Oh, isn't this Liu's little sister, Feng?" Before Lust could even wonder, someone below delivered an urgent report. "My lord, we have a problem. The detectors at the front of the base show that the main gate has been breached by an intruder." Ni Chang immediately added more information. "It's leader Liu Feng from Shelter L." Before she could finish her sentence, a finger pierced straight through her head, and her body staggered backward before collapsing. Lust brought her finger, still dripping with fresh blood, up to her nose, inhaling the metallic scent with a look of utter satisfaction. She ignored the blood dripping down and let out a delighted laugh. "Ha ha ha, it seems Leader Zheng's plan has run into a problem. Those lunatics from the unification cult are unreliable." With that, she reached out and caressed Liu Feng's face on the screen, unable to hold back a sigh of admiration. "But this man is so handsome." Then Lust turned to a nearby soldier and ordered, "You, send a squad to capture them." The soldier complied. "Understood." Her eyes gradually lost their humanity, filled with a ravenous desire. "I want to devour him." Meanwhile, in the hallway of Lab 4, Cecilia complained as she walked through the carnage of corpse fragments. Looking at the scene of scattered flesh and blood before him, Liu Feng felt utterly disgusted. "This place is a living hell." Then, as if remembering something, he turned his head slightly to confer with Cecilia. "Priestess, let's split into 2 groups to save time and find Han Tong. I'm afraid she's in danger." Understanding his worry, she didn't hesitate. "All right." Liu Feng continued towards a door. He paused for a moment, his eyes filled with surprise. In front of him was a fully armed squad, led by the arrogantly laughing Kang Ye. Above them, a screen displayed the image of Lust. "I didn't expect the one who dealt with the unification cult and the leader of the Salvation Army to be this handsome. And you dare to barge in here alone? How about you surrender and become my dog? I'll ask Leader Zheng to spare your life. What do you say?" Liu Feng paid no attention to what she said, his brows furrowed in pure hatred. "Where is my sister? Bring her out." Seeing his expression, she wasn't surprised at all and taunted him. "Oh my, you're quite impatient." As she spoke, one side of the screen showed a video of Ailing hastily pulling Han Tong away as they fled. "Gluttony is chasing your cute little sister right now. Why don't you go with my subordinate? I'll have him lead you to meet your sister." Seeing his sister's figure, Liu Feng couldn't hide his anxiety. Han Tong. Lust seemed extremely satisfied by his suffering. "But if you don't surrender, I'll have to resort to violence. Captain, take care of him." Waiting for just that, Kang Ye turned his sinister gaze towards Liu Feng. "Ha ha, just leave him to me, leader." Without hesitation, he immediately ordered his squad to attack. "Fire." The moment he spoke, a barrage of gunfire erupted. He didn't have time to dodge, using his own mechanical arms to block the bullets. This made Kang Ye's jaw drop in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. "What is that thing? It can actually block bullets?" After blocking the volley of bullets, Liu Feng began his counterattack. He sent the soldiers flying into the air, their limbs mercilessly torn apart. Witnessing the brutal scene, Kang Ye was deeply shaken, standing rooted to the spot, staring at his comrades' corpses scattered on the floor. But his stupor didn't last long, and he threw a punch aimed at Liu Feng. "This guy is too dangerous. I have to take him down myself, and fast." Without flinching, with just one hand, he easily blocked the man's attack. An electric current surged from his body into Kang Ye's modified fist. Seeing this, he panicked and retracted his electrified arm. "What's happening?" Then suddenly, his body flew up and slammed into the wall behind him, his armor malfunctioning. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, Liu Feng charged forward with absolute fury. At this moment, Kang Ye could do nothing but watch his own impending doom. The punch generated arcs of crackling electricity that spread out wide, and a large section of the wall behind him shattered from the impact. Kang Ye's body was torn in half after taking the full force of Liu Feng's punch. After dealing with the obstacle, he turned back with a determined gaze. "You just wait!" He stared directly at the silent surveillance camera in the corner of the room and shouted, "I'm coming for you!" Witnessing everything that had just happened only further stimulated Lust's murderous excitement. "Ha ha, how interesting. I want to devour him right now." In the hallway of Lab 4, Aling still held Han Tong's hand tightly, desperately trying to escape. Worry was etched on her face, but she didn't forget to plan their escape route. "We're heading to the experiment zone, even those monsters can't get in there. It's the only way to shake him off." Aling seemed very familiar with the area and didn't forget to ask Han Tong, "I know an air vent we can crawl into. But Han Tong, do you have any relatives? Which section of the lab building are they in?" Hearing Aling's question, she answered hesitantly, "I have a brother." Hearing her answer, a hint of surprise crossed Aling's face. "You do? I know this lab building's layout very well. Once we escape that monster, I'll take you to find your brother." The little girl's brows suddenly furrowed, and she sighed as she thought about the horrifying things that had happened. Sigh. That means uncle. Lee didn't escape from them. She choked up as she recalled the man who saved her life, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Uncle Lee saved my life. He even gave me all. His food and water. He took care of me like I was his own daughter. Uncle Lee said I look a lot like his daughter. We relied on each other to survive in the underground ventilation system of Lab 4. As she spoke, the images of the past flooded her mind. Uncle Lee told me that when the apocalypse started, his daughter was eaten by his own mutated wife. As they ran, Aling continued telling her story to her new friend. "We were once hunted down just like this. Then we worked together. Suddenly, from a door in the side of a wall, a strange dark figure appeared, blocking their path. The tall, lanky shadow moved toward the two children, letting out a soft sound. Lin seemed to recognize the familiar figure before her and joyfully shouted, 'Uncle!' Noticing something was wrong, Han Dong immediately stopped Lin, who was about to move forward. "Wait!" The little girl ignored the warning, shook off Han Dong's hand, and called out loudly to the dark figure, "Uncle, are you okay?" Suddenly, the shadow reached out and grabbed her wrist tightly. Lin's face was filled with fear as she looked up. Lai Chan had now turned into a hideous zombie, with sharp teeth and smeared with bloodstains. Faced with this sight, Lin could only tremble. "Uncle!" He had now completely mutated, biting her arm without a second thought, causing Lin to let out painful screams. Han Dong, who was standing behind and witnessed everything, had her eyes wide with horror. Just then, Gluttony slowly emerged from the dark room. He clapped his hands, celebrating the brilliant plan he had just devised. Well, I just love these human morality plays. One second you're human, the next you're a zombie biting another human to death. A father killing his son, a sister killing her brother, a brother gouging out his sister's skull. Isn't this scene of loved ones destroying each other just so ironic? Ha ha. With his every word, tragic scenes appeared, showing loved ones viciously tearing each other apart. On the other side, Lin's arm was still being bitten tightly, fresh blood splattering everywhere as her screams grew more pained and terrified. Han Dong couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. She got into a ready stance, pushed off the ground, and leaped forward. Her eyes had turned red as her entire body lunged toward the zombie, swinging her hand in a single swipe that decapitated it without any hesitation. After eliminating the immediate threat, the mutated Han Dong pointed directly at Gluttony and warned, "You dare insult my brother?" Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she growled out each word, "I'll show you no mercy." Elsewhere, in the main surveillance hall, a room lay silent in the darkness. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and the familiar figure of Liu Feng appeared. He stood there gallantly, holding the upper torso of the recently severed Kang Da. Lust remained seated, her eyes scanning him up and down as she spoke teasingly. "The handsome boy has finally arrived." Liu Feng forcefully threw the bloody corpse of Kang Da onto the floor, demanding in a cold tone, "Where is my sister? Bring her out now." Not in a hurry to answer, she flirtatiously wanted to play with him a bit. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Suddenly, something caught his attention, his sharp eyes noticing something was amiss. Liu Feng used his mechanical arms to stab straight down into the floor, shattering it to pieces, revealing something underneath. A large, slimy creature lunged at him, catching him by surprise. Faced with the sudden attack, he could only use his support arms to try and defend himself. Watching the dramatic scene unfold, Lust appeared completely unfazed. "So you found it." She crossed her arms, not hesitating to praise her opponent. "Not bad. Looks like I'll have to get serious." As she spoke, she raised a red, slimy tentacle into the air. Seeing the monster emerge from under her skirt again, Liu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap, what kind of freak are you? His words directly enraged Lust. She roared in anger. You dare call me a freak? Instantly, she grabbed the front of her shirt, intending to rip it off. As the fabric tore, she revealed her true form as a hideous zombie. She aggressively charged forward, wanting to devour him alive. You've got a lot of nerve. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to eat you right now. She bared her sharp teeth that jutted out everywhere, letting out strange cries from her mouth. Hiss, let me show you some love. With that, Lust brought her clawed hand, smashing down directly at him. Fortunately, Liu Feng had quick reflexes and dodged the attack. He swiftly turned and ran towards the large pillars to obscure her view, hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike. She wasn't in a hurry either, slowly looking around. Every nook and cranny, her tone full of mockery. Where did you run off to? Wait for me. Suddenly, she stopped as if she had found what she was looking for. Behind a nearby pillar, a piece of red cloth was visible, easily attracting her attention. Lust gave a satisfied smile, smashing the pillar with her massive hand. Found you. Realizing something was off, she froze, her gaze filled with surprise. As it wasn't what she expected, behind, the pillar wasn't Liu Feng, but a corpse lying silently under the rubble, the body of the soldier captain. Seizing the opportunity, he burst out from his hiding spot. The chance was here. He aimed directly at Lust and charged. Sharp blades emerged from his mechanical arms, nano four-sword style. The support arm stabbed relentlessly toward the mutated zombie, the blades creating countless wounds, even severing one of her arms. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Faced with this unexpected situation, Lust wasn't scared at all. The arm that had just been cut off immediately grew back, her tone full of pride. It's useless. I can regenerate infinitely. With that, her massive hands swung relentlessly, and he could only use the four arms on his back to try and block. Even so, Liu Feng was still sent flying, backward, crashing hard into a pillar and shattering it. As he fell from the air, he could clearly feel the pain spreading throughout his body and couldn't help but exclaim, her regeneration ability is too strong. Hearing those words, Lust couldn't hide the smug look on her face. My reproductive ability allows me to heal wounds quickly. No matter how many times you cut me, you can't hurt me. Witnessing the enemy's powerful ability, Liu Feng was deeply troubled. What can I do to counter this incredible regeneration? Noticing his hesitation, she bared her teeth and flashed a contemptuous smile. Ha ha ha, just give in to despair and let me eat you. The scene was now deathly quiet. Gluttony stood towering over Han Dong, observing her intently. He glanced at Han Dong with a gleeful smile. Ooh, you smell so good. Gluttony approached her on all fours, carefully sizing her up from head to toe. You and me. She flinched as he spoke of her deepest secret. Are we the same kind? Gluttony smiled, revealing his sinister sharp teeth. We're both patients of the black blood disease. Before the apocalypse, we were just hopelessly frail weaklings. He pictured the scene in his mind, of him standing triumphantly on a mountain of human corpses. Gluttony arrogantly placed a hand on his chest with a self-satisfied look. But in truth, we are the ones truly chosen by the heavens. This apocalypse is our stage. He glanced towards Aylin, whose arm he had just chewed off, and spoke sweetly. The patients in laboratory number 4 all had the black blood disease, but most of them were failed experiments, only worthy of being our food. Gluttony quickly turned back to Han Dong, trying to flatter her. Besides, based on your scent, your potential is likely even greater than mine. He twitched, moving his hand as if to act. Gluttony reached out to Han Dong, feigning a sincere offer. Come and join us, he flashed his signature cunning smile, hoping to convince her to come over to his side. You don't have to suppress your true nature any longer. Just like us, you can eat to your heart's content. Han Dong fell silent, seemingly lost in a memory. She couldn't help but remember the times her undead powers raged out of control, making her want to attack people. It was her brother, Liu Feng, who always helped her restrain those rampages in time. Han Dong leaned forward, controlling her tentacles to attack Gluttony, catching him by surprise and knocking him off balance. In her undead form, she snarled her refusal. Gluttony completely ignored the injuries on his body as he broke into a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, perfect. I was truly hoping you would refuse. He glared, licked his lips, and smiled, revealing his true intentions. Because now I can eat you raw. He clenched, his hand into a tight fist, ready to attack her. Laughing like a feral beast, Gluttony charged at Han Dong's position to attack, but he missed. She had already jumped nimbly out of the way. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue in praise. Ha ha ha, you're pretty fast. The force of the attack sent them both flying apart amidst a cloud of smoke. The aftershock cracked the ground beneath them as dust and smoke filled the air. Gluttony swung his fists at Han Dong, but she easily dodged every blow. Ha ha ha, once I eat you. He grinned with such smugness that his face twisted into a horrifying expression. I'll finally be able to surpass Captain Lust. As the battle dragged on, Han Dong started to lose her strength. A sudden punch from Gluttony left her with no choice but to block. Unable to dodge in time, Han Dong took the full impact of the blow. Debris from the ground and concrete shattered and shot into the air. Lin, watching from the side, was powerless, so she could only scream helplessly as tears streamed down her face. Han Dong, Gluttony said confidently, as if certain she couldn't survive such a grievous wound. Don't you worry. After I eat you, I'll eat your brother next. You two can be reunited in my belly. Suddenly, something shot out of the dust cloud at high speed. Gluttony was bewildered as a strange object enveloped his body, causing him to struggle in discomfort. What is this? Ugh. The object's tentacles began to move. He seemed to notice something unusual about the tentacles as they began to drain his blood. Wait a minute, this thing is sucking my blood. My strength is fading. A strange, ball-like object made of red cells was wrapped around a person curled up inside, revealed as the dust began to settle. Gluttony's eyes widened in shock at the incredibly bizarre sight. It felt as if an invisible, oppressive force was pressing down on him. What is this pressure? At that moment, the dust cleared completely, revealing the scene. Lin trembled with fear, unable to believe what she was seeing. That's Han Dong. A pair of hands emerged, ripping open the strange object, like a butterfly tearing out of its cocoon. A piece flew out and struck him in the eye, causing him to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Arr! Han Dong emerged with a different appearance. This was proof that she had leveled up to a higher level. She spoke with a calm composure that made her opponent tremble in fear. Anyone who dares to badmouth my brother,